The Man Without Qualities. By Robert Musil. A sort of introduction and pseudo-reality prevails. Translated from the German by Sophie Wilkins, Burton Pike. Part 1. A sort of introduction. From which, remarkably enough, nothing develops. A barometric low hung over the Atlantic. It moved eastward toward a high-pressure area over Russia without yet showing any inclination to bypass this high in a northerly direction. The isotherms and isospheres were functioning as they should. The air temperature was appropriate relative to the annual mean temperature and to the aperiodic monthly fluctuations of the temperature. The rising and setting of the sun, the moon, the phases of the moon, of Venus, of the rings of Saturn, and many other significant phenomena were all in accordance with the forecasts in the astronomical yearbooks. The water vapor in the air was at its maximal state of tension, while the humidity was minimal. In a word that characterizes the facts fairly accurately, even if it is a bit old-fashioned, it was a fine day in August 1913. Automobiles shot out of deep, narrow streets into the shallows of bright squares. Dark clusters of pedestrians formed cloud-like strings. Where more powerful lines of speed cut across their casual haste, they clotted up, then trickled on faster and, after a few oscillations, resumed their steady rhythm. Hundreds of noises wove themselves into a wiry texture of sound with barbs protruding here and there, smart edges running along it and subsiding again, with clear notes splintering off and dissipating. By this noise alone, whose special quality cannot be captured in words, a man returning after years of absence would have been able to tell with his eyes shut that he was back in the imperial capital and royal city of Vienna. Cities, like people, can be recognized by their walk. Opening his eyes, he would know the place by the rhythm of movement in the streets long before he caught any characteristic detail. It would not matter even if he only imagined that he could do this. We overestimate the importance of knowing where we are because in nomadic times it was essential to recognize the tribal feeding grounds. Why are we satisfied to speak vaguely of a red nose, without specifying what shade of red, even though degrees of red can be stated precisely to the micromillimeter of a wavelength, while with something so infinitely more complicated as what city one happens to be in, we always insist on knowing it exactly. It merely distracts us from more important concerns. So let us not place any particular value on a city's name. Like all big cities, it was made up of irregularity, change, forward spurts, failures to keep step, collisions of objects and interests, punctuated by unfathomable silences, hemmed up of pathways and untrodden ways, of one great rhythmic beat as well as the chronic discord and mutual displacement of all its contending rhythms. All in all, it was like a boiling bubble inside a pot made of the durable stuff of buildings, laws, regulations, and historical traditions. The two people who were walking up one of its wide, bustling avenues naturally were not thinking along these lines. They clearly belonged to a privileged social class, with their distinguished bearing, style of dress, and conversation, the initials of their names embroidered on their underwear, and just as discreetly, which is to say not for outward show but in the fine underwear of their minds, they knew who they were and that they belonged in a European capital city and imperial residence. Their names might have been Ermelinda Tutsi and Amine, but then, they couldn't be, because in August Frau Tutsi was still in Bad Ossi with her husband and Dr. Amine was still in Constantinople, so we are left to wonder who they were. People who take a lively interest in what goes on often wonder about such puzzling sights on the street, but they soon forget them again, unless they happen to remember during their next few steps where they have seen those other two before. The pair now came to a sudden stop when they saw a rapidly gathering crowd in front of them. Just a moment earlier something there had broken ranks, falling sideways with a crash. Something had spun around and come to a skidding halt, a heavy truck, as it turned out, which had braked so sharply that it was now stranded with one wheel on a curb. Like bees clustering around the entrance to their hive, people had instantly surrounded a small spot on the pavement, which they left open in their midst. In it stood a truck driver, grey as packing paper, clumsily waving his arms as he tried to explain the accident. The glances of the newcomers turned to him, then wearily dropped to the bottom of the hole where a man who lay there as if dead had been bedded against the curb. It was by his own carelessness that he had come to grief, as everyone agreed. People took turns kneeling beside him, vaguely wanting to help, unbuttoning his jacket, then closing it again, trying to prop him up, then laying him down again. They were really only marking time while waiting for the ambulance to bring someone who would know what to do and have the right to do it. The lady and her companion had also come close enough to see something of the victim over their heads and bowed backs. Then they stepped back and stood there, hesitating. The lady had a queasy feeling in the pit of her stomach, which she credited to compassion, although she mainly felt irresolute and helpless. After a while the gentleman said, "The brakes on these heavy trucks take too long to come to a full stop." This datum gave the lady some relief, and she thanked him with an appreciative glance. She did not really understand, or care to understand, the technology involved, as long as his explanation helped put this ghastly incident into perspective by reducing it to a technicality of no direct personal concern to her. Now, the siren of an approaching ambulance could be heard. The speed with which it was coming to the rescue filled all the bystanders with satisfaction. How admirably society was functioning. The victim was lifted onto a stretcher and both together were then slid into the ambulance. Men in a sort of uniform were attending to him, and the inside of the vehicle, or what one could see of it, looked as clean and tidy as a hospital ward. People dispersed almost as if justified in feeling that they had just witnessed something entirely lawful and orderly. According to American statistics, the gentleman said, 190,000 people are killed every year by cars, 450,000 are injured. Do you think he's dead? His companion asked, still on the unjustified assumption that she had experienced something unusual. I expect he's alive, he answered, judging by the way they lifted him into the ambulance. House and home of the man without qualities. The street where this little mishap had occurred was one of those long, winding rivers of traffic radiating outward from the heart of the city to flow through its surrounding districts and empty into the suburbs. Had the distinguished couple followed its course a little longer, they would have come upon a sight that would certainly have pleased them, an old garden, still retaining some of its 18th or even 17th century character, with wrought iron railings through which one could glimpse, in passing, through the trees on a well-clipped lawn, a sort of little chateau with short wings, a hunting lodge or rococo love nest of times past. More specifically, it was basically 17th century, while the park and the upper story showed an 18th century influence and the farther had been restored and somewhat spoiled in the 19th century, so that the whole had something blurred about it, like a double exposed photograph. But the general effect was such that people invariably stopped and said, "Oh." When this dainty little white gem of a house had its windows open, one could see inside the elegant serenity of a scholar's study with book-lined walls. This dwelling and this house belonged to the man without qualities. He was standing behind the window gazing through the fine green filter of the garden air to the brownish street beyond, and for the last 10 minutes he had been ticking off on his stopwatch the passing cars, trucks, trolleys, arid pedestrians, whose faces were washed out by the distance, timing everything whirling past that he could catch in the net of his eye. He was gauging their speeds, their angles, all the living forces of mass hurtling past that drew the eye to follow them like lightning, holding on, letting go, forcing the attention for a split second to resist, to snap, to leap in pursuit of the next item. Till then, after doing the arithmetic in his head for a while, he slipped the watch back into his pocket with a laugh and decided to stop all this nonsense. If all those leaps of attention, flexings of eye muscles, fluctuations of the psyche, if all the effort it takes for a man just to hold himself upright within the flow of traffic on a busy street could be measured, he thought as he toyed with calculating the incalculable, the grand total would surely dwarf the energy needed by Atlas to hold up the world, and one could then estimate the enormous undertaking it is nowadays merely to be a person who does nothing at all. At the moment, the man without qualities was just such a person. And what of them who does do something? There are two ways to look at it, he decided. A man going quietly about his business all day long expends far more muscular energy than an athlete who lifts a huge weight once a day. This has been proved physiologically, and so the social sum total of everybody's little everyday efforts, especially when added together, doubtless releases far more energy into the world than do rare heroic feats. This total even makes the single heroic feat look positively minuscule, like a grain of sand on a mountain top with a megalomaniacal sense of its own importance. This thought pleased him. But it must be added that it did not please him because he liked a solid middle-class life. On the contrary, he was merely taking a perverse pleasure in thwarting his own inclinations, which had once taken him in quite another direction. What if it is precisely the Philistine who is alive with intimations of a colossally new, collective, ant-like heroism? It will be called a rationalized heroism, and greatly admired. At this point, who can tell? There were at that time hundreds of such open questions of the greatest importance, hovering in the air and burning underfoot. Time was on the move. People not yet home in those days will find it hard to believe, but even then time was racing along like a cavalry camel, just like today. But nobody knew where time was headed. And it was not always clear what was up or down, what was going forward or backward. No matter what you do, the man without qualities thought with a shrug, within this mare's nest of forces at work, it doesn't make the slightest difference. He turned away like a man who has learned to resign himself indeed, almost like a sick man who shrinks from every strong physical contact, yet in crossing the adjacent dressing room he hit a punching bag that was hanging there, a hard, sudden blow that seemed not exactly in keeping with moods of resignation or conditions of weakness. Even a man without qualities is a father with qualities. When the man without qualities had returned from abroad some time before, it was a certain exuberance as well as his loathing for the usual kind of apartment that led him to rent the little chateau, a former summer house outside the city gates that had lost its vocation when it was engulfed by the spreading city and had finally become no more than a run-down, untenanted piece of real estate waiting for its value to go up. The rent was correspondingly low, but to get everything repaired and brought up to modem standards had cost an unexpectedly large sum. It had become an adventure that resulted in driving him to ask his father for help. By no means pleasant for a man who cherishes his independence. He was 32, his father 69. The old gentleman was aghast. N less than greater than T really on account of the surprise attack, though that entered into it because he detested rash conduct, nor did he mind the contribution levied on him, as he basically approved of his son's announcing an interest in domesticity and putting his life in order. But to take on a house that had to be called a chateau, even if only in the diminutive, affronted his sense of propriety and worried him as a baleful tempting of fate. He himself had started out as a tutor in the houses of the high aristocracy while still working for his degree, and he had continued tutoring even as a young law clerk, not really from necessity, for his father was quite well off. But those carefully nurtured connections paid off later on when he became a university lecturer and law professor, and they led to his gradually rising to become the legal advisor to almost all the feudal nobility in the country, although by this time he had no need of a professional sideline at all. Even long after the fortune he had made could stand comparison with the dowry brought him by his wife, their daughter of a powerful industrial family in Rhineland, his son's mother, who had died all too soon, he never allowed these connections, formed in his youth and strengthened in his prime, to lapse. Even after retiring from his practice, except for the occasional special consultation at a high fee. The old scholar who had achieved distinction made a careful catalogue of every event concerning his circle of former patrons, extended with great precision from fathers to sons to grandsons. No honor, wedding, birthday, or name day passed without a letter of congratulation from him, always a subtle blend of perfectly measured deference and shared reminiscence. He received just as promptly in return brief letters of acknowledgement, which thanked the dear friend and esteemed scholar. So his son was aware, from boyhood on, of the aristocratic knack for meting out almost unconsciously and with unfailing condescension the exact degree of affability called for, and Ulrich had always been irritated by the subservience of a man who was, after all, a member of the intellectual aristocracy toward the owners of horses, fields, and traditions. If his father was insensitive on this point, it was not because of any calculation. It had been a natural instinct for him to build a great career in this way, so that he became not only a professor and a member of academies and many learned and official committees but was also made a knight, and then a commander, the recipient of the Grand Cross of various high orders. His Majesty finally raised him to the hereditary nobility, having already previously named him to membership in the House of Lords. Though the distinguished man joined the liberal wing, which sometimes opposed the leading peers, yet none of his noble patrons seemed to mind or even to wonder at this. They had never regarded him as anything but the personified spirit of the rising middle class. The old gentleman participated keenly in the technical work of legislation, and even if a controversial issue had him voting on the liberal side, the other side bore him no grudge. Their sense of the matter was, rather, that he had not been invited to join them. What he did in politics was no different from what he had always done. Combine his superior knowledge, which sometimes entailed working toward a gentle improvement of conditions, with the demonstration that his personal loyalty was always to be relied upon, and so he had risen quite unchanged, as his son maintained, from the role of tutor to the upper class to that of tutor to the upper house. When he learned about his son's acquisition of the chateau, it struck him as a transgression against limits, all the more sacred for not being legally defined, and he rebuked his son even more bitterly than on the many previous occasions he had found it necessary to do so, almost in terms of prophesying a bad end, of which this purchase was the beginning. The basic premise of his life was affronted. As with many men who achieve distinction, this feeling was far from self-serving, but consisted in a deep love of the general good above personal advantage. In other words, he sincerely venerated the state of affairs that had served him so well, not because it was to his advantage, but because he was in harmony and coexistent with it, and on general principles. This is a point of great importance. Even a pedigree dog searches out his place under the dining table, regardless of kicks, not because of canine abjection but out of loyalty and faith. And even coldly calculating people do not succeed half so well in life as those with properly blended temperaments who are capable of deep feeling for those persons and conditions that happen to serve their own interests. If there is a sense of reality, there must also be a sense of possibility. To pass freely through open doors, it is necessary to respect the fact that they have solid frames. This principle, by which the old professor had always lived, is simply a requisite of the sense of reality. But if there is a sense of reality, and no one will doubt that it has its justification for existing, then there must also be something we can call a sense of possibility. Whoever a middle dot has, it does not say, for instance, here this or that has happened, will happen, must happen, but he invents, here this or that might, could, or ought to happen. If he is told that something is the way it is, he will think, well, it could probably just as well be otherwise. So the sense of possibility could be defined outright as the ability to conceive of everything that might be just as well, and to attach no more importance to what is than to what is not. The consequences of so creative a disposition can be remarkable, and may, regrettably, often make what people admire seem wrong, and what is taboo permissible, or, also, make both a matter of indifference. Such possibilists are said to inhabit a more delicate medium, a hazy medium of mist, fantasy, daydreams, and the subjunctive mood. Children who show this tendency are dealt with firmly and warned that such persons are cranks, dreamers, weaklings, know-it-alls, or troublemakers. Such fools are also called idealists by those who wish to praise them. But all this clearly applies only to their weak subspecies, those who cannot comprehend reality or who, in their melancholic condition, avoid it. These are people in whom the lack of a sense of reality is a real deficiency. But the possible includes not only the fantasies of people with weak nerves but also the as yet unawakened intentions of God. A possible experience or truth is not the same as an actual experience or truth minus its reality value, but has, according to its partisans, at least something quite divine about it, a fire, a soaring, a readiness to build, and a conscious utopianism that does not shrink from reality but sees it as a project, something yet to be invented. After all, the earth is not that old, and was apparently never so ready as now to give birth to its full potential. To try to readily distinguish the realists from the possibilists, just think of a specific sum of money. Whatever possibilities in herein, say, $1,000 are surely there independently of their belonging or not belonging to someone, that the money belongs to a Mr. Me or a Mr. The adds no more to it than it would to a rose or a woman. But a fool will tuck the money away in his sack, say the realists, while a capable man will make it work for him. Even the beauty of a woman is undeniably enhanced or diminished by the man who possesses her. It is reality that awakens possibilities, and nothing would be more perverse than to deny it. Even so, it will always be the same possibilities, in sum or on the average, that go on repeating themselves until a man comes along who does not value their actuality above the idea. It is he who first gives the new possibilities their meaning, their direction, and he awakens them. But such a man is far from being a simple proposition. Since his ideas, to the extent that they are not idle fantasies, are nothing but realities as yet unborn, he, too, naturally has a sense of reality, but it is a sense of possible reality, and arrives at its goal much more slowly than most people's sense of their real possibilities. He wants the forest, as it were, and the others the trees, and forest is hard to define, while trees represent so many cords of wood of a definable quality. Putting it another and perhaps better way, the man with an ordinary sense of reality is like a fish that nibbles at the hook but is unaware of the line, while the man with that sense of reality, which can also be called a sense of possibility, trawls a line through the water and has no idea whether there's any bait on it. His extraordinary indifference to the life snapping at the bait is matched by the risk he runs of doing utterly eccentric things. An impractical man, which he not only seems to be, but really is, will always be unreliable and unpredictable in his dealings with others. He will engage in actions that mean something else to him than to others, but he is at peace with himself about everything as long as he can make it all come together in a fine idea. Today he is still far from being consistent. He is quite gay-paclive regarding a crime that brings harm to another person merely as a lapse to be blamed not on the criminal but on society that produced the criminal. But it remains doubtful whether he would accept a slap in the face with the same detachment, or take it impersonally as one takes the bite of a dog. the chances are that he would first hit back and then on reflection decide that he shouldn't have. Moreover, if someone were to take away his beloved, it is most unlikely that he would today be quite ready to discount the reality of his loss and find compensation in some surprising new reaction. At present this development still has some way to go and affects the individual person as a weakness as much as a strength. And since the possession of qualities assumes a certain pleasure in their reality, we can see how a man who cannot summon up a sense of reality even in relation to himself may suddenly, one day, come to see himself as a man without qualities. Ulrich. The man without qualities whose story is being told here was called Ulrich, and Ulrich's family name must be suppressed out of consideration for his father had already given proof of his disposition while still on the borderline between childhood and adolescence, in a class paper on a patriotic theme. Patriotism in Austria was quite a special subject. German children simply learned to despise the wars sacred to Austrian children, and were taught to believe that French children, whose forebears were all decadent lechers, would tumtail by the thousands at the approach of a German soldier with a big beard. Exactly the same ideas, with roles reversed and other desirable adjustments, were taught to French, English, and Russian children, who also had often been on the winning side. Children are, of course, show-offs, love to play cops and robbers, and are naturally inclined to regard the X family on Y Street as the greatest family in the world if it happens to be their own. So patriotism comes easily to children. But in Austria, the situation was slightly more complicated. For although the Austrians had of course also won all the wars in their history, after most of them they had had to give something up. This was food for thought, and Ulrich wrote in his essay on love of country that anyone who really loved his country must never regard it as the best country in the world. Then, in a flash of inspiration that seemed to him especially fine, although he was more dazzled by its splendor than he was clear about its implications, he added to this dubious statement Escand, that God himself probably preferred to speak of his world in the subjunctive of possibility, Heidt at quispiam. Here someone might object that, for God creates the world and thinks while he is at it that it could just as well be done differently. Ulrich gloried in this sentence, but he must not have expressed himself clearly enough, because it caused a great uproar and nearly got him expelled from school, although nothing happened because the authorities could not make up their minds whether to regard his brazen remark as calumny against the fatherland or as blasphemy against God. At the time, he was attending the Theresianum, that select school for the sons of the aristocracy and gentry that supplied the noblest pillars of the state. His father, furious at the humiliation brought upon him by this unrecognizable chip off the old block, parked him off abroad to a Belgian town nobody had ever heard of, where a small, inexpensive private school run on shrewd and efficient business lines did a roaring trade in black sheep. There Ulrich learned to give his disdain for other people's ideals international scope. Since that time 16 or 17 years had passed, as the clouds drift across the sky. Ulrich neither regretted them nor was proud of them, he simply looked back at them in his 32nd year with astonishment. He had me 3J1 while been here and there, including brief spells at home, and engaged in this or that worthwhile or futile endeavor. It has already been mentioned that he was a mathematician, and nothing more need be said of that. For the moment, in every profession followed not for money but for love there comes a moment when the advancing years seem to lead to a void. After this moment had lasted for some time, Ulrich remembered that a man's native country is supposed to have the mysterious power of making the mind take root and thrive in its true soil, and so he settled there with the feeling of a hiker who sits down on a bench for eternity, but with the thought that he will be getting up again immediately. When he set about putting his house in order, as the Bible has it turned out to be the experience he had actually been waiting for. He had got himself into the present position of having to restore his run-down little property from scratch. He was free to follow any principle, from the stylistically pure total recklessness, free to choose any style from the Assyrians to Cubism. What should he choose? Modern man is born in a hospital and dies in a hospital, so he should make his home like a clinic. So claimed the leading architect of the moment. A middle dot and another reformer of interior decoration advocated movable partitions in homes instead of fixed walls so that people would learn to trust their housemates instead of shutting themselves off from one another. Time was making a fresh start just then, it does so all the time, and a new time needs a new style. Luckily for Ulrich, the little chateau already had 3 styles superimposed on one another, setting limits on what he could do to meet 11 these new demands. Yet he felt quite shaken by the responsibility of having the opportunity to renovate a house, what with the threat hovering over his head of show me how you live and I will tell you who you are, which he had read repeatedly in art magazines. After intensive study of these periodicals he decided that he had best take the extension of his personality into his own hands, and began to design his future furniture himself. But no sooner had he come up with an impressively massive form than it occurred to him that something spare, and strictly functional, could just as easily be put in its place, and when he had sketched a form of reinforced concrete that looked emaciated by its own strength, he was reminded of the thin, vernal lines of a 13-year-old girl's body and drifted off into a reverie instead of making up his mind. He was in that familiar state not that the occasion mattered too seriously to him of incoherent ideas spreading outward without a center, so characteristic of the present, and whose strange arithmetic adds up to a random proliferation of numbers without forming a unit. Finally he dreamed up only impracticable rooms, revolving rooms, kaleidoscopic interiors, adjustable scenery for the soul, and his ideas grew steadily more devoid of content. He had now finally reached the point to which he had been drawn all along. His father would have put it something like this: give a fellow a totally free hand and he will soon run his head into a wall out of sheer confusion. Or this: a man who can have anything he wants will soon be at a loss as to what to wish for. Ulrich repeated these sayings to himself with great enjoyment. Their hoary wisdom appeared to him as an extraordinary new thought. For a man's possibilities, plans, and feelings must first be hedged in by prejudices, traditions, obstacles, and barriers of all sorts, like a lunatic in his straitjacket, and only then can whatever he is capable of doing have perhaps some value, substance, and staying power. Here, in fact, was an idea with incalculable implications. Now the man without qualities, who had come back to his own country, took the second step toward letting himself be shaped by the outward circumstances of life. At this point in his deliberations he simply left the furnishing of his house to the genius of his suppliers, secure in the knowledge that he could safely leave with traditions, prejudices, and limitations to them. All he did himself was to touch up the earlier lines, the dark antlers under the white vaultings of the little hall, the formal ceiling in the salon, and whatever else that seemed to him useful and convenient. When it was all done he could shake his head and wonder, is this the life that is going to be mine? What he possessed was a charming little palace, me must almost call it that because it was exactly the way one imagines such places, a tasteful residence for a resident as conceived by furniture dealers, carpet sellers, and interior decorators who were leaders in their fields. All that was missing was for this chiming clockwork to be wound up, for then carriages bringing high dignitaries and noble ladies would come rolling up the driveway, and footmen would leap from their running boards to ask, looking Ulrich over dubiously, "Where is your master, my good man?" He had returned from the moon and had promptly installed himself on the moon again. Leona, or a change in viewpoint? Once a man has put his house in order it is time to go courting. Ulrich's girlfriend in those days was a chanteuse in a small cabaret who went by the name of Leontine. She was tall, curvaceously slender, provocatively lifeless, and he called her Leona. He had been struck by the moist darkness of her eyes, the dolefully passionate expression on her handsome, regular, long face, and the songs full of feeling that she sang instead of risque ones. All these old-fashioned little songs were about love, sorrow, abandonment, faithfulness, forest murmurs, and shining trout. She stood tall and lonely to the marrow on the tiny stage and patiently sang at the public with a housewife's voice, and even if something suggestive did slip in now and then, the effect was all the more ghost-like because she spelled out all the feelings of the heart, the tragic as well as the teasing, with the same wooden gestures. Ulrich was immediately reminded of old photographs or engravings of dated beauties and ancient issues of forgotten women's magazines. He thought himself into this woman's face. He saw in it a large number of small traits that simply could not be real, yet they made the face what it was. There are, of course, in all periods all kinds of countenances, but only one type will be singled out by a period's taste as its ideal image of happiness and beauty while all the other faces do their best to copy it, and with the help of fascio and hairdressers even the ugly ones manage to approximate the ideal. But there are some faces that never succeed, faces born to a strange distinction of their own, unyieldingly expressing the regal and banished ideal beauty of an earlier period. Such faces wander about like corpses of past desires in the great void of Love's traffic, and the men who gaped into the vast tedium of Leontine's singing, unaware of what was happening to them, felt their nostrils twitch with feelings quite different from those aroused by brazen petite chantesses with tango spit curls. So Ulrich decided to call her Leona and desired to possess her, as he might have wanted to possess a luxurious lion-skin rug. But after their acquaintance had begun, Leona developed another anachronistic quality. She was an incredible glutton, and this is a vice whose heyday had passed a very long time ago. Its origin was in the craving she had suffered as a poor child for rich, costly delicacies. Now, finally liberated, it had the force of an ideal that has broken out of its cage and seized power. Her father had apparently been a respectable little man who beat her every time she went out with admirers, but she did it only because there was nothing she liked better than to sit at one of those sidewalk tables in front of a little pastry shop, spooning up her sherbet while genteelly watching the passing parade. It could not be maintained that she took no interest in sex, but it could be said that she was, in this respect as in every other, downright lazy and hated to work. In her ample body every stimulus took an astonishingly long time to reach the brain, and it happened that her eyes began to glaze over for no apparent reason in mid-afternoon, although the night before they had been fixed on a point on the ceiling as though she were observing a fly. Or else in the midst of a complete silence she might begin to laugh at a joke she just now understood, having listened to it days ago without any sign of understanding it. When she had no particular reason to be otherwise Tilda, she was completely ladylike. She could never be made to tell how she had got into her line of work in the first place. She apparently did not quite remember this herself. But it was clear that she regarded the work of a cabaret singer as a necessary part of life, bound up with everything she had ever heard about greatness in art and artists, so that it seemed to her altogether right, uplifting, and refined to step out every evening onto a tiny stage enveloped in billowing cigar haze to sing songs known for their heart-rending appeal. If things needed livening up a bit she did not, of course, shrink from slipping in something gamey now and then, but she was quite sure that the prima donna at the Imperial Opera did exactly the same. Of course, if the art of trading for money not the entire person, as usual, but only the body must be called prostitution, then Leon occasionally engaged in prostitution. But if you have lived for 9 years, as she had from the age of 16, on the miserable pay of the lowest dives, with your head full of the prices of costumes and underwear, the deductions, greediness, and caprices of the owners, the commissions on the food and drink of the patrons warming up to their fun, and the price of a room in the nearby hotel, day after day, including the fights and the business calculations, then everything the layman enjoys as a night on the town adds up to a profession full of its own L9 jick, objectivity, and class codes. Prostitution especially is a matter in which it makes all the difference whether you see it from above or from below. But even though Leona's attitude towards sexual questions was completely businesslike, she had a romantic side as well. Only with her, everything high-flown, vain, and extravagant, all her feelings of pride, envy, lust, ambition, and self-abandonment, in short, the driving forces of her personality and upward social mobility, were anchored by some freak of nature not in the so-called heart but in the gut, the eating processes which in fact were regularly associated in earlier times and still are today, as can be seen among primitives and the carousing peasantry, who manage to express social standing and all sorts of other human distinctions at their ritual feasts by overeating, with all the side effects. At the tables in the honky-tonk where she worked, Leona did her job, but what she dreamed of was a cavalier who would sweep her away from all this by means of an affair as long as one of her engagements and allow her to sit grandly in a grand restaurant studying a grand menu. She would then have preferred to eat everything on the menu at once, yet the pain of having to choose was sweetened by the satisfaction of having a chance to show that she knew how one had to choose, how one put together an exquisite repast. Only in the choice of desserts could she let herself go, so that reversing their usual order she ended up turning dessert into an extensive second supper. With black coffee and stimulating quantities of drink Leona restored her capacities, then egged herself on through a sequence of special treats until her passion was finally quenched. Her body was now so stuffed with choice concoctions that it was ready to split at the seams. She then looked around in indolent triumph and, though never talkative, enjoyed reminiscing about the expensive delights she had consumed. She would speak of Polmone la Torligna or Poms la Melville with the studied casualness with which some people affectedly let drop the name of a prince or a lord of the same name they have met. Because public appearances with Leona were not exactly to Ulrich's taste, he usually moved her feedings to his house, with the antlers and the stylish furniture for an audi-dotence. Here, however, she felt cheated of her social satisfaction, and whenever the man without qualities tempted her to these private excesses with the choicest fare ever supplied by a restaurant chef she felt ill-used, exactly like a woman who realizes she is not being loved for her soul. She was a beauty, she was a singer, she had no reason to hide, as several dozen men she aroused every evening would have testified. Yet this man, although he wanted to be alone with her, would not even give her the satisfaction of moaning, "Leona, you devil, your ass is driving me crazy," and licking his moustache with desire when he so much as looked at her, as she grew accustomed to expect from her glance. Although she stuck to him faithfully, La Greater than despised him a little, and Ulrich knew it. He also knew well what was expected of him, but the days when he could have brought himself to say such things and still hid a moustache were too long gone. To be no longer able to do something one used to be able to do, no matter how foolish it was, is exactly as if apoplexy has struck an arm and a leg. His eyeballs twitched when he looked at her after food and drink had gone to her head. Her beauty could be gently lifted off her. It was the beauty of that duchess whom full Saint Eckhard had carried over the convent's threshold, the beauty of the great lady with the falcon on her glove, the beauty of the legendary Empress Elizabeth of Austria, with her heavy crown of braids, a delight for people who were all dead. And to put it precisely, she also brought to mind the divine Juno, not the eternal and imperishable goddess herself, but the quality that a vanished or vanishing era called Juno-esque. Thus was the dream of life only loosely draped over its substance. But Leona knew that such elegant entertainment entitled thus to something more than a guest who was merely there to be gaped at, even when he asked for nothing more, so she rose to her feet as soon as she was able and serenely broke into full-throated song. Her friend regarded such an evening as a ripped-out page, alive with all sorts of suggestions and ideas B:LT mummified, like everything Tom from its context, full of the tyranny of that eternally fixed stance that accounts for the uncanny fascination of tableaux vivants, as though life had suddenly been given a sleeping pill and was now standing the stiff, full of inner meaning, sharply outlined, and yet, in sum, making absolutely no sense at all. In a weak moment Ulrich acquires a new mistress. One morning Ulrich came home looking a mess. His clothes hung in shreds, he had to wrap his bruised head in a cold towel, his watch and wallet were gone. He had no idea whether he had been robbed by the three men with whom he had got into a fight or whether a passing Samaritan had quietly lifted them while he lay unconscious on the pavement. He went to bed, and while his battered limbs, tenderly borne up and enveloped, were restored to being, he mulled over his adventure once more. The three heads had suddenly loomed up in front of him, perhaps he had brushed up against one of the men at that late, lonely hour, for his thoughts had been wandering. But these faces were already set in anger and moved scowling into the circle of the lamplight. At that point he made a mistake. He should have instantly recoiled as if in fear, backing hard into the fellow who had stepped into him, or jabbing an elbow into his stomach, and tried to escape. He could not take on three strong men single-handed. He resisted the idea that the three faces suddenly glaring at him out of the night with rage and scorn were simply after his money, but chose to see them as a spontaneous materialization of free-floating hostility. Even as the hooligans were cursing at him he toyed with the notion that they might not perhaps be hooligans at all but citizens like himself, only slightly tipsy and freed of their inhibitions, whose attention had fastened on his passing form and who now discharged on him the hatred that is always ready and waiting for him or for any stranger, like a thunderstorm in the atmosphere. There were times when he felt something of the sort himself. Regrettably, a great many people nowadays feel antagonistic toward a great many other people. It is a basic trait of civilization that man deeply mistrusts those who are outside his own circle, so it is not only the Teuton who looks down on the Jew but also the soccer player who regards the pianist as an incomprehensible and inferior creature. Ultimately a thing exists only by virtue of its boundaries, which means by a more or less hostile act against its surroundings. Without the Pope there would have been no Luther, and without the pagans no Pope, so there is no getting away from the fact that man's deepest social instinct is his antisocial instinct. Not that Ulrich thought this out in such detail, but he knew this condition of vague atmospheric hostility with which the air of our era is charged, and when it suddenly comes to a head in the form of three strangers who lash out like thunder and lightning and then afterward vanish again forever, it is almost a relief. In any case, facing three such louts, he apparently indulged in too much thinking. For although the first one who jumped him, anticipated by Ulrich with a blow on the chin, went flying back, the second, who should have been felled in a flash immediately afterward, was only grazed by Ulrich's fist because a blow from behind with a heavy object had nearly cracked Ulrich's skull. Ulrich's knees buckled, and he felt a hand grabbing at him. Recovering with that almost unnatural lucidity of the body that usually follows an initial collapse, he struck out at the tangle of strange bodies but was hammered down by fists growing larger all the time. Satisfied with his analysis of what had gone wrong, A5 primarily an athlete's sleep up anyone can jump too short on occasion. Ulrich, whose nerves were in excellent shape, quietly fell asleep, with precisely the same delight in the descending spirals of fading consciousness that he had dimly felt during his defeat. When he woke up again he checked to make sure he had not been seriously hurt, and considered his experience once again. A brawl always leaves a bad taste in the mouth, that of an over-hasty intimacy, as it were, and leaving aside the fact that he had been the one attacked, Ulrich somehow felt that he had behaved improperly. But in what way? Close by those streets where there is a policeman every 300 paces to avenge the slightest offence against law and order lie other streets that call for the same strength of body and mind as a jungle. Mankind produces Bibles and guns, tuberculosis and tuberculin. It is democratic, with kings and nobles, builds churches and, against the churches, universities, turns cloisters into barracks, but assigns field chaplains to the barracks. It naturally arms hoodlums with lead-filled rubber truncheons to beat a fellow man within an inch of his life and then provides for the beds for the lonely, mistreated body, like the one now holding Ulrich as if filled with respect and consideration. It is the old story of the contradictions, the inconsistency, and the imperfection of life. It makes us smile or sigh. But not Ulrich. He hated this mixture of resignation and infatuation in regard to life that makes most people put up with its inconsistencies and inadequacies as a doting maiden aunt puts up with a young nephew's boorishness. Still, he did not immediately leap out of bed when it looked as though he were profiting from the disorderliness of human affairs by lingering there, because in many ways it is only a premature compromise with one's conscience at the expense of the general cause, a short circuit, an evasion into the private sphere, when one avoids doing wrong and does the right thing for one's own person instead of working to restore order in the whole scheme of things. In fact, after his involuntary experience Ulrich saw desperately little value even in doing away with guns here, with monarchs there, in making some lesser or greater progress in cutting down on stupidity and viciousness, since the measure of all that is nasty and bad instantly fills up again, as if one leg of the world always slips back when the other pushes forward. One had to find the cause of this, the secret mechanism behind it. How incomparably more important that would be than merely being a good person in accordance with obsolescent moral principles, and so in matters of morality Ulrich was attracted more to service on the general staff than to the everyday heroism of doing good. At this point he went back in his mind to the sequel of last night's adventure. As he regained his senses from the beating he had suffered, a cab stopped at the curb, the driver tried to lift up the wounded stranger by the shoulders, and a lady was bending over him with an angelic expression on her face. This child's picture OK vision, natural to moments of consciousness rising from the depths, soon gave way to reality. The presence of a woman busying herself with him had the effect on Ulrich of a whiff of cologne, superficial and quickening, so that he also instantly knew that he had not been too badly damaged, and tried to rise to his feet with good grace. In this he did not succeed as smoothly as he would have liked, and the lady anxiously offered to drive him somewhere to get help. Ulrich asked to be taken home, and as he really still looked dazed and helpless, she granted his request. Once inside the cab, he quickly recovered his poise. He felt something maternally sensuous beside him, a fine cloud of solicitous idealism, in the warmth of which tiny crystals of doubt were already hatching, filling the air like softly falling snow and generating the fear of some impulsive act as he felt himself becoming a man again. He told his story, and the beautiful woman, only slightly younger than himself, around 30, perhaps, lamented what brutes people were and felt terribly sorry for him. Of course he now launched into a lively defense of his experience, which was not, as he explained to the surprised motherly beauty, to be judged solely by its outcome. The fascination of such a fight, he said, was the rare chance it offered in civilian life to perform so many varied, vigorous, yet precisely coordinated movements in response to barely perceptible signals at a speed that made conscious control quite impossible. Which is why, as every athlete knows, training must stop several days before a contest, for no other reason than that the muscles and nerves must be given time to work out the final coordination among themselves, leaving the will, purpose, and consciousness out of it and without any say in the matter. Then, at the moment of action, Ulrich went on, muscles and nerves leap and fence with the eye, but this one the whole body, the soul, the will, the central and entire person as legally distinguished from all others is swept along by his muscles and nerves like Europa riding the bull. Whenever it does not work out this way, if by some unlucky chance the merest ray of reflection hits this darkness, the whole effort is invariably doomed. Ulrich had talked himself into a state of excitement. Basically, he now maintained, this experience of almost total ecstasy or transcendence of the conscious mind is akin to experiences now lost but known in the past to the mystics of all religions, which makes it a kind of contemporary substitution for an eternal human need. Even if it is not a very good substitute it is better than nothing, and boxing or similar kinds of sport that organize this principle into a rational middle system are therefore a species of theology, although one cannot expect this to be generally understood as yet. Ulrich's lively speech to his companion was probably inspired, in part, by vanity, to make her forget the sorry state in which she had found him. Under these circumstances it was hard for her to tell whether he was being serious or sardonic. In any case it might have seemed quite natural, perhaps even interesting, to her that he should see to explain theology in terms of sport, since sport is a timely topic while nobody really knows anything about theology, although there were undeniably still a great many churches around. All in all, she decided that by some lucky chance she had come to the rescue of a brilliant man, even though she did wonder, between whiles, whether he might have suffered a concussion. Ulrich, who now wanted to say something comprehensible, took the opportunity to point out in passing that even love must be regarded as one of the religious and dangerous experiences, because it lifts people out of the arms of reason and sets them afloat with no ground under their feet. True enough, the lady said, but sports are so rough. So they are, Ulrich hastened to concur, sports are rough. One could say they are the precipitations of a most finely dispersed general hostility, which is deflected into athletic games. Of course, one could also say the opposite. Sports bring people together, promote the team spirit and all that, which basically proves only that brutality and love are no farther apart than one wing of a big, colorful, silent bird is from the other. He had put the emphasis on the wings and on a bright, mute bird-a notion that did not make much sense but was charged with some of the vast sensuality with which life simultaneously satisfies all the rival contradictions in its measureless body. He now noticed that his neighbor had no idea what he was talking about, and that the soft snowfall she was diffusing inside the cab had grown thicker. So he turned to face her completely and asked whether she was perhaps repelled by such talk of physical matters. The doings of the body, he went on, were really too much in fashion, and they included a feeling of horror, because a body in perfect training has the upper hand. It responds automatically in its finely tuned way to every stimulus, so surely that its owner is left with an uncanny sensation of having to watch helplessly as his character runs off with some part of his anatomy, as it were. It indeed seemed that this question touched the young woman deeply. She appeared excited by his words, was breathing hard, and cautiously moved away a little. A mechanism similar to the one he had just described, heavy breathing, a flushed skin, a stronger beating of the heart, and perhaps some other symptoms as well seemed to have been set off inside her. Just then the cab stopped at Ulrich's gate, and there was only time for him to ask with a smile for his rescuer's address so that he could thank her properly. To his astonishment, this favor was not granted. And so the black wrought iron gates banged shut behind the baffied stranger. What she presumably saw were the trees of an old park rising tall and dark in the light of electric streetlights and lamps, a middle dot going on in windows, and the low wings of a boudoir-like, dainty little chateau spreading out on a well-shorn emerald lawn, and a glimpse of an interior hung with pictures and lined with colourful bookshelves, as her erstwhile companion disappeared into an unexpectedly delightful setting. So concluded the events of last night, and Ulrich was still thinking how unpleasant it would have been if he had had to spend more time on yet another of those love affairs he had long since grown tired of. A lady was announced who would not give her name and who now entered his room heavily veiled. It was she herself, who had not wanted to give him her name and address, but had now come in person to carry on the adventure in her own romantically charitable fashion, on the pretext of being concerned about his health. 2 weeks later Bernardia had been his mistress for 14 days. Cocaine. At the age when one still attaches great importance to everything connected with tailors and barbers and enjoys looking into a middle dot mirror, one also imagines a place where one would like to spend one's life, or at least where it would be smart to stay even if one did not care for it too much personally. For some time now such an obsessive daydream has been a kind of super-American city where everyone rushes about, or stands still, with a stopwatch in hand. Air and earth form an anthill traversed, level upon level, by roads live with traffic. Air trains, ground trains, underground trains, people mailed through tubes special delivery, and chains of cars race along horizontally, while express elevators pump masses of people vertically from one traffic level to another. At the junctions, people leap from one vehicle to the next, instantly sucked in and snatched away by the rhythm of it, which makes a syncope, a pause, a little gap of 20 seconds during which a word might be hastily exchanged with someone else. Questions and answers synchronize like meshing ears. Everyone has only certain fixed tasks to do. Professions are located in special areas and organized by group. Meals are taken on the run. Other parts of the city are centers of entertainment, while still others contain the towers where one finds wife, family, phonograph, and soul. Tension and relaxation, activity and love, are precisely timed and weighed on the basis of exhaustive laboratory studies. If anything goes wrong in any of these activities, the whole thing is simply dropped. Something else or sometimes a better way will be found, or someone else will find the way one has missed. There's nothing wrong with that, while on the other hand nothing is so wasteful of the social energies as the presumption that an individual is called upon to cling for all he is worth to some specific personal goal. In a community coursed through by energies, every road leads to a worthwhile goal, provided one doesn't hesitate or reflect too long. Targets are short-term, but since life is short too, results are maximized, which is all people need to be happy, because the soul is formed by what you accomplish, whereas what you desire without achieving it merely warps the soul. Happiness depends very little on what we want, but only on achieving whatever it is. Besides, zoology teaches that a number of flawed individuals can often add up to a brilliant social unit. It is by no means certain that this is the way it has to be, but such ideas belong to those travel fantasies reflecting our sense of incessant movement that carries us along. These fantasies are superficial, restless, and brief. God knows what will really happen. Presumably it is up to us to make a new start at any given moment and come up with a plan for us all. If all that high-speed business doesn't suit us, let's do something else. For instance, something quite slow-moving, with a veiled, billowing, sea slug-like, mysterious happiness and the deep, cow-eyed gaze the ancient Greeks admired. But that is not how it really is. We are at the mercy of our condition. We travel in it day and night, doing whatever else we do, shaving, eating, making love, reading books, working at our jobs, as though those four walls around us were standing still, but the uncanny fact is that those walls are moving along without our noticing it, casting their rails ahead like long, groping, twisted antennae, going we don't know where. Besides, we would like to think of ourselves as having a hand in making our time what it is. It is a very uncertain part to play, and sometimes, looking out the window after a fairly long pause, we find that the landscape has changed. What flies past, it can't be helped. But with all our devotion to our role, an uneasy feeling grows on us that we have travelled past our goal or got on a wrong track. Then one day the violent need is there: get off the train. Jump clear. A homesickness, a longing to be stopped, to cease evolving, to stay put, to return to the point before the thrown switch put us on the wrong track. And in the good old year when the Austrian Empire still existed, one could in such a case get off the train of time, get on an ordinary train of an ordinary railroad, and travel back to one's home. There, in Cocaine, that state since vanished that no one understood, in many ways an exemplary state, though unappreciated, there was a tempo too, but not too much tempo. Whenever one thought of that country from some place abroad, the memory that hovered before one's eyes was of white, wide, prosperous-looking roads dating from the era of foot marches and mail coaches, roads that crisscrossed the country in every direction like rivers of order, like ribbons of bright military twill, the paper white arm of the administration holding all the provinces in its embrace. And what provinces they were! Glaciers and sea, cast limestone and Bohemian fields of grain, nights on the Adriatic chirping with restless cicadas, and Slovakian villages where the smoke rose from chimneys as from upturned nostrils while the village cowered between small hills as if the earth had parted its lips to warm its child between them. Of course cars rolled on these roads too, but not too many. The conquest of the air was being prepared here too, but not too intensively. A ship would now and then be sent off to South America or East Asia, but not too often. There was no ambition for world markets or world power. Here at the very center of Europe, where the world's old axes crossed, words such as colony and overseas sounded like something quite untried and remote. There was some show of luxury, but by no means as in such over-refined ways as the French. People went in for sports, but not as fanatically as the English. Ruinous sums of money were spent on the army, but only just enough to secure its position as the second weakest among the great powers. The capital, too, was somewhat smaller than all the other biggest cities of the world, but considerably bigger than a mere big city. And the country's administration was conducted in an enlightened, unobtrusive manner, with all sharp edges cautiously smoothed over, by the best bureaucracy in Europe, which could be faulted only in that it regarded genius, and any brilliant individual initiative not backed by noble birth or official status, as insolent and presumptuous. But then, who welcomes interference from unqualified outsiders? And in Cocaina, at least, it would only happen that a genius would be regarded as a lout, but never was a mere lout taken as happens elsewhere for a genius. A middle dot all in all, how many amazing things might be said about this vanished Cocaina. Everything and every person in it, for instance, bore the label of Kaiserlich Königlich, Imperial Royal, or Kaiserlich und Königlich, Imperial and Royal, abbreviated as KK or K. and K, but to be sure which institutions and which persons were to be designated by KK and which by K. and K. required the mastery of a secret science. On paper it was called the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, but in conversation it was called Austria, a name solemnly abjured officially while stubbornly retained emotionally, just to show that feelings are quite as important as constitutional law and that regulations are one thing but real life is something else entirely. Liberal in its constitution, it was administered clerically. The government was clerical, but everyday life was liberal. All citizens were equal before the law, but not every non-Corey was a citizen. There was a parliament, which asserted its freedom so forcefully that it was usually kept shut. There was also an Emergency Powers Act that enabled the government to get along without parliament. But then, when everyone had happily settled for absolutism, the Crown decreed that it was time to go back to parliamentary rule. The country was full of such goats, and among them the sort of nationalist movements that rightly attracted so much attention in Europe and are so thoroughly misunderstood today. They were so violent that they jammed the machinery of government and brought it to a dead stop several times a year, but in the intervals and during the deadlocks people got along perfectly well and acted as if nothing had happened. And in fact, nothing really had happened. It was only that everyone's natural resentment of everyone else's efforts to get ahead, a resentment we all feel nowadays, had crystallized earlier in Cocaina, where it can be said to have assumed the form of a sublimated ceremonial rite, which could have had a great future had its development not been cut prematurely short by a catastrophe. For it was not only the resentment of one's fellow citizens that had become intensified into a strong sense of community, even the lack of faith in oneself and one's own fate took on a character of a deep self-certainty. In this country one acted sometimes to the highest degree of passion and its consequences differently from the way one thought, or one thought differently from the way one acted. Uninitiated observers have mistaken this for charm, or even for a weakness of what they thought to be the Austrian character. But they were wrong. It is always wrong to explain what happens in a country by the character of its inhabitants. For the inhabitant of a country has at least 9 characters: a professional, a national, a civic, a class, a geographic, a sexual, a conscious, an unconscious, and possibly even a private character to both. He unites them in himself. But they dissolve him, so that he is really nothing more than a small basin hollowed out by these many streamlets that trickle into it and drain out of it again, to join other such rills in filling some other basin. Which is why every inhabitant of the earth also has a 10th character that is nothing else than their passive fantasy of space is yet unfilled. This permits a person all but one thing, to take seriously what his at least 9 other characters do and what happens to them. In other words, it prevents precisely what should be his true fulfillment. This interior space, admittedly hard to describe, is of a different shade and shape in Italy from what it is in England, because everything that stands out in relief against it is of a different shade and shape, and yet it is in both places the same, unproprietary, invisible space, with reality standing inside it like a child's toy town deserted by the imagination. Insofar as this can become visible to all eyes, it had happened in Cocaina, making Cocaina, unbeknownst to the world, the most progressive state of all, a state just barely able to go along with itself. One enjoyed a negative freedom there, always with a sense of insufficient grounds for one's own existence, and lapped around by the great fantasy of all that had not happened or at least not yet happened irrevocably as by the breath of those oceans from which mankind had once emerged. Events that might be regarded as momentous elsewhere were here introduced with a casualist passé. A peculiar form of it happened unknown elsewhere in German or any other language, whose breath could transform facts and blows of fate into something as light as thistledown or thought. Perhaps, despite so much that can be said against it, Cocaina was, after all, a country for geniuses, which is probably what brought it to its ruin. The first of 3 attempts to become a great man. This man who had returned could not remember any time in his life when he had not been fired with the will to become a great man. It was a desire Ulrich seems to have been born with. Such a dream may of course betray vanity and stupidity, but it is no less true that it is a fine and proper ambition without which there probably would not be very many great men in the world. The trouble was that he knew neither how to become one nor what a great man is. In his school days his model had been Napoleon, partly because of the boy's natural admiration for the criminal and partly because his teachers had made a point of calling this tyrant, who had tried to turn Europe upside down, the greatest evildoer in history. This led directly to Ulrich's joining the cavalry as an ensign as soon as he was able to escape from school. The chances are that even then, had anyone asked him why he chose this profession, he would no longer have replied, in order to become a tyrant. But such wishes are Jesuits. Napoleon's genius began to develop only after he became a general. But how could Ulrich, as an ensign, have convinced his colonel that becoming a general was the necessary next step for him? Even at squadron drill it seemed often enough that he and the colonel did not see eye to eye. Even so, Ulrich would not have cursed the parade ground, that peaceful common on which pretensions are indistinguishable from vocations, had he not been so ambitious. Pacifist euphemisms such as educating the people to bear arms meant nothing to him in those days. Instead, he surrendered himself to an impassioned nostalgia for heroic conditions of lordliness, power, and pride. He rode in steeplechases, fought duels, and recognized only three kinds of people: officers, women, and civilians. The last named the physically underdeveloped and spiritually contemptible class of humanity whose wives and daughters were the legitimate prey of army officers. He indulged in a splendid pessimism. It seemed to him that because the soldier's profession was a sharp, white-hot instrument, this instrument must be used to sear and cut the world for its salvation. As luck would have it, he came to no harm. But one day he made a discovery. At a social gathering he had a slight misunderstanding with a noted financier, which Ulrich was going to clear up in his usual dashing style, but it turned out that there are men in civilian clothes also who know how to protect their women. The financier had a word with the war minister, whom he knew personally, and soon thereafter Ulrich had a lengthy interview with his colonel, in which the difference between an archduke and a simple army officer was made clear to him. From then on the profession of warrior lost its charm for him. He had expected to find himself on a stage of world-shaking adventures with himself as hero, but now saw nothing but a drunken young man shouting on a wide, empty square, answered only by the paving stones. When he realized this, he took his leave of this thankless career, in which he had just been made lieutenant, and quit the service. The second attempt. Notes toward a morality for the man without qualities. But when Ulrich switched from the cavalry to civil engineering, he was merely swapping horses. The new horse had steel legs and ran 10 times faster. In Goethe's world the clattering of looms was still considered a disturbing noise. In Ulrich's time people were just beginning to discover the music of machine shops, steam hammers, and factory sirens. One must not believe that people were quick to notice that a skyscraper is bigger than a man on a horse. On the contrary, even today those who want to make an impression will mount not a skyscraper but a high horse. They are swift like the wind and sharp-sighted, not like a giant refractor but like an eagle. Their feelings have not yet learned to make use of their intellect. The difference in development between these two faculties is almost as great as that between the vermiform appendix and the cerebral cortex. So it was no slight advantage to realize, as Ulrich did when barely out of his teens, that a man's conduct with respect to what seem to him the higher things in life is far more old-fashioned than his machines are. From the moment Ulrich set foot in engineering school, he was feverishly partisan. Who still needed the Apollo Belvedere when he had the new forms of a turbodynamo or the rhythmic movements of a steam engine's pistons before his eyes? Who could still be captivated by the 1,000 years of chatter about the meaning of good and evil when it turns out that they are not constants at all but functional values, so that the goodness of works depends on historical circumstances, while human goodness depends on the psychotechnical skills with which people's qualities are exploited? Looked at from a technical point of view, the world is simply ridiculous, impractical in all that concerns human relations, and extremely uneconomic and imprecise in its methods. Anyone accustomed to solving his problems with a slide rule cannot take seriously a good half of the assertions people make. The slide rule is two systems of numbers and lines combined with incredible ingenuity. The slide rule is two white enameled sticks of flat trapezoidal cross-section that glide past each other, with whose help the most complex problems can be solved in an instant without needlessly losing a thought. The slide rule is a small symbol carried in one's breast pocket and sensed as a hard white line over one's heart. If you own a slide rule and someone comes along with big statements or great emotions, you say, "Just a moment, please, let's first work out the margin for error, and the most probable values." This was without doubt a powerful view of what it meant to be an engineer. It could serve as the frame for a charming future self-portrait, showing a man with resolute features, a shag pipe clenched between his teeth, a tweed cap on his head, traveling in superb riding boots between Cape Town and Canada on daring missions for his business. Between trips there would always be time to draw on his technical knowledge for advice on world organization and management, or time to formulate aphorisms like the one by Emerson that ought to hang over every workbench: "Mankind walks the earth as a prophecy of the future, and all its deeds are tests and experiments, for every deed can be surpassed by the next." Actually, Ulrich had written this himself, putting together several of Emerson's pronouncements. It is hard to say why engineers don't quite live up to this vision. Why, for instance, do they so often wear a watch chain slung on a steep, lopsided curve from the vest pocket to a button higher up, or across the stomach in one high and two low loops, as if it were on metrical foot in a poem? Why do they faff tie pins topped with stag's teeth or tiny horseshoes? Why do they wear suits constructed like the early stages of the automobile? And why, formally, do they never speak of anything but their profession, or if they do speak of something else, why do they have a peculiar, stiff, remote, superficial manner that never goes deeper inside than the epiglottis? Of course this is not true of all of them, far from it, but it is true of many, and it was true of all those Ulrich met the first time he went to work in a factory office, and it was true of those he met the second time. They all turned out to be men firmly tied to their drawing boards, who loved their profession and were wonderfully efficient at it. But any suggestion that they might apply their daring ideas to themselves instead of to their machines would have taken them aback, much as if they had been asked to use a hammer for the unnatural purpose of killing a man. And so Ulrich's second and more mature attempt to become a man of stature, by way of technology, came quickly to an end. The most important attempt of all. Thinking over his time up to that point today, Ulrich might shake his head in wonder, as if someone were to tell him about his previous incarnations, but his third effort was different. An engineer may understandably become absorbed in his specialty instead of giving himself up to the freedom and vastness of the world of thought, even though his machines are delivered to the ends of the earth, for he is no more called upon to adapt the daring and innovative soul of his technology to his private soul than a machine can be expected to apply to itself the differential calculus upon which it is based. But the same cannot be said of mathematics, which is the new method of thought itself, the mind itself, the very wellspring of the times and the primal source of an inane readable transformation. If it is the fulfillment of man's primordial dreams to be able to fly, travel with the fish, drill our way beneath the bodies of towering mountains, send messages with godlike speed, see the invisible and hear the distant speak, hear the voices of the dead, be miraculously cured while asleep, see with our own eyes how we will look 20 years after our death, learn in flickering nights. Thousands of things above and below this earth no one ever knew before. If light, warmth, power, pleasure, comforts, are man's primordial dreams, then present-day research is not only science but sorcery, spells woven from the highest powers of heart and brain, forcing God to open one fold after another of his seal oak, a religion whose dogma is permeated and sustained by the heart, courageous, flexible, razor cold, razor keen logic of mathematics. Of course there is no denying that all these primordial dreams appear, in the opinion of non-mathematicians, to have been suddenly realized in a form quite different from the original fantasy. Baron Minkausen's postern was more beautiful than our canned music, the 7-league boots more beautiful than a car, Oberon's kingdom lovelier than a railway tunnel, the magic root of the mandrake better than a telegraphed image, eating of one's mother's heart and then understanding birds more beautiful than an ethologic study of a bird's vocalizing. We have gained reality and lost dream. No more lounging under a tree and peering at the sky between one's big and second toes, there's work to be done. To be efficient, one cannot be hungry and dreamy but must eat steak and keep moving. It is exactly as though the old, inefficient breed of humanity had fallen asleep on an anthill and found, when the new breed awoke, that the ants had crept into its bloodstream, making it move frantically ever since, unable to shake off that rotten feeling of ant-like industry. There is really no need to belabor the point, since it is obvious to most of us these days that mathematics has taken possession, like a demon, of every aspect of our lives. Most of us may not believe in the story of a devil to whom one can sell one's soul, but those who must know something about the soul, considering that as clergymen, historians, and artists they draw a good income from it, all testify that the soul has been destroyed by mathematics and that mathematics is the source of an evil intelligence that while making man the lord of the earth has also made him the slave of his machines. The inner drought, the dreadful blend of acuity in matters of detail and indifference toward the whole, men's monstrous abandonment in a desert of details, his restlessness, malice, unsurpassed callousness, money-grubbing, coldness, and violence, also characteristic of our times, are by these accounts solely the consequence of damage done to the soul by keen logical thinking. Even back when Ulrich Ftrast turned to mathematics there were already those who predicted the collapse of European civilization because no human faith, no love, no simplicity, no goodness, dwelt any longer in man. These people had all, typically, been poor mathematicians as young people and at school. This later put them in a position to prove that mathematics, the mother of natural science and grandmother of technology, was also the primordial mother of the spirit that eventually gave rise to poison gas and warplanes. The only people who actually lived in ignorance of these dangers were the mathematicians themselves and their disciples the scientists, whose souls were as unaffected by all this as if they were racing cyclists pedaling away for dear life, blind to everything in the world except the back wheel of the rider ahead of them. But one thing, on the other hand, could safely be said about Ulrich: he loved mathematics because of the kind of people who could not endure it. He was in love with science not so much on scientific as on human grounds. He saw that in all the problems that come within its orbit, science thinks differently from the laity. If we translate scientific outlook into view of life, hypothesis into attempt, and truth into action, then there would be no notable scientist or mathematician whose life's work, in courage and revolutionary impact, did not far outmatch the greatest deeds in history. The man has not yet been born who could say to his followers, "Consume, steal, kill, fornicate." Your teaching is so strong that it will transform the cesspool of your sins into clear, sparkling mountain streams. But in science it happens every few years that something till then held to be in error suddenly revolutionizes the field, or that some dim and disdained idea becomes the ruler of a new realm of thought. Such events are not merely upheavals but lead us upward like a Jacob's ladder. The life of science is as strong and carefree and glorious as a fairy tale. And Ulrich felt, people simply don't realize it. They have no idea how much thinking can be done already. If they could be taught to think a new way, they would change their lives. Now, it is a question whether the world is so topsy-turvy that it always needs turning around. The world itself has always had a twofold answer to this question. From the beginning of the world most people, in their youth, have been in favor of turning the world around. They have always felt it was ridiculous the way their elders clung to convention and thought with the heart a lump of flesh instead of with the brain. To the young, the moral stupidity of their elders has always looked like the same inability to make new connections that constitutes ordinary intellectual stupidity, and their own natural morality has always been one of achievement, heroism, and change. But they have no sooner reached their years of accomplishment than they no longer remember this, and even a middle dot less do they want to be reminded of it. Which is why many of those for whom mathematics or science is a true profession are bound to disapprove of anyone taking up science for reasons such as Ulrich's. Nevertheless, experts judged his achievements in this third profession, in the few years since he had taken it up, to have been not inconsiderable. The lady whose love Ulrich won after a conversation about sports and mysticism. It turned out that Benedilla, too, yearned for great ideas. Bonadia was the lady who had rescued Ulrich on the night of his ill-fated boxing match and who had visited him the next morning shrouded in veils. He had baptized her Bonadia, the good goddess, for the way she had entered his life and also after that goddess of chastity whose ancient temple in Rome had become, by an odd reversal of fate, a center for all the vices. She did not know that story. She was pleased at the euphonious nickname Ulrich had conferred on her, and wore it on her visits to him as if it were a sumptuously embroidered housey dress. "Am I really your good goddess?" she asked, "your own Bonadia?" And the correct pronunciation of these two words demanded that she throw her arms around his neck and lift her face up to his with a gaze full of feeling. She was the wife of a prominent man and the fond mother of two handsome boys. Her favorite phrase was highly respectable, applied to people, messengers, shops, and feelings, when she wanted to praise them. She could utter the words truth, goodness, and beauty as often and as casually as someone else might say Thursday. Her intellectual needs were most deeply satisfied by her concept of a peaceful, idyllic life in the bosom of her family, its radiant happiness toned down to a gentle lamplight by the hovering presence far beneath of the dark realm of "led me not into temptation." She had only one fault: she could become inordinately aroused at the mere sight of a man. She was not lustful, she was sensual, as other people have other afflictions, for instance suffering from sweaty hands or blushing too readily. It was something she had apparently been born with and could never do anything to curb. Meeting Ulrich in circumstances so like a novel, so firing to the imagination, she had been destined from the first moment to fall prey to a passion that began as sympathy, then led, after a brief though intense inner struggle, to forbidden intimacies, and continued as a seesaw between pangs of sinful desire and pangs of remorse. But Ulrich was only the most recent of God knows how many men in her life. Once they have caught on, men tend to treat such nymphomaniac women no better than morons for whom the cheapest tricks are good enough and who can be tripped up in the same way time and again. The tender feelings of male passion are something like the snarling of a jaguar over fresh meat. He doesn't like to be disturbed. Consequently, Bonadia often led a double life, like any other respectable citizen who, in the dark interstices of his consciousness, is a train robber. Whenever no one was holding her in his arms, this quiet, regal woman was oppressed by self-hatred for the lies and humiliations she had to risk in order to be held in someone's arms. When her senses were aroused she was subdued and gentle, her blend of rapture and tears, crude directness shadowed by predictable remorse, mania bolting in panic from the lurking depression that threatened, heightened her attraction, arousing excitement much like a ceaseless tattoo on a drum hung with black crepe. But between lapses, in her intervals of calm, in the remorse that made her aware of her helplessness, she was full of the claims of respectability, and this made life with her far from simple. A man was expected to be truthful and kind, sympathetic toward every misfortune, devoted to the imperial house, respectful toward everything respected, and, morally, to conduct himself with all the delicacy of a visitor at a sickbed. Not that it made any difference if these expectations were disappointed. To justify her conduct, she had made up a tale of how her husband had caused her unfortunate condition in the innocent early years of their marriage. This husband, considerably older and physically bigger than she, was cast as a ruthless monster in the sad, portentous account she gave to Ulrich during the very first hours of their new love. It was only some time afterward that he discovered that the man was a well-known and respected judge, of high professional competence, who was also given to the form of hunting that consists in the harmless gunning down of wild game, a welcome figure at various pubs and clubs frequented by hunters and lawyers, where male topics rather than art or love were the subject of conversation. The only failing of this rather unaffected, good-natured, and jovial man was that he was married to his wife, so that he found himself more often than other men engaged with her in what is referred to in the language of the law courts as a casual encounter. The psychological effect of submitting for years to a man she had married from motives of the head rather than the heart had fostered in Bonadia the illusion that she was physically overexcitable, and fantasy made it almost independent of her consciousness. She was chained to this man, so favored by circumstance, by some compulsion she could not fathom. She despised him for her own spinelessness and felt spineless in order to despise him. She was unfaithful to him as a means of escape but always chose the most awkward moments to speak of him or of their children, and she was never able to let go of him completely. Like many unhappy wives, she ended up with an attitude in an otherwise rather unstable personal environment determined by resentment of her solidly rooted husband, and she carried her conflict with him into every new experience that was supposed to free her from him. What could a man do to silence her lamentations but transport her with all possible speed from the depressive to the manic state? She would promptly charge the doer of this deed with taking advantage of her weakness and with being devoid of all finer sensibilities, but her affliction laid a veil of moist tenderness over her eyes when she, as she put it with scientific detachment, inclined to this man. A racehorse of genius crystallizes there. Recognition of being a man with yet qualities. It is not immaterial that Ulrich could say to himself that he had accomplished something in his field. His work had in fact brought him recognition. Admiration would have been too much to ask, for even in the realm of truth, admiration is reserved for older scholars on whom it depends whether or not one gets that professorship or professorial chair. Strictly speaking, he had remained promising, which is what, in the Republic of Learning, they call the Republicans, that is, those who imagine that they should give all their energies to their work rather than reserve a large part of them for getting ahead. They forget that individual achievement is limited, while on the other hand everybody wants to get ahead, and they neglect the social duty of climbing, which means beginning as a climber so as to become in prop and stay to other climbers on the way up. And one day Ulrich stopped wanting to be promising. The time had come when people were starting to speak of genius on the soccer field or in the boxing ring, although there would still be at most only one genius of a halfback or great tennis court tactician for every 10 or so explorers, tenors, or writers of genius who cropped up in the papers. The new spirit was not yet quite sure of itself. But just then Ulrich suddenly read somewhere, like a premonitory breath of ripening summer, the expression the racehorse of genius. It stood in the report of a sensational racing success, and the author was probably not aware of the full magnitude of the inspiration his pen owed to the communal spirit. But Ulrich instantly grasped the fateful connection between his entire career and this genius among racehorses. for the horse has, of course, always been sacred to the cavalry, and as a youth Ulrich had hardly ever heard talk in barracks of anything but horses and women. He had fled from this to become a great man, only to find that when as the result of his varied exertions he perhaps could have felt within reach of his goal, the horse had beaten him to it. No doubt this has a certain temporal justification, since it is not so very long ago that our idea of an admirable masculine spirit was exemplified by a person whose courage was moral courage, whose strength was the strength of a conviction, whose steadfastness was of the heart and of virtue, and who regarded speed as childish, fainting as not permissible, and agility and verve as contrary to dignity. Ultimately no such person could be found alive, except on the faculty of prep schools and in all sorts of literary pronouncements. He had become an ideological phantasm, and life had to seek a new image of manliness. As it looked around, it found that the tricks and dodges of an inventive mind working on logical calculations do not really differ all that much from the fighting moves of a well-trained body. There is a general fighting ability that is made cold and calculating by obstacles and openings, whether one is trained to search out the vulnerable spot in a problem or in a bodily opponent. A psychotechnical analysis of a great thinker and a champion boxer would probably show their cunning, courage, precision and technique, and the speed of their reactions in their respective fields to be the same. It is probably a safe assumption that the qualities and skills by which they succeed do not differ from those of a famous steeplechaser, for one should never underestimate how many major qualities are brought into play in clearing a hedge. But on top of this, a horse and a boxer have an advantage over a great mind in that their performance and rank can be objectively measured, so that the best of them is really acknowledged as the best. This is why sports and strictly objective criteria have deservedly come to the forefront, displacing such obsolete concepts as genius and human greatness. As for Ulrich, he must even be credited with being a few years ahead of his time on this point. He had conducted his scientific work in precisely this spirit of improving the record by a victory, an inch or a pound. He meant his mind to prove itself keen and strong, and it had performed the work of the strong. This pleasure in the power of the mind was a state of expectancy, a warlike game, a kind of vague masterful claim on the future. What this power would enable him to accomplish was an open question. He could do everything with it or nothing, become a savior of mankind or a criminal. This is probably the nature of the mind that provides the world of machines and discoveries its constant flow of new supplies. Ulrich had regarded science as a preparation, a toughening, and a kind of training. If it turned out that this way of thinking was too dry, hard, narrow, and blinkered, it would have to be accepted, like the grimace of extreme exertion and tension that show on the face when the body and the will are being pushed to great accomplishments. He had for years gladly endured spiritual hardship. He despised those who could not follow Nietzsche's dictum to let the soul starve for the truth's sake, those who turn back, the faint-hearted, the soft-headed who comfort their souls with spiritual nonsense and feed it because reason allegedly gives it stones instead of bread on religious, metaphysical, and fictitious pap, like rolls soaked in milk. It was his opinion that in this century, together with everything human, one was on an expedition, which required as a matter of pride that one cut off all useless questions with a not yet, and that life be conducted on a provisional basis, but with awareness of the goal to be reached by those who will come after. The fact is, science has developed a concept of hard, sober intelligence that makes the old metaphysical and moral ideas of the human race simply intolerable, even though all it has to put in their place is the hope that a distant day will come when a race of intellectual conquerors will descend into the valleys of spiritual fruitfulness. But this works only so long as the eye is not forced to abandon visionary distance for present nearness, or made to read a statement that in the meantime a racehorse has become a genius. The next morning Ulrich got out of bed on his left foot and fished half-heartedly for his slipper with his right. That had been in another city and street from where he was now, only a few weeks ago. On the brown, gleaming asphalt under his windows cars were already speeding past. The pure morning air was filling up with the sourness of the day, and as the milky light filtered through the curtains it seemed to him unspeakably absurd to start bending his naked body forward and backward as usual, to strain his abdominal muscles to push it up off the ground and lower it again, and finally batter away at a punching bag with his fists, as so many people do at this hour before going to the office. 1 hour daily is a twelfth of a day's conscious life, enough to keep a trained body in the condition of a panther alert for any adventure, but this hour is sacrificed for a senseless expectation, because the adventures worthy of such preparation never come along. The same is true of love, for which people get prepared in the most monstrous fashion. Finally, Ulrich realized that even in science he like a man who has climbed one mountain range after another without ever seeing a goal. He had now acquired bits and pieces of a UA to think and feel, but the glimpse of the new, so vivid at first, had been lost amid the ever-proliferating details, and if he had once thought that he was drinking from the fountain of life, he had now drained almost all his expectations to the last drop. At this point he quit, right in the middle of an important and promising piece of work. He now saw his colleagues partly as relentless, obsessive public prosecutors and security chiefs of logic, and partly as opium eaters, addicts of some strange pale drug that filled their world with visions of numbers and abstract relations. God help me, he thought, surely I never could have meant to spend all my life as a mathematician? But what had he really meant to do? At this point he could have turned only to philosophy. But the condition philosophy found itself in at the time reminded him of the og's eye being cut into strips in the story of Dido, even as it remained highly doubtful that these strips would ever measure out a kingdom, and what was new in philosophy resembled what he had been doing himself and held no attraction for him. All he could say was that he now felt further removed from what he had really wanted to be than he had in his youth, if indeed he had ever known what it was. With wonderful clarity he saw in himself all the abilities and qualities favored by his time except for the ability to earn his living, which was not necessary, but he had lost the capacity to apply them. And since, now that genius is attributed to soccer players and horses, a man can save himself only by the use he makes of genius, he resolved to take a year's leave of absence from his life in order to seek an appropriate application for his abilities. Boyhood friends. Since his return, Ulrich had already been a few times to see his Fr. gens Walter and Clarisse, for these two had not left town, although it was summer, and he had not seen them for a number of years. Whenever he got there, they were playing the piano together. It was understood that they would take no notice of him until they had finished the piece. This time it was Beethoven's jubilant ode to joy. The millions sank, as Nietzsche describes it, awestruck in the dust, hostile boundaries shattered, the gospel of world harmony reconciled and unified the sundered, they had unlearned walking and talking and were about to fly off, dancing, into the air. Faces flushed, bodies hunched, their heads jerked up and down while splayed claws banged away at the massive sound rearing up under them. Something unfathomable was going on. A balloon, wavering in outline as it filled up with hot emotion, was swelling to the bursting point, and from the excited fingertips, the nervously wrinkling foreheads, the twitching bodies, again and again surges of fresh feeling poured into this awesome private tumult. How often they had been through this! Ulrich could never stand this piano, always open and savagely baring its teeth, this fat-lipped, short-legged idol, a cross between a dachshund and a bulldog, that had taken over his friends' lives even as far as the pictures on their walls and the spindly design of their arty reproduction furniture, even the fact that there was no living maid, but only a woman who came in daily to cook and clean, was part of it. Beyond the windows of this household the slopes of vineyards with clumps of old trees and crooked shacks rose as far as the sweeping forests beyond, but close in, everything was untidy, bare, scattered, and corroded, as it is wherever the edges of big cities push forward into the countryside. The arc that spanned such a foreground and a lovely distance was created by the instrument, gleaming black. It sent fiery pillars of tenderness and heroism out through the walls, even if these pillars, pulverized into a fine ash of sound, collapsed only 100 yards away without ever reaching the hillside with the floor trees where the tavern stood halfway up the path leading to the forest. But the house was able to make the piano resound, forming one of those megaphones through which the soul cries into the cosmos like a rotting stag, answered only by the same, competing cries of thousands of other lonely souls roaring into the cosmos. Ulrich's strong position in this household rested on his insistence that music represented a failure of the will and a confusion of the mind. He spoke of it with less respect than he actually felt. Since at that time music was, for Walter and Clarisse, the source of their keenest help and anxiety, they partly despised him for his attitude and partly revered him as an evil spirit. When they had finished this time, Walter did not move but sat there, drooping, drained and forlorn on his half-turned piano stool, but Clarisse got up and gave the intruder a lively greeting. Her hands and face were still twitching with the electric charge of the music, and her smile forced its way through a tension between ecstasy and disgust. "Frog Prince," she said, with a nod backward at the music or Walter. Ulrich felt the elastic bond between himself and Clarisse tense again. On his last visit she had told him of a terrible dream in which a slippery creature, big belly soft, tender and gruesome, had tried to overpower her in her sleep, and this huge frog symbolized Walter's music. The two of them had few secrets from Ulrich. Now, having barely said hello to Ulrich, Clarisse turned away from him and quickly back to Walter, again uttered her war cry Frog Prince, which Walter evidently did not understand, and, her hands still trembling from the music, gave a pained and painfully wild pull at her husband's hair. He made an amiably puzzled face and came back one step closer out of the slippery void of the music. Then Clarisse and Ulrich took a walk through the slanting arrows of the evening sun. Without Walter, he remained behind at the piano. Clarisse said, "The ability to fend off harm is the test of vitality. The spent is drawn to its own destruction. What do you think?" Nietzsche maintains it's a sign of weakness for an artist to be overly concerned about the morality of his art. She had sat down on a little hummock. Ulrich shrugged. When Clarisse married his boyhood friend 3 years ago she was 20:2, and it was he himself who had given her Nietzsche's works as a wedding present. He smiled, saying, "If were Walter, I'd challenge Nietzsche to a duel." Clarisse's slender, hovering back, in delicate lines under her dress, stretched like a bow. Her face, too, was tense with violent emotion. She kept it anxiously averted from her friend. "You are still both maidenly and heroic at the same time," Ulrich added. It might or might not have been a question, a bit of a joke. But there was also a touch of affectionate admiration in his words. Clarisse did not quite understand what he meant, but the two words, which she had heard from him before, bored into her like a flaming arrow into a thatched roof. Intermittent waves of random churning sounds reached them. Ulrich knew that Clarisse refused her body to Walter for weeks at a time when he played Wagner. He played Wagner anyway, with a bad conscience, like a boyhood vice. Clarisse would have liked to ask Ulrich how much he knew of this. Walter could never keep anything to himself. But she was ashamed to ask. So she finally said something quite different to Ulrich, who had sat down on a small nearby mound. "You don't care about Walter," she said. "You are not really his friend." It sounded like a challenge, though she said it with a laugh. Ulrich gave her an unexpected answer. "We're just boyhood friends. You were still a child, Clarisse, when the two of us were already showing the unmistakable signs of a fading schoolboy friendship. Countless years ago we admired each other, and now we mistrust each other with intimate understanding. Each of us would like to shake off the painful sense of having once taken himself for the other, so now we perform the mutual service of a pitilessly honest distorting mirror." "So you don't think he will ever amount to anything?" Clarisse asked. "There is no second such example of inevitability as that offered by a gifted young man narrowing himself down into an ordinary young man, not as the result of any blow of fate but through a kind of preordained shrinkage." Clarisse closed her lips firmly. The old youthful pact between them, that conviction should come before consideration, made her heart beat high, but the truth still hurt. Music. The sounds continued to chum toward them. She listened. Now, in their silence, the seething of the piano was distinctly audible. If they listened without paying attention, the sound might seem to be boiling upward out of the grassy hummocks, like Brynhilde's flickering flames. It would have been hard to say what Walter really was. Even today he was an engaging person with richly expressive eyes, no doubt about it, although he was already over 34 and had been for some time holding down a government job vaguely concerned with the fine arts. His father had got him this berth in the civil service, threatening to stop his allowance if he did not accept it. Walter was actually a painter. While studying the history of art at the university, he had worked in a painting class at the academy. Afterward he had lived for a time in a studio. He had still been a painter when he moved with Clarisse into this house under the open sky, shortly after they were married. But now he seemed to be a musician again, and in the course of his 10 years, 11 love he had sometimes been the one, sometimes the other, and a poet as well. During a period when he had edited a literary publication with marriage in mind, he had then taken a job with a theatrical concern but had dropped it after a few weeks. Some time later, again in order to be able to marry, he became the conductor of a theatre orchestra, saw the impossibility of this, too, after 6 months, and became a drawing master, a music critic, a recluse, and many other things until his father and his future father-in-law, broad-minded as they were, could no longer take it. Such older people were accustomed to say that he simply lacked willpower, but it would have been equally valid to call him a lifelong, many-sided dilettante, and it was quite remarkable that there were always authorities in the worlds of music, painting, and literature who expressed enthusiastic views about Walter's future. In Ulrich's life, by contrast, even though he had a few undeniably noteworthy achievements to his credit, it had never happened that someone came up to him and said, "You are the man I have always been looking for, the man my friends are waiting for." In Walter's life this had happened every 3 months. Even though these were not necessarily the most authoritative people in the field, they all had some influence, a promising idea, projects underway, jobs open, friendships, connections, which they placed at the service of the Walter they had discovered, whose life as a result took such a colourful zigzag course. He had an air about him that seemed to matter more than any specific achievement. Perhaps he had a particular genius for passing as a genius. If this is dilettantism, then the intellectual life of the German-speaking world rests largely upon dilettantism, for this is a talent found in every degree up to the level of those who really are highly gifted, in whom it usually seems, to all appearances, to be missing. Walter even had the gift of seeing through all this. While he was, naturally, as ready as the next person to take credit for his successes, his knack for being home upward with such ease by every lucky chance had always troubled him, as a terrifying sign that he was a lightweight. As often as he moved on to new activities and new people, he did it not simply from instability but in great inner turmoil, driven by anxiety that he had to move on to safeguard his spiritual integrity before he took root where the ground was already threatening to give way under him. His life had been a series of convulsive experiences from which emerged the heroic struggle of the soul resisting all compromise, never suspecting that in this way it was only creating its own dividedness. For all the time he was suffering and struggling for his intellectual integrity, as befits a genius, and investing all he had in his talent, which was not quite a great talent, his fate had silently led him in an inward full circle back to nothing. He had at long last reached the point where no further obstacles stood in his way. The quiet, secluded, semi-scholarly job that sheltered him from the corruptions of the art market gave him all the time and independence he needed to listen exclusively to his inner call. The woman he loved was his, so there were no thorns in his heart. The house on the brink of solitude they had taken after they married could not have been more suitable for creative work. But now that there was no longer anything left to be overcome, the unexpected happened. The works promised for so long by the greatness of his mind failed to materialize. Walter seemed no longer able to work. He hid things and destroyed things. He locked himself in every morning. And every afternoon when he came home, he went for long walks, with his sketchbook shut, but the little that came of all this he never showed to anyone, or else tore it up. He had 100 different reasons for this. His views also underwent a conspicuous change at this time. He no longer spoke about time and the art of the future concepts Clarisse had associated with him since she was 15, but drew a line somewhere in music it might be with Bach, in literature with Stifter, in painting with Ingres and declared that whatever came also was bombastic, degenerate, over-subtle, or dissolute. With mounting vehemence he insisted that in a time so poisoned in its intellectual roots as the present a pure talent must abstain from creation altogether. But although such stringent pronouncements came from his mouth, he was betrayed by the sounds of Wagner, which began to penetrate the walls of his room more and more often as soon as he shut himself in the music he had once taught Clarisse to despise as the epitome of a Philistine, bombastic, degenerate era but to which he was now addicted as to a thickly brewed, hot, benumbing drug. Clarisse fought against this. She hated Wagner, if for nothing else for his velvet jacket and beret. She was the daughter of a painter world famous for his stage designs. She had spent her childhood in the realm of £8 stage sets and grease paint, amid 3 different kinds of art jargon of the theatre, the opera, and the painter's studio, surrounded by velvets, carpets, genius, panther skins, knickknacks, peacock feathers, chests, and lutes. She had come to loathe from the depths of her soul everything voluptuary in art, and was drawn to everything lean and austere, whether it was the metageometry of the new atonal music or the clarified will of classic faun, stripped of its skin, like a muscle about to be dissected. It was Walter who had first brought this new gospel into her virginal captivity. She called him my Prince of Light, and even when she was still a child, she and Walter had vowed to each other not to marry until he had become a king. The story of his various metamorphoses and projects was also a chronicle of infinite sufferings and raptures, for all of which she was to be the trophy. Clarisse was not gifted as Walter, she had always felt it. But she saw genius as a question of willpower. With ferocious energy she set out to make the study of music her own. It was not impossible that she was completely unmusical, but she had 10 sinewy fingers and resolution. She practiced for days on end and drove her 10 fingers like 10 scrawny oxen trying to tear some overwhelming weight out of the ground. She attacked painting in the same fight higher. She had considered Walter a genius since she was 15, because she had always intended to marry only a genius. She would not let him fail her in this, and when she realized that he was failing, she put up a frantic struggle against the suffocating, slow change in the atmosphere of their life. It was at just this point that Walter could have used some human warmth, and when his helplessness tormented him he would clutch at her like a baby wanting milk and sleep, but Clarissa's small, nervous body was not maternal. She felt abused by a parasite trying to ensconce itself in her flesh, and she refused herself to him. She scoffed at the steamy laundry warmth in which he sought to be comforted. It is possible that it was cruel, but she wanted to be the wife of a great man and was wrestling with destiny. Ulrich had offered Clarissa a cigarette. What more could he have said, after so brusquely telling her what he thought? The smoke from their cigarettes drifted up the rays of the evening sun and mingled some distance away from them. How much does Ulrich know about this? Clarissa wondered on her hummock. Anyway, what can he possibly know about such struggles? She remembered how Walter's face fell apart with pain, almost to extinction, when the agonies of music and lust beset him and her resistance left him no way out. No, she decided, Ulrich couldn't know anything of their monstrous love game on the Himalayas of love, contempt, fear, and the obligations of the heights. She had no great opinion of mathematics and had never considered Ulrich to be as talented as Walter. He was clever, he was logical, he knew a lot, but was that any better than barbarism? She had to admit that his tennis used to be incomparably better than Walter's, and she could remember sometimes watching his ruthless drives with a passionate feeling of he'll get what he wants, such as she had never felt about Walter's painting, music, or ideas. Now she thought, what if he knows all about us and just isn't saying anything? Only a moment ago he had, after all, distinctly alluded to her heroism. The silence between them had now become strangely exciting. But Ulrich was thinking, how nice Clarisse was 10 years ago, half a child, blazing with faith in the future of the three of us. She had been actually unpleasant to him only once, when she and Walter had just got married, and she had displayed that unattractive selfishness for two that so often makes young women who are ambitiously in love with their husbands so insufferable to other men. That's got a lot better since, he thought. Cultural Revolution. Walter and he had been young in that now forgotten era just after the turn of the last century, when many people imagined that the century was young too. The just buried century in Austria could not be said to have covered itself with glory during its second half. It had been clever in technology, business, and science, but beyond these field points of its energy it was stagnant and treacherous as a swamp. It had painted like the old masters, written like Goethe and Schiller, and built its houses in the style of the Gothic and the Renaissance. The demands of the ideal ruled like a police headquarters over all expressions of life. But thanks to the unwritten law that allows mankind no imitation without tying it to an exaggeration, everything was produced with a degree of craftsmanship the admired prototypes could never have achieved, traces of which can still be seen today in our streets and museums. Unrelevant or not, the women of the period, who were as chaste as they were shy, had to wear dresses that covered them from the ears down to the ground while showing off a billowing bosom and a voluptuous behind. For the rest, there is no part of the past we know so little about, for all sorts of reasons, as the 3 to 5 decades between our own 20th year and the 20th year of our fathers. So it may be useful to be reminded that in bad periods the most appalling buildings and poems are constructed on principles just as fine as in good periods, that the people involved in destroying the achievements of a preceding good epoch feel they are improving on them, and that the bloodless youth of such inferior periods take just as much pride in their young blood as do the new generations of all other eras. And each time it is like a miracle when after such a slow, fading period all at once there comes a small upward surge. Suddenly, out of the becalmed mentality of the 19th century's last 2 decades, an invigorating fever rose all over Europe. No one knew exactly what was in the making, nobody could have said whether it was to be a new art, a new humanity, a new morality, or perhaps a reshuffling of society. So everyone said what he pleased about it. But everywhere people were suddenly standing up to struggle against the old order. Everywhere the right man suddenly appeared in the right place, and this is so important! Enterprising men of action joined forces with enterprising men of intellect. Talents of a kind that had previously been stifled or had never taken part in public life suddenly came to the fore. They were as different from each other as could be, and could not have been more contradictory in their aims. There were those who loved the overman and those who loved the underman, there were health cults and sun cults and the cults of consumptive maidens, there was enthusiasm for the hero worshippers and for the believers in the common man. People were devout and skeptical, naturalistic and mannered, robust and morbid. They dreamed of old tree-lined avenues in palace parks, autumnal gardens, glassy ponds, gems, hashish, disease, and demonism, but also of prairies, immense horizons, forges and rolling mills, naked wrestlers, slave uprisings, early man, and the smashing of society. These were certainly opposing and widely varying battle cries, but uttered in the same breath. An analysis of that epoch might produce some such nonsense as a square circle trying to consist of wood and iron, but in reality it all blended into shimmering sense. This illusion, embodied in the magical date of the turn of the century, was so powerful that it made some people hurl themselves with zeal at the new, still unused century, while others chose one last quick fling in the old one. A so runs riot in a house one absolutely has to move out of, without anyone feeling much of a difference between these two attitudes. If one does not want to, there is no need to make too much of this bygone movement. It really affected only that thin, unstable layer of humanity, the intellectuals, who are unanimously despised by all those who rejoice in impregnable views, no matter how divergent from one another, the kind of people who are back in the saddle today. Thank God, the general population was not involved. Still, even though it did not become a historical event, it was an eventlet, and the two friends, Walter and Ulrich, in their early youth had just caught its afterglow. Something went through the thicket of beliefs in those days like a single wind bending many trees, a spirit of heresy and reform. The blessed sense of an arising and going forth, a mini renaissance and reformation, such as only the best of times experience. Whoever entered the world then felt, at the first comer, the breath of this spirit on his cheek. a mysterious malady of the times. So he had actually been two young men, not so long ago Rick thought when he was alone again who, oddly enough, not only had the most profound insights before anyone else did, but even had them simultaneously, for one of them had only to open his mouth to say something new to FMD that the other had been making the same tremendous discovery. There is something special about youthful friendships. They're like an egg that senses in its yolk its glorious future as a bird, even while it presents to the world only a rather expressionless egg shape indistinguishable from any other. He vividly remembered the boys' and students' room where they had met whenever he returned for a few weeks from his first outings into the world, Walter's desk, covered with drawings, notes, and sheets of music, like the early rays of the glory of a famous man's future, facing it, the narrow bookcase where Walter sometimes stood in his ardor like Sebastian at the stake. A lamplight on his beautiful hair, which Ulrich had always secretly admired. Nietzsche, Peter Altenberg, Dostoevsky or whoever they had just been reading had to resign themselves to being left lying on the floor or the bed when they had served their purpose and the flood of talk would not suffer the petty interruption of putting a book tidily back in place. The arrogance of the young, who find the greatest minds just good enough to serve their own occasions, now seemed to Ulrich strangely endearing. He tried to remember these conversations. It was like reaching on awakening for the last vanishing, dreamlike thoughts of sleep. And he thought, in mild astonishment, when we were assertive in those days, the point was not to be right, it was to assert ourselves. A young man needs to shine, far more than he needs to see something in the light. He now felt the memory of the feeling of being young, that hovering on rays of light, as an aching loss. It seemed to Ulrich that with the beginning of his adult life a general lull had set in, a gradual running down, in spite of occasional eddies of energy that came and went, to an ever more listless, erratic rhythm. It was very hard to say what this change consisted of. Were there suddenly fewer great men? Far from it. And besides, they don't matter. The greatness of an era does not depend on them. The intellectually lackluster 186 os and 188 os, for instance, could no more prevent the rise of a Nietzsche or a Hebel than either of these men could raise the intellectual level of his contemporaries. Had life in general reached a standstill? No, it had become more powerful. Were there more paralyzing contradictions than before? There could hardly be morale had the past not known any absurdities. Heaps. Just between ourselves. People threw their support to the weak and ignored the strong, sometimes blockheads played leading roles while brilliant men played the part of eccentrics, the good Germanic citizen, untroubled by history's labor pains, which he dismissed as decadent and morbid excrescences, went on reading his family magazines and visited the crystal palaces and academies in vastly greater numbers than he did the avant-garde exhibitions. Least of all did the political world pay attention to the new men's views and publications, and the great public institutions resisted everything new as if surrounded by a cordon sanitaire against the plague. Could one not say, in fact, that things have got better since then? Men who once merely headed minor sects have become aged celebrities, publishers and art dealers have become rich, new movements are constantly being started, everybody attends both the academic and the avant-garde shows, and even the avant-garde of the avant-garde, the family magazines have bobbed their hair, politicians like to sound off on the cultural arts, and newspapers make literary history. So what has been lost? Something imponderable. An omen. An illusion. As when a magnet releases iron filings and they fall in confusion again. As when a ball of string comes undone. As when attention slackens. As when an orchestra begins to play out of tune. No details could be adduced that would not also have been possible before, but all the relationships had shifted a little. Ideas whose currency had once been lean grew fat. Persons who would before never have been taken seriously became famous. Harshness mellowed, separations for intransigence made concessions to popularity, taste dollar already formed relapsed into uncertainties. Sharp boundaries everywhere became blurred and some new, indefinable ability to form alliances brought new people and new ideas to the top. Not that these people and ideas were bad, not at all, it was only that a little too much of the bad was mixed with the good, of error with buff, of accommodation with meaning. There even seemed to be a privileged proportion of this mixture that got furthest on in the world, just the right pinch of makeshift to bring out the genius in genius and make talent look like a white hope, as a pinch of chicory, according to some people, brings out the right coffee flavor in coffee. Suddenly all the prominent and important positions in the intellectual world were filled by such people, and all decisions went their way. There is nothing one can hold responsible for this, nor can one say how it all came about. There are no persons or ideas or specific phenomena that one can fight against. There is no lack of talent or goodwill or even of strong personalities. There is just something missing in everything, though you can't put your finger on it, as if there had been a change in the blood or in the air. A mysterious disease has eaten away the previous period seeds of genius, but everything sparkles with novelty, and finally one has no way of knowing whether the world has really grown worse, or oneself merely older. At this point a new era has definitively arrived. So the times had changed, like a day that begins radiantly blue and then by degrees clouds over, without having the kindness to wait for Ulrich. He even bescore by holding the cause of these mysterious changes that made up the disease eating away genius to be simple, common stupidity. By no means in an insulting sense. For if stupidity, seen from within, did not so much resemble talent as possess their ability to be mistaken for it, and if it did not outwardly resemble progress, genius, hope, and improvement, the chances are that no one would want to be stupid, and so there would be no stupidity. Or fighting it would at least be easy. Unfortunately, stupidity has something uncommonly endearing and natural about it. If one finds that a reproduction, for instance, seems more of an artistic feat than a hand-painted original, well, there is a certain truth in that, and it is easy to prove then that Van Gogh was a great artist. It is also easy and profitable to be a more powerful playwright than Shakespeare or a less uneven storyteller than Goethe, and a solid commonplace always contains more humanity than a new discovery. There is, in short, no great idea that stupidity could not put to its own uses. It can move in all directions, and put on all the guises of truth. The truth, by comparison, has only one appearance and only one path, and is always at a disadvantage. But after a while Ulrich had a curious notion in this connection. He imagined that the great churchman and thinker Thomas Aquinas, d. 1274, after taking infinite pains to put the ideas of his own time in the best possible order, had then continued through history to go even deeper to the bottom of things, and had just finished. Now, still young by special dispensation, he stepped out of his arched doorway with many folios under his arm, and an electric trolley shot right past his nose. Ulrich chuckled at the dumbstruck amazement on the face of the doctor and verseless, as the past had called the celebrated Thomas. A motorcyclist came up the empty street, thundering up the perspective bow-armed and bow-legged. His face had the solemn self-importance of a howling child. It reminded Ulrich of a photo he had seen a few days ago in a magazine of a famous woman tennis player poised on tiptoe, one leg exposed to above the garter, the other flung up toward her head as she reached for a high ball with her racket, on her face the expression of an English governess. In the same issue there was also a picture of a champion swimmer being massaged after a contest. Two women dressed in street clothes, one at the swimmer's feet, the other at her head, were solemnly looking down at her as she lay on a bed, naked on her back, one knee drawn up in a posture of sexual abandon, there. Masseur standing alongside resting his hands on it. He wore a doctor's gown and gazed out of the picture as though this female flesh had been skinned and hung on a meat hook. Such were the things people were beginning to see at the time, and somehow they had to be acknowledged, as one acknowledges the presence of skyscrapers and electricity. A man can't be angry at his own time without suffering some damage, Ulrich felt. Ulrich was also always ready to love all these manifestations of life. But he could never bring himself to love them wholeheartedly, as one's general sense of social well-being requires. For a long time now a hint of aversion had lain on everything he did and experienced, a shadow of impotence and loneliness, an all-encompassing distaste for which he could not find a complementary inclination. He felt at times as though he had been born with a talent for which there was at present no objective effect of a man without qualities on a man with qualities. While Ulrich and Clarisse were talking, they did not notice that the music in the house behind them broke now and again. At those moments Walter had gone to the window. He could not see them, but felt that they were just beyond his field of vision. Jealousy tormented him. The cheap intoxicant of sluggishly sensual music was luring him back to the piano. It lay behind him, open like a bed rumpled by a sleeper resisting consciousness in order to avoid facing reality. He was racked by the jealousy of a paralyzed man who can sense how the healthy walk, yet he could not bring himself to join them, for his anguish offered no possibility of defending himself against them. When Walter got up in the morning and had to rush to the office, when he talked with people during the day and rode home among them in the afternoon, he felt he was an important person, called upon to do great things. He believed then that he saw things differently. He was moved where others passed by unresponsively, and where others reached for a thing without thinking. For him the very act of moving his own arm was fraught with spiritual adventure, or else it was paralyzed in loving contemplation of itself. He was sensitive, and his feelings were constantly agitated by brooding, depressions, billowing ups and downs. He was never indifferent, always seeing joy or misery in everything, so he always had something exciting to think about. Such people exercise an unusual attraction, because the moral flaw in which they incessantly live communicates itself to others. Everything in their conversation takes on a personal significance, and one feels free in their company to be constantly preoccupied with oneself, so that they provide a pleasure otherwise obtainable only from an analyst or therapist for a fee, with the further difference that with a psychiatrist one feels /sick, while Walter helped a person to feel very important for reasons that had previously escaped one's attention. With this talent for encouraging self-preoccupation, he had in fact conquered Clarisse and in time driven all his rivals from the field. Since everything became for him an ethical movement, he could hold forth convincingly on the immorality of ornament, the hygiene of simple forms, and the beery fumes of Wagner's music, in accord with the new taste in the arts, terrorizing even his future father-in-law, whose painter's brain was like a peacock's tail unfurled. So there could be no question that Walter had his successes to look back on. And yet, when he got home full of impressions and plans, ripe and new as perhaps ever before, a demoralizing change took place in him. Merely putting a canvas on the easel or a sheet of paper on the table was the sign of a terrible flight from his heart. His head remained clear, and the plan inside it hovered as if in a very transparent and distinct atmosphere. Indeed, the plan split and became two or more plans, all ready to compete for supremacy, but the connection between his head and the first movements needed to carry it out seemed severed. Walter could not even make up his mind to lift a finger. He simply did not get up from where he happened to be sitting, and his thoughts slid away from the task he had set himself like snow evaporating as it falls. He didn't know where the time went, but all of a sudden it was evening, and since after several such experiences he had learned to start dreading them on his way home, whole series of weeks began to slip, and passed away like a troubled half-sleep. Slowed down by a sense of hopelessness in all his decisions and movements, he suffered from bitter sadness, and his incapacity solidified into a pain that often sat like a nosebleed behind his forehead the moment he tried to make up his mind to do something. Walter was fearful, and the symptoms he recognized in himself not only hampered him in his work but also filled him with anxiety, for they were apparently so far beyond his control that they often gave him the impression of an incipient mental breakdown. But as his condition had grown steadily worse in the course of the last year, he found a miraculous refuge in a thought he had never valued enough before. The idea was none other than that there, Europe in which he was forced to live was hopelessly decadent. During ages in which things seem to be going well outwardly, while inwardly they undergo the kind of regression that may be the fate of all things, including cultural development, unless special efforts are made to keep them supplied with new ideas. The obvious question was, presumably, what one could do about it. But the tangle of clever, stupid, vulgar, and beautiful is at such times so particularly dense and intricate that many people obviously find it easier to believe that there is something occult at the root of things, and proclaim the fated fall of one thing or another that eludes precise definition and is portentously vague. It hardly matters whether the doomed thing is the human race, vegetarianism, or the soul. All that a healthy pessimism needs is merely something inescapable to hold on to. Even Walter, who in better days used to be able to laugh at H doctrines, soon discovered their advantages once he began to try them out. Instead of his feeling bad and unable to work, it was now the times that were sick, while he was fine. His life, which had come to nothing, was now, all at once, tremendously accounted for, justified on a world historical scale that was worthy of him, so that picking up a pen or pencil and laying it down again virtually took on the aura of a great sacrifice. With all this, however, Walter still had to struggle with himself, and Clarisse kept on tormenting him. She turned a deaf ear to his critical discussions of the times. With her it was genius or nothing. What it was she did not know, but whenever the subject came up her whole body began to tremble and tense up. You either feel it or you don't was all the proof she could offer. For him she always remained the same cruel little 15-year-old girl. She had never quite understood his way of feeling, nor could he ever control her. But cold and hard as she was, and then again so spirited, with her ethereal, flaming will, she had a mysterious ability to influence him, as though shocks were coming through her from a direction that could not be fitted into the 3 dimensions of space. This influence sometimes bordered on the uncanny. He felt it most keenly when they played the piano together. Clarisse's playing was hard and colourless, prompted by stirrings in her that he did not share, and that frightened him as they reached him when their bodies glowed till the soul burned through. Something indefinable then tore itself loose inside her and threatened to fly away with her spirit. It came out of some secret hollow in her being that had to be anxiously kept shut up tight. He had no idea what made him feel this, or what it was, but it tortured him with an unutterable fear and a need to do something decisive against it, which he could not do because no one but him noticed anything. As he stood at the window watching Clarisse coming back alone, he dimly knew that he would again not be able to resist the urge to make disparaging remarks about Ulrich. Ulrich had returned from abroad at a bad time. He was bad for Clarisse. He ruthlessly exacerbated something inside Clarisse that Walter dared not touch, the cavern of disaster. The pitiful, the sick, the fatal genius in her, the secret empty space where something was tearing at chains that might someday give way. Now she had entered and was standing bareheaded before him, sun hat in hand, and he looked at her. Her eyes were mocking, tender, clear, perhaps a little too clear. Sometimes he felt that she simply had a certain strength he lacked. Even when she was a child he had felt her as a thorn that would never let him find peace, and evidently he had never wanted her to be otherwise. Perhaps this was the secret of his life, which the other two did not understand. How deeply we suffer, he thought. I don't think it can happen often that 2 people love each other as deeply as we must. And he began to speak without preamble. I don't want to know what Allah has been telling you, but I can tell you that the strength you marvel at in him is pure emptiness. Clarisse looked at the piano and smiled. He had involuntarily sat down again beside the open instrument. It must be easy to feel heroic, he went on, when one is naturally insensitive, and to think in miles when you've no idea what riches can be hidden in an inch. They sometimes called him Mullo, his boyhood nickname, and he liked them for it, as one may keep a smiling respect for one's old nanny. He's come to a dead end. Walter added. You don't see it. But don't imagine that I don't know him. Clarisse had her doubts. Walter said vehemently, today it's all decadence. A bottomless pit of intelligence. He is intelligent, I grant you that, but he knows nothing at all about the power of a soul in full possession of itself. What Goethe calls personality, what Goethe calls mobile auditors are things he doesn't have a clue about. This noble concept of power and restraint, of choice and law, of freedom and measure, mobile order. The poet's lines came in waves from his lips. Clarisse regarded these lips in amiable wonder, as though they had just let fly a pretty toy. Then she collected herself and interjected like a good little housewife, would you like a beer? Yes. Why not? Don't I always have one? Well, there is none in the house. I wish you hadn't asked, Walter sighed. I might never have thought of it. And that was that, as far as Clarisse was concerned. But Walter had been thrown off the track and didn't know how to continue. Do you remember our conversation about the artist? He asked tentatively. Which one? The one we had a few days ago. I explained to you what a living principle of form in a person means. Don't you remember, I came to the conclusion that in the old days, instead of death and logical mechanization, blood and wisdom reigned? No. Walter was stymied, he groped, wavered. Suddenly he burst out, he's a man without qualities. What is that? Clarisse asked, giggling. Nothing. That's just it, it's nothing. But Clarisse found the phrase intriguing. There are millions of them nowadays, Walter declared. It's the human type produced by our time. He was pleased with the term he had hit upon so unexpectedly. As if he were starting a poem, he let the expression drive him on even before its meaning was clear to him. Just look at him. What would you take him for? Does he look like a doctor, a businessman, a painter, or a diplomat? He's none of those, Clarisse said dryly. Well, does he look like a mathematician? I don't know, how should I know what a mathematician is supposed to look like? You've hit the nail on the head. A mathematician looks like nothing at all, that is, he is likely to look intelligent in such a general way that there isn't a single specific thing to pin him down. Except for the Roman Catholic clergy, no one these days looks the way he should, because we use our heads even more impersonally than our hands. But mathematics is the absolute limit, it already knows as little about itself as future generations, feeding on energy pills instead of bread and meat, will be likely to know about meadows and young calves and chickens. Clarisse had meanwhile put their simple supper on the table, and Walter was already digging into it, which may have suggested the analogy to him. Clarisse was watching his lips. They reminded her of his late hers. They were strong feminine lips that ate as if they were getting the housework done, and were topped off by a small clipped moustache. His eyes shone like freshly peeled chestnuts, even when he was merely looking for a piece of cheese on the platter. Although he was short, and flabby rather than delicate of build, he was a man of striking appearance, the kind who always seemed to be standing in a good light. He now continued, his appearance gives no clue to what his profession might be, and yet he don't look like a man without a profession either. Consider what he's like, he always knows what to do. He knows how to gaze into a woman's eyes. He can put his mind to any question at any time. He can box. He is gifted, strong-willed, open-minded, fearless, tenacious, dashing, circumspect, equable. Suppose we grant him all those qualities yet he has none of them? They've made him what he is, they've set his course for him, and yet they don't belong to him. When he is angry, something in him laughs. When he is sad, he is up to something. When something moves him, he turns against it. He'll always see a good side to every bad action. What he thinks of anything will always depend on some possible context. Nothing is, to him, what it is. Everything is subject to change, in flux, part of a whole, of an infinite number of wholes presumably adding up to a super whole that, however, he knows nothing about. So every answer he gives is only a partial answer, every feeling only an opinion, and he never cares what something is, only how it is some extraneous seasoning that somehow goes along with it. That's what interests him. I don't know whether I'm making myself clear. Quite clear, Clarisse said, but I think that's all very nice of him. Walter had unintentionally spoken with signs of growing dislike. His old boyhood sense of being weaker than his friend increased his jealousy. For although he was convinced that Ulrich had never really achieved anything beyond a few proofs of naked intellect and capacity, he could never shake off a secret sense of always having been Ulrich's physical inferior. The portrait he was sketching freed him, like bringing off a work of art, as if it were not his own doing at all but something that had begun as a mysterious inspiration, with word after word coming to him, while inwardly something dissolved without his being conscious of it. By the time he finished he had recognized that Ulrich stood for nothing but this state of dissolution that all present-day phenomena have. So you like it, do you? He said, painfully surprised. You can't be serious. Clarisse was chewing bread and soft cheese, she could only smile with her eyes. Oh well, Walter said, I suppose we used to think that way ourselves, in the old days. But surely it can't be regarded as anything more than a preliminary phase? Such a man is not really a human being. Clarisse had swallowed her mouthful. That's what he says himself. She affirmed. What does he say himself? Oh, I don't know that today everything is coming apart. Everything has come to a standstill, he says, not just him. But he doesn't take it as hard as you do. He once gave me a long talk about it. If you analyze 1,000 people, you will find 24 qualities, emotions, forms of development, types of structure and so on, which are what they all consist of. And if you do a chemical analysis of your body, all you get is water with a few dozen little heaps of matter swimming in it. The water rises inside us just as it does inside trees, and it forms the bodies of animals just as it forms the clouds. I think that's neatly put. But it doesn't help you to know what to say about yourself. Or what to do. Clarisse giggled. So then I told him that you go fishing for days when you have time off, and lie around by the water. So what? I'd like to know if he could stand that for even 10 minutes. But human beings, Walter said firmly, have been doing that for 10,000 years, staring up at the sky, feeling the warmth of the earth, without trying to analyze it any more than you'd analyze your own mother. Clarisse couldn't help giggling again. He says things have become more complicated meanwhile. Just as we swim in water, we also swim in a sea of fire, a storm of electricity, a firmament of magnetism, a swamp of warmth, and so on. It's just that we can't feel it. All that finally remains is formulas. What they mean in human terms is hard to say, that's all there is. I've forgotten whatever I learned about it at school, but I think that's what it amounts to. Anybody nowadays, said Ulrich, who wants to call the birds brothers, like St. Francis or you, can't do it so easily but must be prepared to be cast into a furnace, plunge into the earth through the wires of an electric trolley, or gurgle down the drain with the dishwater into the sewer. Oh sure, Walter interrupted this report. First, 4 elements are turned into several dozen, and finally we are left floating around on relationships, processes, on the dirty dishwater of processes and formulas, on something we can't even recognize as a thing, a process, a ghost of an idea, of a god knows what. Leaving no difference anymore between the sun and a kitchen match, or between your mouth at one end of the digestive tract and its other end either. Everything has 100 aspects, every aspect 100 connections, and different feelings are attached to every one of them. The human brain has happily split things apart, but things have split the human heart too. He had leapt to his feet but remained standing behind the table. Clarisse, he said. The man is a danger for you. Look, Clarisse, what every one of us needs today more than anything else is simplicity, closeness to the earth, health and yes, definitely, say what you like, a child as well, because a child keeps us anchored to the ground. Everything Allah tells you is inhuman. I promise you I have the courage, when I come home, simply to have a cup of coffee with you, listen to the birds, take a little walk, chat with a neighbor, and let the day fade out quietly. That's human life. The tenderness of these sentiments had brought him slowly closer to her. But the moment fatherish feelings could be detected raising their gentle bass voice from afar, Clarisse balked. As he drew near, her face became expressionless and tilted defensively. When he had reached her side he radiated a gentle glow like a good country stove. In this warm stream Clarisse wavered for a moment. Then she said, nothing doing, my dear. She grabbed a piece of bread and some cheese from the table and kissed him quickly on the forehead. I'm going out to see if there are any nocturnal butterflies. But Clarisse, Walter pleaded. All the butterflies are gone this time of year. Oh, You never can tell. Nothing was left of her in the room but her laughter. With her bread and cheese she roamed the meadows. It was a safe neighborhood and she needed no escort. Walter's tenderness collapsed like a souffle taken too soon from the oven. He heaved a deep sigh. Then he hesitantly sat down again at the piano and struck a few keys. Willingly his playing turned into improvisations on themes from Wagner's operas, and in the splashings of this dissolutely tumescent substance he had refused in the days of his pride, his fingers cleared a path and gurgled through the fields of sound. Let them hear it, far and wide. The narcotic effect of this music paralyzed his spine and eased his fate. Musil. The Musil case was currently much in the news. Musil was a carpenter, a big man with broad shoulders and no excess fat on him, a head of hair like brown lamb's wool, and good-natured strong paws. His face also expressed a good-natured strength and right-mindedness, qualities one would have smelled, had one not seen them, in the blunt, plain, dry workaday smell that belonged to this 34-year-old man and came from the wood he worked with and a job that called as much for mindfulness as for exertion. Anyone who came up against this face for the first time, a face blessed by God with every sign of goodness, would stop as if rooted to the spot, because Musil was usually flanked by two aimed guards, his hands shackled with a small, strong steel chain, its grip held by one of his escorts. When he noticed anyone staring at him a smile would pass over his broad, good-natured face with the unkempt hair and a moustache and a little chin tuft. He wore a short black jacket with light grey trousers, his bearing was military, and he planted his feet wide apart, but it was that smile that most fascinated the reporters in a courtroom. It might be an embarrassed smile or a cunning smile, unironic, malicious, pained, mad, bloodthirsty, or terrifying smile. They were groping visibly for contradictory expressions and seemed to be searching desperately in that smile for something they obviously could find nowhere else in the man's entire upright appearance. For Musil had killed a woman, a prostitute of the lowest type, in a horrifying manner. The reporters described in detail a knife wound in the throat from the larynx to the back of the neck, also the 2 stab wounds in the breast that penetrated the heart, and the 2 in the back on the left side, and how both breasts were sliced through so that they could almost be lifted off. The reporters had expressed their revulsion at this, but they did not stop until they had counted 35 stabs in the belly and explained the deep slash that reached from the navel to the sacrum, continuing up the back in numerous lesser cuts, while the throat showed marks of strangulation. From such horrors they could not find their way back to Musil's good-natured face, although they were themselves good-natured men who had nevertheless described what had happened in a factual, expert manner and, evidently, in breathless excitement. They hardly availed themselves of even the most obvious explanation, that the man before them was insane, for Musil had already been in various mental hospitals several times for similar crimes. Even though a good reporter is very well informed on such questions these days, it looked as though they were still reluctant to give up the idea of the villain, to banish the incident from their own world into the world of the insane. Their attitude was matched by that of the psychiatrists, who had already declared him normal just as often as they had declared him not accountable for his actions. There was also the amazing fact that no sooner had they become known than Musil's pathological excesses were registered as finally something interesting for a change by thousands of people who deplore the sensationalism of the press, from busy office holders to 14-year-old sons to housewives befogged by their domestic cares. While these people of course sighed over such a monstrosity, they were nevertheless more deeply preoccupied with it than with their own life's work. Indeed, it might happen that a punctilious department head or bank manager would say to his sleepy wife at bedtime, "What would you do now if I were on Musil?" When Ulrich first laid eyes on that face with its signs of being a child of God above handcuffs, he quickly turned around, slipped a few cigarettes to the sentry at the nearby court building, and asked him about the convoy that had apparently just left the gates. He was told, "Well, anyway, this is how something of the sort must have happened in earlier times, since it is often reported this way," and Ulrich almost believed it himself. But the contemporary truth was that he had merely read all about it in the newspaper. It was to be a long time before he met Musil in person, and before that happened, he caught sight of him only once during the trial. The probability of experiencing something unusual through the newspapers is much greater than that of experiencing it in person. In other words, the more important things take place today in the abstract, and the more trivial ones in real life. What Ulrich learned of Musil's story in this fashion was more or less the following. Musil had started out in life as a poor devil, an orphan shepherd boy in a hamlet so small that it did not even have a village street, and his poverty was such that he never dared speak to a girl. Girls were something he could always only look at, even later on when he became an apprentice and then when he was a traveling journeyman. One only need imagine what it must mean when something one craves as naturally as bread or water can only be looked at. After a while one desires it unnaturally. It walks past, skirts swaying around its calves. It climbs over a stile and is visible up to the knees. One looks into its eyes, and they become opaque. One hears it laugh and turns around quickly, only to look into a face as immovably round as a hole in the ground into which a mouse has just slipped. So it is understandable that Musil justified himself even after the first time he killed a girl by saying that he was constantly haunted by spirits calling to him day and night. They threw him out of bed when he slept and bothered him at his work. Then he heard them talking and quarreling with one another day and night. This was no insanity, and Musil could not bear being called insane, although he himself sometimes dressed up his story a little with bits of remembered sermons, or trimmed it in accordance with the advice on malingering one picks up in prison. But the material to work with was always there, even if it faded a little when his attention wandered. It had been the same during his years as a journeyman. Work is not easy for a carpenter to FMD in winter, and Musil often had no roof over his head for weeks on end. He might have trudged along the road all day to reach a village, only to find no shelter. He would have to keep on marching late into the night. With no money for a meal, he drinks schnapps until 2 candles light up behind his eyes and the body keeps walking on its own. He would rather not ask for a cot at the shelter, regardless of the hot soup, Partly because of the bed bugs and partly because of the offensive red tape. Better to pick up a few pennies by begging and crawl into some farmer's haystack for the night. Without asking, of course. What's the point of spending a long time asking when you're only going to be insulted? In the morning, of course, there is often an argument and a charge of assault, vagrancy, and begging, and finally there is an ever-thickening file of such convictions. Each new magistrate opened this file with much pomposity, as if it explained Muus Brugger. And who considers what it means to go for days and weeks without a proper bath? The skin gets so stiff that it allows only the clumsiest movements. Even when one tries to be delicate, under such a crust the living soul itself hardens. The mind may be less affected, it goes on doing the needful after a fashion, burning like a small light in a huge walking lighthouse full of crushed earthworms and grasshoppers, with everything personal squashed inside, and only the fermenting organic matter stalking onward. As he wandered on through the villages, or even on the deserted roads, Muus Brugger would encounter whole processions of women, one now, and another one half an hour later, but even if they appeared at great intervals and had nothing to do with each other, on the whole they were still processions. They were on their way from one village to another, or had just slipped out of the house. They wore thick shawls or jackets that stood out in stiff, snaky lines around their hips. They stepped into warm rooms or drove their children ahead of them, or were on the road so alone that one could have thrown a stone at them like shying at a crow. Muus Brugger asserted that he could not possibly be a sex murderer, because these females had inspired only feelings of aversion in him. This is not implausible. We think we understand a cat, for instance, sitting in front of a cage staring up at a fat, fair canui hopping up and down, or batting a mouse, letting it go, then batting it again, just to see it run away once more. And what is a dog running after a bicycle, biting at it only in play man's best friend? There is in this attitude toward a living, moving, silently rolling or flitting fellow creature enjoying its own existence something that suggests a deep innate aversion to it. And then what could one do when she slurted screaming? One could only come to one's senses, or else, if one simply couldn't do that, press her face to the ground and stuff earth into her mouth. Muus Brugger was only a journeyman carpenter, a man utterly alone, and while he got on well enough with the other men wherever he worked, he never had a friend. Every now and then the most powerful of instincts turned his inner being cruelly outward. But he may have lacked only, as he said, the education and the opportunity to make something different out of this impulse, an angel of mass destruction or a great anarchist, though not the anarchists who band together in secret societies, whom he contemptuously called fakes. He was clearly ill, but even if his obviously pathological nature provided the basis for his attitude, and this isolated him from other men, it somehow seemed to him a stronger and higher sense of his own self. His whole life was a comically and distressingly clumsy struggle to gain by force a recognition of this sense of himself. Even as an apprentice he had once broken the fingers of one master who tried to beat him. He ran away from another with the master's money in simple justice, as he said. He never stayed anywhere for long. As long as he could keep others at arm's length, as he always did at first, working peacefully, with his big shoulders and few words, he stayed. But as soon as they began to treat him familiarly and without respect, as if they had caught onto him, he packed up and left, seized by an uncanny feeling as though he were not fully settled inside his skin. Once, he had waited too long. 4 bricklayers on a building site had got together to show him who was boss. They would make the scaffolding around the top story give way under him. He could hear them tittering behind his back as they came closer. He hurled himself at them with all his boundless strength, threw one down 2 flights of stairs, and cut all the tendons in the arms of 2 others. To be punished for this, he said, had been a shock to his system. He emigrated to Turkey but came back again, because the world was in league against him everywhere. No magic word and no kindness could prevail against this conspiracy. He had eagerly picked up such phrases in the mental wards and prisons, with scraps of French and Latin stuck in the most unsuitable places as he talked, ever since he had discovered that it was the possession of these languages that gave those in power the right to decide his fate with their findings. For the same reason, he also did his utmost during hearings to express himself in an exaggerate.d High German, saying such things as this must be regarded as the basis for my brutality, or I had imagined her to be even more vicious than the others of her kind in my usual estimation of them. But when he saw that this failed to make an impression he could rise to the heights of a grand theatrical pose, declaring disdainfully that he was a theoretical anarchist whom the Social Democrats were ready to rescue at a moment's notice if he chose to accept a favor from those utterly pernicious Jewish exploiters of the ignorant working class. This would show them that he too had a discipline, a field of his own where the learned presumption of his judges could not follow him. Usually this kind of talk brought him high marks FQR remarkable intelligence in the court's judgment, respectful attention to his words during the proceedings, and tougher sentences, yet deep down, his flattered vanity regarded these hearings as their high points of his life. Which is why he hated no one as fervently as he hated the psychiatrists who imagined they could dismiss his whole complex personality with a few foreign words, as if it were for them an everyday affair. As always in such cases, the medical diagnoses of his mental condition fluctuated under the pressure of the superior world of juridical concepts, and Muus Brugger never missed a chance to demonstrate in open court his own superiority over the psychiatrists, unmasking them as puffed-up dupes and charlatans who knew nothing at all, and he could trick into placing him in a mental institution instead of sending him to prison, where he belonged. For he did not deny what he had done, but simply wanted his deeds understood as the mishaps of an important philosophy of life. It was those snickering women who were in the forefront of the conspiracy against him. They all hid their skirt chasers and turned up their noses at a real man's straight talk. If they didn't take it as a downright insult, he gave them a wide berth as long as he could, so as not to let them provoke him, but it was not possible all the time. There are days when a man feels confused and can't get hold of anything because his hands are sweating with restlessness. If one then has to give in, he can be sure that at the first step he takes there will be, far up the road like an advance patrol sent out by the others, one of those poisons on 2 feet crossing his path, a cheat who secretly laughs at the man while she saps his strength and puts on her act for him, if she doesn't do something much worse to him in her unscrupulousness. And so the end of that night had come, a night of listless boozing, with lots of noise to keep down the inner restlessness. There. World can be unsteady even when you aren't drunk. The street walls waver like stage sets behind which something is waiting for its cue. It gets quieter at the edge of town, where you come into the open fields lit by the moon. That was where Mu'oo's brother had to circle back to get home, and it was there, by the iron bridge, that the girl accosted him. She was one of those girls who hire themselves out to men in the fields, a jobless, runaway housemaid, a little THP LG of whom all you could see were two gleaming little mouse eyes under her kerchief. Mu'oo's brother turned her down and quickened his step, but she begged him to take her home with him. Mu'oo's brother walked, straight ahead, then around the corner, finally helplessly, this way and that, he took big strides, and she ran alongside him. He stopped, she stood there like a shadow. It was as if he were drawing her along behind him. He made one more attempt to drive her off, he suddenly turned around and spat twice in her face. It was no use, she was invulnerable. This happened in the immense park, which they had to cross at its narrowest part. Mu'oo's brother begged to feel sure that the girl had a protector nearby. How else would she have them to keep after him despite his exasperation? He reached for the knife in his pants pocket. He wasn't anyone's fool. They might jump him together. Behind those bitches the other man was always hiding to jeer at you. Come to think of it, didn't she look like a man in disguise? He saw shadows move and heard crackling in the bushes, while this schemer beside him repeated her plea again and again, at regular intervals like a gigantic pendulum. But he could see nothing to hurl his giant strength at, and the uncanny way nothing at all was happening began to frighten him. By the time they turned into the first, still very dark street, there were beads of sweat on his forehead, and he was trembling. He kept his eyes straight ahead and walked into the first cafe that was still open. He gulped down a black coffee and 3 brandies and could sit there in peace, for 15 minutes or so. But when he paid his check the worry was there again. What would he do if she was waiting for him outside? There are such thoughts, like string winding in endless snares around arms and legs. He had hardly taken a few steps on the dark street when he felt the girl at his side. Now she was no longer humble but cocky and self-confident, nor did she plead any more but merely kept silent. Then he realized that he would never get rid of her, because it was he himself who was drawing her after him. His throat filled up with tearful disgust. He kept walking, and that creature, trailing him, was himself again. It was just the same as when he was always meeting those processions of women in the road. Once, he had cut a big wooden splinter out of his own leg because he was too impatient to wait for the doctor. In the same way, he now felt his knife lying long and hard in his pocket. But by a superhuman exertion of his moral sense, Mu'oo's brother hit upon one more way out. Behind the board fence along which the road now led was a playing field. One couldn't be seen there, and so he went in. He lay down in the cramped ticket booth and pushed his head into the corner where it was darkest. The soft, accursed second self lay down beside him. So he pretended to fall asleep right away, in order to be able to sneak out later on. But when he started to creep out softly, feet first, there a middle dot it was again, winding its arms around his neck. Then he felt something hard, in her pocket or his. He tugged it out. He couldn't say whether it was scissors or a knife. He stabbed her with it. He had claimed it was only a pair of scissors, but it was his own knife. She fell with her head inside the booth. He dragged her partway outside, onto the soft ground, and kept on stabbing her until he had completely separated her from himself. Then he stood there beside her for maybe another quarter of an hour, looking down at her, while the night grew calmer again and wonderfully smooth. Now she could never again insult a man and trail after him. He finally carried the corpse across the street and laid it down in front of a bush so that it could be more easily found and buried, as he stated, because now it was no longer her fault. During his trial Mu'oo's brother created the most unpredictable problems for his lawyer. He sat relaxed on his bench, like a spectator, and called out bravo. Every time the prosecutor made a point of what a public menace the defendant was, which Mu'oo's brother grew worthy of him, and gave out good marks to witnesses who declared that they had never noticed anything about him to indicate that he could not be held responsible for his actions. You're quite a character. The presiding judge flattered him from time to time, humoring him along as he conscientiously tightened the noose the accused had put around his own neck. At such moments Mu'oo's brother looked astonished, like a harried bull in the arena, let his eyes wander, and noticed in the faces around him, though he could not understand it, that he had again worked himself one level deeper into his guilt. Ulrich was especially taken with the fact that Mu'oo's brother's defense was evidently based on some dimly discernible principle. He had not gone out with intent to kill, nor did his dignity permit him to plead insanity. There could be no question of lust as a motive. He had felt only disgust and contempt. The act could accordingly only be called manslaughter, to which he had been induced by the suspicious conduct of this caricature of a woman, as he put it. If one understood him rightly, he even wanted the killing to be regarded as a political crime, and he sometimes gave the impression that he was fighting not for himself but for this view of the legal issue. The judge's tactics against him were based on the usual assumption that he was dealing with a murderer's obvious, cunning efforts to evade responsibility. Why did you wipe the blood off your hands? Why did you throw the knife away? Why did you change into fresh underwear and clean clothes afterward? Because it was Sunday? Not because you were covered with blood? Why did you go out looking for entertainment? So the crime didn't prevent you from doing so? Did you feel any remorse at all? Ulrich well understood the deep resignation with which Mu'oo's brother at such moments lamented his lack of an education, which left him helpless to undo the knots in this net woven of incomprehension. The judge translated this into an emphatic reproof. You always find a way to shift the blame to others. This judge added it all up, starting with the police record and the vagrancy, and presented it as Mu'oo's brother's guilt, while to Mu'oo's brother it was a series of completely separate incidents having nothing to do with one another, each of which had a different cause that lay outside Mu'oo's brother somewhere in the world as a whole. In the judge's eyes, Mu'uz Brugger was the source of his acts. In Mu'uz Brugger's eyes they had perched on him like birds that had flown in from somewhere or other. To the judge, Mu'uz Brugger was a special case. For himself he was a universe, and it was very hard to say something convincing about a universe. Two strategies were here locked in combat, two integral positions, two sets of logical consistency. But Mu'uz Brugger had a less favorable position. Even a much cleverer man could not have expressed the strange, shadowy reasonings of his mind. They rose directly out of the confused isolation of his life, and while all other lives exist in hundreds of ways perceived the same way by those who lead them and by all others, who can think them his own true life existed only for him. It was a vapor, always losing and changing shape. He might, of course, have asked his judges whether their lives were essentially different. But he thought no such thing. Standing before the court, everything that had happened so unnaturally in sequence was now senselessly jumbled up inside him, and he made the greatest efforts to make such sense of it as would be no less worthy than the arguments of his distinguished opponents. The judge seemed almost kindly as he lent support to this effort, offering a helpful word or idea, even if these turned out later to have the most terrible consequences for Mu'uz Brugger. It was like the struggle of a shadow with a wall, and in the end Mu'uz Brugger's shadow was reduced to a lurid flickering. Ulrich was present on the last day of the trial. When the presiding judge read out the psychiatrist's findings that the accused was responsible for his actions, Mu'uz Brugger rose to his feet and announced to the court, "I am satisfied with this opinion and have achieved my purpose." The response of scornful incredulity in the eyes around him made him add angrily, "Since it is I who forced the indictment, I declare myself satisfied with the conduct of the case." The presiding judge, who had now become all strictness and retribution, reprimanded him with the remark that the court was not concerned with giving him satisfaction. Then he read him the death sentence, exactly as if it were now time to answer seriously the nonsense Mu'uz Brugger had been spouting throughout the real, to the amusement of the spectators. Mu'uz Brugger said nothing to this, so that he would not appear to be frightened. Then the proceedings were concluded and it was all over. His mind reeled, he fell back, helpless against the arrogance of those who failed to understand. Even as the guards were leading him out, he turned around, struggling for words, raised his hands in the air, and cried out, in a voice that shook him free of his guard's grip, "I am satisfied, even though I must confess to you that you have condemned a madman." That was a non sequitur, but Ulrich sat there breathless. This was clearly madness, and just as clearly it was no more than a distortion of our own elements of being. Cracked and obscure it was, it somehow occurred to Ulrich that if mankind could dream as a whole, that dream would be Mu'uz Brugger. Ulrich came back to reality only when that miserable clown of a lawyer, as Mu'uz Brugger ungratefully referred to him during the trial, announced that he would appeal to have the verdict set aside on grounds of some detail or other, while his towering client was led away. 19. Our letter of admonition and a chance to acquire qualities. Rivalry of two accessions to the throne. So the time passed, until one day Ulrich received a letter from his father. My dear son, once again several months have gone by without my being able to deduce from your scanty communications that you have taken the slightest step forward in your career or have made any preparations to do so. I will joyfully acknowledge that in the course of the last few years the satisfaction has been vouchsafed me of hearing your achievements praised in various esteemed quarters, with predictions on that basis of a promising future for you. But on the one hand, a tendency you have inherited, though not from me, to make enthusiastic first strides in some new endeavor that attracts you, only to forget soon afterward, so to speak, what you owe yourself and those who have rested their hopes on you, and on the other hand, my inability to detect in your communications the slightest sign of a plan for your future, fill me with grave concern. It is not only that at your age other men have already secured a solid position in life, but also that I may die at any time, and the property I shall bequeath in equal shares to you and your sister, though not negligible, is not sufficiently ample, under present circumstances, to secure unaided that social position which you will now, at last, have to establish for yourself. What fills me with grave concern is the thought that ever since you took your degree, you have only vaguely talked of plans to be realized in various fields, and which you, in your usual way, may considerably overestimate. But that you never write of taking any interest in a university appointment, nor of any preliminary approach to one or another university with regard to such plans, nor of making any other contact with influential circles. No one can possibly suspect me of denigrating a scholar's need for independence, considering that it was I who was the first, 47 years ago, to break with the other schools of criminal jurisprudence on that point in my book on Samuel Pfeffendorf's theory of the responsibility for moral actions and its relation to modern jurisprudence, which you know and which is now going into its 12th edition, where I brought the true context of the problem to light. Just as little can I accept, after the experiences of a hard-working life, that a man rely on himself alone and neglect the academic and social connections that provide the support by means of which alone the individual's work prospers as part of a fruitful and beneficial whole. I therefore hope and trust that I shall be hearing from you at your earliest convenience, and that the expenditures I have made on behalf of your advancement will be rewarded by your taking up such connections, now that you have returned home, and by your ceasing to neglect them. I have also written in this vein to my ardent trusted friend and patron, the former President of the Treasury and present Chairman of the Imperial Family Court Division, 9 Vice of the Court Chamberlain, His Excellency Count Stolberg, asking him to give his beneficent attention to the request you will in due course soon present to him. My highly placed friend has already been so kind as to reply by return mail. It is your good fortune that he will not only see you but expresses a warm interest in your personal progress as depicted by myself. This means that your future is assured, insofar as it is in my power and estimation to do so, assuming that you understand how to make a favorable impression on His Excellency, while also strengthening the esteem in which you are held by the leading academic circles. As regards the request, I am certain you will be glad to lay before His Excellency, as soon as you'll know what it is about. Its subject is following. There will take place in Germany in 1918, specifically on or about the 15th of June, a great celebration marking the jubilee of Emperor Wilhelm II's 30th year upon the throne, to impress upon the world Germany's greatness and power. Although that is still several years away, a reliable source informs us that preparations are already being made, though for the time being quite unofficially, of course. Now you are certainly aware that in the same year our own revered Emperor Franz Joseph will be celebrating the 70th jubilee of his accession, and that this date falls on December ZND. Given the modesty which we Austrians display far too much in all questions concerning our own fatherland, there is reason to fear, I must say, that we will experience another Sadowa, meaning that the Germans, with their trained methodical aim for effect, will anticipate us, just as they did in that campaign, when they introduced the needle gun and took us by surprise. Fortunately, the anxiety I have just expressed has already been anticipated by other patriotic personages with good connections, and I can tell you confidentially that there is a campaign underway in Vienna to forestall the eventuality of such a coup and to bring to bear the full weight of a 70-year reign, so rich in blessings and sorrows, against a jubilee of mere 30 years. Inasmuch as December ZND cannot of course possibly be moved ahead of June 15th, someone came up with a splendid idea of declaring the entire year of 1918 as a jubilee year for our Emperor of Peace. I am, however, only insofar apprised of this as the institutions of which I am a member have had occasion to express their views on this proposal. You will learn the details as soon as you present yourself to Count Stolberg, who intends to place you on the planning committee in a position of considerable distinction for so young a man as yourself. Let me also prevail upon you not to continue neglecting us, to my acute embarrassment. You have the relations I have so long recommended to you with Section Chief Tutsi of the Imperial Foreign Office, but to call at once upon his wife, who, as you know, is the daughter of a cousin of my late brother's widow, and hence your cousin. I am told she occupies a prominent position in the project I have just described. My revered friend Count Stolberg has already had the extraordinary kindness to inform her of your intended visit to her, which is why you must not delay it a moment longer. And regards myself, there is nothing much to report, other than my lectures. Work on the new edition £8 my aforementioned book takes up all of my time, as well as the remainder of energy one still has at one's disposal in old age. One has to make good use of one's time, for it is short. From your sister I hear only that she is in good health. She has a fine, capable husband, although she will never admit that she is satisfied with her lot and feels happy in it. With my blessing, your loving father. Part 2 Reality prevails. Touch of reality. In spite of the absence of qualities, Ulrich takes resolute and spirited action. That Ulrich actually decided to call on Count Stolberg was prompted not least, though not only, by curiosity. Count Stolberg had his office in that LMP. Real and royal citadel the Hofburg, and the Emperor and King of Campania was a legendary old gentleman. A great many books have of course been written about him since, and exactly what he did, prevented, or left undone is now known. But then, in the last decade of his and Campania's life, the younger people who kept abreast of the arts and sciences sometimes wondered whether he actually existed. The number of his portraits one saw was almost as large as the number of his kingdom's inhabitants. On his birthday as much food and drink was consumed as on that of the Saviour. Bonfires blazed on the mountains, and the voices of millions vowed that they loved him as a father. An anthem in his honour was the only work of poetry or music of which every Campanian knew at least a line. But this popularity and publicity was so super convincing that believing in his existence was rather like believing in stars that one sees though they ceased to exist thousands of years ago. The first thing that happened when Ulrich arrived in his cab at the Imperial Hofburg was that the cabby stopped in the outer courtyard and asked to be paid, claiming that although he was allowed to drive through the inner courtyard, he was not permitted to stop there. Ulrich was annoyed at the cabby, whom he took for a cheat or a coward, but his protests were powerless against the man's timid refusal, which suddenly made him sense the aura of a power mightier than he. When he walked into the inner courtyard he was much impressed with the numerous red, blue, white, and yellow coats, trousers, and helmet plumes that stood there stiffly in the sun like birds on a sandbank. Up to that moment he had considered His Majesty one of those meaningless terms which had stayed in use, as one may be an atheist and still say thank God. But now his gaze wandered up high walls and he saw an island grey, self-contained, and armed lying the while the city's speed rusped blindly past it. After he had presented himself he was led up stairways and along corridors, through rooms large and small. Although he was very well dressed, he felt that his exact measure was being taken by every eye he encountered. It would apparently occur to no one here to confuse intellectual aristocracy with the real thing, and against this Ulrich had no recourse but ironic protest and bourgeois criticism. He ascertained that he is walking through a vast shell with little content. The great public rooms were almost unfurnished, but this empty taste lacked the bitterness of a great style. He passed a casual sequence of individual guardsmen and servants, who formed a guard more haphazard than magnificent. A half-dozen well-trained and well-paid private detectives might have served far more effectively. One kind of servant, in a grey uniform and capped like a bank messenger's, shuttling between the lackeys and the guardsmen, made him think of a lawyer or dentist who does not keep his office and his living quarters sufficiently separate. One feels clearly through all this how it must have awed the Biedermeier generation with its splendour, Ulrich thought, but today it can't even compete with the attractiveness and comfort of a hotel, so it continues to fall back on being all noble restraint and stiffness. But when he entered Count Stolberg's presence, Ulrich was received by His Excellency inside a great hollow prism of the best proportions, in the centre of which this unpretentious, bald-headed, somewhat stooped man, his knees bent like an orangutan's, stood facing Ulrich in a manner that could not possibly be the way an eminent imperial court functionary of noble birth would naturally look. It had to be an imitation of something. His Excellency's shoulders were bowed, his underlip drooped, he resembled an aged beetle or a worthy accountant. Suddenly there could be no doubt as to whom he reminded one of. Count Stolberg became transparent, and Ulrich realized that a man who has been for 70 years the all-highest center of supreme power must find a certain satisfaction in retreating behind himself and looking like the most subservient of his subjects. Consequently it simply became good manners and a natural form of discretion for those in the vicinity of this all-highest personage not to look more personal than he did. This seems to be why kings so often like to call themselves the first servants of their country, and a quick glance confirmed for Ulrich that His Excellency indeed wore those short, ice-grey mutton chop whiskers framing a clean-shaven chin that was sported by every clerk and railway porter in Campania. The belief was that they were emulating the appearance of their emperor and king. But the deeper need in such cases is reciprocity. Ulrich had time for such reflections because he had to wait a while for His Excellency to speak. The theatrical instinct for disguise and transformation, one of life's pleasures, could here be seen in all its purity, without the least taint or awareness of a performance. So strongly did it manifest itself here in this unconscious, perennial art of self-representation that by comparison the middle-class custom of building theatres and staging plays as an art that can be rented by the hour struck him as something quite unnatural, decadent, and schizoid. And when His Excellency finally parted his lips and said to him, "Your dear father," only to come to a halt, there was something in his voice that made one notice his remarkably beautiful yellowish hands and something like an aura of finely tuned morality surrounding the whole figure, which charmed Ulrich into forgetting himself, as intellectuals are apt to do. For His Excellency now asked him what he did, and when Ulrich said mathematics responded with indeed, "How interesting, at which school?" When Ulrich assured him that he had nothing to do with schools, His Excellency said, "Indeed, how interesting, I see, research, university." This seemed to Ulrich so natural and precise, just the way one imagines a fine piece of conversation, that he inadvertently took to behaving as though he were at home here and followed his thoughts instead of the protocol demanded by the situation. He suddenly thought of Musil. Here was the power of clemency close at hand. Nothing seemed to him simpler than to make a stab at using it. "Your Excellency," he said, "may I take this favorable opportunity to appeal to you on behalf of a man who has been unjustly condemned to death?" The question made Count Stolberg's eyes open wide. A sex murderer, to be sure, Ulrich conceded, though he realized at once that he was entirely out of order. The man's insane, of course, he hastily added to save the situation, and was about to add, "Your Excellency must be aware that our penal code, dating from the middle of the late 15th century, is outdated on this point," but he had to swallow and got stuck. It was a blunder to impose on this man a discussion of a kind that people used to intellectual activity engage in, often quite without purpose. Just a few words, adroitly planted, can be as fruitful as rich garden loam, but in this place their effect was closer to that of a little clump of dirt one has inadvertently brought into the room on the sole of one's shoe. But now Count Stolberg, noticing Ulrich's embarrassment, showed him his truly great benevolence. Yes, I remember," he said with a slight effort after Ulrich had given him the man's name, "and so you say he is insane, and you would like to help him? He can't be held responsible for what he does." "Quite so, those are always especially unpleasant cases." Count Stolberg seemed much distressed by the difficulties involved. Looking bleakly at Ulrich, he asked, as if nothing else were to be expected, whether Musil's sentence was final. Ulrich had to admit that it was not. "Ah, in that case," he went on, sounding relieved, "there's still time," and he began to speak of Ulrich's papa, leaving Th.J. case in amiable ambiguity. Ulrich's slip had momentarily made him lose his presence of mind, but oddly enough his mistake seemed not to have made a bad impression on Count Stolberg. His Excellency had been nearly speechless at first, as though someone had taken off his jacket in his presence, but then such spontaneity from a man so well recommended carnity seemed to him refreshingly resolute and high-spirited. He was pleased to have found these two words, intent as he was on forming a favorable impression. He wrote them immediately, "We hope that we have found a resolute and high-spirited helper," in his letter of introduction to the chairman of the great patriotic campaign. When Ulrich received this document a few moments later, he felt like a child who is dismissed with a piece of chocolate pressed into its little hand. He now held something between his fingers and received instructions to come again, in a manner that left him uncertain whether it was an order or an invitation, but without giving him an opportunity to protest. There must be some misunderstanding. Really had no intention whatever, he would have liked to say, but by this time he was already on his way out, back along the great corridors and through the vast salons. He suddenly came to a stop, thinking, "That picked me up like a cork and set me down somewhere I never meant to go." He scrutinized the insidious simplicity of the decor with curiosity, and felt quite certain in deciding that even now he was still unimpressed by it. This was simply a world that had not yet been cleared away. But still, what was that strong, peculiar quality it had made him feel? Damn it all! There was hardly any other way to put it, it was simply amazingly real. Point 21. The real invention of the parallel campaign by Count Lonsdorff. The real driving force behind the great patriotic campaign to be known henceforth as the parallel campaign, both for the sake of abbreviation and because it was supposed to bring to bear the full weight of a 70-year reign, so rich in blessings and sorrows, against a jubilee of mere 30 years was not, however, Count Stolberg, but his friend His Grace the Imperial Liege Commodore. Count Lonsdorff. At the amiable time Ulrich was making his visit in the Hofburg, Count Lonsdorff's secretary was standing in that great nobleman's beautiful, tall-windowed study, amid multiple layers of tranquility, devotion, gold braid, and the solemnity of fame, with a book in his hand from which he was reading aloud to His Grace a passage he had been directed to find. This time it was something out of Johann Gottlieb Fichte that he had dug up in the addresses to the German nation and considered most appropriate, to be freed from the original sin of sloth, he read, and the cowardice and duplicity that follow in its wake. Men need models, such as the founders of the great religions actually were, to prefigure for them the enigma of freedom. The necessary teaching of moral conviction is the task of the Church. whose symbols must be regarded not as homilies but only as the means of instruction for the proclamation of the eternal verities. He stressed the words sloth, prefigure, and church. His Grace listened benevolently, had the book shown to him, but then shook his head. No, said the imperial count, the book may be all right, but this Protestant bit about the church won't do. The secretary looked frustrated, like a minor official whose fifth draft of a memo has been returned to him by the head of his department, and cautiously demurred, but wouldn't Ficht make an excellent impression on nationalistic circles? I think, his Grace replied, we had better do without him for the present. As he clapped the book shut, his face clapped shut too, and at this wordless command the secretary clapped shut with a deep bow and took back his Ficht, as if removing a dish from the table, which he would file away again on the shelf with all the other philosophic systems of the world. One does not do one's own cooking but has it taken care of by the servants. So, for the time being, Count Lonsdorff said, we keep to our 4 points, Emperor of Peace, European milestone, true Austria, property and culture. You will draw up the circular letter along those lines. Just then a political thought had struck his Grace, which translated into words came to, more or less, they'll come along of their own accord. He meant those sectors of his fatherland who felt they belonged less to Austria than to the greater German nation. He regarded them with disfavor. Had his secretary found a more acceptable quotation with which to flatter their sensibilities, hence the choice of G. Ficht, he might have let him write it down. But the moment that offensive note about the church gave him a pretext to drop it. He did so with a sigh of relief. His Grace was the originator of the Great Patriotic Campaign. When the disturbing news reached him from Germany, it was he who had come up with the slogan Emperor of Peace. This phrase instantly evoked the image of an 88-year-old sovereign, a true father of his people, and an uninterrupted reign of 70 years. The image naturally bore the familiar features of his imperial master, but its halo was not that of majesty but of the proud fact that his fatherland possessed the oldest sovereign with the longest reign in the world. Foolish people might be tempted to see in this merely his pleasure in rarity, as if Count Lonsdorff had, for instance, rated the possession of the Farero horizontally striped Sahara stamp with watermark and one missing perforation of the possession of an El Greco, as in fact he did, even though he owned both and was not unmindful of his family's celebrated collection of paintings. But this is simply because these people don't understand what enriching power a symbol has, even beyond that of the great St. wealth. For Count Lonsdorff, his allegory of the aged ruler held the thought both of his fatherland, which he loved, and of the world to which it should be a model. Count Lonsdorff was stirred by great and aching hopes. He could not have said what moved him more, grief at not seeing his country established in quite the place of honor among the family of nations which was her due, or jealousy of Prussia, which had thrust Austria down from that place of eminence, in 1866, by a stab in the back, or else whether he was simply filled with pride in the nobility of a venerable state and the desire to show the world just how exemplary it was. In his view, the nations of Europe were helplessly adrift in the whirlpool of materialistic democracy. What hovered before him was an inspiring symbol that would serve both as a warning and as a sign to return to the fold. It was clear to him that something had to be done to put Austria in the vanguard, so that this splendorous rally of the Austrian spirit would prove a milestone for the whole world and enable it to find its own true being again, and all of this was connected with the possession of an 88-year-old Emperor of Peace. Anything more, or more specific, Count Lonsdorff did not yet know. But he was certain that he was in the grip of a great idea. Not only did it kindle his passion which should have put him on his guard, as a Christian of strict and responsible upbringing, but with dazzling conclusiveness this idea flowed directly into such sublime and radiant conceptions as that of the sovereign, the fatherland, and the happiness of mankind. Whatever obscurity still clung to his vision could not upset his Grace. He was well acquainted with the theological doctrine of the contemplatio in caligine divina, the contemplation in divine darkness, which is infinitely clear in itself but a dazzling darkness to the human intellect. Besides, he had always believed that a man who does something truly great usually doesn't know why. As Cromwell had said, a man never gets as far as when he does not know where he is going. So Count Lonsdorff serenely indulged himself in enjoying his symbol, whose uncertainty aroused him far more powerfully than any certainties. Symbols apart, his political views were of an extraordinary solidity and had the freedom of great character such as is made possible only by a total absence of doubts. As the heir to a feudal estate he was a member of the upper house, but he was not politically active, nor did he hold a post at court or in the government. He was nothing but a patriot. But precisely because of this, and because of his independent wealth, he had become the focus for all other patriots who followed with concern the development of the empire and of mankind. The ethical obligation not to remain a passive onlooker but to offer a helping hand from above permeated his life. He was convinced that the people were good. Since not only his many officials, employees, and servants but countless others depended on him for their economic security, he had never known the people in any other respect, except on Sundays and holidays, when they you read out from behind the scenery as a cheerful, colourful throng, like an opera chorus. Anything that did not fit in with this image he attributed to subversive elements, the work of irresponsible, callow, sensation-seeking individuals. Brought up in a religious and feudal spirit, never exposed to contradiction through having to deal with middle-class people, not unread, but as an after-effect of the clerical instruction of his sheltered youth prevented for the rest of his life from recognizing in a book anything other than agreement with or mistaken divergence from his own principles, he knew the outlook of more up-to-date people only from the controversies in Parliament or in the newspapers. And since he knew enough to recognize the many superficialities there, he was daily confirmed in his prejudice that the true bourgeois world, more deeply understood, was basically nothing other than what he _elf conceived it to be. In general, the true prefix to political convictions was one of his aids for finding his way in a world that although created by God too often denied him. He was firmly convinced that even true socialism fitted in with his view of things. He had from the beginning, in fact, a deeply personal notion, which he had never fully acknowledged even to himself, to build a bridge across which the socialists were to come marching into his own camp. It is obvious that helping the poor is a proper chivalric task, and that for the true high nobility there was really no very great difference between a middle-class factory owner and his workers. "We're all socialists at heart" was one of his pet sayings, meaning no more and no less than that there were no social distinctions in the hereafter. In this world, however, he considered them necessary facts of life, and expected the working class, after due attention to its material welfare, to resist the unreasonable slogans imported by foreign agitators and to accept the natural order of things in a world where everyone finds duty and prosperity in his allotted place. The true aristocrat accordingly seemed as important to him as the true artisan, and the solution of political and economic questions was subsumed for him in a harmonious vision he called fatherland. His Grace could not have said how much of all this had run through his mind in a quarter of an hour since his secretary had left the room. All of it, perhaps. The medium doorman, some 60 years old, sat motionless at his desk, his hands clasped in his lap, and did not know that he was smiling. He wore a low collar because of a tendency to a middle goiter, and a handlebar moustache, either for the same reason or because it gave him a look slightly reminiscent of certain portraits of Bohemian noblemen of the Wallenstein era. A high-ceilinged room stood around him, and this in turn was surrounded by the huge empty spaces of the anteroom and the library, around which, shell upon shell, further rooms, quiet, deference, solemnity, and the wreath of two sweeping stone staircases arranged themselves. Where the staircases led to the entrance gate, a tall doorkeeper stood in a heavy braided coat, his staff in his hand, gazing through the hole of the archway into the bright fluidity of the day, where pedestrians floated past like goldfish in a bowl. On the border between these two worlds rose the playful tendrils of a rococo fade, famed among art historians not only for its beauty but because its height exceeded its width. It is now considered the first attempt to draw the skin of an expensive, comfortable country manor over the skeleton of a townhouse, grown tall because of the middle-class urban constriction of its ground plan, and represents one of the most important examples of the transition from feudal landed splendor to the style of middle-class democracy. It was here that the existence of the Wilnsdorfs, historically certified, made the transition into the spirit of the age. But whoever did not know that saw as little of it as a drop of water shooting by seas of its sewer wall. All he would notice was the mellow greyish hole made by the archway breaking the otherwise solid fard of a middle dot of the street, a surprising, almost exciting recess in whose cavernous depth gleamed the gold of the braid and the large knob on the doorkeeper's staff. In fine weather, this man stood in front of the entrance like a flashing jewel visible from afar, intermingled with a row of house fronts that no one noticed, even though it was just these walls that imposed the order of a street upon the countless, nameless, passing throngs. It is a safe bet that most of the common people over whose order Count Wilnsdorf kept anxious and ceaseless vigil linked his name.t, when it came up, with nothing but their recollection of this doorkeeper. His Grace would not have felt pushed into the background, he would rather have been inclined to consider the possession of such a doorkeeper as the true selflessness that best becomes a nobleman. The parallel campaign, in the form of an influential lady of ineffable spiritual grace, stands ready to devour Ulrich. It was this amiable Count Wilnsdorf whom Ulrich should have gone to see next, as Count Stolberg wished, but he had decided to visit instead the great cousin recommended by his father, because he was curious to see her with his own eyes. He had never met her but had taken a special dislike to her ever since all the well-meaning people who knew they were related had begun saying, "There's a woman you must get to know." It was always said with that marked emphasis on the "you" intended to single out the person addressed as exceptionally well placed to appreciate such a jewel, and which can be a sincere compliment or a cloak for the conviction that he was just the sort of fool for such an acquaintance. Ulrich's frequent requests for a detailed description of this lady's qualities never brought satisfying replies. It was either she has such an ineffable spiritual grace or she is our loveliest and cleverest woman or, as many would say, simply, she's an ideal woman. How old is she? Ulrich would ask, but nobody knew her age and the person thus asked was usually amazed that it had never occurred to him to give it a thought. Well then, who is her lover? An affair. The not inexperienced young man he asked this of looked at him in wonder. You're quite right. No one would ever suspect her of such a thing. I see a high-minded beauty, Ulrich concluded, a second diatema. And from that day forth that was what? He called her in his thoughts, after the celebrated female teacher of love. But in reality her name was Ermelinda Tutsi, and in truth it was just plain Hermin. Now, Ermelinda is, to be a middle dot sure, not even a translation of Hermin, but she had earned the right to this beautiful name one day through a flash of intuition, when it suddenly stood before her spiritual ear as a higher form of truth, even though her husband went on being called Hans, and not Giovanni. Despite his surname he had first learned Italian at the consular school. Ulrich was no less prejudiced against this section chief Tutsi than against his wife. He was the only commoner in a position of authority in the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was even more feudal than the other government departments. The Tutsi was the head of the most influential section, was considered the right hand even the brains, it was rumoured of his minister, and was one of the few men who could influence the fate of Europe. But when a commoner rises to such a position in such exalted surroundings, he may reasonably be supposed to possess qualities favourably combining personal indispensability with a knack for keeping modestly in the background. Ulrich was close to imagining this influential section chief as a kind of upright regimental sergeant major in the cavalry to drill one-year conscripts from the high nobility. The fitting complement, Ulrich thought, would be a spouse who, despite the extolling of her beauty, was ambitious, no longer young, and encased in a middle-class corset of culture. But Ulrich was mightily surprised when he made his visit. Diotima received him with the indulgent smile of an eminent lady who knows that she is also beautiful and has to forgive men, superficial creatures that they are, for always thinking of her beauty first. I've been expecting you, she said, leaving Ulrich uncertain whether she meant this as a kindness or a rebuke. The hand she gave him was plump and weightless. He held it a moment too long. His thoughts unable to let go of this hand at once. It rested in his own like a fleshy petal, its pointed nails, like beetle wings, seemed poised to fly off with her at any moment into the improbable. He was overwhelmed by the exaltation of this female hand, basically a rather shameless human organ that, like a dog's muscle, will touch anything and yet is publicly considered the seat of fidelity, nobility, and tenderness. During these few seconds, he noted that there were several rolls of fat on Diotima's neck, covered with the finest skin. Her hair was wound into a Grecian knot, which stood out stiffly and in its perfection resembled a wasp's nest. Ulrich felt a hostile impulse, an urge to offend this smiling man, and yet he could not quite resist her beauty. Diotima, for her part, also gave him a long and almost searching gaze. She had heard things about this cousin that to her ear had a slight tinge of the scandalous, and besides, he was related to her. Ulrich noticed that she, too, could not quite resist the impression of his physical appearance. He was used to this. He was clean-shaven, tall, well-built, and supplely muscular. His face was bright but impenetrable. In a word, he sometimes regarded himself as the preconceived idea most women have of an impressive and still young man. He simply did not always have the energy to disabuse them. Diotima resisted this impression by deciding to feel compassion for him. Ulrich could see that she was constantly studying his appearance and, obviously not moved by unfavorable feelings, was probably telling herself that the noble qualities he so palpably seemed to possess must be suffocated by a vicious life and could be saved. Although she was not much younger than Ulrich and physically in full open bloom, her appearance emanated something withheld and virginal that formed a strange contrast to her self-confidence. So they went on surveying each other even after they had begun to talk. Diotima began by calling the parallel campaign a unique, never to recur opportunity to bring into existence what must be regarded as the greatest and most important thing in the RLD. We must and will bring to life a truly great idea. We have the opportunity, and we must not fail to use it. Do you have something specific in mind? Ulrich asked naively. No, Diotima did not have anything specific in mind. How could she? No one who speaks of the greatest and most important thing in the world means anything that really exists. What peculiar quality of the world would it be equivalent to? It all amounts to one thing being greater and more important, or more beautiful and sadder, than another. In other words, the existence of a hierarchy of values and a comparative mode, which surely implies an endpoint and a superlative. But if you point this out to someone who happens at the very moment to be speaking of the greatest and most important thing in the world, that person will suspect that she is dealing with an individual devoid of feelings and ideals. This was Diotima's reaction, and so had Ulrich spoken. As a woman admired for her intellect, Diotima found Ulrich's objection irreverent. After a moment she smiled and replied, "There is so much that is great and good that has not yet been realized that the choice will not be easy. But we will set up committees from all sectors of the population, which will help us in our work. Or don't you think, Herr von, that it is an incredible privilege to be in a position to call on a whole nation indeed, on the whole world on such an occasion, to awaken it in the midst of its materialistic preoccupations to the life of the spirit? You must not assume that we have in mind something patriotic in a long outdated sense." Ulrich was humorously evasive. Diotima did not laugh, but barely smiled. She was accustomed to witty men, but they were all something else besides. Paradox for the sake of paradox struck her as immature, and aroused the need to remind her cousin of the seriousness of the reality that lent to this great national undertaking dignity as well as responsibility. In a tone of finality, she made a fresh start. Ulrich involuntarily sought between her words those black and yellow tapes that are used for interleaving and fastening official papers in Austrian government offices, but what came from Diotima's lips were by no means only bureaucratic formula but also such cultural code words as soulless sage, dominated only by logic and psychology or the present and eternity, and suddenly there was mention of Berlin, too, and the treasure of feeling Austria had still preserved, in contrast to Prussia. Ulrich attempted several times to interrupt these ex-cathedral pronouncements, but the vestry incense of high bureaucracy instantly clouded over the interruption, gently veiling its tactlessness. Ulrich was astonished. He rose. His first visit was clearly at an end. During these moments of his retreat Diotima treated him with that bland courtesy, carefully and pointedly a little overdone, which he had learned by imitating her husband. He used it in his dealings with young aristocrats who were his subordinates but might one day be his ministers. There was, in her manner of inviting him to come again, a touch of that supercilious uneasiness of the intellectual when faced with a rude vitality. When he held her gentle, weightless hand IP his own once more, they looked into each other's eyes. Ulrich had the distinct impression that they were destined to cause each other considerable annoyance through love. Truly, he thought, a hydra of a beauty. He had meant to let the great patriotic campaign wait for him in vain, but it seemed to have become incarnate in the person of Diotima and stood ready to swallow him up. It was a semi-comical feeling, despite his maturity and experience. He felt like a destructive little worm being eyed attentively by a large chicken. For heaven's sake, he thought, I can't let myself be provoked to petty derelictions by this giantess of the soul. He had had enough of his affair with Benadia, and he committed himself to exercise the utmost restraint. As he was leaving the apartment, he was cheered by a pleasant impression he had already had on his arrival. A little chambermaid with dreamy eyes showed him out. In the darkness of the entrance hall her eyes, fluttering up to his for the first time, had been like black butterflies. Now, as he left, they floated down through the darkness like black snowflakes. There was something Arabian or Algerian Jewish about the little girl, something so unobtrusively sweet that Ulrich again forgot to take a good look at her. It was only when he was out in the street again that he felt what an uncommonly alive and refreshing sight the little maid was after Diotima's presence. A great man's initial intervention. Ulrich's departure had left both Diotima and her maid in a state of vague excitement. But while the little black lizard always felt as though she had been allowed to flit up a high, shimmering wall whenever she saw a distinguished visitor to the door, Diotima handled her impression of Ulrich with the conscientiousness of a woman who doesn't really mind feeling touched though she should because she has the ability to keep herself gently in check. Ulrich did not know that on that same day another man had entered her life to lift her up like a giant mountain offering a tremendous view. Dr. Paul Arnheim had called on her soon after arriving in town. He was immeasurably rich. His father was the mightiest Mughal of Iron Germany, that is, Bismarck's Germany, to which even Section Chief Tutsi had condescended. Tutsi was laconic on principle. He felt that puns and the like, even if one could not do entirely without them in witty conversation, had better not be too good, because that would be middle class. He had advised his wife to treat this visitor with marked distinction, for even if his kind were not yet on top in the German Reich, and their influence at court was not to be compared with that of the Krupps, they might, in his opinion, be on top tomorrow. He also passed on to her a confidential rumor that the son, a man well into his 40s, incidentally was aiming not merely at his father's position but was preparing himself, based on the trend of the times and his international connections, to become a Reichsminister someday. Tutsi of course regarded this as completely out of the question, unless a world cataclysm were to pave the way. He had no idea what a tempest his words unleashed in his wife's imagination. In her circle it was a matter of principle not to think too highly of men in trade, but like every person of bourgeois outlook, she admired wealth in those depths of the heart that are quite immune to convictions, and the prospect of actually meeting so incredibly rich a man made her feel as if golden angels' wings had come down to her from on high. Ever since her husband's rise, Ermelinda Tutsi was not entirely unaccustomed to consorting with fame and riches. But fame based on intellectual achievements melts away with surprising speed as one becomes socially involved with its bearers, and feudal wealth manifests itself either in the foolish debts of young attachés or is constrained by a traditional style of living without ever attaining the brimming profusion of freely piled up mountains of money and the brilliant cascading showers of gold with which the great banks and industrial combines fuel their business. All Diotima knew of banks was that even their middle echelon executives travelled first class on business, while she always had to go second class unless accompanied by her husband. This was the standard by which she imagined the luxury that must surround the top despots of financial operations on so oriental a scale. Her little maid, Rachel, it goes without saying that Diotima pronounced it in the French style, had heard fantastic things. The least she had to report was that the nabob had arrived in his own private train, had reserved an entire hotel, and had brought a little black slave with him. The truth was considerably more modest, if only because Paul Arnheim never acted conspicuously. Only the little blackamoor was real. Some years ago, on a trip in southernmost Italy, a mime had picked him out of a travelling dance troupe, partly for show and partly from an impulse to raise a fellow creature from the depths and carry out God's work by opening up the life of the mind to him. He soon enough lost interest and used the now 16-year-old boy only as a servant, even though before the boy was 14 Arnheim had been giving him Stendhal's Dumas to read. But even though the rumours her maid brought home were so childish in their extravagance that Diotima had to smile, she made her repeat them word for word, because she found it charming and unspoiled, as was only possible in this one great city, which was rife with culture to the point of innocence. And the little black boy surprisingly caught even her imagination. Diotima was the eldest of 3 daughters of a secondary school teacher without private means, so that Tutsi had been considered a good catch for her even before he had been anything but an as yet unknown middle-class vice-consul. In her girlhood she had nothing but her pride, and since her pride had nothing to be proud about, it was only a rolled-up propriety bristling with feelers of sensitivity. But even such a posture may conceal ambition and daydreams, and can be an unpredictable force. If Diotima had at first been lured by the prospect of distant entanglements in distant lands, she was soon disappointed. After a few years her experience served only as a discreetly exploited advantage over women friends who envied her slight aura of the exotic, and it could not ward off the realization that at such foreign posts life remains, by and large, the life one has brought along with the rest of one's baggage. For a long time, Diotima's ambitions had been close to ending up in the genteel hopelessness of the 5th service grade, until by chance her husband's career took a sudden up/hard turn when a benevolent minister of a progressive cast of mind took this bourgeois into the central office of the ministry itself. In this position, Tutsi was now approached by many people who wanted something from him, and from this moment something came alive in Diotima, almost to her own amazement, a treasure of memories of spiritual beauty and grandeur ostensibly gathered in a cultured home and the great world centers, but which in fact she had probably acquired in a girls' private school as a model student, and this she began turning cautiously to account. Her husband's sober but uncommonly dependable intelligence inevitably attracted attention to her as well, and as soon as she noticed that her cultural advantages were being appreciated, she joyfully began to slip little high-minded ideas into the conversation in the right places, as completely guileless as a damp little sponge releasing the moisture it had previously soaked up for no particular purpose. And gradually, as her husband rose further in rank, more people were drawn into association with him, and her home became a salon which enjoyed a reputation as a place where society and intellect met. Now that she was seeing persons of consequence in many fields, Diotima began as well to seriously discover herself. Her feeling for what was correct, still on the alert as it had been in school, still adept at remembering its lessons and at bringing things together into an amiable unity, simply by extension, turned into a form of intellect in itself, and the Tutsi house won a recognized position. Capital and Culture. Diotima's friendship with Count Lansdorff, and the office of bringing distinguished visitors into accord with the soul. But it took Diotima's friendship with Count Lansdorff to make her salon an institution. Among the parts of the body after which friends are named, Count Lansdorff's was so situated between the head and the heart that Diotima would have to be considered a bosom friend, if such a term was still in use. His Grace revered Diotima's mind and beauty without permitting himself any unseemly intentions. His patronage not only gave Diotima's salon an unassailable position but conferred on it, as he liked to say, an official status. For his own person, His Grace the Imperial Liege Count Lansdorff was nothing but a patriot. But the state does not consist only of the crown and people, with the administrative machinery in between, there is something else besides, thought, morality, principle. Devout as His Grace was, as a man permeated with a sense of responsibility who, incidentally, also ran factories on his estates, he never closed his mind to the realization that the human mind these days has in many respects freed itself from the tutelage of the church. He could not imagine how a factory, for example, or a stock exchange deal in wheat or sugar could be conducted on religious principles, nor was there any conceivable way to run a modem, large-scale landed estate rationally without the stock exchange and industry. When His Grace's business manager showed him how a certain deal could be made more profitably with a group of foreign speculators than a partnership with the local landed nobility, in most cases His Grace had to choose the former, because objective conditions have a rationale of their own, and this cannot be defied for sentimental reasons by the head of a huge economic enterprise who bears the responsibility not only for himself but for countless other lives as well. There is such a thing as a professional conscience that in some cases contradicts the religious conscience, and Count Lonsdorff was convinced that in such a case even the Cardinal Archbishop would not act differently than he. Of course, Count Lonsdorff was always willing to deplore this state of affairs at public sessions of the upper house and to express the hope that life would find its way back to the simplicity, naturalness, supernaturalness, soundness, and necessity of Christian principles. Whenever he opened his mouth to make such pronouncements, it was as though an electric contact had been opened, and he flowed in a different circuit. The same thing happens to most people, in fact, when they express themselves in public, and if anyone had reproached Count Lonsdorff with doing in private what he denounced in public, he would, with saintly conviction, have branded it the demagogic babble of subversives who lacked even a clue about the extent of life's responsibilities. Nevertheless, he realized the prime importance of establishing a connection between the eternal verities and the world of business, which is so much more complicated than the lovely simplicity of tradition, and he also recognized that such a connection could not be found anywhere but in the profundities of middle-class culture. With its great ideas and ideals in the spheres of law, duty, morality, and beauty, it reached even the common everyday struggles and contradictions of life, and seemed to him like a bridge made of tangled living plants. It did not, of course, offer as thin and secure a foothold as the dogmas of the Church, but it was no less necessary and responsible, which is why Count Lonsdorff was not only a religious idealist but also a passionate civilian idealist. These convictions of His Grace's corresponded to the composition of Diotima's salons. These gatherings were celebrated for the fact that on her great days one ran into people one could not exchange a single word with because they were too well known in some special field or other for small talk, while in many cases one had never even heard the name of the specialty for which they were world famous. There were Keynesianists and Keynesians. A grammarian of Bow might come up against a Parthian researcher, a tocontologist against a quantum physicist, not to mention the representatives of new movements in arts and literature that changed their labels every year, all permitted to circulate in limited numbers along with their better recognized colleagues. In general, things were so arranged that a random mixture blended harmoniously, except for the young intellectuals, whom Diotima usually kept apart by means of special invitations, and those rare or special guests whom she had a way of unobtrusively singling out and providing with a special setting. What distinguished Diotima's gatherings from all similar affairs was, incidentally, if one may say so, the lay element, people from the world of applied ideas, the kind who in Diotima's words had once spread out around the core of theological studies as a flock of faithful doers, really an entire community of lay brothers and sisters, in short, the element of acton. But now that theology has been displaced by economics and physics, and Diotima the list of administrators of the spirit on earth who were to be invited had grown with time to resemble the catalogue of scientific papers of the Royal Society, the new lay brothers and sisters were correspondingly a collection of bank directors, technicians, politicians, high officials, and ladies and gentlemen of society with their hangers-on. Diotima made a particular point of cultivating the women, although she gave preference to the ladies over the intellectuals among them. Youth is much too overburdened with knowledge these days, she was accustomed to say, for us to be able to do without the unfragmented woman. She was convinced that only the unfragmented woman still possessed the fated power to embrace the intellect with those vital forces that, in her opinion, it obviously sorely needed for its salvation. This concept of the entwining woman and the power of being, incidentally, redounded greatly to her credit among the young male nobility who attended regularly because it was considered a thing to do and because to was not unpopular, for the unfragmented being is something the nobility really takes to, and more specifically, at the Tuzzies couples could become deeply absorbed in conversation without attracting attention, so that for tender rendezvous and long heart-to-heart talks, her house, though Diotima had no inkling of this, was even more popular than a church. His Grace the Judge Count Lonsdorff summed up these two social elements, so various in themselves, which mingled at Diotimas when he did not simply call them the true elite as capital and culture. But he liked best of all to think of them in terms of official public service, a concept that had pride of place in his thinking. He regarded every accomplishment, that of the factory worker or the concert singer as well as that of the civil servant, as a form of official service. Every person, he would say, performs an office within the state, the worker, the prince, the artisan, are all civil servants. This was an emanation of his always and under all circumstances impartial way of thinking, ignorant of bias, and in his eyes even the ladies and gentlemen of the highest society performed a significant if not readily definable office when they chatted with learned experts on the Bogar's koi inscriptions or the question of lay malabranchiate mollusks, while lying the wives of prominent financiers. This concept of official public service was his version of what Diotima referred to as the religious unity, lost since the Middle Ages, of all human activity. All enforced sociability, such as that at the Tuzzies, beyond a certain naive and crude level, springs basically from the need to simulate a unity that could govern all of humanity's highly varied activities, and that is never there. This simulation was what Diotima called culture, usually, with special amplification, our old Austrian culture. As her ambition had expanded to embrace intellect, she had learned to use this term more and more often. She understood by it, the great paintings of Velázquez and Rubens hanging in the Imperial Museum, the fact that Beethoven was, so to speak, an Austrian, Mozart, Haydn, St. Stephen's Cathedral, the Bergtheater, the weighty traditional ceremonials at the Imperial Court, Vienna's central district, where the smartest dress and lingerie shops of an empire with 50 million inhabitants were crowded together, the discreet manners of high officials, Viennese cuisine, the aristocracy, which considered itself second to none except the English, and their ancient palaces, high society's tone of sometimes genuine, mostly sham, aestheticism. She so understood by it the fact that in this country so eminent a gentleman as Count Lonsdorff had taken her under his wing and made her house the centre of his own cultural endeavours. She did not know that his grace was also moved by the consideration that it was not quite the thing to open his own noble house to innovations that might easily get out of hand. Count Lonsdorff was often secretly horrified by the freedom and indulgence with which his beautiful friend spoke of human passions and the turmoil they cause, or of revolutionary ideas. But Diotima did not notice this. She drew a line, as it were, between public modesty and private modesty, like a female physician or a social worker. She was acutely sensitive to any word that touched her too personally, but impersonally she would talk freely about anything, and could only feel that Count Lonsdorff found the mixture most appealing. Nothing in life is built, however, without the stones having to be broken out from somewhere else. To Diotima's painful surprise, some tiny, dreamy sweet almond kernel of imagination, once the core of her existence when there was nothing else in it, and which had still been there when she decided to marry Vice-Consul Tutsi, who looked like a leather steamer trunk with two dark eyes, had vanished in the years of success. She realized that much of what she understood by our old Austrian culture, like Haydn or the Habsburgs, had once been only a boring school lesson, while to be actually living in the midst of it all now seemed enchanting and quite as heroic as the midsummer humming of bees. In time, however, it became not only monotonous but also a strain on her, and even hopeless. Diotima's experience with her famous guests was no different from that of Count Lonsdorff with his banking connections. However much one might try to get them into accord with one's soul, it did not succeed. One can talk about cars and X-rays, of course, with a certain amount of feeling, but what else can one do about the countless other inventions and discoveries that nowadays every single day brings forth, other than to marvel at human inventiveness in general, which in the long run gets to be too tiresome? His Grace would drop in occasionally, and spoke with a political figure or had himself introduced to a new guest. It was easy for him to enthuse about the profound reaches of culture, but when you were as closely involved with it as Diotima, the insoluble problem was not its depths but its breadth. Even questions of such immediate concern as the noble simplicity of Greece or the meaning of the prophets dissolved, in conversation with specialists, into an incalculable multiplicity of doubts and possibilities. Diotima found that even the celebrities always talked in twos, because the time had already come when a person could talk sensibly and to the point with at most one other person, and she herself could not really find anyone at all. At this point Diotima had discovered in herself the well-known suffering caused by that familiar malady of contemporary man known as civilization. It is a frustrating condition, full of soap, radio frequencies, the arrogant sign language of mathematical and chemical formulas, economics, experimental research, and the inability of human beings to live together simply but on a high plane. And even the relationship of her own innate nobility of mind to th social nobility, whom she had to handle with great care and who brought her, with all her successes, many a disappointment, gradually came to seem to her more and more typical of an age not of culture but merely of civilization. Civilization, then, meant everything that her mind could not control, including, for a long time now, and first of all, her husband. In her misery she read a great deal, and discovered that she had lost something she had previously not really known she had, a soul. What's that? It is easy to define negatively, it is simply that which sneaks off at the mention of algebraic series. But positively? It seems successfully to elude every effort to pin it down. There may once have been in Diotima something fresh and natural, unintuitive sensibility wrapped in the propriety she wore like a cloak threadbare from too much brushing, something she now called her soul and rediscovered in Metalinx but metaphysics, or in Novalis, but most of all in the ineffable wave of anemic romanticism and yearning for God that, for a while, the machine age squirted out as an expression of its spiritual and artistic misgivings about itself. It might also be that this original freshness in Diotima could be defined more precisely as a blend of quiet, tenderness, devotion, and kindness that had never found a proper path, and in the foundry in which fate casts our forms had happened to pour itself into the comical mold of her idealism. Perhaps it was imagination, perhaps an intuition of the instinctive vegetative processes at work every day beneath the covering of the body, above which the soulful expression of a beautiful woman gazes at us. Possibly it was only the coming of certain indefinable hours when she felt fulfilled and expansive, when her sensations were keener than usual, when ambition and will were becalmed and she was seized by a hushed cheer and fullness of life, while her thoughts, even the slightest ones, turned away from the surface and toward the inward depths, leaving the world's events far away, like noise beyond a garden wall. At such times Diotima felt as if she had a direct vision of the truth within herself without having to strain for it. Tender experiences that as yet bore no name raised their veils, and she felt to cite only a few of the many descriptions of it she had found in the light temperature on a subject harmonious, humane, religious, and close to that primal source that sanctifies everything arising from it and leaves sinful everything that does not. But even though it was all quite lovely to think about, Diotima could never get beyond such hints and intimations of this peculiar condition, nor did the prophetic books she relied on for help, which spoke of the same thing in the same mysterious and imprecise language. Diotima was reduced to blaming this, too, on a period of civilization that had simply filled up with rubble the access to the soul. What she called soul was probably nothing more than a small amount of capital in love she had possessed at the time of her marriage. Section Chief Tutsi was not the right business opportunity to invest in. His advantage over Diotima at first and for a long time, was that of the older man. To this was later added the advantage of the successful man in a mysterious position, who gives his wife little insight into himself even as he looks on indulgently at the trivia that keep her busy. And apart from the tender messes of courtship, Tutsi had always been a practical man of common sense who never lost his balance. Even so, the well-cut assurance of his actions and his suits, the one could say urbanely grave aroma of his body and his beard, the guardedly firm baritone in which he spoke, all gave him an aura that excited the soul of the girl Diotima as the nearness of his master excites the retriever who lays his muzzle on the master's knees. And just as the dog trots along behind, his feelings safe and fenced in, so Diotima, too, under such serious-minded, matter-of-fact guidance, entered upon the infinite landscape of love. Here Section Chief Tutsi preferred the straight paths. His daily habits were those of an ambitious worker. He rose early, either to ride or, preferably, to take an hour's walk, which not only preserves the body's elasticity but also represents the kind of pedantic, simple routine that, strictly adhered to, consorts perfectly with an image of responsible achievement. It also goes without saying that on those evenings when they were not invited out and had no guests he immediately withdrew to his study, for he was forced to maintain his great stock of expert information at the high level that constituted his advantage over his aristocratic colleagues and superiors. Such a life sets firm restraints, and ranges love with the other activities. Like all those whose imagination is not consumed by the erotic, Tutsi in his bachelor days, apart from having to show himself occasionally because of his diplomatic profession in the company of friends taking out little chorus girls, had been a quiet visitor at one brothel or another, and carried the regular rhythm of this habit over into his marriage. Thus Diotima learned to know love as something violent, assaultive, and brusque that was released only once every week by an even greater power. This change in the nature of two people, which always began promptly on time, to be followed, a few minutes later, by a short exchange on those events of the day that had not come up before, and then a sound sleep, and which was never mentioned in the times between, except perhaps in hints and allusions like making a diplomatic joke about the party hot use of the body, nevertheless had unexpected and paradoxical consequences for her. On the one hand, it was the cause of that extravagantly swollen ideality that officious, outwardly oriented personality whose power of love, whose spiritual longing, reached out for all things great and noble that turned up in her environment, and that so intensely spread itself and bound itself to these that Diotima evoked the impression, so confusing to males, of a mightily blazing yet pure, tonic sun of love, the description of which had made Ulrich curious to meet her. On the other hand, however, this broad rhythm of marital contact had developed, purely physiologically, into a habit that asserted itself quite independently and without connection to the loftier parts of her being, like the hunger of a farmhand whose meals are infrequent but heavy. With time, as tiny hairs began to sprout on Diotima's upper lip and the masculine independence of the mature female woman mingled with the traits of the girl, she became aware of this split as something horrible. She loved her husband, but this was mingled with a growing revulsion, a dreadful affront to her soul, which could only be compared to what Archimedes, deeply absorbed in his mathematical problems, might have felt if the enemy soldier had not killed him but made sexual demands on him. And since her husband was not aware of this, nor would he have thought about it if he had been, and since her body always ended up betraying her to him against her will, she felt enslaved. It was a slavery that might not be considered unvirtuous but was just as tormenting as she imagined the appearance of a nervous tic or the inescapability of a vice to be. Now, this might perhaps have made Diotima slightly melancholy and even more idealistic, but unfortunately it happened just at the time that her salon began to cause her some spiritual difficulties. Section Chief Tutsi encouraged his wife's intellectual endeavors because he was not slow to see how they might serve to bolster his own position, but he had never taken part in them, and it is safe to say that he did not take them seriously. For the only things this experienced man to one see seriously were power, duty, high social status, and, at a certain remove, reason. He even warned Diotima repeatedly against being too ambitious in her aesthetic affairs of state, because even if culture is, so to speak, the spice in the food of life, the best people did not go in for an oversalted diet. He said this quite without irony, as it was what he believed, but Diotima felt belittled. She constantly felt that her husband followed her idealistic endeavors with a hovering smile, and whether he was at home or not, and whether this smile, if indeed he did smile, she could never be quite sure was for her personally or merely part of the facial expression of a man who for professional reasons always had to look superior. As time went on it became increasingly unbearable to her, yet she could not shake off its infamous appearance of being in the right. At times, Diotima would try to blame a materialistic age that had turned the world into an evil, purposeless game in which atheism, socialism, and positivism left no freedom for a person with a rich inner life to rise to true being, but even this was not often of much use. Such was the situation in the Tutsi household when the great patriotic campaign quickened the pace of events. Ever since Count Lunsdorf had established his campaign headquarters in Diotima's house so as not to involve the aristocracy, an unspoken sense of responsibility had reigned there, for Diotima had made up her mind to prove to her husband, now or never, that her salon was no plaything. His Grace had confided in her that the great patriotic campaign needed a crowning idea, and it was her burning ambition to FMD it. The thought of creating something with the resources of an empire and before the attentive eyes of the world, an embodiment of culture at its greatest or, more modestly circumscribed, perhaps something that would reveal the innermost being of Austrian culture, this thought moved Diotima as if the door to her salon had suddenly sprung open and the boundless ocean were lapping at her threshold like an extension of the floor. There is no denying that her first reaction to this vision was the sense of the momentary gaping of an illimitable void. First impressions are so often right. Diotima felt sure that something incomparable was going to happen, and she summoned up her many ideals. She mobilized all the pathos of Heta schoolgirl history lessons, through which she had learned to think in terms of empires and centuries. She did absolutely everything one has to do in such a situation. But after a few weeks had passed in this fashion, she had to face the fact that no inspiration whatsoever had come her way. What Diotima felt toward her husband at this point would have been hatred, had she been at all capable of hatred, such a base impulse. Instead, she became depressed, and began to feel a resentment against everything such as she had never known before. It was at this point that Dr. Arnheim arrived, accompanied by his little black servant, and shortly thereafter paid his momentous call on Diotima. The union of soul and economics. The man WHO can accomplish this wants to enjoy the baroque charm of old Austrian culture. And so an idea for the parallel campaign is born. Diotima never had an improper thought. But on this day there must have been all sorts of goings on in her mind as it dwelled on the innocent little black boy, after she had sent Rachel out of the room. She had willingly listened once again to the maid's story after Ulrich had left the house of his great cousin, and the beautiful, ripe woman was feeling young and as if she were playing with a tinkling toy. There had once been a time when the aristocracy had kept black servants. Delightful images of sleigh rides with gaily caparisoned horses, plumed lackeys, and frost-powdered trees passed through her mind, but all this picturesque aspect of high life had perished long ago. The soul has gone out of society these days, she thought. Something in her heart sided with the dashing outsider who still dared keep a blackamoor, this improperly aristocratic bourgeois, this intruder who put to shame the property heirs of tradition, as the learned Greek slave had once shamed his Roman masters. Cramped as her self-confidence was by all sorts of considerations, it took wing and gladly deserted to his colours as a sister spirit, and this feeling, so natural compared with her other feelings, even made her overlook that Dr. Arnheim. The rumours were still contradictory. Nothing was yet known for certain. Was presumed to be of Jewish descent, at least on his father's side, it was reported with certainty. His mother had been dead so long that it would take some time for the facts to be established. It might even have been possible that a certain cruel Welshmer's in Diotima's heart was not at all interested in a denial. She had cautiously permitted her thoughts to stray from the blackamoor and approach his master. Dr. Paul Arnheim was not only a rich man but also a man of notable intellect. His fame went beyond the fact that he was heir to world-spanning business interests. The books he had written in his leisure hours were regarded in advanced circles as extraordinary. The people who form such purely intellectual groups are above social and financial considerations. But one must not forget that precisely for that reason they are especially fascinated by a rich man who joins their ranks. Furthermore, Arnheim's pamphlets and books proclaimed nothing less than the merger of soul and economics, or of ideas and power. The sensitive minds of the time, those with the finest antennae for what was in the wind, spread the report that he combined these normally opposite poles in his own person, and they encouraged the rumor that here was a man for the times, who might be called on one day to guide for the better the destinies of the German Reich, and perhaps who could tell even the world. For there had long been a widespread feeling that the principles and methods of old-style politics and diplomacy were steering Europe right into the ditch, and besides, the period of turning away from specialists had already begun. Diotima condition, too, could have been expressed as rebellion against the thinking of the older school of diplomacy, which is why she instantly grasped the marvelous similarity between her own position and that of this brilliant outsider. Besides, the famous man had called on her at the first possible moment. Her house was the first by far to receive this mark of distinction, and his letter of introduction from a mutual woman friend mentioned the venerable culture of the Habsburg capital and its people, which this hard-working man hoped to enjoy between unavoidable business engagements. Diotima felt singled out like a writer who is being translated into the language of a foreign country for the first time, when she learned from the letter that this renowned foreigner knew the reputation of her intellect. She noted that he did not look in the least Jewish but was a noble-looking, reserved man of the classic Phoenician type. Aimim, too, was delighted to find in Diotima not only a woman who had read his books but who, as a classical beauty on the plump side, corresponded to his Hellenic ideal of beauty, with a bit more flesh on her, perhaps, to soften those strict classical lines. It could not long remain concealed from Diotima that the impression she was able to make in a 20-minute conversation on a man of real worldwide connections was enough to completely dispel all those doubts through which her own husband, caught up as he was in his rather dated diplomatic ways, had insulted her importance. She took quiet satisfaction in repeating that conversation to herself. It had barely begun when Aimim was already saying that he had come to this ancient city only to recuperate a little, under the baroque spell of the old Austrian culture, from the calculations, materialism, and bleak rationalism in which a civilized man's busy working life was spent nowadays. There is such a blithe soulfulness in this city, Diotima had answered, as she was pleased to recall. Yes, he had said, we no longer have any inner voices. We know too much these days, reason tyrannizes our lives. To which she had replied, I like the company of women. They don't know anything and are unfragmented. And Aimim had said, nevertheless, a beautiful woman understands far more than a man, who, for all his logic and psychology, knows nothing at all of life. At which point she had told him that a problem similar to that of freeing the soul from civilization, only on a monumental and national scale, was occupying influential circles here. We must, she had said, and Aimim interrupted with, that is quite wonderful, bring new ideas, or rather, if I may be permitted to say so here, he gave a faint sigh, bring ideas for the very first time into the domains of power. And she had gone on, committees drawn from all sectors of the population were to be set up in order to ascertain what these ideas should be. But just at this point Arnheim had said something most important, and in such a tone of warm friendship and respect that the warning left a deep mark on Diotima's mind. It would not be easy, he had explained, to accomplish anything significant in this way. No democracy of committees but only strong individual personalities, with experience in both reality and the realm of ideas, would be able to direct such a campaign. Up to this point, Diotima had gone over the conversation in her mind word for word, but here it dissolved into splendor. She could no longer remember what she had answered. A vague, thrilling feeling of joy and expectancy had been lifting her higher and higher all this time. Now her mind resembled a small, brightly colored child's balloon that had broken loose and, shining gloriously, was floating upward toward the sun. And in the next instant it burst. Thus was an idea it had lacked hitherto born to the great parallel campaign. Nature and substance of a great idea. It would be easy to say what this idea consisted of, but no one could possibly describe its significance. For what distinguishes a great, stirring idea from an ordinary one, possibly even from an incredibly ordinary and mistaken one, is that it exists in a kind of molten state through which the self enters an infinite expanse and, inversely, the expanse of the universe enters the self, so that it becomes impossible to differentiate between what belongs to the self and what belongs to the infinite. This is why great, stirring ideas consist of a body, which like the human body is compact yet frail, and of an immortal soul, which constitutes its meaning but is not compact. On the contrary, it dissolves into thin air at every attempt to grab hold of it in cold words. After this preamble, it must be said that Diotima's great idea amounted to nothing more than that the Prussian, Anheim, was the man to assume the spiritual leadership of the great Austrian patriotic endeavor, even though this parallel campaign contained a barb of jealousy aimed at Prussia-Germany. But this was only the dead verbal body of the idea, and whoever finds it incomprehensible or absurd is kicking a corpse. As concerns the soul of this idea, it was chaste and proper, and in any case her decision contained, so to speak, a codicil for Ulrich. She did not know that her cousin had also made an imposition on her, although on a far deeper level than Anheim, and overshadowed by the impression Anheim had made. Had she realized this, she would probably have despised herself for it. But she had instinctively guarded herself against such knowledge by declaring before her conscious mind that Ulrich was immature, even though he was older than she was. She took the position that she felt sorry for him, which facilitated her conviction that it was a duty to choose Anheim instead of Ulrich for the responsibilities of leading the campaign. On the other hand, after she had given birth to this resolution, feminine logic dictated that the slighted party now needed and deserved her help. If he felt shortchanged somehow, there was no better way to make up for it than by taking part in the great campaign, where he would have occasion to be much in her and Anheim's company. So Diotima decided on that, too, but only as one tucks in a loose end. 115. A chapter that may be skipped by anyone. Not particularly impressed by thinking as an occupation. Ulrich, meanwhile, was at home, sitting at his desk, LG. He had got out the research paper he had interrupted in the middle weeks ago when he had decided to return from abroad. He did not intend to finish it, but it diverted him to see that he could still do that sort of thing. The weather was fine, but in the last few days he had gone out only on brief errands, he had not even set foot in the garden. He had drawn the curtains and was working in the subdued light like an acrobat in a dimly lit circus arena rehearsing dangerous new somersaults for a panel of experts before the public has been let in. The precision, vigor, and sureness of this mode of thinking, which has no equal anywhere in life, filled him with something like melancholy. He now pushed back the sheets of paper covered with symbols and formulas, the last thing he had written down being an equation for the state of water as a physical example to illustrate the application of a new mathematical process, but his thoughts must have strayed a while before. Wasn't I telling Clarisse something about water? He mused, but could not recall the particulars. But it didn't really matter, and his thoughts roamed idly. Unfortunately, nothing is so hard to achieve as a literary representation of a man thinking. When someone asked a great scientist how he managed to come up with so much that was new, he replied, because I never stop thinking about it. And it is surely safe to say that unexpected insights turn up for no other reason than that they are expected. They are in no small part a success of character, emotional stability, unflagging ambition, and unremitting work. What a bore such constancy must be. Looking at it another way, the solution of an intellectual problem comes about not very differently from a dog with a stick in his mouth trying to get through a narrow door. He will thumb his head left and right until the stick slips through. We do much the same thing, but with the difference that we don't make indiscriminate attempts but already know from experience approximately how it's done. And if a clever fellow naturally has far more skill and experience with these twistings and turnings than a dim one, the slipping through takes the clever fellow just as much by surprise. It is suddenly there, and one perceptibly feels slightly disconcerted because one's ideas seem to have come of their own accord instead of waiting for their creator. This disconcerted feeling is nowadays called intuition by many people who would formerly, believing that it must be regarded as something suprapersonal, have called it inspiration, but it is only something impersonal, namely the affinity and coherence of the things themselves, meeting inside a head. The better the head, the less evident its presence in this process. As long as the process of thinking is in motion, it is a quite wretched state, as if all the brain's convulsions were suffering from colic, and when it is finished it no longer has the form of the thinking process as one experiences it but already that of what has been thought, which is regrettably underscore impersonal, for the thought then faces outward and is dressed for communication to the world. When a man is in the process of thinking, there is no way to catch the moment between the personal and the impersonal, and this is manifestly why thinking is such an embarrassment for writers that they gladly avoid it. But the man without qualities was now thinking. One may draw the conclusion from this that it was, at least in part, not a personal affair. But then what is it? World in, and world out, aspects of world falling into place inside a head. Nothing of any importance had occurred to him, after he had thought about water as an example, nothing had occurred to him except that water is something 3 times the size of the land, even counting only what everyone recognizes as water, rivers, seas, lakes, springs. It was long thought to be akin to air. The great Newton thought so, and yet most of his other ideas are still as up-to-date as if they had been thought today. The Greeks thought that the world and life had arisen from water. It was a god, Oki knows. Later, water sprites, elves, mermaids, and nymphs were invented. Temples and oracles were built by the water's edge. The cathedrals of Hildesheim, Paderborn, and Bremen were all built over springs, and behold, are these cathedrals not still standing today? And isn't water still used for baptism? And aren't the devotees of water and apostles of natural healing, whose souls are in such oddly sepulchral health? So there was a place in the world like a blurred spot or grass-trodden flat. And of course the man without qualities also had modern scientific concepts in his head, whether he happened to be thinking of them or not. According to them, water is a colorless liquid, blue only in thick layers, odorless and tasteless, as you recite it over and over in school until you can never forget it, although physiologically it also contains bacteria, vegetable matter, air, iron, calcium sulfate, and calcium bicarbonate, and although physically this archetype of liquids is not basically a liquid at all but, depending on circumstances, a solid, a liquid, or a gas. Ultimately it all dissolves into systems of formulas, all somehow interlinked, and there were only a few dozen people in the whole wide world who thought alike about even so simple a thing as water. All the rest talk about it in languages that belong somewhere between today and some thousands of years ago. So one must say that as soon as a man begins to reflect even a little, he falls into disorderly company. Now Ulrich remembered that he had, in fact, told all this to Clarisse, who was no better educated than a little animal, but notwithstanding the superstitions she was made of, one had a vague feeling of oneness with her. The thought pricked him like a hot needle. He was annoyed with himself. The well-known ability of thought as recognized by doctors to dissolve and dispel those deep raging, morbidly tangled and matted conflicts generated in the dank regions of the self apparently rests on nothing other than its social and worldly nature, which links the individual creature to other people and objects. But unfortunately the healing power of thought seems to be the same faculty that diminishes the personal sense of experience. A casual reference to a hair on a nose weighs more than the most important concept, and acts, feelings, and sensations, when reported in words, can make one feel one has been present at a more or less notable personal event, however ordinary and impersonal the acts, feelings, and sensations may be. It's idiotic, Ulrich thought. But that's how it is. It made him think of that dumb but deep, exciting sensation, touching immediately on the self, when one sniffs one's own skin. He stood up and peeled the curtains back from the window. The bark of the trees was still moist from the morning. On the street outside a violet haze of gasoline fumes hovered. The sun shone through it, and people were moving along briskly. It was an asphalt spring, a seasonless spring day in autumn such as only cities can conjure up. Explanation and disruptions of a normal state of awareness. Ulrich and Benadia had agreed on a signal to let her know that he was at home alone. He was always alone, but he gave no signal. He must have expected for some typo that Benadia, hatted and veiled, would show a middle dot up unbidden. For Benadia was madly jealous. When she came to see a man, even if it was only to tell him how much she despised him, she always arrived full of inner weakness, what with the impressions of the street and the glances of the men she passed on the way still rocking in her like a faint sea-sickness. But when the man sensed her weakness and made straight for her body, even though he had callously neglected her for so long, she was hurt, picked a quarrel, delayed with reproachful remarks what she herself could hardly bear to wait for any longer, and had the air of a duck shot through the wings that has fallen into the sea of love and is trying to save itself by swimming. And all of a sudden she really was sitting here, crying and feeling mistreated. At such moments when she was angry at her lover, she passionately begged her husband's forgiveness for her lapses. In accordance with the good old rule of unfaithful women, which they apply so as not to betray themselves by an untimely slip of the tongue, she had told her husband about the interesting scholar she sometimes ran into on her visits to a woman friend, although she was not inviting him over because he was too spottled socially to come from his house to hers and she did not find him interesting enough to invite anyway. The half-truth in this story made it an easier lie, and the other half she used as a grievance against her lover. How was she supposed to explain to her husband, she asked Ulrich, why she was suddenly visiting her friend less and less? How could she make him understand such fluctuations in her feelings? She cared about the truth because she cared about all ideals, but Ulrich was dishonoring her by forcing her to deviate further from them than was necessary. She put on a passionate scene, and when it was over, reproaches, avowals, and kisses flooded the ensuing vacuum. When these, too, were over, nothing had happened. The chit-chat gushed back to fill the void, and time blew little bubbles like a glass of stale water. How much more beautiful she is when she goes WTLD, Ulrich thought, but how mechanically it all finished again. The sight of her had excited him and enticed him to make love to her, but now that it was done he felt again how little it had to do with him personally. Another abundantly clear demonstration of how a healthy man can be turned with incredible speed into a frothing lunatic. But this erotic transformation of the consciousness seemed only a special instance of something much more general, for an evening at the theatre, a concert, a church service, all such manifestations of the inner life today are circular, quickly dissolving islands of a second state of consciousness that is sometimes interpolated into the ordinary one. Only a little while ago, he thought, I was still working, and before that I was on the street and bought some paper. I said hello to a man I know from the Physics Society, a man with whom I had a serious talk not so long ago. And now, if only Benadia would hurry up a little, I could look something up in those books I can see from here through the crack in the door. Yet in between we flew through a cloud of insanity, and it is just as uncanny how solid experiences close over this vanishing gap again and assert themselves in all their tenacity. But Benadia did not hurry up, and Ulrich was forced to think of something else. His boyhood friend Tilda, little Clarisse's husband, who had become so odd, had once said of him, Ulrich always puts tremendous energy into doing only whatever he considers unnecessary. He happened to remember it at this moment and thought, the same thing could be said about all of us nowadays. He remembered quite well. A wooden balcony ran all around the country hotl. Ulrich was the guest of C. Elsie's parents. It was a few days before the wedding, and Walter was jealous of him. It was amazing how jealous Walter could be. Ulrich was standing outside in the sunshine when Clarisse and Walter came into the room that lay behind the balcony. He overheard their conversation without trying to keep out of sight. All he remembered of it now was that one sentence. And the scene, the shadowy depths of the room hung like a wrinkled, slightly open pouch on the sunny glare of the outside wall. In the folds of this pouch Walter and Clarisse appeared. Walter's face was painfully drawn and looked as if it had long yellow teeth. Or one could also say that a pair of long yellow teeth lay in a jeweller's box lined with black velvet and that these two people stood spookily by. The jealousy was nonsense. Of course, Ulrich did not desire his friends' wives. But Walter had always had a quite special ability to experience intensely. He never got what he was after because he was so swamped by his feelings. He seemed to have a built-in, highly melodious amplifier of the minor joys and miseries of life. He was always paying out emotional small change in gold and silver, while Ulrich operated on a larger scale, with, so to speak, intellectual checks made out for vast sums, but it was only paper, after all. When Ulrich visualized Walter at his most characteristic, he saw him reclining at a forest's edge. He was wearing shorts and, oddly enough, black socks. Walter did not have a man's legs, neither the strong muscular kind nor the skinny sinewy kind, but the legs of a girl, a not particularly attractive girl with soft, plain legs. With his hands behind his head he gazed at the landscape, and heaven forbid he should be disturbed. Ulrich did not remember actually having seen Walter like this on any specified occasion which stamped itself on his mind. It was more of an image that slowly hardened over a decade and a half, like a great seal. And the memory that Walter had been jealous of him at that time was somehow pleasantly stimulating. It had all happened at the time of life when one still takes delight in oneself. It occurred to Ulrich that he had now been to see them several times, and Walter hasn't been to see me once. But what of it? I might just go out there again this evening. He planned, after Benadia at last finished dressing and left, to send them word of his coming. It was not advisable to do that sort of thing in her presence because of the tedious cross-examination that would inevitably follow. And since thoughts come and go quickly and Benadia was far from finished, he had yet another idea. 11 this time it was a little theory, simple, illuminating, and time-killing. A young man with an active mind, Ulrich reflected, probably still thinking of his boyhood friend Walter, is constantly sending out ideas in every direction. But only those that find resonance in his environment will be reflected back to him and consolidate. All the other dispatches are scattered in space and lost. Ulrich took it as a matter of course that a man who has intellect has all kinds of intellect, so that intellect is more original than qualities. He himself was a man of many contradictions and supposed that all the qualities that have ever manifested themselves in human beings lie close together in every man's mind, if he has a mind at all. This may not be quite right, but what we know about the origin of good and evil suggests that while everyone has a mind of a certain size, he can still probably wear a great variety of clothing in that size, if fate so determines. And so Ulrich felt that what he had just thought was not entirely without significance. For if, in the course of time, commonplace and impersonal ideas are automatically reinforced, unusual ideas fade away, so that almost everyone, with a mechanical certainty, is bound to become increasingly mediocre. This explains why, despite the thousand-fold possibilities available to everyone, the average human being is in fact average. And it also explains why even among those privileged persons who make a place for themselves and achieve recognition there will be found a certain mixture of about 51% depth and 49% shallowness, which is the most successful of all. Ulrich had perceived this for a long time as so intricately senseless and unbearably sad that he would have gladly gone on thinking about it. He was put off by Benadia's still giving no sign that she was done. Peering cautiously through the half-open door to the bedroom, he saw that she had stopped dressing. She felt it was indelicate of him to be so absent-minded when they should be savoring the last drops of their precious time together. Hurt by his silence, she was waiting to see what he would do. She had picked up a book that had in it, luckily, beautiful pictures from the history of art. Ulrich was irritated by her waiting and pursued his meditations in a state of vague impatience. Ulrich hears voices. Suddenly his thoughts focused, and as though he were looking through a chink between them, he saw Christian Muusbrugger, the carpenter, and his judges. In a manner that was painfully ridiculous to anyone not of his mind, the judge spoke. "Why did you wipe the blood off your hands? Why did you throw the knife away? Why did you change into a clean suit and underwear and clean clothes afterward? Because it was Sunday. Not hell, greater than as they were blood-stained? How could you go to a dance that same evening? What you had done did not prevent you from going out for a good time. Did you feel no remorse whatsoever?" Something flickers in Muusbrugger's mind, old prison wisdom, feign remorse. The flicker gives a twist to his mouth and he says, "Of course I did. But at the police station you said, I feel no remorse at all, only such hate and rage I could explode." The judge caught him out. "That may be so," Muusbrugger says, recovering himself and his dignity. "It may be that I had no other feelings then. You are a big, strong man." The prosecutor cuts in. "How could you possibly have been afraid of a girl like Hedwig?" "Your Honor," Muusbrugger answers with a smile, "she was making up to me. She threatened to be even more treacherous than I usually expected women of her sort to be. I may look strong, and I well then," the presiding judge growls, leafing through his files. "But in certain situations," Muusbrugger says loudly, "I am very shy, even cowardly." The judge's eyes dart up from the file, like two birds taking off from a branch. They abandon the sentence they had just been perching on. "But the time you picked that fight with the men on the building site you weren't at all cowardly," the judge says. "You threw one of them down 2 floors, you pulled a knife on the others, Your Honor," Muusbrugger cries out in a threatening voice. "I still stand today on a standpoint." The presiding judge waves this away. "Injustice," Muusbrugger says, "must be the basis of my brutality. I have stood before the court, a simple man, and thought Your Honors must know everything anyway. But you have let me down." The judge's face had long been buried again in the file. The prosecutor smiles a middle dot and says in a kindly tone, "But surely Hedwig was a perfectly harmless girl." "Not to me she wasn't," Muusbrugger says, still indignant. "It seems to me," the presiding judge says emphatically, "that you always manage to put the blame on someone else. Now tell me, why did you start stabbing her?" The prosecutor gently begins at the beginning again. 31. Whose side are you on? Was it something he had heard at the session of the trial he attended, or had he just picked it up from the reports he had read? He remembered it all so vividly now, as though he could actually hear these voices. He had never in his life heard voices by God. He was not like that. But if one does hear them, then something descends like the quiet peace of a snowfall. Suddenly walls are there, from the earth to the sky, where before there was air. One strides through thick soft walls, and all the voices that hopped from one place to another in the cage of the air now move about freely within the white walls that are fused together down to their inmost essence. He was probably overstimulated from work and boredom. Such things happened sometimes. Anyway, he didn't find it half bad, hearing voices. Suddenly he was saying under his breath, "We have a second home, where everything we do is innocent." Benadia was lacing up a string. She had meanwhile come into his room. She was displeased with their conversation. She found it in poor taste. She had long since forgotten the name of the man who had killed that girl, the case the papers had been so full of, and it all came back to mind only reluctantly when Ulrich began to speak of him. "But if Muusbrugger can evoke this disturbing impression of innocence," he said after a while, "how much more innocent that poor, ragged, shivering creature was, with those mouse eyes under the kerchief, that Hedwig, who begged him for a night's shelter in his room and got herself killed for it. Must you?" Benadia offered and shrugged her white shoulders. For when Ulrich gave this turn to the conversation, it came at the maliciously chosen moment when the clothes his offended friend had half put on when she came into his room, thirsting for reconciliation, were once more heaped on the carpet, forming a small, charmingly mythological crater of foam like the one that had given birth to Aphrodite. Benadia was therefore ready to detest Muusbrugger, and to pass over the fate of his victim with a fleeting shudder. But Ulrich would not let it go at that, and insisted on vividly depicting for her Muusbrugger's impending fate. Two men who have no bad feelings against him at all will put the noose around his neck, only because that is what they are paid for. Perhaps 100 people will be watching, some because it is their job, others because everyone wants to have seen an execution once in his life. A solemn gentleman in a top hat, frock coat, and black gloves will then tighten the noose, while at the same moment his helpers grab hold of Muusbrugger's legs and pull, to break his neck. Then there. Men with the black gloves plays doctor, and lays a hand on Muusbrugger's heart to check whether it is still beating, because if it is, the whole procedure has to be gone through once again, more impatiently and with less solemnity. "Now, are you really for Muusbrugger or against him?" Ulrich asked. Slowly and painfully, like upon awakened at the wrong time, Benadia had lost the mood, as she was accustomed to calling her fits of adultery. Now, after her hands had irresolutely held her slipping clothes and open corset for a while, she had to sit down. Like every woman in a similar situation, she had firm confidence in an established public order of such a degree of justice that one could go about one's private affairs without having to think about it. But now, reminded of the opposite, compassionate partisanship for Muusbrugger as victim took hold of her, sweeping aside any thought of Muusbrugger the criminal. "Then you are always for the victim," Ulrich insisted, "and against the act?" Benadia expressed the obvious feeling that such a conversation in such a situation was not appropriate. "But if your judgment is so consistent in condemning the act," Ulrich replied, instead of instantly apologizing, "then how can you justify your adulteries, Benadia?" It was the plural that was in such especially bad taste. Benadia said nothing but sat down, with a disdainful look, in one of the luxurious armchairs and stared up, insulted, at the dividing line between wall and ceiling. The forgotten, highly relevant story of the M.A. Jaw's wife. It is not advisable to feel kinship with an obvious lunatic, nor did Ulrich do so. And yet why did one expert maintain that Muusbrugger was a lunatic and the other that he was not? Where had the reporters got their slickly factual account of the work of Muusbrugger's knife? And by what qualities did Muusbrugger arouse that excitement and horror that made half of the 2 million people who lived in this city react to him as if he were a family quarrel or a broken engagement, something so personally exciting that it stirred normally dormant areas of the soul, while his story was a more indifferent novelty in the country towns A Middeldot and meant nothing at all in Berlin or Breslau, where from time to time they had their own Muusbruggers, the Muusbruggers in their own families, to think about. The awful way society had of toying with its victims preoccupied Ulrich. He felt an echo of it in himself too. No impulse stirred in him either to free Muusbrugger or to assist justice, and his feelings stood on end like a wheat's fur. For some unknown reason Muusbrugger concerned him more deeply than the life he himself was leading. Muusbrugger seized him like an obscure poem in which everything is slightly distorted and displaced, and reveals a drifting meaning fragmented in the depths of the mind. Thrill-seeking. He pulled himself up short. To be fascinated with the gruesome or the taboo, in the admissible form of dreams and neuroses, seemed quite in character for the people of the bourgeois age. Either, or. He thought. Either I like you or I don't. Either I defend you, freakishness and all, or I ought to punch myself in the jaw for playing around with this monstrosity. And finally, a cool but energetic compassion would also be appropriate here. There was a lot that could be done in this day and age to prevent T events and less than H characters from happening, if only society would make half the moral effort it demands of such victims. But then it turned out that there was yet another angle from which the matter could be considered, and strange memories rose up in Ulrich's mind. We never judge an act by that aspect of it which is pleasing or displeasing to God. It was Luther, oddly enough, who had said that, probably under the influence of one of the mystics with whom he was friends for a while. It could certainly have been said by many another religious. They were, in the bourgeois sense, all immoralists. They distinguished between the sins and the soul, which can remain immaculate despite the sins, almost as Machiavelli distinguished the ends from the means. The human heart had been taken from them. In Christ too there was an outer and an inner man, and everything he did with regard to outward things he did as the outer man, while his inner man stood by in immovable solitude, says Eckhart. Such saints and believers would in the end have been capable of acquitting even Muusbrugger. Mankind has certainly made progress since then, but even though it will kill Muusbrugger, it still has the weakness to venerate those men who might have acquitted him. And now Ulrich remembered a sentence, which was preceded by a wave of uneasiness. The soul of the sodomite might pass through the throng without misgiving, and with a child's limpid smile in its eyes, for everything depends on an invisible principle. This was not so very different from the other sayings, yet in its slight exaggeration it had the sweet, sickly breath of corruption. And as it turned out, a space belonged to this saying, a room with yellow French paperbacks on the tables and glass bead curtains instead of doors, and a feeling stirred in his chest as when a hand reaches inside the split carcass of a chicken to pull out the heart. It was Diotima who had uttered that sentence the last time he saw her. It came, moreover, from a contemporary author Ulrich had loved in his youth but whom he had since learned to regard as a parlor philosopher, and aphorisms like this taste like bread doused with perfume, so that for decades one doesn't want to have anything to do with any of it. Yet however strong the distaste that this aroused in Ulrich, he thought it disgraceful that he had let it keep him all his life from returning to the other, authentic statements of that mysterious language. For he had a special, instinctive understanding for them, which might rather called a familiarity that leapt over the understanding, although he could never make up his mind to embrace them wholeheartedly as tenets of faith. They lay such statements, which spoke to him with a fraternal sound, with a gentle, dark inwardness that was the opposite of the hectoring tones of mathematical or scientific language, though otherwise indefinable like islands scattered among his preoccupations, without connection and rarely visited. Yet, when he surveyed them, to the extent that he had come to know them, it seemed to him that he could feel their coherence, as if these islands, only a little separated from each other, were the outposts of a coast hidden behind them, or represented the remains of a continent that had perished primordial eras ago. He felt the softness of sea, mist, and low black ridges, a middle dot of land asleep in a yellowish-grey light. He remembered a little sea voyage, an escape along the lines of a trip will do you go DL or try a change of scene. And he knew precisely what. A strange, absurdly magical experience had superimposed itself by its deterrent less than greater than us once and for all, on all others of its kind. For an instant the heart of a 20-year-old beat in his breast, whose hairy skin had thickened and coarsened with the years. The beating of a 20-year-old heart inside his 32-year-old chest felt like an improper kiss given by a boy to a man. Nevertheless, this time he did not shrink from the memory. It was the memory of a passion that had come to a strange end, a passion he had felt at 20 for a woman considerably older than he, not only in years but by virtue of her settled domestic state. Characteristically, he remembered only imprecisely what she looked like. A stilted photograph and his memory of the hours he had spent alone thinking of her took the place of live impressions of the face, clothes, voice, and movements of this woman. He had in the meantime become so estranged from her world that the fact of her having been the wife of an army major struck him as so incredible, it was funny. By this time, he thought, she will long have been a retired colonel's wife. According to the regimental scuttlebutt she was a trained artist, a virtuoso pianist who had never performed publicly out of deference to the wishes of her family. Later on, in any case, her marriage made such a career impossible. She did, in fact, play the piano beautifully at regimental parties, with all the radiance of the well-gilded sun floating above chasms of feelings, and from the first Ulrich had fallen in love not so much with this woman's sensual presence as with what she stood for. The lieutenant who at the time had home his name was not shy. His eye had already practiced on female small game and even espied the faintly beaten poacher's path leading to this or that respectable woman. But for such 20-year-old officers a grand passion, if they thought of such a thing at all, was something else entirely. It was a concept, something that lay outside their range of activity and was as devoid of experienced content, hence as luminously vacuous, as only a really grand concept can be. So when for the first time in his life Ulrich saw in himself the possibility of applying this concept, it was as good as done. The part played in this by the major's wife was no more than that of the last contributory cause that triggers the outbreak of a disease. Ulrich became lovesick. And since true lovesickness is not a desire for possession but the world's gentle self-unveiling, for the sake of which one willingly renounces possession of the beloved, the lieutenant proceeded to explain the world to the major's wife in an unaccustomed and persistent manner such as she had never heard before. Constellations, bacteria, Balzac, and Nietzsche whirled around in a vortex of ideas the point of which, as she sensed with growing clarity, was directed at certain differences not considered a proper subject of conversation in those days between her own body and that of the lieutenant. She was bewildered by his insistence on linking love with subjects that, as far as she knew, had never had anything to do with love. One day, when they had gone out riding, as they walked beside their horses she left her hand in his for a moment and was appalled to find that her hand stayed there as if in a swoon. In the next second flames ran through them from their wrists to their knees and a bolt of lightning felled both of them so that they almost tumbled by the wayside, where they found themselves sitting on the moss, wildly kissing and then overcome with embarrassment, because love was so great and out of the ordinary that, to their surprise, they could find nothing to say or do other than what people usually do in such embraces. The horses, growing restive, at last released the lovers from this predicament. The love between the major's wife and this too young lieutenant remained short and unreal throughout its course. They both marveled at it. They held each other close a few more times, both sensing that something was wrong and would not let them come fully together, body to body in their embraces, even if they shed all obstacles of clothing and morality. The major's wife did not want to deny herself a passion she felt to be beyond her power to judge, but she was throbbing with secret reproaches on account of her husband and the difference in age. When Ulrich told her one day, on some threadbare pretext, that he had to take a long fud, the officer's lady breathed a tearful sigh of relief. By this time Ulrich was so far gone in love that he had no more pressing need than to get away as quickly and as far as possible from the vicinity of the cause of this love. He travelled blindly at random, until a coast put an end to the railroad tracks, took a boat to the nearest island, and there, in some place he had never heard of, minimally provided with bed and board, he wrote that first night the first of a series of long letters to his beloved, which he never mailed. These letters, written in the dead of night after filling his thoughts all day, were later lost as they were probably meant to be. At first he had still had much to say about his love for her and all sorts of thoughts she inspired in him, but all that was soon and increasingly displaced by the scenery. Mornings the sun raised him from his sleep, and when the fishermen were out on the water, the women and children near their houses, he and a donkey who was grazing among the shrubs and hillocks between the island's two little villages seemed to be the only hierophants of life on this adventurous outpost of the world. Ulrich followed his companion's example and climbed up on a hillock or lay down on the island's rim in the company of sea, rock, and sky. He had no sense of presuming, because the difference in size did not seem to matter, nor did the difference between mind and nature, animate and inanimate. This communion diminished all kinds of differences. To put it quite soberly, these differences were neither lost nor lessened, but their meaning fell away. One was no longer subject to those divisions that afflict mankind as described by those religious seized by the mysticism of love, of whom the young cavalry lieutenant at that time knew absolutely nothing. Nor did he reflect on these phenomena as a hunter on the track of wild game might track down an observation and follow it up. Indeed, he hardly noticed them, but he took them into himself. He sank into the landscape, although it was just as much an inexpressible being borne up by it, and when the world surpassed his eyes, its meaning lapped against him from within in soundless waves. He had penetrated the heart of the world, from it to his far-off love was no farther than the nearest tree. In feeling linked living beings without space, as in a dream two beings can pass through each other without mingling, and altered all their relations. Other than this, however, his state of mind had nothing in common with dreaming. It was clear, and brimful of clear thoughts, however, nothing in him was moved by cause, purpose, or physical desire, but everything went rippling out in circle after ever renewed circle, as when an infinite jet falls on a basin's surface. This was what he also described in his letters, and nothing else. Life's very shape was completely altered. Not placed in the focus of ordinary attention but freed from sharpness. Seen this way, everything seemed a little scattered and blurred, and being infused all the while with delicate clarity and certainty from other centers. All of life's questions and occurrences took on an incomparable mildness, gentleness, and serenity, while their meaning was utterly transformed. If in this state of being a beetle, for instance, should run past the hand of a man deep in thought, it was not an approach, a passing by, a moving off, nor was it beetle and man, but a happening that ineffably touched the heart, and not even a happening but, although it was happening, a condition. And with the help of such tranquil experiences everything that usually makes up an ordinary life was endowed with a radical new meaning for Ulrich at every tum. In this condition even his love for the Major's wife quickly took on its predestined form. Thinking of her incessantly, he sometimes tried to visualize her doing whatever she might be doing at that very moment, aided by his thorough knowledge of her circumstances. But as soon as he succeeded in seeing his beloved as if she were physically present, his feeling for her, which had grown so infinitely clairvoyant, became blind, and he had to quickly reduce her image to that blissful certainty of her being for him somewhere proper to a great love. It was not very long before she had turned entirely into that impersonal center of energy, the underground dynamo that kept his lights going, and he wrote her a final letter, setting forth that the great ideal of living for love actually had nothing to do with physical possession and the wish be mine. That came from the sphere of thrift, appropriation, and gluttony. This was the only letter he mailed, and approximately the high points of his lovesickness, from which it soon declined and suddenly ended. 33. Breaking with Benedilla. Meanwhile Benedilla, who could not go on staring continually at the ceiling, had stretched out on her back on the divan, her tender temal belly in white batiste free to breathe unhampered by whalebone and laces. She called this position thinking. It flashed through her mind that her husband was not only a judge but also a hunter, whose eyes sometimes sparkled when he spoke of the beasts that preyed on game. She felt there might be something in this to help both Muusbrugger and his judges. Yet she did not want her husband put in the wrong by her lover, except as a lover. Her family feeling demanded that the head of her household be seen as dignified and respected. So she came to no decision. And while this conflict was drowsily darkening her horizon like two banks of clouds amorphously merging with each other, Ulrich enjoyed being free to follow his thoughts. But this middle dot had lasted for quite a while, and as nothing had occurred to Benedilla that would have given matters a new tum, she reverted to feeling aggrieved that Ulrich had negligently insulted her, and the time he was letting pass without making it up to her began to weigh on her as a provocation. "So you think I am doing wrong in coming a middle dot here to see you?" she finally asked him, with grave emphasis, sadly, but ready for battle. Ulrich gave no answer but shrugged his shoulders. He had long since forgotten what she was talking about, but he simply couldn't stand her at this moment. "So you are capable of blaming me for our passion?" "Every such question has as many answers hanging on it as there are bees in a hive," Ulrich replied. "All human spiritual disorder, with its never-resolved problems, hangs on every single one of them in some disgusting way." He was only saying aloud what he had been thinking, off and on, all day. But Benedilla took spiritual disorder as referring to herself and decided that this was too much. She would have liked to draw the curtains again and so do away with this quarrel, but she would just as gladly have howled with grief. All at once she understood that Ulrich had grown tired of her. Given her temperament, she had hitherto never lost her lovers except as one mislays something and forgets it when attracted to something new, or in that other easy-come, easy-go fashion that, no matter how personally irritating sometimes, still had something of the air of the workings of a higher power. And so her FLRST reaction to Ulrich's quiet resistance was the feeling that she had grown old. She was humiliated by her helpless and obscene position, half naked on a sofa, an easy target for insults. Without stopping to think, she got up and grabbed her clothes. But the rustling and swishing of the silken chalices into which she was slipping back did not move Ulrich to remorse. Right above her eyes, Benedilla felt the stabbing pain of helplessness. "He's a brute," she said to herself over and over. "He said it on purpose to hurt me. He's not lifting a finger." With every ribbon she tied and every hook she fastened, she sank deeper into that abysmally black well of a long-forgotten childish anguish at being abandoned. Darkness swelled up around her, Ulrich's face was visible as if in waning light, set hard and brutal against the dark of her misery. How could I ever have loved that face? Benedilla asked herself, but at the same moment the words lost forever tightened her whole chest in a spasm. Ulrich, who guessed that she had made up her mind never to come back, did nothing to stop her. In front of the mirror, Benedilla firmly smoothed her hair, put on her hat, and tied her veil. Now that the veil was fastened in front of her face it was all over. It was as solemn as a death sentence, or when the lock snaps shut on a suitcase. He was to have no last kiss, nor even to realize that he was missing his last chance ever to kiss her again. At this thought she almost threw her arms around his neck in pity, and could have cried her eyes out on his chest. 34. A hot flash and chilled walls. After Ulrich had escorted Bernardino out and was alone again, he no longer had any desire to go on working. He went out to the street with the intention of sending a message to Walter and Clarisse that he would come to see them this evening. As he was crossing the small foyer, he noticed a pair of antlers on the wall. Somehow they reminded him of Bernardino's movements when she had tied her veil before the mirror, except that here there was no resigned smile. He looked around, contemplating his environment. All these circular lines, intersecting lines, straight lines, curves and wreaths of which a domestic interior is composed and that had piled up around him were neither nature nor inner necessity but bristled, to the last detail, with baroque overabundance. The current and heartbeat that constantly flows through all the things in our surroundings had stopped for a moment. I'm only fortuitous, necessity leered. Observe without prejudice, my face doesn't lie less than K much different from a leper's, beauty confessed. Actually, it did not take much to produce this effect. A varnish had come off, a power of suggestion had lost its hold, a chain of habit, expectation, and tension had snapped, a fluid, mysterious equilibrium between feeling and world was upset for the space of a second. Everything we feel and do is somehow oriented lifeward, and the least deviation away from this direction towards something beyond is difficult or alarming. This is true even of the simple act of walking. One lifts one's center of gravity, pushes it forward, and lets it drop again at the slightest change. The merest hint of shrinking from this letting oneself drop into the future, or even of stopping to wonder at it and one can no longer stand upright. Stopping to think is dangerous. It occurred to Ulrich that very decisive point in his life had left behind a similar feeling. He found a messenger and sent him off with his note. It was about 4 in the afternoon, and he decided to walk there, taking his time. It was a deliciously late spring kind of fall day. There was a ferment in the air. People's faces were like spindrift. After the monotonous tension of his thoughts in the last few days he felt as if he were exchanging a prison for a warm bath. He made a point of walking in an amiable, relaxed manner. A gymnastically well-trained body holds so much readiness to move and fight that today it gave him an unpleasant feeling, like the face of an old clown, full of oft-repeated false passions. In the same way, his truth seal had filled his being with capacities for mental agility, divided into troops of thoughts exercising each other, and given him that strictly speaking false clown expression that everything, even sincerity itself, assumes when it becomes a habit. So Ulrich thought. He flowed like a wave among its fellow waves, if one may say so, and why not, when a man who has been wearing himself out with lonely work at last rejoins the community and delights in flowing along with it. At such a moment nothing may seem so remote as the thought that people are not much concerned, inwardly, with the life they lead and are led by. And yet we all know this as long as we are young. Ulrich remembered how such a day had looked to him in these same streets 10 or 15 years ago. It had all been twice as glorious then, and yet there had quite definitely been in all that seething desire an aching sense of being taken captive, an uneasy feeling that everything I think I am attaining is attaining me, a gnawing surmise that in this world the untrue, uncaring, personally indifferent statements will echo more strongly than their most personal and authentic ones. This beauty, one thought, is all well and good, but is it mine? And is the truth I am learning my truth? The goals, the voices, the reality, all this seductiveness that lures and leads us on, that we pursue and plunge into, is this reality itself, or is it no more than a breath of the real, resting intangibly on the surface of the reality the world offers us? What sharpens our suspicions are all those prefabricated compartments and forms of life, semblances of reality, the molds set by earlier generations, the ready-made language not only of the tongue but also of sensations and feelings. Ulrich had stopped in front of a church. Good heavens, if a gigantic matron were to have been sitting here in the shade, with a huge belly terraced like a flight of steps, her back resting against the houses behind her, and above, in thousands of wrinkles, warts, and pimples, the sunset in her face, couldn't he have found that beautiful too? Lord, yes, it was beautiful. He didn't want to weasel out of this by claiming he was put on earth with the obligation to admire this sort of thing. However, there was nothing to prevent him from finding these broad, serenely drooping forms and the filigree of wrinkles on the venerable matron beautiful. It is merely simpler to say that she is old. And this transition from finding the world old to finding it beautiful is about the same as that from a young person's outlook to the high moral viewpoint of the mature adult, which remains absurdly didactic until one suddenly espouses it oneself. It was only seconds that Ulrich stood outside the church, but they rooted in him and compressed his heart with all the resistance of primal instinct against this world petrified into millions of tons of stone, against this frozen moonscape of feeling where, involuntarily, he had been set down. It may be a convenience and a comfort for most people to find the world ready-made, apart from a few minor personal details, and there is no disputing that whatever endures is not only conservative but also the foundation of all advances and revolutions, but it must be said that this casts a feeling of deep, shadowy unease on those who live according to their own lights. It flashed on Ulrich with surprising suddenness, as he appreciated the architectural fine points of the sacred edifice, that one could just as easily devour people as build such monuments or allow them to stand. The houses beside it, the firmament above, the indescribable harmony of all the lines and spaces that caught and guided the eye, the look and expression of the people passing below, their books, their morals, the trees along the street. It all seems at times as stiff as folding screens, as hard as a printer's die stamp, complete. There is no other way of putting it, so complete and finished that one is mere superfluous mist beside it, a small, exhaled breath God has no time for any more. At this moment he wished he were a man without qualities. But it is probably not so very different for anyone. Few people in midlife really know how they got to be what they are, how they came by their pastimes, their outlook, their wife, their character, profession, and successes, but they have the feeling that from this point on nothing much can change. It might even be fair to say that they were tricked, since nowhere is a sufficient reason to be found why everything should have turned out the way it did. It could just as well have turned out differently. Whatever happened was least of all their own doing, but depended mostly on all sorts of circumstances, on moods, the life and death of quite different people. These events converged on one, so to speak, only at a given point in time. In their youth, life lay ahead of them like an inexhaustible morning, full of possibilities and emptiness on all sides, but already by noon something is suddenly there that may claim to be their own life, yet whose appearing is as surprising, all in all, as if person had suddenly materialized with whom one had been corresponding for some 20 years without meeting and whom one had imagined quite differently. What is even more peculiar is that most people do not even notice it. They adopt the man who has come to them, whose life has merged with their own, whose experiences now seem to be the expression of their own qualities, and whose fate is their own reward or misfortune. Something has done to them what flypaper does to a fly, catching it now by a tiny hair, now hampering a movement, gradually enveloping it until it is covered by a thick coating that only remotely suggests its original shape. They then have only vague recollections of their youth, when there was still an opposing power in them. This opposing power tugs and spins, will not settle anywhere and blows up a storm of aimless struggles to escape, the mockery of the young, their revolt against institutions, their readiness for everything that is heroic, for martyrdom or crime, their fiery earnestness, their instability. All this means nothing more than their struggles to escape. Basically, these struggles merely indicate that nothing a young person does is done from an unequivocal inner necessity, even though they behave as if whatever they are intent upon at the moment must be done, and without delay. Someone comes up with a splendid new gesture, an outward or inward, how shall we translate it? Vital pose? A form into which inner a middle dot meaning streams like helium into a balloon. An expression of impression? A technique of being? It can be a new moustache or a new idea. It is play acting, but like all play acting it tries to say something, of course, and like the underscore sparrows off the rooftops when someone scatters crumbs on the ground, young souls instantly pounce on it. Imagine, if you will, what it is to have a heavy world weighing on tongue, hands, and eyes, a middle dot chilled moon of earth, houses, mores, pictures, and books, and inside nothing but an unstable, shifting mist. What a joy it must be whenever someone brings out a slogan in which one thinks he can recognize oneself. What is more natural than that every person of intense feeling get hold of this new form before the common run of people does? It offers that moment of self-realization, of balance between inner and outer, between being crushed and exploding. There is no other basis. Ulrich thought, and all this, of course, touched him personally as well as he stood with his hands in his pocket. His face looking as peaceful and contentedly asleep as if he were dying in the sun's rays that WHJ. Read about him, a gentle death in snow. No other bar 5 is, he thought, for that everlasting phenomenon variously called the new generation, fathers and sons, intellectual revolution, change of style, evolution, fashion, and revival. What makes this craving for the renovation of life into a puppet to a mortal is nothing but the discomfort at the intrusion, between one's own misty self and the alien and already petrified carapace of the self of one's predecessors, of a pseudo-self, a loosely fitting group sought. With a little attention, one can probably always detect in the latest future signs of the coming old times. The new ideas will then be a mere 30 years older but contented and with a little extra fat on their bones or past their prime, much as one glimpses alongside a girl's shining features the extinguished face of the mother, or they have had no success, and are down to skin and bones, shrunk into a reform proposed by some old fool who is called the great so-and-so by his 50 admirers. He came to a halt again, this time in a square where he recognized some of the houses and remembered the public controversies and intellectual ferment that had accompanied their construction. He thought of the friends of his youth. They had all been the friends of his youth, whether he knew them personally or only by name, whether they were the same age as he or older, all the rebels who wanted to bring new things and new people into the world, whether here or scattered over all the places he had ever known. Now these houses stood in the late, already fading afternoon light, like kindly aunts in outmoded hats, quite proper and irrelevant and anything but exciting. He was tempted to a little smile. But the people who had left these unassuming relics behind had meanwhile become professors, celebrities, names, recognized participants in the recognized development of progress. They had made it by a more or less direct path from the mist to the petrifact, and for that reason history may report of them someday, in giving its account of the century. Among those present were 35. Bank Director Leo Fissel and the Principal of Insufficient Cause. At this moment Ulrich was interrupted by an acquaintance addressing him out of nowhere. Before leaving home that morning this acquaintance had had the unpleasant surprise of finding in a side pocket of his briefcase a circular from Kantelsdorf, which he had received some time ago and forgotten to answer because his sound business sense disinclined him from having anything to do with patriotic movements originating in high social circles. Rotten business. He doubtless said to himself at the time, though that was not at all what he would have wanted to say publicly, but, as memory will, his had played a dirty trick on him by taking orders from this first, unofficial reaction of his feelings and letting the matter drop, instead of waiting for a considered decision. When he opened the form letter this time, he saw something he had previously overlooked and that now caused him acute embarrassment. It was really only a phrase, 2 little words that turned up in all sorts of places throughout the text, but these 2 words had cost the portly man several minutes of indecision as he stood, briefcase in hand, before leaving his house. They were, the true Bank Director Fissel, for that is what he was called, Director Leo Fissel of the Lloyd Bank, though he was only a manager with the title of Director. Ulrich, though much younger, could regard himself as a friend from earlier days. He had been quite close to Fissel's daughter, Gerda. The last time he had stayed in the city, though he had called on her only once since his return. Director Fissel knew Kantelsdorf as a man who made his money work for him and kept up with modern methods. In Fire GT, running his mind over the account, Kantelsdorf used Lloyd's, among other banks, for his dealings on the stock exchange. He recognized Kantelsdorf for a man of consequence, as they say in business. Therefore Leo Fissel could not understand how he could have been so careless about so important an invitation, in which his grace appealed to a select circle to take part in a great and communal undertaking. Fissel himself had been included in this circle only because of some very special circumstances, to be gone into later, and all this was the reason he had rushed up to Ulrich the moment he caught sight of him. He had heard that Ulrich had something to do with the affair, was indeed in a prominent position, one of those inexplicable but not uncommon rumors that anticipate the facts, and fired off 3 questions at him like a 3-barreled pistol. What is really meant by the true patriotism, the true progress, and the true Austria? Startled out of his mood but continuing its spirit, Ulrich replied in the manner he always fell into in his conversations with Fissel. The PIC, the what? Director Fissel innocently spelled the letters out after him, this time not suspecting a joke, because such abbreviations, while not so numerous then as they are now, were familiar from cartels and trusts, and radiated confidence. But then he said, please, no jokes just now, I'm in a hurry and late for a meeting. The principle of insufficient cause, Ulrich elucidated. You are a philosopher yourself and know about the principle of sufficient cause. The only exception we make is in our own individual cases, in our real, I mean our personal, lives, and in our public historical lives. Everything that happens happens for no good or sufficient reason. Leo Fissel wavered between disputing this and letting it pass. Director Leo Fissel of the Lloyd Bank loved to philosophize. There still are such people in the practical professions, but he actually was in a hurry, so he said, you are dodging the issue. I'll know what progress is, I know what Austria is, and I probably know what it is to love my country too, but I'm not quite sure what true patriotism is, or what the true Austria, or true progress may be, and that's what I'm asking you. All right. Do you all know what our enzyme is? Or a catalyst? Leo Fissel only raised a hand defensively. It doesn't contribute anything materially, but it sets processes in motion. You must all know from history that there has never been such a thing as the true faith, the true morality, and the true philosophy. But the wars, the viciousness, and the hatreds unleashed in their name have transformed the world in a frightful way. Some other time. Fissel implored him, and then tried another tack, cards on the table. Look, I have to cope with this on the exchange, and I really would like to know what Count Lunsdorf actually has in mind. Just what does he mean by that additional true of his? I give you my solemn word, Ulrich said gravely, that neither I nor anyone else knows what the true anything is. But I can assure you that it is on the point of realization. Why, you're a cynic. Director Fissel declared as he dashed off, but after the first step he turned back and amended himself. Quite recently I was saying to Gerda that you would have made a first-rate diplomat. I hope you'll come see us again soon. Thanks to the above-mentioned principle, the parallel campaign becomes a tangible reality before anyone knows what IT is. Director Leo Fissel of the Lloyd Bank, like all bank directors before the war, believed in progress. As a capable man in his field he knew, of course, that only where one has a thorough knowledge of the facts can one have a conviction on which one would be willing to stake one's own money. The immense expansion of activities does not allow for such competence outside one's own field. Accordingly, efficient, hard-working people have no convictions beyond the limits of their own narrow specialties, none, that is, they will not instantly abandon under pressure from the outside. One might GC, greater than so far as to say that conscientiousness forces them to act differently from the way they think. Director Fissel, for instance, could form no concept at all of true patriotism or the true Austria, but he did have his own opinion of true progress, which was certainly different from Count Lunsdorf's opinion. Exhausted by stocks and bonds or whatever it was he had to deal with, his only recreation an evening at the opera once a week, he believed in a progress of the whole that must somehow resemble his bank's progressively increasing profitability. But now that Count Lunsdorf claimed to know better even in this respect, and thus began to put pressure on Leo Fissel's conscience, Fissel felt that you can never know, after all, except, of course, with stocks and bonds, and since one might not know but on the other hand would rather not miss out on anything, he decided to informally sound out his general manager on the matter. When he did, the general manager had for quite similar reasons already had a talk with the chief executive of the National Bank and knew all about it. For not only the general manager of the Lloyd Bank but, it goes without saying, the chief executive of the National Bank had also received an invitation from Count Lunsdorf. Leo Fissel, who was only a head of department, owed his invitation entirely to his wife's family connections. She came from the upper reaches of the government, bureaucracy and never forgot it, either in her social relations or in her domestic quarrels with Leo. He therefore contented himself, as he and his superior talked about the parallel campaign, with wagging his head significantly, as if to sy big proposition, though it might in other circumstances have meant rotten business either way it couldn't hurt, but on account of his wife Fissel would probably have been happier if it had turned out to be a rotten business. So far, however, von Meyer Ballot, the chief executive who had been consulted by the general manager, had himself formed an excellent impression of the undertaking. When he received Count Lunsdorf's suggestion, he went over to the mirror naturally, though not for that reason that he saw, above the tailcoat and the little gold chain of his order, there. Composed face of a middle-class government minister, in which the hardness of money was at most barely visible somewhere far back in the eyes. His fingers hung down like flags in a calm, as though they had never in their life had to carry out the hasty movements with which an apprentice bank teller counts his cash. This bureaucratically overbred Hifemancier who had hardly a thing in common any longer with the hungry, roaming wild dogs of the stock exchange game, saw vague but pleasingly modulated possibilities ahead, an outlook he had an opportunity of confirming that same evening in conversation with the former ministers of state von Holtzkopf and Baron Wisniewski at the Industrialists' Club. These two gentlemen were well-informed, distinguished, and discreet persons in some kind of high positions into which they had been shunted after the brief caretaker government between two political crises in which they had participated had become superfluous. They were men who had spent their lives in the service of the state and the crown, with no taste for the limelight unless ordered into it by His Majesty himself. They had heard the rumor that the great campaign was to have a subtle barb aimed at Germany. They were still convinced, as they had been before the failure of their mission, that the lamentable manifestations that had even then been making the political life of the dual monarchy a focus of infection for Europe were extraordinarily complicated. But just as they had felt duty-bound to regard these problems as solvable when they received the order to solve them, so they would declare that it was not outside the realm of possibility that something might be achieved by the means Count Lonsdorff was suggesting. Specifically, they felt that a landmark, a splendid show of vitality, a commanding role on the world stage that would have a bracing effect on the situation here at home, were goals so well formulated by Count Lonsdorff that one could no more refuse them than refuse a call for every man who desired the good to step forward. It is of course possible that von Holtzkopf and Wisniewski, as men informed and experienced in public affairs, felt some qualms, especially as they might assume that they themselves would be expected to play a part in the further development of this campaign. But it is easy for people who live on the ground floor to be choosy and turn down whatever does not S1,1 hit them. One whose gondola in life is 9,000 feet up in the air, however, can't simply step outside, even if one is not in accord with everything going on. And since persons in such high circles really are loyal and as opposed to the previously mentioned bourgeois do not like to act otherwise than they think, they must in many cases avoid giving too much careful thought to an issue. The banker von Meyer ballot accordingly found his own favourable impression of the affair confirmed by what the two other gentlemen had to say about it. While he personally and professionally was given to caution, he had heard enough to decide that this was an affair to which he would lend his presence in any case, but without committing himself. At this time the parallel campaign was not yet in existence, and not even Count Lonsdorff had any idea what form it would take. It can be said with certainty that at the moment, the only definite thing that had occurred to him was a list of names. But even this is a great deal. It meant that even at this stage, without anyone needing to have a clear conception of anything, a network of readiness that covered a great many connections was in place, and one can certainly maintain that this is the proper sequence. For first it was necessary to invent knife and fork, and then mankind learned to eat properly. This was how Count Lonsdorff explained it. Launching the slogan Year of Austria, a journalist makes a lot of trouble for Count Lonsdorff. WHOs use a frantic call for Ulrich. Although Count Lonsdorff had sent out invitations in many directions to start people thinking, he might try to have made headway so quickly had not an influential journalist who had heard that something was in the wind quickly published 2 long articles in his paper offering as his own ideas everything he had guessed to be in the works. He did not know much where, indeed, could he have found out ? But no one noticed. Indeed, this was just what made it possible for his articles to be so irresistibly effective. He was really the inventor of the idea of the Year of Austria that he wrote about in his columns, without himself knowing what he meant by it but writing sentence after sentence in which this phrase combined with others as in a dream and took on new forms and unleashed storms of enthusiasm. Count Lonsdorff was horrified at first, but he was wrong. The phrase Year of Austria showed what it means to be a journalistic genius, for it was a triumph of true instinct. It caused vibrations to sound that would have remained dumb at the mention of an Austrian century. The call to bring about such an era would have struck sensible people as impossible to take seriously. Why this is so would be hard to say. Perhaps a certain vagueness, a metaphorical quality that lessens realistic perceptions, lent wings to the feelings of more people just Count Lonsdorff. For vagueness has an elevating and magnifying power. It seems that the bona fide, practical realist just doesn't love reality or take it seriously. As a child he crawls under the table when his parents are out, converting their living room by this simple yet inspired trick into an adventure. As a boy he longs for a watch, as a young man with a gold watch, for a wife to go with it, as a man with watch and wife, for a promotion. And yet, when he has happily achieved this little circle of desires and should be peacefully swinging back and forth in it like a pendulum, his supply of unsatisfied yearnings does not seem to have diminished at all. For if he wants to elevate himself above the daily rut, he resorts to figures of speech. Since to him snow is evidently unpleasant at times, he compares it to a woman's shimmering bosom, and as soon as he begins to tire of his phase breasts, he likens them to shimmering snow. He would be horrified if the beaks of his wife's nipples actually turned to coral, or their billing and cooing turned out to come from the horny beak of a real dove, but poetically it excites him. He is capable of turning everything into something else: snow to skin, skin to flower petals, petals to sugar, sugar to powder, powder to drifting snow again, as long as he can make it out to be something it is not, which may be taken to prove that he cannot bear to stay in the same place for long, no matter where he may find himself. Most of all, no true Cockanian could, in his soul, bear Cockania for long. To ask of him an Austrian century would be tantamount to asking him to sentence himself and the world to the punishments of hell by an absurdly voluntary effort. An Austrian year, on the other hand, was quite something else. It meant, let's show them, for once, who we could be! But, so to speak, only until further notice, and for a year at most. One could understand by it whatever one liked, it wasn't for eternity, and this somehow touched the heart. It stirred to life the deepest love of one's country. And so Count Lonsdorff had and dreamed of success. After all, his original idea had also come to him as such a figure of speech, but a number of names had occurred to him as well, and his moral nature aspired to something beyond such intangibles. He had a well-defined concept of the way the imagination of the common people, or, as he now put it to a faithful journalist, the imagination of the public, must be directed to a goal that was clear, sound, reasonable, and in harmony with the true aims of mankind and their own country. This journalist, spurred on by his colleagues' success, wrote all this down immediately, and as he had the advantage of having it from an authentic source, it was part of the technique of his profession to draw attention to this by attributing his information in large type to influential circles. This was precisely what Count Lonsdorff had expected of him, for his grace attached great importance to being no ideologue but an experienced practical statesman, and he wanted a fine line drawn between a Year of Austria as the brainchild of a clever member of the press and the circumspection of responsible circles. To this end he borrowed the technique of someone he would not normally have liked to regard as a model Bismarck to let newsmen serve as the mouthpiece for his actual intentions so as to be able to acknowledge or disavow them as circumstances might dictate. But while Count Lonsdorff acted with such shrewdness, he overlooked something. For it was not only a man like himself who saw the truth we so much need, innumerable other people saw themselves as possessing it as well. It may be different as a calcification of the previously described state of mind, in which one still makes metaphors. Sooner or later even the desire for these metaphors disappears, and many of the people who still retain a supply of definitively unfulfilled dreams create for themselves a point at which they stare in secret, as though it marks the beginning of the world that life still owes them. In almost no time after he had sent out his statement to the press, His Grace had intimations that all those who have no money harbour inside them an unpleasant crank. This opinionated man within the man goes with him to the office every morning and has absolutely no way to air his protest against the way things are done in the world, so instead he keeps his eyes glued to a lifelong secret point of his own that everyone else refuses to see, although it is obviously the source of all the misery in a world that will not recog nies its saviour. Stitch fixed points, where the centre of a person's equilibrium coincides with the world's centre of equilibrium, may be, for instance, a spittoon that can be shut with a simple latch, or the abolition of open salt cellars in restaurants, the kind people poke their knives into, so as to stop at one stroke the spread of that scourge of mankind. Tuberculosis or the adoption of Vell's system of shorthand, so effective a time saver it can solve the problems of society once and for all, or conversion to a natural mode of living that would halt the present random destruction of the environment, not to mention a metaphysical theory of the motions of celestial bodies, simplification of the administrative apparatus, and a reform of Essex life. In the right circumstances a man can help himself by writing a book about his point, or a pamphlet, or at least a letter to the editor, thereby putting his protest on the historical record, which is marvellously comforting even if nobody ever reads it. Usually, however, it can be counted on to attract the attention of a few readers who assure the author that he is a new Copernicus, whereupon they introduce themselves as unrecognized Newtons. This custom of picking the points out of each other's fur is widespread and a great comfort, but it is without lasting effect because the participants soon fall to quarreling and find themselves isolated again. However, it can also happen that a small circle of admirers gathers around one prophet or another, and with united energy accuses heaven of being remiss in not sufficiently supporting its anointed son. And if a ray of hope should suddenly fall from on high upon such little piles of points, as it did when Count Lonsdorff issued a public statement that a year of Austria if it should materialize, which was still not yet settled would for any case have to be in accord with the true aims of existence, they receive it like saints vouchsafed divine vision. Count Lonsdorff had aimed at bringing about a powerful demonstration arising spontaneously out of the midst of the people themselves, meaning the universities, the clergy, certain names never absent from the rosters of charity affairs, and even the press. He was counting on the patriotic parties, the sound sense of the middle class, which hung out flags on the emperor's birthday, and the support of leading financiers. He even included the politicians, because he hoped in his heart that his great work would render politics superfluous by bringing it all down to the common denominator of our fatherland, from which he subsequently intended to subtract the land, leaving the fatherly ruler as the only remainder. But the one thing his grace had not reckoned with and that surprised him was the widespread need to improve the world, which was hatched out by the warmth of a great occasion as insect eggs are hatched by a fire. His grace had not counted on this. He had expected a great amount of patriotism but was not prepared for inventions, theories, schemes for world unity, and people demanding that he release them from intellectual prisons. They besieged his palace, hailed the parallel campaign as a chance to help make the truth prevail at last, and Count Lonsdorff did not know what to do with them. In awareness of his social position he could not, after all, sit down at table with all these people, yet, given a mind filled with intense morality, he did not want to avoid meeting them, either, but since his education had been in politics and philosophy to the exclusion of science and technology, he had no way of telling whether there was anything to their proposals or not. In this situation he felt an increasingly desperate need for Ulrich, who had been recommended to him as the very man for the occasion. Obviously, his secretary or any ordinary secretary could not cope with such exigencies. Once, when he had been very annoyed with his secretary, he had even prayed to God though he was ashamed of it the next day for Ulrich to come. And when this did not happen, he personally took systematic steps to find him. He ordered the directory to be checked, but Ulrich was not yet in it. He then went to his friend Diotima, who could usually be counted on for advice, and it turned out that the admirable woman had actually seen Ulrich already, but she had forgotten to ask for his address, or pretended she had in order to us the opportunity to propose a new and far better candidate for secretary of the great campaign. But Count Lonsdorff was quite agitated and declared most positively that he had already grown used to Ulrich, that a Prussian was out of the question, even a reformed Prussian, and that he wanted to hear nothing at all about still further complications. Dismayed to see that he had apparently hurt his friend's feelings, he came up with an idea of his own. He told her that he would drive straight to his friend the Commissioner of Police, who should certainly be able to dig up the address of any citizen whatever. Clarisse and her demons. When Ulrich's note arrived, Walter and Clarisse were again playing the piano so violently that the spindly reproduction furniture rattled and the Dante Gabriel Rossetti prints on the walls trembled. The aged messenger who had found house and doors open without being challenged was met by a full blast of thunder in the face as he fought his way into the sitting room, and the holy uproar he had wandered into left him nailed to the wall with awe. It was Clarisse who finally discharged the onrushing musical excitement with two powerful crashes and set him free. While she read the note, the interrupted outpouring still writhed under Walter's hands. A melody ran along jerkily like a stork and then spread its wings. Clarisse kept a mistrustful ear on this while she deciphered Ulrich's handwriting. When she announced their friend's impending arrival, Walter said, "Too bad." She sat down again beside him on her little revolving piano stool, and a smile that for some reason struck Walter as cruel parted her lips, which looked sensual. It was that moment when the players rein in their blood in order to be able to release it in the same rhythm, eyes blazing out of their heads in 4 long parallel axes while their buttocks tense and grip the little stools that keep trying to wobble on the long necks of their wooden screws. The next instant, Clarisse and Walter were off like 2 locomotives racing side by side. The piece they were playing came rushing at their eyes like flashing rails, vanished under the thundering engine, and spread out behind them as a ringing, resonant, marvelously present landscape. In the course of this ride, these 2 people's separate feelings were compressed into a single entity. Hearing, blood, muscles, were all swept along irresistibly by the same experience. Shimmering, bending, curving walls of sound forced their bodies onto the same track, bent them as one, and expanded and contracted their chests in the same breath. In a fraction of a second, gaiety, sadness, anger, and fear, love and hatred, desire and satiety, passed through Walter and Clarisse. They became one, just as in a great pan-sea hundreds of people who a moment before had been distinct in every way suddenly make the same flailing movements of flight, utter the same senseless screams, their gaping mouths and staring eyes the same, all swept backward and forward, left and right, by the same aimless force, howling, twitching, tangling, trembling. But this union did not have the same dull, overwhelming force as life itself, where this kind of thing does not happen so easily, although it blots out everything personal when it does. The anger, love, joy, gaiety, and sadness that Clarisse and Walter felt in their flight were not full emotions but little more than physical shells of feelings that had been worked up into a frenzy. They sat stiff in a trance on their little stools, angry, in love, or sad, at nothing, with nothing, about nothing, or each of them about something else, thinking and meaning different things of their own. The dictate of music united them in highest passion, yet at the same time it left them with something absent, as in the compulsive sleep of hypnosis. Each of these 2 people felt it in his own way. Walter was happy and excited. Like most musical people, he considered these billowing surges and emotional stirrings, all this cloudy, churned up, somatic sediment of the soul, to be the simple language of the eternal that binds all mankind together. It delighted him to press Clarisse to himself with the powerful arm of primal emotion. On this day, he had come home earlier than usual from the office, where he had been cataloguing works of art that still bore the imprint of great, unfragmented times and emitted a mysterious strength of will. Clarisse had given him a friendly welcome, and now in the awesome world of music she was firmly bound to him. It was a day of mysterious successes, a soundless march as if gods were approaching. Perhaps today is the day? Walter thought. He wanted to bring Clarisse back, but not by force. The realization would have to rise up from her innermost self and incline her gently to him. The piano was hammering glinting note heads into a wall of air. Although the origin of this process was entirely real, the walls of the room soon disappeared, and there arose in their place golden partitions of music, that mysterious space in which self and world, perception and feeling, inside and outside, plunge into one another in the most indefinable way, while the space itself consists entirely of sensation, certainty, precision, a whole hierarchy of ordered detail of glory. It was to these sensual details that the threads of feeling were fastened, spun from the billowing haze of their souls, and this haze was mirrored in the precision of these walls of sound and appeared clear to itself. The 2 players' souls hung like cocoons in these threads and rays. The more tightly they became enwrapped and the farther their beams were spread, the cozier Walter felt. His dreams were assuming so much of the shape of a small child that he was beginning here and there to strike the notes with a false and too sentimental emphasis. But before it came to the point of making a spark of ordinary feeling strike through the golden mist and bring them back to an earthly relationship to each other, Clarisse's thoughts had diverged as far from Walter's as is possible for 2 people who are storming along side by side with twin gestures of desperation and rapture. In fluttering mists, images sprang up, overlapped, fused, faded. That was Clarisse's thinking. She had her own way of thinking. Sometimes several ideas were intertwined simultaneously, sometimes none at all, but then one could feel the thoughts lurking like demons behind the stage. The temporal sequence of events that gives such real support to most people became in Clarisse a veil that threw its folds one over the other, only to dissolve them into a barely visible puff of air. This time, 3 people were around Clarisse: Walter, Ulrich, and the woman killer Musil. Ulrich had told her about Musil. Attraction and repulsion blended into a peculiar spell. Clarisse was gnawing at the root of love. It is a forked root, with kisses and bites, glances clinging and a tormented last-minute aversion of the gaze. Does getting along well together lead to hate? She wondered. Does a decent life crave brutality? Does peacefulness need cruelty? Does orderliness long to be torn apart? Such were, and were not, the thoughts provoked by Musil. Beneath the thunder of the music a world was suspended around her, a conflagration on the verge of breaking out, inwardly eating away at the timbers. But it was also like a metaphor, where the things compared are the same yet on their other hand quite different, and from the dissimilarity of the similar as from the similarity of the dissimilar 2 columns of smoke drift upward with the magical scent of baked apples and pine twigs strewn on the fire. We should never have to stop playing, she said to herself, and flicking the pages back she started again at the beginning when they reached the end. Walter smiled self-consciously and joined in. What is Ulrich actually doing with his mathematics? She asked him. Walter shrugged his shoulders while playing, as if he were at the wheel of a racing car. One would have to go on and on playing, till the very end, Clarisse thought. If one could go on playing uninterruptedly to the end of one's life, what would Musil be then? A horror? An idiot? A black bird in the sky? She did not know. She knew nothing at all. One from day she could have calculated to the day when it happened she had awakened from the sleep of childhood and found the conviction ready-made that she was called upon to accomplish something, to play a special role, perhaps even chosen for some great purpose. At the time, she knew nothing of the world. Nor did she believe what she was told about it by her parents, her older brothers. Their chattering was all well and good, but one could not assimilate what they said. One simply couldn't, any more than a chemical substance can absorb another that does not fit it. Then came Walter. That was the day. From that day on everything fit. Walter wore a little moustache, a toothbrush on his upper lip. He called her Fräulein, and all at once the world was no longer a barren, chaotic, parched plain but a gleaming circle, with Walter at the center, herself at the center, two centers coinciding in one. Earth, buildings, fallen leaves not swept away, aching lines of perspective. She remembered the moment as one of the most tormenting of her childhood, when she stood with her father looking at a scenic view, and her father, the painter, went into endless raptures over it, while for her, gazing into the world along those long aerial lines of perspective only hurt, as if she had to run her finger along the sharp edge of a ruler. These were the things that had made up life before. Now, all at once, it had become hers, flesh of her flesh. She knew then that she would do something gigantic, though what it would be she did not yet know. Meanwhile she felt it most powerfully with music, and hoped then that Walter would become an even greater genius than Nietzsche, to say nothing of Ulrich, who arrived on the scene later and who had merely given her Nietzsche's works as a present. From then on things had progressed. How fast, it was now impossible to say. How badly she had played the piano before, how little she had known all about music. Now she played better than Walter. And all the books she had read. Where had they all come from? She saw it all before her like swarms of blackbirds fluttering around a little girl standing in the snow. But somewhat later she saw a black wall with white spots in it. Black stood for she didn't know, and while the white ran together to form little, and sometimes larger, islands, the black remained unchangingly infinite. This blackness emitted fear and agitation. Is this the devil? She thought. Has the devil turned into Musil? Between the white spots she now noticed thin grey tracks. On these she had moved from one thing to the next in her life. They were events, departures, arrivals, excited discussions, battling with her parents. The marriage. The house. The incredible struggle with Walter. The thin grey tracks coiled like snakes. Snakes. Clarisse thought. Snakes. These events entangled her, trapped her, kept her from getting where she wanted to go, were slippery, and made her aim at a target she did not want. Snakes, snares, slippery, that was life's way. Her thoughts began to race like life. Her fingertips dipped into the torrent of music. In the stream of music snakes and snares came slithering down. Then the prison where they kept Musil hidden opened like the refuge of a quiet bay. Clarisse's thoughts entered his cell with a shudder. One must make music to the end, she repeated to herself for encouragement, but her heart was trembling violently. When it had calmed down the entire cell was filled with herself. It was as gentle a feeling as salve on a wound, but when she tried to hang on to it forever it began to open and spread apart like a fairy tale or a dream. Musil sat with his head in his hand, and she freed him from his fetters. As her fingers moved, and as if at their summons, strength, courage, virtue, kindness, beauty, and riches entered the cell like a breeze from many meadows. It doesn't matter at all why I am doing this, it doesn't matter why I feel like doing this, Clarisse felt, what counts is that now I am doing it. She laid her hands, a part of her own body, on his eyes, and when she withdrew her fingers Musil had turned into a handsome youth and she stood beside him as an incredibly beautiful woman with a body as sweet and soft as a southern wine, not at all recalcitrant, as little Clarisse's body usually was. This is the form of our innocence, she noted in some deep down thinking layer of consciousness. But why couldn't Walter be like this? Emerging from the depths of her music fantasy, she remembered what a child she still had been, already in love with Walter at 15, and prepared to save him by her courage, strength, and kindness from all the dangers that threatened his genius. And how beautiful it had been when Walter glimpsed those deep spiritual pitfalls everywhere. She wondered whether it had all been mere childishness. Their marriage had irradiated it with a disturbing light. Somehow their marriage was suddenly creating a great embarrassment for their love. Odd that things hadn't also been wonderful of late, perhaps even richer in meaning and substance than formerly. Still, that huge conflagration, those flames everywhere flickering across the sky, had dwindled to the difficulties of a fire of the hearth that is reluctant to bum. Clarisse was not quite sure whether her struggles with Walter still mattered. Meanwhile life was racing by like this music that was vanishing under her hands. In a wink it would be over. She was gradually overcome by hopeless terror. At this moment she noticed that Walter's playing was becoming unsure. His feelings were splashing like big raindrops on the keys. She instantly guessed what he was thinking of. The child. She knew that he wanted to bind her to himself with a child. They argued about it day in, day out. And the music did not stop for a second. The music knew no denial. Like a net whose entangling meshes she had not noticed, it was pulling shut with lightning speed. Clarisse leapt up in mid-chord and banged the piano shut. Walter barely managed to save his fingers. Oh, how that hurt. Still shocked, he understood everything. It was Ulrich's coming. The mere news of which was enough to throw her mind into a frenzy. Ulrich was bad for Clarisse in that he callously roused in her something that Walter himself hardly dared touch, that wretched streak of genius in Clarisse. The secret cavern where something calamitous was tearing at chains that might one day give way. He did not stir, but only gave Clarisse a dumbfounded stare. And Clarisse offered no explanations, stood there, and breathed hard. She was definitely not at all in love with Ulrich, she assured Walter after he had spoken. If she were in love with him, she would say so at once. But she did feel kindled by him, like a light. She felt she shone more herself, amounted to more, when he was near. Walter on their other hand always wanted only to close the shutters. Besides, her feelings were nobody else's business, not Ulrich's and not Walter's. Yet Walter thought that between the fury and indignation that breathed from her words he could scent a narcotic, deadly kernel of something that was not fury. Dusk had fallen. The room was black. The piano was black. The silhouettes of two people who loved each other were black. Clarisse's eyes gleamed in the dark, kindled like a light, and in Walter's mouth, restless with pain, the enamel on a tooth shone like ivory. Regardless of the greatest affairs of state occurring in the world outside, and despite its vexations, this seemed to be one of those moments for which God had created the ear. 39. A man without qualities consists of qualities without a man. But Ulrich did not come that evening. After Director Thistle had left him in such haste, he fell to mulling over the question of his youth, why the world so uncannily favored inauthentic and in a higher sense untrue statements. One always gets one step ahead precisely when one lies, he thought. That's another thing I should have told him. Ulrich was a passionate man, but not in the sense of passions as commonly understood. There must indeed have been something that drove him again and again into this stat tilde. And it was perhaps passion, but when he was actually excited or behaving in an excited manner, his attitude was both passionate and detached at the same time. He had run the gamut of experience, more or less, and felt that he might still now at any time plunge into something that did not mean anything to him personally so long as it stimulated his urge to action. So without much exaggeration he was able to say of his life that everything in it had fulfilled itself as if it belonged together more than it belonged to him. He had always followed A, whether in battle or in love, E. Therefore he had to suppose that the personal qualities he had achieved in this way had more to do with one another than with him, that every one of them, in fact, looked at closely, was no more intimately bound up with him than with anyone else who also happened to possess them. Nevertheless, one is undoubtedly conditioned by one's qualities and is made up of them, even if one is not identical with them, and so one can sometimes seem just as much a stranger to oneself at rest as in motion. If Ulrich had been asked to say what he was really like he would have been at a loss, for like so many people he had never tested himself other than by a task and his relation to it. His self-confidence had not been damaged, nor was it coddled in vain. It never needed that overhauling and lubrication that is called probing one's conscience. Was he a strong person? He didn't know. On that point he was perhaps fatefully mistaken. But he had surely always been a person with faith in his own strength. Even now he did not doubt that the differences between identifying with one's own experiences and qualities and distancing oneself from them was only a difference in attitude tilde, in a sense a deliberate decision or a choice of the degree to which one saw one's life as a general manifestation or an individual one. Put simply, one can take what one does or what happens to one either personally or impersonally. One can feel a blow as an insult as well as a pain, in which case it becomes unbearably intensified, but one can also take it in a sporting sense, as a setback by which one should not let oneself be either intimidated or enraged, and then, often enough, one never even notices it. But in this second case, all that has happened is that the blow has been put in a general context, that of combat, so that it is seen to depend on the purpose it is meant to serve. And it is just this that an experience derives its meaning, even its content, only from its position in a chain of logically consistent events which is apparent when a man sees his experience not only as a personal event but as a challenge to his spiritual powers. He will also be less emotionally affected by what he does. But oddly enough, what we consider a sign of superior intelligence in a boxer is judged to be cold and callous in people who can't box but inclined to an intellectual way of life. Whether we apply and demand a general or a personal attitude in a given situation is governed by all sorts of distinctions. A murderer who goes coolly about his business is likely to be judged particularly vicious. A professor who continues to work out a problem in the arms of his wife is seen as a dry-as-dust pedant. A politician who climbs to high office over the bodies of those he has destroyed will be called a monster or a hero, depending on his success. But soldiers, hangmen, or surgeons, on the other hand, are expected to behave with the same impassivity that is condemned in others. Without going further into the morality of these examples, we cannot overlook the uncertainty that leads in every case to a compromise between the objectively and the subjectively proper attitude. This uncertainty gave Ulrich's personal problem a broader context. In earlier times, one had an easier conscience about being a person than one does today. People were like cornstalks in a field, probably more violently tossed back and forth by God, hail, fire, pestilence, and war than they are today, but as a whole, as a city, a region, a field, and as to what personal movement was left to the individual stalk, all this was clearly defined and could be answered for. But today responsibility's center of gravity is not in people but in circumstances. Have we not noticed that experiences have made themselves independent of people? They have gone on the stage, into books, into the reports of research institutes and explorers, into ideological or religious communities, which foster certain kinds of experience at the expense of others as if they are conducting a kind of social experiment, and insofar as experiences are not actually being developed, they are simply left dangling in the air. Who can say nowadays his anger is really his own anger when so many people talk about it and claim to know more about it than he does? A world of qualities without a man has arisen, of experiences without the person who experiences them, and it almost looks as though ideally private experience is a thing of the past, and that the friendly burden of personal responsibility is to dissolve into a system of formulas of possible meanings. Probably the dissolution of the anthropocentric point of view, which for such a long time considered man to be at the center of the universe but which has been fading away for centuries, has finally arrived at the I itself, for the belief that the most important thing about experience is the experiencing, or of action the doing, is beginning to strike most people as naive. There are probably people who still lead personal lives, who say we saw the so-and-sos yesterday or we'll do this, or that today and enjoy it without its needing to have any content or significance. They like everything that comes in contact with their fingers, and are purely private persons insofar as this is at all possible. In contact with such people, the world becomes a private world and shines like a rainbow. They may be very happy, but this kind of people usually seems absurd to the others, although it is still not at all clear why. And suddenly, in view of these reflections, Ulrich had to smile and admit to himself that he was, after all, a character, even without having one. Man with all the qualities, but he is indifferent to them. A prince of intellect is arrested, and the parallel campaign gets ITS honorary secretary. It is not difficult to describe the basic traits of this 32-year-old man Ulrich, even though all he knows about himself is that he is as close to as he is far from all qualities, and that they are all, whether or not he has made them his own, in a curious fashion indifferent to him. With a suppleness of mind, owing simply to his being gifted in various directions, he combines a certain aggressiveness. His is a masculine mind. He is not sensitive toward other people and rarely puts himself in their place, except to get to know them for his own purposes. He is no respecter of rights unless he respects the person whose rights they are, which is not very often. With the passage of time, a certain inclination toward the negative has developed in him, a flexible dialectic of feeling that easily leads him to discover a flaw in something widely approved or, conversely, to defend the forbidden and to refuse responsibilities with a resentment that springs from the desire to create his own responsibilities. Despite this need, however, and apart from certain self-indulgences, he lets himself be guided morally by the chivalrous code that is followed by almost all men as long as they live in secure circumstances in middle-class society, and so, with all the arrogance, ruthlessness, and negligence of a man called to his vocation, he leads the life of another man who has made of his inclinations and abilities more or less ordinary, practical and social use. He was accustomed, instinctively and without vanity, to regard himself as the instrument of a not unimportant purpose, which he intended to discover in good time. Even now, early in this year of groping unrest, after he realized how his life had been drifting, the feeling that he was on his way somewhere was soon restored, and he made no special effort with his plans. It is none too easy to recognize in such a temperament the passion that drives it, ambiguously formed by predisposition and circumstances. Its fate has not yet been laid bare by any really tough counter-pressure. But the main thing is that the missing element needed in order to crystallize a decision is still unknown. Ulrich was a man forced somehow to live against himself, though outwardly he appeared to be indulging his inclinations without constraint. Comparing the world to a laboratory had rekindled an old idea in his mind. Formerly he had thought of the kind of life that would appeal to him as a vast experimental station for trying out the best ways of being a man and discovering new ones. That the great existing laboratory was functioning rather haphazardly, lacking visible directors or theoreticians at the top, was another matter. It might even be said that he himself would have wanted to become something like a philosopher king, who wouldn't? It is so natural to regard the mind as the highest power, the supreme ruler of everything. That is what we are taught. Anybody who can dresses up in intellect, decks himself out in it. Mind and spirit, in a middle dot combination with a numinous other something, is the most ubiquitous thing there is. The spirit of loyalty, the spirit of love, a masculine mind, a cultivated mind, the greatest living mind, keeping up the spirit of one cause or another, acting in the spirit of this or that movement. How solid and unexceptionable it sounds, right down to its lowest levels. Beside it everything else, be it humdrum crime or the hot pursuit of profits, seems inadmissible. The dirt God removes from his toenails. But what a spirit standing by itself, a naked noun, bare as a ghost to whom one would like to lend a sheet. One can read the poets, study the philosophers, buy paintings, hold all-night discussions. Does all this bestow spirit on us? Zero. If it does, do we then possess it? And even if we should, this spirit is so firmly bound up with the accidental form in which it happens to manifest itself. It passes right through the person who wants to absorb it, leaving only a small tremor behind. What can we do with all this spirit? It is constantly being spewed out in truly astronomical quantities on masses of paper, stone, and canvas, and just as ceaselessly consumed at a tremendous cost in nervous energy. But what becomes of it then? Does it vanish like a mirage? Does it dissolve into particles? Does it evade the earthly law of conservation? The innotes of dust that sink and slowly settle down to rest inside us bear no relation to all that expense. Where has it gone, where and what is it? If we knew more about it there might be an awkward silence around this noun, spirit. Evening had come, buildings as if broken out of pure space, asphalt, steel rails, formed the cooling shell that was the city. The mother shell, full of childlike, joyful, human movement. Where every drop begins as a droplet sprayed or squirted, a tiny explosion caught by the walls, cooling, calming, and slowing down, hanging quietly, tenderly, on the slope of the mother shell, hardening at last into a little grain on its wall. A middle dot. Why, Ulrich thought suddenly, didn't I become a pilgrim? Oh, angry. The German word Geist is variously rendered in this chapter as mind, spirit, and intellect. A powerful concept in German culture, Geist embraces all three. Ed. Pure, uncontingent way of life, as piercingly fresh as ozone, presented itself to his senses. Whoever cannot say yes to life should at least utter the no of the saint. And yet it was simply impossible to consider this seriously. Nor could he see himself becoming an adventurer, though it might feel rather like an everlasting honeymoon, and appealed to his limbs and his temperament. He had not been able to become a poet or one of those disillusioned souls who believe only in money and power, although he had the makings of either. He forgot his age. He imagined he was 20, but even so, something inside him was just as certain that he could become none of those things. Every possibility beckoned him, but something stronger kept him from yielding to the attraction. Why was he living in this dim and undecided fashion? Obviously, he said to himself, what was keeping him spellbound in this aloof and nameless way of life was nothing other than the compulsion to that loosening and binding of the world that is known by a word we do not care to encounter by itself, spirit, or mind. Without knowing why, Ulrich suddenly felt sad, and thought, I simply don't love myself. Within the frozen, petrified body of the city he felt his heart beat in its innermost depths. There was something in him that had never wanted to remain anywhere, had groped its way along the walls of the world, thinking, there are still millions of other walls. It was this slowly cooling, absurd drop eye that refused to give up its fire, its tiny glowing core. The mind has learned that beauty makes things or people good, bad, stupid, or enchanting. It dissects a sheep and a penitent and finds humility and patience in both. It analyzes a substance and notes that it is a poison in large quantities, a stimulant in smaller ones. It knows that the mucous membrane of the lips is related to the MX membrane of the intestine, but also knows that the humility of those lips is related to the humility of all that is saintly. It jumbles things up, sorts them out, and forms new combinations. To the mind, good and evil, above and below, are not skeptical, relative concepts, but terms of a function, values that depend on the context they find themselves in. The centuries have taught it that vices can turn into virtues and virtues into vices, so the mind concludes that basically only ineptitude prevents the transformation of a criminal into a useful person within the space of a lifetime. It does not accept anything as permissible or impermissible, since everything may have some quality that may someday make it part of a great new context. It secretly detests everything with pretensions to permanence, all the great ideals and laws and their little fossilized imprint. The well-adjusted character. It regards nothing as fixed, no personality, no order of things, because our knowledge may change from day to day. It regards nothing as binding, everything has the value it has only until the next act of creation, as a face changes with the words we are speaking to it. And so the mind or spirit is the great opportunist, itself impossible to pin down, take hold of, anywhere. One is tempted to believe that of all its influence nothing is left but decay. Every advance is a gain in particular and a separation in general, it is an increase in power leading only to a progressive increase in impotence, but there is no way to quit. Ulrich thought of that body of facts and discoveries, growing almost by the hour, out of which the mind must peer today if it wishes to scrutinize any given problem closely. This body grows away from its inner life. Countless views, opinions, systems of ideas from every age and latitude, from all sorts of sick and sound, waking and dreaming brains run through it like thousands of small sensitive nerve strands, but the central nodal point tying them all together is missing. Man feels dangerously close to repeating the fate of those gigantic primeval species that perished because of their size, but he cannot stop himself. This reminded Ulrich of the rather dubious notion in which he had long believed and even now had not quite uprooted from himself, that the world would be best governed by a senate of the wisest, the most advanced. It is after all very natural to think that man, who calls in professionally trained doctors rather than shepherds to treat him when sick, has no reason, when well, to let public affairs be conducted by windbags no better qualified than shepherds. This is why the young, who care about the essentials in life, begin by regarding everything in the world that is neither true nor good nor beautiful, such as the Internal Revenue Service or a debate in the legislature, as irrelevant. At least they used to. Nowadays, thanks to their education in politics and economics, they are said to be different. But even at that time, as one got older and on longer acquaintance with the smokehouse of the mind, in which the world cures the bacon of its daily affairs, one learned to adapt oneself to reality, and a person with a trained mind would finally end up limiting himself to his specialty and spend the rest of his life convinced that the whole of life should perhaps be different, but there was no point in thinking about it. This is more or less how people who follow intellectual pursuits maintain their equilibrium. Suddenly Ulrich saw the whole thing in the comical light of the question whether, given that there was certainly an abundance of mind around, the only thing wrong was that mind itself was devoid of mind. He felt like laughing. He was himself, after all, one of those specialists who had renounced responsibility for the larger questions. But disappointed, still burning ambition went through him like a sword. At this moment there were two Ulrichs, walking side by side. One took in the scene with a smile and thought, so this is the stage on which I once hoped to play a part. One day I woke up, no I owned snug in mother's crib, but with the firm conviction that there was something I had to accomplish. They gave me cues. But I felt they had nothing to do with me. Like a kind of feverish stage of fright, everything in those days was filled with my own plans and expectations. Meanwhile the stage has continued revolving unobtrusively. I am somewhat farther along on my way, and I may already be standing near the exit. Soon I shall be turned out, and the only lines of my great part that I will have uttered are the horses are saddled. The devil take all of you. But while Ulrich smiling at these reflections walked on through the hovering evening, the other had his fists clenched in pain and rage. He was the less visible of the two and was searching for a magic formula, a possible handle to grasp, the real mind of the mind. The missing piece, perhaps only a small one, that would close the broken circle. This second Ulrich had no words at his disposal. Words leap like monkeys from tree to tree, but in that dark place where a man has his roots he is deprived of their kind mediation. The ground streamed away under his feet. He could hardly open his eyes. Can a feeling rage like a storm and yet not be a stormy feeling at all? By storm of feeling we mean something that makes our trunk groan and our branches flail to the verge of breaking. But this storm left the surface quite undisturbed. It was almost a state of conversion, of turning back. There was no flicker of change in his facial expression, yet inside him not an atom seemed to stay in place. Ulrich's senses were unclouded, and yet each person he passed was perceived in some out-of-the-ordinary way by his eye, each sound differently by his ear. He could not have said more sharply, nor more deeply either, nor more softly, nor more naturally or unnaturally. Ulrich could not say anything at all, but at this moment he thought of that curious experience, spirit, as he would of a beloved who had deceived him all his life without his loving her less, and it bound him to everything that came his way. For in love everything is love, even pain and revulsion. The tiny twig on the tree and the pale window pane in the evening light became an experience deeply embedded in his own nature, barely expressible in words. Things seemed to consist not of wood and stone but of some grandiose and infinitely tender immorality that, the moment it came in contact with him, turned into a deep moral shock. All this lasted no longer than a smile, and just as Ulrich H was thinking, now for once I shall remain wherever it has carried me, he had the misfortune to run into an obstacle that shattered this tension. What happened now came out of a wholly different world than the one in which Ulrich had just been experiencing trees and stones as a sensitive extension of his own body. A left-wing tabloid had slathered its venomous spittle all over the great idea, as Count Lunsdorf might have put it, calling it just another sensation for the ruling class in the wake of the latest sex murder, and this caused an honest workingman who had been drinking to lose his temper. He had brushed up against two solid citizens pleased with their day's business who, convinced that a contented frame of mind could express itself anywhere, were rather loudly airing their approval of the great patriotic campaign they had read about in their paper. Words were exchanged, and as the proximity of a policeman encouraged the citizens as much as it provoked their attacker, the scene became increasingly impassioned. The policeman began by watching it over his shoulder, subsequently turning to face it and then coming closer. He attended as an observer, like a protruding offshoot of the iron machinery of the state, which ends in buttons and other metal trim. There is always something ghostly about living constantly in a well-ordered state. You cannot step into the street or drink a glass of water or get on a streetcar without touching the balanced levers of a gigantic apparatus of laws and interrelations, setting them in motion or letting them maintain you in your peaceful existence. One knows hardly any of these levers, which reach deep into the inner workings and, coming out the other side, lose themselves in a network whose structure has never yet been unraveled by anyone. So one denies their existence, just as the average citizen denies the air, maintaining that it is empty space. But all these things that one denied, these colorless, odorless, tasteless, weightless, and morally indefinable things such as water, air, space, money, and the passing of time, turn out in truth to be the most important things of all, and this gives life a certain spooky quality. Sometimes a man may be seized by panic, helpless as in a dream, thrashing about wildly like an animal that has blundered into the incomprehensible mechanism of a net. Such was the effect of the policeman's buttons on the workingman, and it was at this moment that the arm of the state, feeling that it was not being respected in a proper manner, proceeded to make an arrest. It was not made without resistance and repeated pronouncements of rebellious sentiments. Flattered by the sensation he was creating, the drunk unleashed a previously hidden, total antipathy toward his fellowman. An impassioned struggle for self-assertion began. A heightened sense middle dot of self had to contend in him with the uncanny feeling that he was not settled inside his own skin. The world, too, was unsettled. It was a wavering mist continually losing and changing shape. Buildings stood slanted, broken out of space. Between them people were ridiculous, swarming, yet fraternal ninnies. I have been called to straighten things out here, the staggering drunk felt. The whole scene was filled with something shimmering, and some piece of what was happening was clearly getting through to him, but then the walls started spinning a middle dot again. His eyes were popping out of his head like stalks. The soles of his feet still clung to the ground. An amazing stream had begun to pour from his mouth. Words came from somewhere deep inside. There was no comprehending how they had ever gotten there in the first place. Possibly they were abusive. It was hard to tell. Outside and inside were all tangled up together. The anger was not an inner anger, but only the physical shell of anger roused to frenzy, and the face of a policeman came very slowly forward to meet a clenched fist until it bled. But a policeman, too, had meanwhile turned into three policemen. With the other policeman the crowd had come running. The drunk had thrown himself to the ground and was resisting arrest. Ulrich now did something rash. He had picked up the words offense against the crown and remarked that the man was in no condition to be held responsible for insulting anyone and should be sent home to sleep it off. He said it casually enough, but to the wrong people. The fellow now shouted that Ulrich was welcome to join his majesty, and a policeman who obviously blamed this rain kissing his laps on Ulrich's interference barked at him to clear out. But Ulrich was unaccustomed to regarding the state as other than a hotel in which one was entitled to polite service, and objected to being addressed in such a tone, whereupon the police unexpectedly decided that one drunk did not justify the presence of three policemen and arrested Ulrich as well. The hand of the uniformed man now clutched his arm. Ulrich's arm was considerably stronger than this offensive grip, but he did not dare break it. It would have meant letting himself in for a hopeless boxing match with the armed power of the state, so he had no other recourse than a polite request that they let him go along voluntarily. The station was in the district headquarters, and as he entered, Ulrich was reminded by the floor and walls of an army barracks. They were filled with the same grim struggle between relentlessly dragged-in dirt and crude detergents. The next thing he noticed was the appointed symbol of civil authority, two writing desks, writing crates, really topped by a balustrade with several of its little columns missing, and covered with tom and scorched cloth and resting on very low, ball-shaped feet with only the last peeling traces of brownish yellow varnish clinging to the wood it had once coated, back in the reign of the Emperor Ferdinand. Third, the place was filled with a heavy intimation that here one was expected to wait, without asking any questions. His policeman, after stating the grounds of the arrest, stood beside Ulrich like a column. Ulrich immediately tried to give some sort of explanation. The sergeant in command of this fortress raised an eye from the form he had been filling in when the convoy arrived, looked Ulrich up and down, then dropped his eye again and without a word went on filling in his form. Ulrich had a sense of infinity. Then the sergeant pushed the form aside, took a volume from the shelf, made an entry, sprinkled sand on it, put the book back, took down another, made an entry, sprinkled sand, pulled a file out of a bundle of similar files, and continued as before. Ulrich felt a second infinity unfolding during which the constellations moved in their predetermined orbits and he did not exist. From this office an open door led into a corridor lined with cells. Ulrich's protégé had been taken there immediately on arrival, and as nothing more was heard from him, his intoxication had probably blessed him with sleep. But there was a sense of ominous other things going on. The corridor with the cells must have had a second entrance. Ulrich kept hearing heavy-footed comings and goings, doors slamming, muffled voices, and suddenly, as someone else was brought in, one of those voices rose in a desperate plea. If you have a spark of human feeling, don't arrest me. The voice broke, and there was something curiously out of place, almost ridiculous, in this appeal to a functionary's feelings, since functions are only carried out impersonally. The sergeant raised his head for a moment, without entirely abandoning his full Ulrich heard the determined shuffle of many feet, whose bodies were presumably mutely pushing a resistant body along. Then came the sound of 2 feet alone, stumbling as after a shove. A door slammed shut loudly, a bolt clicked, the uniformed man at the desk had bent his head again, and in the air lay the silence of a full stop set in its proper place at the end of a sentence. Ulrich seemed to have been mistaken, however, in assuming that he himself did not yet exist in the cosmos of the police, for the next time the sergeant raised his head he looked straight at Ulrich. The last lines he had written gleamed damply, unblotted with sand, and Ulrich's case suddenly appeared to have been officially in this bureaucratic existence for some time. Name? Age? Occupation? Address? Ulrich was being questioned. He felt as though he had been sucked into a machine that was dismembering him into impersonal, general components before the question of his guilt or innocence came up at all. His name, the most intellectually meaningless yet most emotionally charged words in the language for him, meant nothing here. His works, which had secured his reputation in the scientific world, a world ordinarily of such solid standing, here did not exist. He was not asked about them even once. His face counted only as an aggregate of officially describable features. It seemed to him that he had never before pondered the fact that his eyes were grey eyes, one of the 4 officially recognized kinds of eyes, one pair among millions. His hair was blonde, his build tall, his face oval, and his distinguishing marks none, although he had his own opinion on that point. His own feeling was that he was tall and broad-shouldered, with a chest curving like a filled sail on the mast, and joints fastening his muscles like small links of steel whenever he was angry or fighting or when Bonadio was clinging to him, but that he was slender, fine-boned, dark, and as soft as a jellyfish floating in the water whenever he was reading a book that moved him or felt touched by a breath of that great homeless love whose presence in the world he had never been able to understand. So he could, even at such a moment as this, himself appreciate this statistical demystification of his person and feel inspired by the quantitative and descriptive procedures applied to him by the police apparatus as if it were a love lyric invented by Satan. The most amazing thing about it was that the police could not only dismantle the man so that nothing was left of him, they could also put him together again, recognizably and unmistakably, out of the same worthless components. All this achievement takes is that something imponderable be added, which they call suspicion. All at once, Ulrich realized that it would take the coolest wit he could muster to extricate himself from the fix his foolishness had got him into. The questioning continued. He tried to imagine their reaction if he were to answer that his address was that of a stranger. Or if he replied, in answer to the question why he had done what he had done, that he always did something other than what he was really interested in doing. But outwardly he gave the proper answers as to street and house number, and tried to make up an acceptable version of his conduct. The feebleness of his mind's inward authority vis-a-vis the police sergeant's outward authority was acutely embarrassing. Nevertheless, he finally glimpsed a chance of saving the situation. Even as he responded to the query occupation? With independent he could not have brought himself to say engaged in independent research. He saw, in the eye that was fixed on him, the same lackluster expression as if he had said homeless. But then, when in the list of particulars his father's status came up and it appeared that his father was a member of the upper house, the look changed. It was still mistrustful, but something in it immediately gave Ulrich the feeling of a swimmer, tossed this way and that by huge waves, who suddenly feels his big toe scraping solid ground. With quickening presence of mind he seized his advantage. He instantly qualified everything he had so far admitted. He confronted this authority of ears bound by their oath of office with the express demand to be heard by the commissioner himself, and when this merely evoked a smile he lied quite casually, with a happily recovered naturalness, prepared to talk himself out of it if threatened with a noose of demands for precise details, and said that he was a friend of Count Lonsdorff's and secretary of the great patriotic campaign one reads so much about in the newspapers. He could see immediately that this had the effect, previously unused, of causing him to be taken seriously as a person, and he pressed his advantage. The result was that the sergeant now eyed him indignantly, because he did not want to take the responsibility either of detaining this catch or of letting it go. As there was no higher official in the building at this hour he resorted to an expedient that showed, to the simple sergeant's credit, how much he had learned from his superiors about handling awkward cases. He made a solemn face and expressed grave misgivings that Ulrich apparently not only had been guilty of insulting an officer of the one or and interfering with the execution of his duty but, considering the position he claimed to hold, also came under suspicion of being involved in obscure, possibly political, machinations and would therefore have to submit to being transferred to the political divist.in at Central Police Headquarters. So a few minutes later Ulrich was on his way through the night, in a cab he had been permitted to hire, at his side a plainclothesman not much inclined to conversation. As they approached police headquarters the prisoner saw the brightly lit windows on the second floor, where at this late hour an important conference was still going on in the chief commissioner's office. This building was no gloomy hole but rather more like a ministry, and Ulrich was already breathing a more familiar air. He soon noticed, too, that the officer on night duty quickly recognized what an absurd blunder the exasperated peripheral apparatus had made in arresting Ulrich. Still, it was quite inadvisable to release from the clutches of the law someone so reckless as to run into them uninvited. The next higher official at headquarters also had an iron machine for a face and insisted that the prisoner's own rashness made it extremely difficult for the police to take responsibility for his release. Ulrich had already twice gone over all the points that had worked so well with the sergeant, but with no effect on this higher official, and he was about to give up help when suddenly his judge's face underwent a remarkable, almost happy, change. Reading the charge again with care, he asked Ulrich to repeat his name, made sure of his address, politely asked him to wait a moment, and left the room. To 10 minutes he came back, looking like a man who had remembered something that pleased him, and with striking courtesy invited the arrested gentleman to follow him. At the door of one of the well-lit rooms on the upper floor he said only, "The chief commissioner would like to speak with you personally," and the next moment Ulrich found himself facing a gentleman with the mutton chop whiskers he knew so well by now, who had just come from the conference room next door. He was about to explain, in a tone of gentle reproach. His presence is the consequence of an error at the local police office but was anticipated by the chief commissioner, who greeted him with the words, "An unfortunate misunderstanding, my dear Herr Doctor. The inspector has already told me all about it. All the same, a slight penalty is in order, in view of," and he looked at Ulrich roguishly, if such a word may be used at all of the highest police official, as though giving him a chance to guess the answer himself. Ulrich was totally stumped by the riddle. A middle dot is Grace. The commissioner offered by way of assistance. "His Grace Kantelsdorf," he went on, "asked me most urgently for your whereabouts, just a few hours ago." Ulrich still did not quite follow. "You are not in the directory, my dear sir," the commissioner explained in a tone of mock reproach, and as though this were Ulrich's only crime. Ulrich bowed, with a formal smile. "I gather that you are expected to call on His Grace tomorrow on a matter of great public importance, and I cannot bring myself to prevent you from doing so by locking you up." The master of the iron machine concluded his little joke. It may be assumed that the chief commissioner would have regarded Ulrich's arrest as unwarranted in any case, since the inspector who had happened to recall Ulrich's name coming up the first time at Central Police Headquarters a few hours before had represented the incident to the chief commissioner in such a way as to make the conclusion inevitable that no one had actually interfered with the law arbitrarily. His G's, incidentally, never heard how Ulrich had been tracked down. Ulrich felt obliged to pay his call the day following this evening of Lèse Majesté, and during this visit was immediately appointed honorary secretary to the Great Patriotic Campaign. Kantelsdorf, had he known how it had all come about, would not have been able to say otherwise than that it was like a miracle. Rachel and Diotima. Shortly afterward the first session of the Great Patriotic Campaign was held at Diotima's. The dining room had been transformed into a conference room. The dining table, fully extended and covered with green baize, occupied the center of the room. Sheets of bone-white ministry paper with pencils of varying degrees of hardness were laid at each place. The sideboard had been removed. The corners of the room were empty and austere. The walls were reverently bare but for a portrait of His Majesty hung by Diotima and that of a wasp-waisted lady which Tutsi in his consular days had brought home from somewhere and which might pass for an ancestral portrait. Diotima would have loved to put a crucifix at the head of the table, but Tutsi had laughed her out of it before tactfully absenting himself from his house for the day. For the parallel campaign was to be inaugurated quite privately. No government ministers or official bigwigs appeared, nor any politicians. The intention was to start with a small, select group of none but selfless adherents of the idea, the head of the International Bank, Herr von Holtzkopf and Baron Wisniewski, a few ladies of the high nobility, some well-known figures associated with the city's great charities, and, in accord with Kantelsdorf's principle of capital and culture, representatives of the great universities, the art academies, industry, the landowning families, and the church were expected. The government was represented by a few unobtrusive young ministry officials who fitted into this social circle and enjoyed their chief's confidence. This mixture was in keeping with the wishes of Kantelsdorf, who had dreamed of a spontaneous manifestation arising from the midst of the people but who found it a great relief, after his experience with their reformist zeal, to know with whom one was dealing. The little maid Rachel, somewhat freely translated by her mistress into a French Rachel, had been up and about since 6 o'clock that morning. She had extended the big dining table, pushed 2 card tables up to it, covered the whole with green baize, and dusted with special care, carrying out all these burdensome tasks in great excitement. Diotima had said to her the previous evening, "Tomorrow we may be making world history here." And Rachel's whole body was aglow with happiness at being part of a household where such an event could take place, a great compliment to the event, since Rachel's body, beneath its black uniform, was as exquisite as mason porcelain. Rachel was 19 and believed in miracles. She had been born in a squalid shack in Poland, where a mezuzah hung on a doorpost and the soil came up through the cracks in the floorboards. She had been cursed and driven out of the door, her mother standing by with a helpless look on her face, her brothers and sisters grinning with fear. She had pleaded for mercy on her knees, her heart strangled with shame, but to no avail. An unscrupulous young fellow had seduced her, she no longer knew how, she had had to give birth to her child in a house of strangers and then had left the country. Rachel had travelled, despair rolled along with her under the filthy cart in which she rode until, wept out, she saw the capital city, toward which some instinct had driven her, as some great wall of fear into which she wanted to hurl herself to die. But, our true miracle, this wall parted and took her in. Since then, Rachel had always felt as though she were living in the interior of a golden flame. Chance had brought her to Diotima's house, and Diotima regarded running away from home in Galicia as quite natural, if it led to her. After they had got to know each other well, Diotima sometimes told the little girl about the famous and important people who regularly visited the house where Rachel had the privilege of saving. She had even told her a few things about the parallel campaign for the pleasure of CI.jlg. Rachel's eyes light up like a pair of golden mirrors radiantly reflecting her mistress's image. For even if she had been cursed by her father because of some unscrupulous fellow, Rachel was an honourable girl and loved simply everything about Diotima, her soft dark hair, which Rachel was allowed to brush mornings and evenings, the dresses she helped her into, the Chinese lacroix and the little carved Indian tables, the books in foreign languages lying about, of which she understood not a word. She also loved Herr Tutsi and, most recently, the nabob who had paid a call on her mistress the second day after his arrival in town. She made it out to be the first day. Rachel had stared at him in the hall with a rapture worthy of the Christian Saviour descending from his golden shrine, and the only thing that vexed her was that he had not bowed along his Solomon to pay his respects to her mistress. But today, with so historic an event in the offing, she felt confident that something wonderful would happen to her too, and she supposed that this time Solomon would probably be in attendance, as the solemnity of the occasion demanded. Not that everything hinged on this expectation, but it was a necessary flourish, part of the plot of amorous intrigue present in every novel Rachel read to improve her mind. For Rachel was allowed to read the novels Diotima had put aside, just as she was allowed to cut down and alter for herself Diotima's discarded lingerie. Rachel sewed well and read fluently, that was her Jewish heritage, but when she was reading a novel Diotima had recommended as a great work of art, these were her favorites. She understood what was a middle dot happening in it only as one perceives a lively event from a distance, or in a strange country. She was engrossed and moved by goings-on she did not understand and that she could not influence, and this she enjoyed enormously. She enjoyed in the same way, when sent out on an errand or when distinguished visitors came to the house, the imposing and exciting demeanor of an imperial city, its superabundance of brilliant detail, surpassing her understanding, in which she shared simply by being in a privileged place in its midst. She was not at all interested in understanding it better. She had forgotten, in her anger, the basic teachings of her Jewish home, the wise maxims heard there, and felt as little need for them as a flower needs a spoon and fork in order to nourish itself with the juices of earth and air. So now she collected all the pencils once more and carefully slipped their shiny points into the little machine affixed to the cover of the table, which peeled off the wood so perfectly when you turned the handle that, when you repeated the process, not the tiniest chip fell off. Then she put the pencils back beside the velvety sheets of paper, 3 different kinds in each place, reflecting that this perfect machine she was allowed to use had been brought over yesterday evening with the pencils and the paper from the foreign ministry and the imperial household by a uniformed messenger. It was now 7 o'clock. Rachel quickly cast a general's glance over all the details of the arrangement and hurried out of the room to waken Diotima, for the meeting was set for 10:15, and Diotima had stayed in bed a while after the master had left the house. These meetings with Diotima were a special treat for Rachel. The word love does not hide the case, the word veneration is closer, if one pictures it in its full meaning, in which the honor conferred so completely penetrates a person that it hills his inmost being and pushes him, so to speak, out of his own place within himself. From her adventure back home Rachel had a little daughter, now 18 months old, whom she saw when she regularly took a large portion of her wages to the foster mother on the first Sunday of every month. But although she did not neglect her duty as a mother, she saw in it only a punishment incurred in the past, and her feelings had again become those of a girl whose chaste body had not yet been opened by love. She approached Diotima's bed, and her gaze, adoring as that of a mountain climber catching sight of the snowy peak rising out of the morning darkness into the HRSD blue of dawn, glided over Diotima's shoulder before she touched the tender mother-of-pearl warmth of her mistress's skin with her fingers. Then she savoured the subtly mingled scent of the hand that came sleepily out from under the covers to be kissed, smelling of the previous day's colognes but also of the faint steaminess of the night's rest. Rachel held the slipper for the groping, naked foot and received the awakening glance. But the sensual contact with that magnificent female body would not have been so thrilling by far had it not been wholly irradiated by Diotima's moral significance. Did you remember to place the chair with the arm rests for his grace? And the little silver bell for me? Did you put out 12 sheets of paper for the secretary? And 6 pencils, Raquel, 6, not just 3, for him? Was what Diotima said on this occasion. At each of these questions, Rachel inwardly ticked off on her fingers all she had done, with a frightened thrill of ambition, as though her life were at stake. Her mistress had thrown on a dressing gown and went into the conference room. Her way of training Rachel involved reminding her that it was not enough to regard everything done or undone as one's personal concern, but to consider its general import. If Rachel broke a glass, Rachel was told that the damage in itself signified nothing but that the transparent glass was a symbol of the daily little duties the eye barely perceived because it gladly dwelled on higher things, which was all the more reason that one had to pay the most particular attention to these duties. To FMD herself treated with such ministerial courtesy could bring remorse and happiness to Rachel's eyes as she swept up the fragments. Her cooks, from whom Diotima expected right thinking and recognition of errors they had committed, had come and gone often enough since Rachel had entered her service, but Rachel loved Diotima's sublime phrases with all her heart, just as she loved the emperor, the state funerals, and the flaming candles in the darkness of the Catholic churches. She might fib a little to get out of a scrape, but she was thoroughly ashamed of herself afterward. Perhaps Shevin took a perverse pleasure in her little lies because they made her feel how really bad she was, compared with Diotima, but she usually indulged herself in this only when she hoped to be able to turn the falsehood, secretly and quickly, into a truth. When one human being looks up to another so much in every way, it happens that his body is, so to speak, taken away from him and plunges like a little meteorite into the sun of the other body. Diotima had no fault to FMD with Rachel's performance and kindly patted her little maid on the shoulder. Then they both went into the bathroom to dress Diotima for the great day. When Rachel tempered the bath water, lathered the soap, and was permitted to rub Diotima's body down with the bath towel as boldly as though it were her own, it gave her much more pleasure than if it really were merely her own, which seemed of no account, inspired no confidence. She was far from thinking of it even for comparison, but felt, in touching Diotima's statuesque abundance, rather like an oaf of a recruit who belonged to a dazzling regiment. So was Diotima girded for the great day. The great session. On the minute of the appointed hour, Count Lunsdorf appeared, accompanied by Ulrich. Rachel, already aglow from admitting an uninterrupted stream of guests for whom she had to open the door and help with their coats, recognized Ulrich at once and noted with satisfaction that he, too, had been no casual visitor but a man brought to her mistress's house by a significant chain of events, as was now demonstrated by his arrival in the company of his grace. She fluttered to the door, which she opened ceremoniously, and then crouched down at the keyhole to see what would now happen inside. It was a large keyhole, and she saw the banker's clean-shaven chin and the prelate Knight Edelmanski's violet neckband, as well as the golden sword knot of General Sturm von Board, who had been sent by the War Ministry although it really had not been invited. The ministry had declared, in a letter to Count Lunsdorf, that it did not wish to be absent on so highly patriotic an occasion, though not directly involved in bringing it about or in the foreseeable course it would take. Diotima had forgotten to mention this to Rachel, who was quite excited by the presence of a general at this gathering but could make out nothing more, for the present, about what was going on. Diotima, meanwhile, had welcomed his grace, not paying much attention to Ulrich, as she was introducing other guests to the Count, beginning with Dr. Paul Arnheim. She explained to his grace that a lucky chance had brought this distinguished friend of her house, and even though as an non-Austrian he could not expect to take a real part in their conference, she hoped he would be permitted to stay as her personal advisor, because here she appended a gentle thread. This great experience and connections in the field of international culture and its relations with economic questions were an invaluable support to her, considering that she had so far been obliged to take sole responsibility for covering these areas and could not soon be replaced even in the future, although she was only too aware of her inadequacy. Count Lonsdorff found himself ambushed. It was the first time since he had known her that his middle-class friend had surprised him by committing an indiscretion. Arnheim, too, felt taken aback. Like a sovereign whose entrance has not been staged with the proper fanfare, he had of course been certain that Count Lonsdorff had known and approved of his being invited. But Diotima, with an obstinate look on her flushed face, did not give an inch. Like all women with too clear a conscience in the matter of marital fidelity, she could develop an insufferable feminine persistence in a good cause. She was at that time already in love with Arnheim, who had by this time called on her more than once, but in her inexperience she had no inkling of the nature of her feeling. They talked about what it is that moves the soul, that ennobles the flesh between the sole of the foot and the crown of the head and transforms the confused impressions of civilized life into harmonious spiritual vibrations. But even this was a great deal, and because Diotima was inclined to caution and always on guard against compromising herself, this intimacy struck her as too sudden, and she had to mobilize truly great emotions, the very greatest, in fact, and where were they most likely to be found? Where everyone has shifted them, to the drama of history. For Diotima and Arnheim, the parallel campaign was, so to speak, a safety island in the swelling traffic of their souls. They regarded it as clearly fated that they should have been brought together at such an important moment, and they could not agree more that the great patriotic enterprise was an immense opportunity and responsibility for intellectual people. Arnheim said so too, though he never forgot to add that it depended primarily upon people with strong personalities who had experience in economics as well as the world of ideas, and only secondarily on the scope of the organization. So in Diotima the parallel campaign had become inextricably bound up with Arnheim. The void it had presented to her imagination at the beginning had given way to a copious abundance. Her hope that the great treasures of feeling embodied in the Austrian heritage could be strengthened by Prussian intellectual discipline was now most happily justified, and these impressions were so strong that this normally very correct woman had not realized what a breach of protocol she had committed in undertaking to invite Arnheim to the inaugural conference. Now there was no retreat. Anyway, Arnheim, who sensed how it had happened, found it essentially disarming. However annoyed he was at finding himself in a false position, and his grace was basically too fond of his friend Diotima to show his surprise beyond his first, involuntary, recoil. He met Diotima's explanation with silence and after an awkward little pause amiably held out his hand to Arnheim, assuring him in the most civil and complimentary terms that he was welcome, as in fact he was. Most of the others present had probably noticed the little scene and wondered about Arnheim's presence insofar as they knew who he was, but among well-bred people it is generally assumed that there is a sufficient reason for everything, and it is considered poor taste to ask too many prying questions. Diotima had meanwhile recovered her statuesque impassivity. After a few moments she called the meeting to order and asked his grace to honor her house by taking a chair. His grace made a speech. He had been preparing it for days, and his cast of mind was much too fixed to let him change anything at the last minute. He could only just manage to tone down the most outspoken allusions to the Prussian needle gun, which, an underhanded trick, had got the better of the Austrian muzzle loaders in '66. What has brought us together, Count Lonsdorff said, is the shared conviction that a great testimonial arising from the midst of the people themselves must not be left to chance but needs guidance by an influence that sees far into the future from a place with a broad perspective, in other words, from the top. His Majesty, our beloved Emperor and Sovereign, will in the year 1918 celebrate the almost unique jubilee of the 70th year since his richly blessed ascent to the throne with all the strength and vigor. Please God, we have always been accustomed to admiring him. We are certain that this occasion will be celebrated by the grateful people of Austria in a manner to show the world not only our deep love for him, but also that the Austro-Hungarian monarchy stands together, grouped firm as a rock around its sovereign. At this point Count Lonsdorff wavered, wondering whether to mention anything about the signs of decay to which this rock, even at a unified celebration of its emperor and king, was exposed. Resistance by Hungary, which recognized only a king, had to be reckoned with. This was why his grace had originally meant to speak of two firm rocks. But somehow this also failed to do justice to his sense of the Austro-Hungarian state. This sense of the Austro-Hungarian state was so oddly put together that it must seem almost hopeless to explain it to anyone who has not experienced it himself. It did not consist of an Austrian part and a Hungarian part that, as one might expect, complemented each other, but of a whole and a part, that is, of a Hungarian and an Austro-Hungarian sense of statehood. The latter to be found in Austria, which in a sense left the Austrian sense of statehood with no country of its own. The Austrian existed only in Hungary, and there as an object of dislike. At home he called himself a national of the kingdoms and lands of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy as represented in the imperial count-1, meaning that he was an Austrian plus a Hungarian minus that Hungarian, and he did this not with enthusiasm but only for the sake of a concept that was repugnant to him. Because he could bear the Hungarians as little as they could bear him, which added still another complication to the whole combination. This led many people to simply call themselves Czechs, Poles, Slovens, or Germans, and this was the beginning of that further decay and those well-known unpleasant phenomena of an internal political kind, as Count Lonsdorff called them, which according to him were the work of irresponsible, callow, sensation-seeking elements not kept sufficiently in check by the politically unenlightened mass of inhabitants. As the subject here touched upon has since been dealt with in many well-informed and clever books, the reader will be glad to be reassured that neither at this point nor later will any serious attempt be made to paint a historical canvas and enter into competition with reality. It is fully sufficient to note that the mysteries of this dualism, the technical term for it, were at the very least as recondite as those of the Trinity, for the historical process nearly everywhere resembles a juridical one, with hundreds of clauses, appendices, compromises, and protests, and it is only to this that attention should be drawn. The common man lives and dies among these complications all unsuspecting, which is just as well for him, because if he were to realize in what sort of a trial, with what lawyers, costs, and conflicting motives, he was entangled, he might be seized by paranoia no matter what country he lived in. Understanding reality is exclusively a matter for the philosopher of political history. For him the present period follows upon the Battle of Mohacs or Liatzen as the roast the soup. He knows all the proceedings and has at every moment the sense of necessity arising out of lawful process. If he is, moreover, like Count Lunsdorf, an aristocratic philosopher trained in political history, whose forebears, wielding sword or spindle, had personally played their parts in the preliminaries, he can survey the result as a smoothly ascending line. And so His Grace Count Lunsdorf had said to himself before the conference, "We must not forget that His Majesty's noble and generous resolve to let the people take part in the conduct of their own affairs, up to a point, has not been in effect long enough to have produced everywhere the kind of political maturity in every respect worthy of the confidence so magnanimously placed in the people by His Majesty. So we will not discern, as does the grudging world beyond our frontiers, signs of senile decay in such execrable demonstrations as we are now unfortunately experiencing, but rather signs of a still immature, hence inexhaustible, youthful strength of the Austrian people." He had meant to bring all this up at the meeting, but because Arnheim was present he did not say everything he had thought out beforehand but contented himself with hinting at the ignorance abroad of true conditions in Austria, leading to exaggeration where certain unpleasant phenomena were concerned. For, His Grace concluded, if we wish to give unmistakable proof of our strength and unity, we do so entirely in the interests of the wider world, since a happy relationship among the European family of nations is based upon mutual esteem and respect for one another's power. He then repeated only once more that such a forceful, vigilant display of strength must truly come from the midst of the people and hence be directed from above. The purpose of this meeting being to find ways and means of so doing. Considering that only a short time ago Count Lunsdorf had thought of nothing more than a list of names, to which only the suggestion of a year of Austria had been added from outside, this could be characterized as great progress, even though His Grace had not even expressed everything in his mind. After this speech, Diotima took the floor to clarify the chairman's objectives. The great patriotic campaign, she explained, must find a great aim that would emerge, as His Grace had said, from the midst of the people. We who are gathered here today for the first time do not feel called upon to define this aim as of now, but we are assembled to create first of all an organization to prepare the way for the framing of suggestions leading toward this aim. With these words she opened the discussion. At first there was silence. Shut birds of different species and song patterns, none of whom have any idea what is going to happen to them, together in a cage, and they will initially be silent exactly the same way. Finally, a professor asked for permission to speak. Ulrich did not know him. His Grace had presumably got his secretary to invite this gentleman at the last moment. He spoke of the path of history. When we look ahead, he said, we see an impenetrable wall. If we look left and right, we see an overwhelming mass of important events without recognizable direction. To cite just a few instances, the present conflict with Montenegro, the Spanish ordeals in battle in Morocco, the obstructionism of the Ukrainians in the Austrian Imperial Council. But looking back, everything, as if by a miracle, has become order and purpose. Therefore, if he might say so, we experience at every moment the mystery of a miraculous guidance. So he wanted to welcome as a great idea opening the eyes of a nation, as it were, to this, to let it look consciously into the ways of Providence by calling upon it on a definite occasion of rare sublimity. This was all he had wanted to say. It was much like modern methods of teaching, letting the pupil work out the answers together with the teacher, rather than imposing on him ready-made results. The assembled company stared stonily, but with a pleasant expression, at the green tablecloth. Even the prelate representing the archbishop reacted to this clerical performance by layman with the same polite reserve as the gentleman from the ministries, without allowing his face to betray a hint of cordial agreement. It was like the way people feel when someone on the street suddenly begins to address all and sundry at the top of his voice. Everyone, even those who had been thinking of nothing at all, feels suddenly that he is out on serious business, or that someone is making improper use of the street. As he spoke, the professor had been struggling with a sense of embarrassment, squeezing out his words with jerky constraint, as if a strong wind were snatching away his breath. He waited for an answering echo, then slowly withdrew the expectant look from his face, not without dignity. It was a relief to all when the representative of the Imperial Privy Purse came to the rescue by quickly giving them a list of foundations and endowments to be expected, in that Jubilee year, from His Majesty's private funds. It began with the donation of a sum for the building of a pilgrim's church, a foundation for the support of Tatars without private means, gifts to the Archduke Karl and Field Marshal Radziwiłł veterans clubs, to the soldiers' widows and orphans from the campaigns of 66 and 78, followed by funds for pensioned non-commissioned officers, for the Academy of Sciences, and so it went, on and on. There was nothing exciting about these lists. They simply had their place and took their course as a public expression of imperial benevolence. The moment they had all been read off, a Frau Wegehuber, a manufacturer's wife with an impressive record of charitable works, rose promptly to her feet, quite impervious to any idea that there might be something more pressing than the objects of her concern. She advanced a proposal for a great Austrian Franz Joseph soup kitchen, which was received sympathetically. However, the delegate from the Ministry of Public Worship and Education pointed out that his own department had received a somewhat similar suggestion, namely, the publication of far monumental work, Emperor Franz Joseph I and His Time. But after this happy start silence again prevailed, and most of those present felt trapped in an awkward situation. Had they been asked on their way to this meeting whether they knew what historical events or great events or things of that sort were, they would certainly have replied in the affirmative, but confronted with the weighty imperative of making up such an event on the spot, they slowly began to feel faint, and something like rumblings of a very natural kind stirred inside them. At this dangerous moment the ever-tactful Diotima, who had prepared refreshments, interrupted the meeting. 43. Ulrich meets the great man for the first time. Nothing irrational happens in world history, but Diotima claims that the true Austria is the whole world. During the pause for refreshments, Amim observed that the more all-inclusive the organization, the further the various proposals would diverge from one another. This was a characteristic symptom of its present state of development, based, as it was, only on reason. Yet it was just this that made it a tremendous undertaking, to force a whole people into awareness of the will, inspiration, and all that was basic, which lay far deeper than reason. Ulrich replied by asking him whether he really believed that anything would come of this campaign. No doubt about it, Amim said, great events are always the expression of a general situation. The mere fact that a meeting such as this had been possible anywhere was proof of its profound necessity. And yet discrimination in such matters seems difficult, Ulrich said. Suppose, for instance, that the composer of the latest worldwide musical hit happened to be a political schemer and managed to become president of the world, which was certainly conceivable. Given his enormous popularity, would this be a leap forward in history or an expression of the cultural situation? That's quite impossible, Amim said seriously. Such a composer couldn't possibly be either a schemer or a politician, otherwise, his genius for musical comedy would be inexplicable, and nothing absurd happens in world history. But so much that's absurd happens in the world, surely? In world history, never. Arnhem was visibly on edge. Diotima and Count Lunsdorf stood nearby in lively, low-voiced conversation. His Grace had, after all, expressed to his friend his amazement at meeting a Prussian on this markedly Austrian occasion. For reasons of discretion, if nothing else, he regarded it as wholly out of the question to let an alien play a leading part in the parallel campaign, although Diotima pointed out the splendid and confidence-inspiring impression such freedom from political egotism would inevitably make abroad. She then changed her tactics, giving her plan a surprising new dimension. She spoke of a woman's tact, unintuitive certainty deeply immune to society *sa prejudices. If his Grace would only listen, just this once, to the voice. Arnhem was a European, an intellectual force known throughout Europe, precisely because he was not an Austrian. His participation would prove that the intellect as such was at home in Austria. Suddenly she came out with the pronouncement that the true Austria was the whole world. The world, she explained, would find no peace until its nations learned to live together on a higher plane, like the Austrian peoples in their fatherland. A great Austria, a global Austria, that was the idea his Grace had inspired in her at this happy moment, the crowning idea the parallel campaign had been missing all along. Irresistible, commanding her pacifist zeal, the beautiful Diotima stood before her noble friend. Count Lunsdorf could not yet make up his mind to surrender his objections, but he again admired this woman's fiery idealism and breadth of vision, and pondered whether it might not be more advantageous to sound out Amim first rather than deal on the spot with suggestions of such weighty consequence. Arnhem was restless, sensing the nature of this conversation yet unable to influence it. He and Ulrich were surrounded by the curious, drawn by the presence of this Croesus, and Ulrich was just saying, there are several thousand occupations in which people lose themselves, where they invest all their wits. But if you are looking for the universal human element, for what they all have in common, there are really only three possibilities left: stupidity, money, or, at most, some leftover memory of religion. Quite right, religion. Arnhem broke in emphatically, and asked Ulrich whether he really believed that it had all died out, down to the roots. He had stressed the word religion so loudly that Count Lunsdorf was bound to hear. His Grace seemed to have come to terms, meanwhile, with Diotima, for led by her he now approached the group, which tactfully made way, and addressed Arnhem. Ulrich suddenly found himself alone, and bit his lip. He began, for some reason perhaps to kill time or not to stand there so awkwardly, to think of the drive to this meeting. As a man who moved with the times, Count Lunsdorf, who had brought him along, owned several cars, but inasmuch as he also dung to tradition, he occasionally used a pair of superb chestnut horses that he kept, together with a coachman and a light carriage. So when his majordomo had come for his instructions, his Grace had decided that it would be fitting to drive these two beautiful, almost historical creatures to the inaugural meeting of the parallel campaign. This one is Pepe, and that one is Hans, Count Lunsdorf had explained on the way, as they watched the dancing brown hillocks of the horses' croppers, and now and then one of the nodding heads moving rhythmically sideways so that foam flew from its mouth. It was hard to comprehend what was going on inside the animals. It was a beautiful morning and they moved at a fast trot. Perhaps fodder and speed were the only passions left to horses, since Pepe and Hans were geldings and knew nothing of love as a tangible desire, but only as a breath and a haze that sometimes veiled their vision of the world with thin, lucent clouds. The passion for fodder was preserved in a marble manger full of delicious oats, a hayrack full of fresh hay, the sound of the stable halter rubbing on its ring, and, concentrated in the warm, steamy stable smell, a spicy, steady aroma needled with the ammonia-charged strong sense of self. Here are horses. Speed was something else again. In this, the poor soul is still bound to the herd, where motion suddenly takes possession of the lead st or all of them together, and the lot of them goes galloping off into the wind and the sun, for when the animal is alone and free to charge off to all 4 points of the compass, often a mad shudder will run through its skull and it will go storming off aimlessly, plunging into a terrible freedom as empty in one direction as another, until it comes to a bewildered halt and can be lured back with a bucket of oats. Pepe and Hans were well-trained horses, used to running in harness. They moved forward eagerly, their hooves beating the sunny street fenced in by houses. People were grey swarms for them, causing them neither joy nor fear. The bright window displays, the women parading in their colourful finery, patches of meadow no good for grazing, hats, neckties, books, diamonds along the street, a desert. Only the two dream islands of stable and trotting rose up, and sometimes, as though in a dream or in play, Hans and Pepe shied at a shadow, pressed against the shafts, were revived by a flick of the whip, and leaned gratefully into the reins. Suddenly Count Allensdorf had sat up straight in the cushions and asked Ulrich, "Stolberg tells me, Herr Doctor, that you are taking an interest in someone?" Ulrich was so taken by surprise that he did not immediately grasp the connection, and Allensdorf went on, "Very good of you. I know all about it. I'm afraid there's not much to be done, such a terrible fellow. But that intangible personal something in need of grace, which every Christian has in him, often shows itself in just such an individual. And when a man sets out to do something great, he should think most humbly of the helpless. Perhaps this fellow can be given another physical examination." After Count Allensdorf had delivered himself of this long speech, sitting upright in the jolting carriage, he let himself drop back into the upholstery and added, "But we cannot forget that at this moment we owe all our energies to the realization of a historic event." Ulrich really felt a liking for this naive old aristocrat, who was standing there still talking with Diotima and Arnheim, and felt almost a twinge of jealousy. For the conversation seemed to be quite lively. Diotima was smiling, Count Allensdorf's eyes were popping with alarm as he tried to follow a mime, who was holding forth with noble composure. Ulrich caught the phrase bringing ideas into the spheres of power. He could not stand Arnheim, simply as a model of existence, on principle. This combination of intellect, business, good living, and learning was absolutely insufferable. He was convinced that Arnheim had organized everything the previous evening so that he would be neither the first nor the last to arrive at the session this morning, and yet he had certainly not looked at his watch before he left home but had probably done so for the last time before sitting down to breakfast and receiving the report of his secretary, who had handed him their mail. Then he had transformed the time at his disposal into the precise amount of mental activity he intended to do before he had to leave, and when he dispassionately gave himself up to that activity, he was certain it would fill up the time exactly, for the right thing, and the time it takes are mysteriously connected, like a sculpture and the space it inhabits, or a javelin thrower and the target he hits without looking at it. Ulrich had already heard a great deal about Arnheim and had read some of his works. In one of them, Arnheim had written that a man who inspects his suit in the mirror is incapable of fearless conduct, because the mirror, originally created to give pleasure as Arnheim explained it, had become an instrument of anxiety, like the clock, which is a substitute for the fact that our activities no longer follow a natural sequence. Ulrich had to force himself to look away in order not to be seen staring rudely at the nearby group, and his eyes came to rest on the little maid who was moving about among the chatting groups, ing refreshments with respectful glances. But little Rachel did not notice him. She had forgotten him and even neglected to bring her tray over to him. She was approaching Arnheim and presenting her refreshments to him as to a god. She longed to kiss the shorge, a masterful hand that reached out for the lemonade and held the glass absent-mindedly, without the nabob's taking a sip. Once this high point was passed, she continued on her rounds like a dazed little robot and made her way as quickly as she could out of this world historical room, where everything was filled with legs and talk, back into the hall again. 44. Continuation and conclusion of the great session. Ulrich takes a liking to Rachel, and Rachel to Solomon. The parallel campaign gets organized. Ulrich liked girls like this, ambitious, well-behaved, in their well-trained timidity like little fruit trees whose sweet ripe fruit is destined to fall one day into the mouth of some young knight of cocaine as soon as he deigns to open his lips. They have to be brave and tough, he thought, like Stone Age women who shared a hunter's bed by night and carried his weapons and household gear on marches by day, although he himself had never gone on such an expedition except in the distant prehistoric age of his awakening manhood. With a sigh he sat down again, for the session had resumed. In remembering, he was struck that the black and white vestments one put on these maids were the same colors as nuns' H_rabbits. This had never occurred to him before, and he wondered at it. But the divine Diotima was speaking again, saying that the parallel campaign must culminate in a great symbol. That meant that it would not do to have just any sort of goal, no matter how widely visible, no matter how patriotic. This goal would have to seize the heart of the world. It could not be just practical, it also had to be a poem. It had to be a landmark. It had to be a mirror in which the world would see itself and blush. And not just blush but, as in a fairy tale, see its own true countenance and never again be able to forget it. His Grace had suggested for this Samoy Emperor of Peace. This being the premise, there could be no mistaking that the suggestions considered thus far had been wide of the mark. Diotima went on. When she spoke of symbols earlier in the meeting, she had naturally meant not soup kitchens but that nothing less was at stake than the need to recover the unity of mankind that had been lost because the disparity of interests in society had grown so great. The question arises whether at the present time the peoples of today are still at all capable of such great, unifying ideas. All the suggestions made so far were splendid, of course, but they diverged so widely, which already showed that none of them had unifying power. As she spoke, Ulrich was watching Arnheim. His dislike did not attach itself to any particular details of that physiognomy but quite simply to the totality. Not that the individual features, the industrial baron's hard Phoenician skull, the sharp face that seemed to be formed of too little material, so that it had a certain flatness, the lordly, English tailor-reps of the figure, and, at the second place where a man peeks out of his suit, the rather too short-fingered hands were not in themselves sufficiently noteworthy. What irritated Ulrich was the harmony in which all of this coexisted. Arnheim's books also had the same kind of self-assurance. The world was in order, as soon as Arnheim had given it his due consideration. As he sat watching Arnheim being so dramatically attentive to the foolishness they were having to sit through, Ulrich suddenly felt a slum kid's impulse to throw rocks or mud at this man who had grown up in all that wealth and perfection. Arnheim was drinking it all in like a connoisseur whose face says, without going overboard, I must say this is a noble vintage. Diotima had now come to the end of her speech. Right after the intermission, when they had all sat down again, everyone had looked confident that something conclusive was about to occur. Nobody had given it any real thought, but they all had that look of waiting for something important to happen. And now Diotima concluded, so when a question imposed itself whether the present time and the peoples of today's world were at all capable of such great, unifying ideas, it was necessary and proper to add, the idea of the power to redeem. For it was a question of redemption, of a redeeming upsurge. In short, even if we could not yet imagine it in any detail, it must come out of the total community, or it would not come at all. And so she would take it upon herself, after having consulted with His Grace, to conclude today's meeting with the following proposal, as His Grace had rightly observed. The august ministerial departments already represented a division of the world in accordance with its main aspects, such as religion and education, commerce, industry, law, and so on. If those present would therefore agree to set up committees, each headed by a delegate from a government department, with representatives of the respective institutions and sectors of the population at his side, the resulting organization would already embody the major moral forces of the world in their proper order and would serve as an instrument through which these forces could flow in and be filtered. The final determination would be made by an executive committee, and the entire structure would then need only several special committees and subcommittees, such as a publicity committee, a fundraising committee, and the like, while she would like to reserve to herself personally the forming of a special committee for the further elaboration of the campaign's fundamental ideas, of course in constant cooperation with all the other committees. Again there was a general silence, but this time of palpable relief. Count Lonsdorff nodded his head several times. Someone asked as a point of further clarification how the specifically Austrian note would come into the campaign as thus conceived. In response to this question, General Sturm von Board rose to speak, even though all the preceding speakers had remained seated. He was well aware, he said, that their soldier's role in the council chamber was a modest one. If he spoke nevertheless, it was not to inject his own opinion into the unsurpassable critical remarks and suggestions already made, all of them excellent, but only to offer one more idea at the end, for everyone's indulgent consideration. The planned demonstration was intended to impress the outside world. But what impressed the outside world was the power of a people. And in view of the present situation in the European family of nations, as His Grace had said, a demonstration of this kind would certainly not be pointless. The idea of the state was, after all, the idea of power. As Trichk said, the state is the power of self-preservation in the struggle for national survival. The general was only touching on a well-known sore spot in mentioning the condition of our artillery and our navy, both an unsatisfactory condition owing to the apathy of Parliament. Which is why he hoped they would consider, in case no other goal should be found, which was still an open question, that a broadly based popular concern with the problems of the army and its equipment would be a decidedly worthy aim. Si vis pacem, parabellum/strength in peace wards off war, or at least shortens its span. He could therefore confidently maintain that steps taken in that direction would have a conciliatory effect on other nations and would make for an impressive demonstration of peaceable intentions. At this moment there was a curious feeling in the room. Most of those present had at first felt that this speech was not in keeping with the meeting's real purpose, but as the general became more dominant acoustically, the effect on his listeners was like the reassuring tramp of well-ordered battalions. The original impulse of the parallel campaign, better than Prussia, shyly raised its head, as though some distant regimental band were trumpeting the march about Prince Eugene riding against the Turks, or the anthem God Save the Emperor. Though of course if His Grace had now stood up to propose, as he was far from intending to do, that they should put their Prussian brother Aimim at the head of the regimental band, they might have believed, in the state of vague exaltation in which they found themselves, that they were hearing the Prussian anthem instead, and would hardly have been able to object. At the keyhole, Rachel reported, "Now they're talking about war." Her quick return to the hall at the end of the intermission owed a little to the fact that this time Aimim had actually brought Soliman in his wake. As bad weather was threatening, the little African boy had followed his master, carrying an overcoat. When Rachel opened the door he had made an impudent face, since he was a spoiled young Berliner who was used to women fussing over him in a way he had not yet learned to take advantage of. But Rachel had assumed that he must be spoken to in his native African language. It simply never occurred to her to try German. Since she absolutely had to make herself understood, she had put her arm around the 16-year-old's shoulder and pointed the way to the kitchen, where she gave him a chair and pushed in front of him whatever cakes and drinks were within reach. She had never done this sort of thing in her life, and when she straightened up from the table her heart was pounding like sugar being pulverized in a mortar. "What's your name?" Soliman asked. So he spoke Germani. Rachel, she said, and ran off. In the kitchen, Soliman made the most of the cake, wine, and hors d'oeuvre, lit a cigarette, and started a conversation with the cook. Seeing this when she came back from waiting on the guests gave Rachel a stab. "In there," she said, "they'll be talking about something very important again any minute now." But Soliman was not impressed, and the cook, an older woman, laughed. "It might even mean war," Rachel added excitedly, and was able to cap this a little later with her news from the keyhole that it had almost reached that point. Soliman pricked up his ears. "Are there any Austrian generals in there?" asked. "See for yourself," Rachel said. "There's one, at least." And they went together to the keyhole. Their glance fell now on some white paper, then on a nose. A big shadow passed by, a ring flashed. Life broke up into bright details. Green bays stretching away like a lawn, a white hand at rest somewhere, without a context, pale as in a waxworks, peering in slantwise, one could see the golden tassel of the general's sword gleaming in a comer. Even the pampered Soliman showed some excitement. Seen through the crack of a door and in imagination, life swelled to weird and fairy tale dimensions. The stooping position made the blood buzz in one's ears, and the voices behind the door now rumbled like falling rocks, now glided as on greased planks. Rachel slowly straightened up. The floor seemed to heave under her feet. She was enveloped by the spirit of the occasion as though she had put her head under one of those black cloths used by conjurers and photographers. Soliman stood up too, and the blood drained fluttering from their heads. The little black boy smiled, and behind his bluish lips his scarlet gums shimmered. While this instant in the hall, among the hanging overcoats of influential personages, faded slowly like a bugle call, A resolution was being passed in the conference room after Kandelsdorf had thanked the general for his important and valuable suggestions, though the time had not yet come for examining proposals on their merits, as the organizational groundwork must be laid first. To this end, all that was needed now apart from suiting the plan to the realities as represented by the ministries was a final resolution to the effect that those present had unanimously agreed to submit the wishes of the people, as soon as these could be determined by the parallel campaign, to His Majesty, with the most humble petition to be allowed to dispose freely of the means for their material fulfillment, which would have to be raised by then, if such were His Majesty's most gracious pleasure. This had the advantage that the people would be placed in the position of setting the worthiest possible aim for themselves, but through the agency of the sovereign's most gracious will. The resolution was passed at His Grace's special request, for although it was only a matter of form, he considered it important that the people not take action on their own and without the consent of constitutional authority, not even to honor it. The other participants would not have made such a point of this, but by the same token they had no objection to it. And it was in order, too, that the meeting should end with the passing of a resolution. For whether one set a final period to a brawl with a knife, or ends a musical piece by crashing all 10 fingers simultaneously down on the keyboard a few times, or whether the dancer bows to his lady, or whether one passes a resolution, it would be an uncanny world if events simply slunk off, if there were not a final ceremony to assure they had indeed taken place. And that is why it is done. 45. Silent encounter of two mountain peaks. When the session was over, Arnheim had quietly maneuvered, at a hint from Diotima, to be left behind, alone. Section Chief Tutsi was observing a respectful margin of time to be sure of not returning home before the end of the session. In these minutes between the departure of the guests and the settling down of the house, as her passage from room to room was interrupted by brief, sometimes conflicting, orders, considerations, and the general unrest that a fading great event leaves behind, Arnheim smiled as his eyes followed Diotima's movements. She felt that her domicile was in a state of tremulous movement, all the things that had to abandon their customary places because of the great event returned piece by piece, like a big wave ebbing from the sand in countless little hollows and runnels. While Arnheim waited in urbane silence until she and the commotion around her settled down again, it struck Diotima that no matter how many people had gone in and out of her house, no man other than Section Chief Tutsi had ever been so domestically alone with her that one palpably felt the mute life of the empty apartment. And suddenly her chaste mind was troubled by a bizarre notion. Her empty apartment, in the absence of even her husband, seemed like a pair of trousers Arnheim had just slipped into. There are such moments, when chastity itself may be visited by such abortive flashes from the pit of darkness, and so the wonderful dream of a love in which body and soul are entirely one bloomed in Diotima. Arnheim had no inkling of this. His trousers made an impeccably perpendicular line to the gleaming parquet, his mommincoat, his cravat, his serenely smiley-rig patrician head, said nothing, so perfect were they. Actually, he had intended to complain to Diotima about the incident on his arrival, to make sure that no such thing happened in future. But there was at this moment something that made this man, who had hobnobbed with American money magnates as an equal, who had been received by emperors and K-ings, this nabob who could offer any woman her weight in platinum, something that made him, instead of complaining, stare entranced at Diotima, whose name was really Ermelinda, or actually only Herman Tutsi, the mere wife of a ranking official. For this something it is here once again necessary to resort to the word soul. The word has already turned up more than once, though not in the clearest contexts, as, for instance, something lost in our time, or incompatible with civilization, as something at odds with physical urges and connubial habits, something that is moved, and not only to repugnance, by a murderer, something that was to be liberated by the parallel campaign, as a subject for religious meditations and contemplatio in Caligula Divina by Kantonsdorf, as, with many people, a love of metaphor, and so on. The most peculiar of all the peculiarities of the word soul, however, is that young people cannot pronounce it without laughing. Even Diotima and Arnheim were shy of using it without a modifier, for it is still possible to speak of having a great, noble, craven, daring, or debased soul, but to come right out with my soul is something one simply cannot bring oneself to do. It is distinctly an older person's word, and this can only be understood by assuming that in the course of life people become more and more aware of something for which they urgently need a name they cannot find until they finally resort, reluctantly, to the name they had originally despised. How to describe it, then? Whether one is at rest or in motion, what matters is not what lies ahead, what one sees, hears, wants, takes, masters. It forms a horizon, a semicircle before one, but the ends of this semicircle are joined by a string, and the plane of this string goes right through the middle of the world. In front, the face and hands look out of it, sensations and strivings run ahead of it, and no one doubts that whatever one does is always reasonable, or at least passionate. In other words, outer circumstances call for us to act in a way everyone can understand, and if, in the toils of passion, we do something incomprehensible, that too is, in its own way, understandable. Yet however understandable and self-contained everything seems, this is accompanied by an obscure feeling that it is only half the story. Something is not quite in balance, and a person presses forward, like a tightrope walker, in order not to sway and fall. And as he presses on through life and leaves lived life behind, the life ahead and the life already lived form a wall, and his path in the end resembles the path of a woodworm. No matter how it corkscrews forward or even backward, it always leaves an empty space behind it. And this horrible feeling of a blind, cut-off space. Behind the fullness of everything, this half that is always missing even when everything is a whole, this is what eventually makes one perceive what one calls the soul. We always include it, of course, in our thoughts, intuitions, feelings, in all sorts of surrogate ways and according to our individual temperament. In youth it manifests itself as a distinct feeling of insecurity about whether everything one does is really the right thing, after all, in old age as a sense of wonder at how little one has done of all one had really meant to do. In between, one takes comfort in the thought that one is a hell of a good, capable fellow, even if every little thing can't be justified, or that the world is not the way it ought to be either, so that one's failures come to represent a fair enough compromise. Then there are always sorry people who think beyond all this of a God who has their missing piece in his pocket. Only love has a special position in this exceptional case the missing half grows back. The beloved seems to stand where ordinarily something was always missing. The souls unite dos-a-dos, as it were, making themselves superfluous in the process. This is why most people, after the one great love in their youth is over, no longer feel the absence of their soul, so that this so-called foolishness fulfills a useful social function. Neither Diotima nor Amime had ever loved. We already know this about Diotima, but the great financier also had, in a wider sense, a chaste soul. He had always been afraid that the feelings he aroused in women might not be for himself but for his money, and so he lived only with women to whom he also gave, not love, but money. He had never had a friend for fear of being used, he had only business friends, even if the business happened to be an intellectual exchange. This shrewd man, although imbued with experience of life, was still untouched and in danger of being permanently alone when he met Diotima, whom destiny had intended for him. The mysterious forces within them converged. It could be compared only with the movement of the trade winds, the Gulf Stream, the volcanic tremors of the Earth's crust, forces vastly superior to those of man, akin to the stars, were set in motion from one to the other, overriding such barriers as hours and days. Measureless currents. At such moments the actual words spoken are supremely unimportant. Rising from the vertical creases of his trousers, Amime's body seemed to stand there in the godlike solitude of a towering mountain. United with him through the valley between them, Diotima rose on its other side, luminous with solitude, in her fashionable dress of the period with its puffed sleeves on the upper arms, the artful pleats over the bosom widening above the stomach, the skirt narrowing agary below the knees to cling to her calves. The glass bead curtains at the doors cast moving reflections like bonds, the javelins and arrows on the walls trembled with their feathered and deadly passions, and the yellow volumes of Cayman Levy on the tables were as silent as lemon groves. We will reverently pass over the first words spoken. Ideals and morality are the best means for filling that big hole called soul. Amime was the FRRST to shake off the spell. To linger in such a state was, to his way of thinking, impossible, without either sinking into a dull, vacuous, lethargic brooding or else foisting on one's devotion a solid framework of ideas and convictions that could not but distort its nature. This method, which admittedly kills the soul but then, so to speak, preserves it for general consumption by canning it in small quantities, has always been its bridge to rational thought, convictions, and practical action, in their successful conduct of all moralities, philosophies, and religions. God knows, as we have already said, what a soul is anyway. There can be no doubt whatsoever that the burning desire to obey only the call of one's soul leaves infinite scope for action, a true state of anarchy, and there are cases of chemically pure souls actually committing crimes. But the minute a soul has morals, religion, philosophy, a well-grounded middle-class education, ideals in the spheres of duty and beauty, it has been equipped with a system of rules, conditions, and directives that it must obey before it can think of being a respectable soul, and its heat, like that of a blast furnace, is directed into orderly rectangles of sand. All that remains are only logical problems of interpretation, such as whether an action falls under this or that commandment, and the soul presents the tranquil panorama of a battlefield after the fact, where the dead lie still and one can see at once where a scrap of life still moves or groans. Which is why we cross that bridge as quickly as we can. If a person is plagued by religious doubts, as many are in their youth, he takes to persecuting unbelievers; if troubled by love, he turns it into marriage, and when overcome by some other enthusiasm, he takes refuge from the impossibility of living constantly in its fire, beginning to live for that fire. That is, he fills the many moments of his day, each of which needs a content and an impetus, not with his ideal state but with the many ways of achieving it by overcoming obstacles and incidents which guarantees that he will never need to attain it. For only fools, fanatics, and mental cases can stand living at the highest pitch of soul. A sane person must be content with declaring that life would not be worth living without a spark of that mysterious fire. Amime's life was filled to the brim with activity. He was a realist and had listened with an indulgent smile and not without appreciation for the good form shown by these representatives of the old Austrian tradition in the session. He witnessed as they spoke of an imperial Franz Joseph soup kitchen and the link between duty and military marches. He was far from making fun of it, as Ulrich had done, for he was convinced that it took far less courage and superiority to pursue great ideas than to recognize the touching kernel of idealism in such average, slightly absurd people of good appearance. But when in the midst of all this, Diotima, this classical beauty with a Viennese plus, uttered her term Global Austria, a phrase as hot and almost as incomprehensible to the human mind as a flame, something had seized his heart. There was a story told about him that he had in his Berlin house a splendid room full of Baroque and Gothic sculptures. As it happens, the Catholic Church, for which Arnheim had a great love, depicts its saints and standard-bearers of goodness mostly in poses of joy, of ecstasy. Here were saints dying in all kinds of postures, with the soul wringing out the body as if it were squeezing water out of a piece of laundry. All those gestures of arms crossed like sabres, of twisted necks, taken from their original surroundings and brought together in an alien space, gave the impression of a catatonic ward in a lunatic asylum. This collection was highly esteemed and brought many art historians to Amime, with whom he conversed knowledgeably, but often he sat alone and lonely in his gallery, with a quite different feeling, a kind of horrified amazement, as though he were looking at a half-demented world. He felt how morality had once glowed with an ineffable fire, but now even a mind like his own could do no more than stare into the burned-out clinkers. This dark vision of what all religions and myths express in the tale of commandments given originally to men by the gods, this intuition of a pristine state of the soul, somewhat uncanny and yet presumably pleasing to the gods, formed a strange fringe of uneasiness around the otherwise complacent expanse of his thoughts. Amime also had an assistant gardener, a simple but deep man, as Amime put it, with whom he often talked about the life of the flowers because one can learn more from such a man than from the experts. Until one day Amime discovered that this gardener's helper was stealing from him. It seems that he made off with everything he could lay his hands on, in a kind of desperation, saving the proceeds to set up on his own. This was the one idea that obsessed him day and night. But one day a small sculpture disappeared, and the police who were called in exposed the whole operation. The evening Arnheim was informed of this, he sent for the man and reproached him all night long for having allowed his passionate acquisitiveness to lead him astray. It was said that he was extremely upset himself and at times calmly close to weeping in a dark adjoining room. For he envied this man, for reasons he could not explain to himself. The next morning, he had the police take him away. This story was confirmed by close friends of Amime's. Now, standing alone with Diotima in this room, he felt rather as he had felt then, sensing something like the soundless flames of the world leaping all around them along its four walls. 47. What all others are separately, Arnheim is rolled into one. In the following weeks Diotima's salon experienced a tremendous upsurge. People came to hear the latest news of the parallel campaign and to see the new man Diotima was reported to have prescribed for herself, variously, a German nabob, a rich Jew, and an eccentric who wrote poetry, dictated the price of coal, and was the German Kaiser's personal friend. It was not only the high-born ladies and gentlemen from Kautelsdorf's world and diplomatic circles who came, the upper-middle-class figures who controlled the economy and led the world of culture seemed also increasingly attracted. And so specialists in the U language and composers who had never heard a note of one another's music ran into one another here, shooting box met confessional box, and people to whom the word course meant the race course, the course of the stock exchange, or a university course. And now something unheard of came to pass. There was a man who could speak with everyone in their own language, and that man was Amime. To the embarrassment he had suffered at the beginning of the first meeting he held himself aloof from the official sessions, nor did he attend all the social gatherings, as he was often out of town. There was, of course, no further mention of the secretarial post. He had himself explained to Diotima that this idea could not be acceptable to the other side, and she yielded to Amime's judgment, although she could never look at Ulrich without regarding him as a usurper. Amime came and went. 3 or 5 days would pass in a flash, he would be back from Paris, Rome, Berlin. What was going on at Diotima's was only a small slice of his life. But he favored it, and took part in it with all his energy. That he could discuss industry with industrial giants and the economy with bankers was to be expected, but he could also chat just as freely about molecular physics, mysticism, and pigeon shooting. He was an extraordinary talker. Once he was off, he never stopped. Like a book one cannot close until everything in it demanding utterance has been said. But he had a quietly dignified, fluent manner of speaking, with a touch of sadness about it like a stream overhung by dark bushes, and this gave the flow of his words an air of necessity. His reading and his memory were of truly extraordinary compass. He could give experts the subtlest cues in their own fields, but he also knew every person of note in the English, French, and Japanese nobility, and was at home at racetracks and golf links not only in Europe but in Australia and America as well. So even the chamois hunters, champion horsemen, and holders of boxes at the Imperial Theatre, who had come to see a crazy rich Jew, something a little different, as they put it, left Diotima's house shaking their heads with respect. His Grace once took Ulrich aside and said to him, "You know, our ducal houses have had bad luck with their tutors these last 100 years. They used to get the kind of people many of whom would later get into the encyclopedia, and these tutors would bring along music masters and drawing masters who showed their appreciation by creating things we now refer to as our old culture. But ever since we have had a new, universal education, and people from my own circles forgive me go in for academic degrees, our tutors have somehow fallen off. Our sons are quite right, of course, to shoot pheasant and boar, ride, and chase pretty girls. There's little to be said against that if one is young. But in the old days, it was the tutors who channeled part of that youthful energy into the necessity of cultivating the mind and the arts as well as the pheasants, and this no longer happens. It was only an idea that just crossed his Grace's mind, as such things did from time to time, suddenly. He turned to face Ulrich and concluded, "You see, it was that fateful year 1848 that drove a wedge between the middle class and the aristocracy, to the loss of both sides." He looked at the assembled company with concern. He was irked every time the opposition speakers in Parliament boasted of culture as middle class. He would have liked true middle-class culture to be found in the aristocracy, but the poor aristocracy could see nothing in it. It was a weapon invisible to them with which they were being trounced, and since they had been increasingly losing power all along, there was finally nothing left for them to do but come to Diotima's and see the thing for themselves. Count Lonsdorff sometimes felt this way with a heavy heart as he observed the hubbub, wishing that the high office this house had been given the opportunity to serve were taken more seriously. Excellency, the middle class is having exactly the same experience with the intellectuals now as the high nobility had with its tutors then. Ulrich tried to comfort him. They don't know what to make of them. Just look at all these people gaping at Dr. Amime. But all along Count Lonsdorff had only been looking at Arnheim anyway. That's no longer intellect, Ulrich said, explaining the general amazement. It is a phenomenon like a rainbow with a foot you can take hold of and actually feel. He talks about love and economics, chemistry and trips in kayaks. He is a scholar, a landowner, and a stockbroker. In short, what the rest of us are separately, he is rolled into one. Of course, we're amazed. You shake your head, Excellency. But I'm convinced the cloud of so-called temporal progress, into which no one of us can see, has set him down on the parquet in our midst. I was not shaking my head over you, His Grace elucidated. I was thinking of Dr. Arnheim. All in all, one has to admit he's an interesting figure. The three causes of Arnheim's fame and the mystery of the whole. But that was simply the way Arnheim usually affected people. He was a man of stature. His activities spread over terrestrial continents and continents of knowledge. He knew everything: philosophers, economics, music, the world, sports. He expressed himself fluently in 5 languages. The world's most famous artists were his friends, and he bought the art of tomorrow when it was still green on the vine, at prices that were not yet inflated. He was received at the imperial court and knew how to talk with work tilde. He owned a villa in the latest style, which appeared in photographs in all the publications on contemporary architecture, and also, somewhere in the sandiest wastes of Prussia, a ramshackle old castle that actually looked like the decomposed cradle of Prussian chauvinism. Such expansiveness and receptivity are seldom accompanied by personal achievement, but in this respect, too, Arnheim was an exception. Once or twice a year he secluded himself on his country estate and wrote down the experiences of his intellectual life. The e-books and articles, by now quite an imposing number of them, were widely read, enjoyed large printings, and were translated into many languages. A sick physician inspires no confidence. But when a man who has known how to do so well for himself speaks, there must be something in it. This was the first source of Arnheim's fame. The second had its origin in the nature of science and scholarship. We hold knowledge in high esteem, and rightly so. But though a man's life may be completely filled by research into the functioning of the kidneys, there will be moments, humanistic moments, so to speak, when he may ponder the relationship between the kidneys and his country. This is why Goethe is so widely quoted in Germany. But when a scholar wants to show expressly that he is not only a man of learning but also possesses a lively mind with an interest in the future, he will do well to show himself acquainted with works it not only does him credit to know but promises to bring even more credit in the future, like a stock appreciating in value with time, and in such cases quotations from Paul Arnheim were enjoying increasing popularity. His excursions into scientific areas for support of his general views did not, it is true, always satisfy the strictest criteria. While they showed an easy command of the literature, the specialist would invariably FMD in them those little slips and misconceptions that betray the dilettante, just as surely as the stitching of a single seam betrays the homemade dress as compared with the product of the couturier's studio. But one should by no means think that this prevented the specialists from admiring Arnheim. They smiled complacently. He impressed them as a true product of the new age, a man whose name was in all the newspapers, an economic king, a man whose intellectual achievements, at least compared with those of earlier kings, were astonishing, and if they might be allowed to note that in their own sphere they represented something considerably different from him, they nevertheless showed their appreciation by calling him a brilliant man, a man of genius, or, quite simply, a universal man, which among specialists amounts to the same thing as when men say to each other of a woman that she is a woman's idea of a beauty. The third source of Arnheim's fame was economics. He managed not at all badly with the old salts, the seasoned captains of industry. In a big deal, he could outsmart the craftiest of them. They did not regard him as much of a businessman, in any case, and called him the Crown Prince, to distinguish him from his father, whose short, thick tongue was not so adroit in conversation but made up for it by picking up the flavor of a good business deal at whatever distance and by the subtlest chemistry. Him they feared, and revered, but when they heard of the philosophical demands the Crown Prince made on the business class, which he would weave even into the most matter-of-fact discussions, they smiled. He was notorious for quoting poets at board meetings, and for insisting that the economy could not be separated from other human activities and could be dealt with only within the larger context of all vital problems, national, intellectual, and even spiritual. But even while they smiled at this sort of thing, they could not quite overlook that precisely by adding such frills to business, Arnheim Jr. was cutting an increasingly important figure in public opinion. News of him would come up now in the financial, now in the political, now in the literary and art columns of leading newspapers throughout the world. Whether it was a review of a work from his pen, the report of a notable speech he had given somewhere, or notice of his reception by some ruler or art association, until there was no man in the circle of industrial movers and shakers, who operate in silence and behind double-locked doors, as much talked about outside that circle as he was. All these presidents, board chairmen, directors, top managers, heads of banks, corporations, mine works, shipping companies, are by no means, in their hearts, the E.Ville manipulators they are often represented to be. Apart from their highly developed sense of family, the inner rationale of their lives is that of money, and that is a rationale with very sound teeth and a healthy appetite. They were all convinced that the world would be much better off if left to the free play of supply and demand rather than to unmanned warships, bayonets, potentates, and diplomats ignorant of economics. But the world being what it is, with its ingrained prejudice against a life dedicated primarily to its own self-interest and only secondarily to the public good, and its preference for chivalry, public spiritedness, and public missions above private enterprise, these magnates were the last people in the world to leave this out of their calculations, and they energetically made use of the advantages offered to the public good through customs negotiations backed by armed force, or the use of the military against strikers. On this road, however, business leads directly to philosophy, for nowadays only criminals dare to hang others without philosophy, and so they accustomed themselves to regarding Arnheim Jr. as a kind of paper-legged for their affairs. Despite the irony with which they were always ready to regard his tendencies, they were pleased to have in him a man who could take their case as readily before a conclave of bishops as to a sociological conference. Ultimately he won influence over them like a beautiful uncultivated wife who regards her husband's everlasting office work as a bore but is useful to the business because everyone admires her. Now, beyond this one need only imagine the effect of Metellinkian or Bergsonian philosophy applied to questions about the price of coal or to cartel politics, to estimate how depressing Arnheim Jr.'s presence could be to industrialists' conferences and directors' meetings in Paris or St. Petersburg or Cape Town when he turned up as his father's ambassador and had to be heard out from beginning to end. His resulting successes in business were as impressive as they were mysterious, and out of all this grew the well-known report of the man's towering stature and his lucky hand. a a good deal more could be said about Arnheim's successes. With diplomats, for instance, who handled the important but alien field of economics with the circumspection of men charged with the care of an unpredictable elephant, while Amine treated it with the nonchalance of a native keeper. With artists, for whom he hardly ever did anything, which did not prevent them from seeing him as a mecenas. And lastly with journalists, who should in all fairness have been the first to be mentioned, because it was they who through their admiration had first created Arnheim's image as a great man, though they did not realize how much he was their own creation, for someone had whispered in their ear and they consequently believed they could hear the grass of history growing. The basic pattern of his success was everywhere the same. Surrounded by the magic aura of his wealth and the legend of his importance, he always had to deal with people who towered over him in their own fields but who liked him as an outsider with a surprising knowledge of their subject and were daunted by his personally representing a link between their world and other worlds of which they had no idea. So it had come to seem quite natural for him to appear in a world of specialists as a whole man, and to have the effect of a harmonious entity. At times he dreamed of a new Weimar or Florentine renaissance of industry and trade, a new prosperity under the leadership of strong personalities, each of whom would have to be capable of combining individual achievements in technology, science, and the arts, and able to guide them from the highest standpoint. He felt he had this capacity. He possessed the gift of never being superior in any specific, provable respect but, owing to some fluid, perpetually self-renewing equilibrium, of still coming out on top in every situation. It was probably the fundamental talent of a politician, but Arnheim was also convinced that it was a profound mystery. He called it the mystery of the whole. For even the beauty of a person consists of almost nothing demonstrable, or any specific feature, but rather the tangible something that makes even small defects useful, just as the profound goodness and love, the dignity and greatness, of a person are almost independent of what he does, are indeed capable of enabling everything he does. In this life, in some mysterious fashion, the whole always takes precedence over its parts. While ordinary people may indeed be the sum of their virtues and faults, the great man is he who first bestows rank on his qualities. And if the secret of his success is that it cannot quite be explained as the result of his achievements and his qualities, then the presence of a force greater than its manifestations is the mystery upon which all greatness in life rests. This is how Arnheim had phrased it in one of his books, and as he set down these words Jahnost felt that he had touched the hem of the supernatural, and this, too, he allowed to shine through in the text. 49. Antagonism sprouts between the old and the new diplomacy. His association with persons whose specialty was to have been born to the hereditary nobility constituted no exception. Arnheim so muted his own high distinction, so modestly laid claim only to a certain intellectual nobility, which knows its own merits and limits, that beside him the bearers of the most venerable noble names seemed after a while to be bowed down under their burden like gnarled laborers. It was Diotima who appreciated this most keenly. She recognized the mystery of the whole with the eye of an artist who sees the dream of his life realized in an unsurpassable way. She was now wholly reconciled to her salon again. Arnheim warned her against putting too much emphasis on formal organization. Crude material interests would take over, stifling the original pure intention. He preferred keeping the salon as it was. Section Chief Tutsi, on the other hand, expressed his misgivings that this would never get them beyond endless floods of talk. He had crossed one leg over the other and clasped one knee with his heavily veined, lean, dark hands. Next to Amime, who sat upright in a flawlessly cut suit of some soft fabric, Tutsi, with his trim little beard and southern eyes, looked like a Levantine pickpocket beside a Hanseatic merchant prince. It was an encounter between two kinds of distinction, and the Austrian, a mosaic of highly cultivated cosmopolitanism, with its casual dash, certainly did not regard itself as the lesser. Section Chief Tutsi had an engaging manner of asking how the parallel campaign was coming along, as though he was not supposed to know at first hand what was going on in his own house. "We would love to know as soon as possible what your plans are," he said with an amiable smile at his wife and Arnheim, as if to say that he was of course only an outsider in this matter. Then he explained that this joint enterprise of his wife's and Count Lunsdorf's was already causing grave concern in official quarters. At his most recent briefing session with His Majesty, the Minister of Foreign Affairs had taken soundings as to what kind of public demonstrations in honor of the Jubilee might be acceptable to His Majesty, namely, up to what point His Majesty might be graciously willing to countenance a plan anticipating the trend of the times by taking a lead in an international peace program. Which was the only way, Tutsi pointed out, to translate into political terms the idea of a global Austria that had come up in His Grace's speech. But His Gracious Majesty, with his world-famous punctiliousness and reserve, Tutsi went on, had instantly waved the suggestion aside, saying firmly, "Oh, I don't like being pushed into the limelight," and now no one could say whether this meant His Majesty was definitely opposed to the idea or not. Such was Tutsi's discreet way of being indiscreet about the little secrets of his profession, as only a man who knows how to keep the big secrets can be. He ended by saying that it was now up to the various embassies to sound out their respective courts abroad, as we were not sure of our own ground but had to FMD some solid point of departure somewhere. Technically, after all, there were all sorts of given possibilities, from calling a general peace conference, to a summit meeting for 20 sovereigns, all the way down to decorating the Peace Palace at The Hague with frescoes by Austrian artists, or a foundation for the benefit of the children and orphans of The Hague's domestic staff. At this point he asked Amime what they were thinking about the Jubilee year at the Prussian court. Amime disclaimed having any information in this regard. He was repelled by this Austrian cynicism. He, who knew how to chat so elegantly, froze up in Tutsi's company like a man who once it clearly understood that affairs of state must be discussed with the utmost gravity and coolness. In this fashion two contrasting kinds of urbanity, two national and two lifestyles, not without a touch of sexual rivalry, presented themselves to Diotima. But place a greyhound beside a pug, a willow beside a poplar, a glass of wine on a freshly ploughed field, a portrait in a sale semicolon lote instead of in an art gallery, in short, place side by side two hybrid and distinct forms of life, and a void will come into being between them. They will cancel each other out, with the effect of a quite malicious, bottomless absurdity. Diotima felt this with her eyes and ears without understanding it, but she was sufficiently alarmed to give a tongue to the conversation by telling her husband firmly that she intended to achieve something spiritually great with the parallel campaign, and would allow only the needs of truly modern minds to influence its leadership. Arnheim was grateful to her for restoring the dignity of the concept, especially because he had to be on his guard, at times, against going under. He could no more afford to be facetious about the events that so nobly justified his being with Diotima than a drowning man can be about his life jacket. Yet he surprised himself by asking Diotima, his voice betraying some uncertainty, whom she would include, in that case, in the intellectual spearhead of the Parallel 1 campaign. Diotima was of course quite unprepared to give a clear answer to this question. The days she spent with Arnheim had given her such an abundance of suggestions and ideas that she had not yet got around to sorting them out, and while he had repeated to her more than once that the democracy of the Eomitis mattered far less than strong personalities with a comprehensive view of things, all it meant to her was simply you and one, though she was still far from deciding anything, or even from having the necessary insight. It was probably just this of which she was reminded by the pessimism in Arnheim's voice, because she answered, "Do we have anything at all nowadays that we can regard as truly important and great, something worth working for with all our might?" "It is the mark of a time that has lost the inner certainty of healthier times," Arnheim responded, "that it is hard for something to crystallize as the greatest and most important thing of all." Section Chief Tutsi had lowered his eyes to a speck of dust on his trousers, so that one might interpret his smile as a sign of agreement. "And indeed, what should it be?" Arnheim went on tentatively. "Religion?" Section Chief Tutsi now directed his smile upward. Arnheim had pronounced the word this time not quite so emphatically and unskeptically as before in his Grace's presence, but with sonorous gravity nonetheless. Diotima, defending herself against her husband's smile, threw in, "Why not? Religion too. Of course. But since we must come to a practical decision, have you ever thought of appointing a bishop to the committee, who should come up with a modem goal for the campaign? God is profoundly unmodem. We simply cannot imagine him in tails, clean-shaven, with neatly parted hair. Our image of him is still patriarchal. And what is there apart from religion? The nation? The state?" Diotima was pleased at this, because Tutsi regarded the state as a masculine subject one did not discuss with women. But now he was silent, only his eyes still hinting that there might be something further to be said on that score. "Science?" Arnheim went on. "Culture? That leaves art. Truly, it is art that should first reflect the unity of existence and its inner order. But we know the picture at present today. Fragmentation everywhere, extremes without connections. Stendhal, Balzac, and Flaubert have already created the epic of the new mechanized social and inner life, while the demonic substratum of our lives have been laid bare by Dostoevsky, Strindberg, and Freud. We who live today have a deep sense that there is nothing left for us to do." Here Section Chief Tutsi interjected that when he wanted to read something solid, he took down his Homer, or Peter Rosegger. Arnheim took up the suggestion, "You should include the Bible. With the Bible, Homer, and Rosegger or Reuter, one can manage." And this takes us right to the heart of the problem. What if a new Homer should come along? Would we, frankly, be at all capable of listening to him? I believe the answer is no. We don't hire him because we don't need him. Arnheim was now in the saddle and riding high. If we needed him, we would have him. For in the final analysis, nothing negative happens. In world history. What can it mean that we place everything that is truly great and essential in the past? Homer and Christ have never again been equaled, to say nothing of being surpassed. There is nothing more beautiful than the Song of Songs. The Gothic Age and the Renaissance stand before modern times like mountain ranges at the entrance to a great plain, and where, today, are the great rulers? How short-winded even the deeds of Napoleon look beside those of the pharaohs, the work of Kant beside that of the Buddha, that of Goethe beside Homer. But here we are, and we must leave for something. What does it all add up to? Nothing but here Arnheim broke off and confessed that he was reluctant to put it into words, because he was forced to conclude that all we regard as great and important in life has nothing to do with the innermost force of our lives. And that would be? Tutsi inquired. He had hardly any objection to the implication that most things were taken far too seriously. No one today knows the answer, Arnheim replied. The problem of civilization can be solved only by the heart. By the appearance of a new type of man. By an inner vision and a pure will. The intellect has achieved nothing but watering down the great past into liberalism. But perhaps we do not see far enough, perhaps we reckon on too small a scale. Every moment may be that of a great historic turning point. Diotima had been on the point of objecting that this would leave nothing for the parallel campaign to do. But in some peculiar way she found herself enthralled by Arnheim's somber visions. Perhaps there was a residue of too much homework in her that burdened her when she always had to read the newest books and talk about the newest pictures. Pessimism toward art liberated her from all sorts of beauty she had not really liked at all, just as a pessimistic view of science eased her anxiety in the face of culture. The overabundance of the knowable and the influential. Thus Arnheim's despairing judgment of the times came, as she suddenly realized, as a release. And the thought flitted pleasantly through her heart that Arnheim's melee Tankoli somehow had something to do with herself. Further developments. Section Chief Tutsi decides to inform himself about Arnheim. Diotima had guessed right. From the moment Arnheim had noticed that the bosom of this enchanting woman who had read his books on the soul was lifted and moved by a force of an unmistakable kind, he had suffered a loss of nerve otherwise foreign to him. Putting it briefly and in his own terms, it was the faint-heartedness of the moralist who suddenly and unexpectedly meets heaven on earth. To empathize with him, one need only imagine how it would be if we were surrounded by nothing but this quiet blue puddle with soft white wads of feathers floating in it. The moral person as such is ridiculous and unpleasant, as we know by the odor of those poor, resigned people who have nothing they can call their own but their morality. Morality needs great tasks from which to derive its significance, which is why A. Mime had always striven to complement his nature, which inclined to moralizing, by drawing on world events and history, and saturating his activities with ideology. That was his favorite concept, carrying ideas into the spheres of P.O. and talking business only in connection with cultural questions. He liked to draw analogies from history in order to fill it with new life. The role of present-day finance seemed to him similar to that of the Catholic Church, a great influence P.A. in the scenes, unyielding yet yielding in its dealings with the ruling powers, and he sometimes saw himself functioning like a cardinal. But on this occasion he had come to Austria more on a whim, and even though he never travelled wholly without a purpose, even on a whim, he could not quite remember how the plan incidentally, a plan of some scope had originally entered his mind. The inspiration for this trip seemed to have come out of the blue, an instant resolve, and it may have been this small circumstance of freedom about it that a trip to Bombay would hardly have made a less exotic impression on him than this out-of-the-way German-language metropolis in which he had landed. The thought, inconceivable in Prussia, of playing a leading role in the parallel campaign had done the rest and made him feel logically fantastic, like a dream, whose did he his practical good sense recognize but whose spell he was powerless to break. He could probably have accomplished the business purpose of his trip far more simply and directly, but he regarded it as a holiday from reason to keep coming back here, and for these excursions into fairyland he was punished by his business sense in that he smudged the black good conduct mark he should have given himself into a grey blur over everything. There was no repetition, at least, of that far-reaching contemplation in the dark as had happened in Tutsy's presence, if only because Section Chief Tutsy turned up only in passing, and Arnheim had to parcel out his words to all sorts of persons whom he found amazingly receptive in this beautiful country. In his Grace's presence he called criticism sterile and the present age godless, once more letting it be understood that redemption from so negative an existence could come only through the heart. For Diotima's sake he added that the German spirit, and perhaps the world as well, could be freed from the excesses of rationalism and petty bookkeeping only by the rich culture of its southern lands. Encircled by ladies, he spoke of the need to organize the inner resources of human tenderness, in order to save mankind from arms races and soullessness. To a circle of active professionals he expounded Holderland saying that there were no longer human beings in Germany but only professio als, winding up with, and no one can achieve anything in his profession without a sense of some overarching purpose, least of all the financier. People listened to him gladly because it was so nice that a man with so many ideas also had money, and the circumstance that all those who spoke with him came away with the impression that an undertaking like the parallel campaign was a most dubious affair, riddled with the most explosive intellectual contradictions, also reinforced in everyone the notion that no one else was as obviously cut out as he was for taking the helm in this adventure. However, Section Chief Tutsy would not have been, in his quiet way, one of his country's leading diplomats if he noticed nothing of Arnheim's pervasive presence in his house. He simply could not make head or tail of it. He did not let on, because a diplomat never shows what he is thinking. Personally, and also in principle, so to speak, he found this outsider most irritating, and that he had blatantly chosen the salon of Tutsy's wife as the scene of operations for some secret objective Tutsy regarded as a challenge. Not for an instant did he believe Diotima's assurances that the nabob visited the imperial city on the Danube so often because his mind felt most at home in its ancient culture. Tutsy's problem was that he had no clue to help him solve this mystery, because in all his official experience he had never come across a person like Arnheim. And since Diotima had announced that she intended to give Arnheim a leading position in the parallel campaign, and had complained about his Grace's resistance to this idea, Tutsy was seriously concerned. He did not think much of either the parallel campaign or Count Lansdorff, but he regarded his wife's idea as politically so amazingly tactless that he was overcome with the feeling that all these years of patient husbandly training such as he flattered himself to have given her had collapsed like a house of cards. He had in fact used exactly this figure of speech in thinking about it, even though Section Chief Tutsy never indulged himself in figures of speech because they are too literary and, socially, smell of poor taste, but this time he felt quite shaken by it. However, Diotima strengthened her position again as things went on by her stubbornness. She had become gently aggressive and spoke of a new kind of person who could no longer passively leave the spiritual responsibility for the course of world events to the professional leaders. Then she spoke of feminine tact that could sometimes be a visionary gift perhaps capable of penetrating distances beyond the daily routine of professionals. Finally, she said that Arnheim was a European, a thinker known throughout Europe, that the conduct of affairs of state in Europe was not sufficiently European, not spiritual enough, and that the world would find no peace until it was as permeated by a universally Austrian spirit as the ancient Austrian culture that embraced all the peoples, with their different languages, within the borders of the monarchy. She had never before dared to stand up so resolutely against her husband's authority, but Section Chief Tutsy was temporarily reassured by it, because he had never regarded his wife's strivings as higher in significance than problems with her dressmaker, was delighted when she was admired by others, and could now take a less alarming view of her current goings-on, much as if a woman who loved colour had for once chosen too gaudy a ribbon. So he confined himself to going over again, with grave courtesy, all the reasons why in a man's world decisions on Austrian affairs could not be publicly entrusted to a Prussian, even though he could see that there might be some advantage in being on friendly terms with a man in so unique a position. He assured Diotima that she would be misunderstanding his scruples if she inferred from them that he was not pleased to see Arnheim in her company as often as possible. Privately he hoped that this would give him the opportunity, sooner or later, to set a trap for the outsider. Only when Tutsy had to stand by and see Arnheim sweeping from success to success everywhere did he come back to the idea that she seemed over-involved with this man only to FMD again that she did not respect his wishes as of old but argued with him and declared his misgivings chimerical. He decided as a man not to struggle against the dialectics of a woman but to bide his time and wait for circumstances to prove him right in the end. But then something happened to give him a powerful incentive. One night, something like the sound of very distant weeping aroused him from his sleep. It barely disturbed him at first, He simply did not understand what it was. But from time to time the spiritual distance lessened by a jump, until suddenly the menacing disturbance was quite close to his ears, and he started so violently out of his sleep that he sat bolt upright in bed. Diotima lay on her side facing away from him and gave no sign of being awake, but something made him feel that she was. He whispered her name once, then again, and tenderly tried to turn her white shoulder to him. But as he turned her around and her face rose above her shoulder in the dark, it looked at him angrily, expressed defiance, and had been crying. Unfortunately, Tutsi's sound sleep was reclaiming him and dragging him relentlessly back into his pillows, while Diotima's face hovered above him as a painfully bright distortion he could make no sense of. "What's the matter?" he muttered in the soft bass of returning unconsciousness, and received a clear, irritable, unwelcome answer that stamped itself on his ear, fell into his drowsiness, and lay there like a sparkling coin in the water. "You toss about so much in your sleep, no one can sleep next to you." Diotima had said harshly and distinctly. His ear had taken it in, but he had already slipped back into sleep without being able to utter a word in his own defense. He merely felt that he was the victim of a grave injustice. Quiet, restful sleep was in his opinion one of a diplomat's chief virtues, for it was a condition of all success. It was a point on which he was acutely sensitive, and Diotima's remark was a serious challenge to his very existence. He realized that something in her had changed. While it never occurred to him even in his sleep to suspect his wife of any tangible infidelity, he never doubted for a moment that the personal discomfort inflicted on him must be connected with Arnheim. He slept on angrily, as it were, till morning and awakened with the thin resolve to find out all he could about this disturbing person. The House of Thistle. Director Thistle of the Lloyd Bank was that bank director, or, more properly, manager with the title of director, who had somehow unaccountably forgotten to acknowledge Kandelsdorf's invitation and had thereafter not been invited again. And even that first invitation he had owed only to the connections of his wife, Clementine. Clementine Thistle's family were old civil service. Her father had been accountant general, her grandfather had been a senior official in the finance department, and 3 of her brothers held high positions in various ministries. 24 years ago she had married Leo Thistle, for 2 reasons. First, because families high in the civil service sometimes have more children than means, but second, for a romantic reason, because compared with the relentlessly thrifty tightness of her parental home, banking seemed a liberal-minded, modern profession, and in the 19th century a cultivated person did not judge another person's value according to whether he was a Jew or a Catholic. Indeed, as matters stood then, she almost felt there was something particularly refined in rising above the crude anti-Semitic prejudice of the common people. Later the poor woman was destined to see a nationalist spirit welling up all over Europe, and with it a surge of Jew baiting, transforming her husband in her very arms, as it were, from a respected free spirit into a corrosive spawn of an alien race. In the beginning she had resisted this transformation with all the indignation of a magnanimous heart, but as the years passed she was worn down by the naively cruel and steadily growing hostility and intimidated by the general prejudice. In time, as the differences between herself and her husband gradually became acrimonious when, for reasons he would never quite go into, he never rose above the rank of manager and lost all prospects of ever being appointed a bank director, she came to justify to herself, with a shrug, many things that wounded her by remembering that Leo's character was, after all, alien to her own, though toward outsiders she never abandoned the principles of her youth. Their differences, however, were basically nothing more than a lack of understanding, as in many marriages, a natural misfortune, as it were, surfaced as soon as the couple ceased to be rapturously happy. Ever since Leo's career had hesitantly ground to a halt at what was in effect a stockbroker's desk, Clementine was no longer able to excuse certain of his peculiarities by taking into account that he was not ensconced in the glassy calm of a ministerial office but was sitting at the roaring loom of time, and who knows whether she had not married him just on account of this quotation from Gawain there? His side whiskers, which, with the pince-nez riding the middle of his nose, had once reminded her of an English lord with mutton chops, now suggested a stockbroker, and some of his mannerisms of gesture and turns of phrase became positively insufferable to her. At first Clementine tried to improve her husband, but she ran into terrible snags as it became apparent that nowhere in the world was there a standard by which to judge whether mutton chop whiskers rightly suggested a lord or a broker, or at what point on the nose a pince-nez, combined with a wave of the hand, expressed enthusiasm or a cynicism. Besides, Leo Thistle was simply not the man to let himself be improved. He dismissed as social tomfoolery the fault-finding that tried to tum him into the Christian Teutonic beau ideal of a high ministry official, and rejected her arguments as unworthy of a reasonable man, for the more his wife took offense at certain details, the more he stressed the great guidelines of reason. And so the Thistle household was gradually transformed into the battleground of 2 contending philosophies of life. Director Thistle of the Lloyd Bank enjoyed philosophizing, but only for 10 minutes a day. He enjoyed thinking that human life had a solid rational basis and that it paid off intellectually. He imagined this on the pattern of the harmonious hierarchy of a great bank and noted with satisfaction the daily signs of progress he read about in the papers. This faith in the immutable guidelines of reason and progress had for a long time enabled him to dismiss his wife's carpings with a shrug or a cutting retort. But since misfortune had decreed that in the course of this marriage the mood of the times would shift away from the old principles of liberalism that had favored Leo Thistle, great guiding ideals of tolerance, the dignity of man, and free trade and reason and progress in the Western world would be displaced by racial theories and street slogans, he yielded not remain untouched by it either. He started by flatly denying the existence of these changes, just as Kandelsdorf was accustomed to deny the existence of certain unpleasant political manifestations and waited for them to disappear of their own accord. Such waiting is the first, almost imperceptible degree of the torture of exasperation that life inflicts on men of principle. The second degree is usually called, and was therefore also called by Thistle, poison. This poison is the appearance, drop by drop, of new views on morals, art, politics, the family, newspapers, books, and social life, already accompanied by the helpless feeling that there is no turning back and by indignant denials, which cannot avoid a certain acknowledgement of the thing denied. Nor was Director Thistle spared a third and final degree, when the isolated showers and sprinklings of the new come into a steady, drenching rain. In time this becomes one of the most horrible torments that a man who has only 10 minutes a day to spare for philosophy can experience. Leo came to know on how many points people can have differences of opinion. Their drive to be right, a need almost synonymous with human dignity, began to celebrate excesses in the Thistle household. For millennia this drive has produced thousands of admirable philosophies, works of art, books, deeds, and partisan alliances, and when this admirable, but also fanatical and monstrous, innate human drive has to make do with 10 minutes on practical philosophy or a debate on the basic principles of the household, it cannot fail to burst, like a drop of molten lead, into innumerable sharp splinters that inflict the most painful wounds. It burst over the question of whether a maid was to be given notice or not, and whether toothpicks belonged on the table or not, but whatever made it burst, it had the capacity to reconstitute itself immediately into two infinitely detailed opposing middle-dots of the world. This was all very well by day, since Director Thistle was in his office then, but at night he was only human, and this gravely worsened the relations between him and Clementine. Things today are so complicated that a person can really keep fully informed only in one field, basically, which in his case was stocks and bonds, and so he was inclined at night to be of a generally yielding disposition. Clementine, on the contrary, remained sharp and unyielding, raised as she had been in a strict civil service household with its constant emphasis on duty. Besides, her class consciousness would not permit them separate bedrooms. Hick would have made their already inadequate apartment even smaller, but a shared bedroom, with the lights out, puts a man in the situation of an actor having to play before an invisible house the rewarding but by now worn-out role of a hero impersonating a growling lion. For years now, Leo's dark auditorium had not let slip the faintest hint of applause, nor yet the smallest sign of disapproval, and this was surely enough to shatter the strongest nerves. In the morning at breakfast, which the couple took together in accordance with time-honored tradition, Clementine was stiff as a frozen corpse and Leo twitchy with nerves. Even their daughter, Gerda, noticed something of this every time and had come to imagine married life with dread and bitter loathing, as a catfight in the dark of night. Gerda was 23, and a favourite bone of contention of both her progenitors. Leo Thistle thought it was time to start thinking of a good match for her. But Gerda said, "You're old-fashioned, Papa," and had chosen her friends in a swarm of Christian nationalists her own age, none of whom offered the slightest prospect of being able to support a wife. Instead, they despised capitalism and maintained that no Jew had yet proved capable of serving as a great symbol of humanity. Leo Thistle called them anti-Semitic louts and would have forbidden them the house. But Gerda said, "You don't understand, Papa, they only mean it symbolically," and nervous and anemic as she was, Gerda immediately got upset if she was not handled with care. So Thistle suffered her friends, society, as once Odysseus had to suffer Penelope's suitors in his house, for Gerda was the ray of sunshine in his life. But he did not suffer in silence, because that was not in his nature. He thought he knew all about morality and great ideas himself, and held forth on them at every opportunity in order to exert a good influence on Gerda. Every time he did so Gerda answered, "Yes, Papa, you would be absolutely right if the whole thing did not have to be looked at from a wholly different point of view from the one you still cling to." What did Clementine do when Gerda talked like this? Not a thing. She made a resigned face and kept her own counsel, but Leo could be sure that behind his back she would be on Gerda's side as if she knew what symbols which Leo Thistle had always had every reason to assume that his good Jewish head was superior to his wife's, and nothing outraged him so much as to observe that she was using Gerda's craziness to her own advantage. Why should he, of all people, suddenly no longer be capable of keeping up with the times? They were in this together. Then he remembered last night. This was no longer sniping at a man's self-esteem, it was digging it up by the roots. At night a man has only his nightshirt on, and right underneath that is his character. No expertise, no professional shrewdness, can protect him. Here a man stakes his whole life, nothing less. So what did it mean that Clementine, whenever the conversation turned to Christian Germanic ideas, made a face as if he were fresh from the jungle? Now, man is a being who can stand mistrust as little as tissue paper can the rain. Since Clementine had ceased to find Leo attractive she found him unbearable, and since Leo began to feel that Clementine doubted him he saw at every time a conspiracy in his own house. At the same time Clementine and Leo deluded themselves, like everyone whose mind has been formed by the prevailing customs and literature, that their passions, characters, destinies, and actions made them dependent on each other. In truth, of course, more than half of life consists not of actions but of formulas, of opinions we make our own, of on the one hand and on the other hands, and of all the piled up impersonality of everything one has heard and knows. The fate of this husband and wife depended mostly on a murky, persistent, confused structuring of ideas that were not even their own but belonged to public opinion and shifted with it, without their being able to defend themselves against it. Compared with this dependence their personal dependence on each other represented only a tiny fraction, a wildly overestimated residue. And while they deluded themselves that they had their own private lives, and questioned each other's character and will, the agonizing difficulty lay in the unreality of their conflict, which they covered with every possible peevishness. It was Leo Thistle's bad luck that he neither played cards nor found pleasure in taking out pretty girls, but, worn out by his work, suffered from a marked craving for family life, whereas his wife, who had nothing to do day or night but be the bosom of the family, was no longer subject to any romantic illusions about that. There were times when Leo Thistle felt he was suffocating, attacked by nothing he could put his finger in from all sides at once. He was a hard-working small cell in the body politic, doing its duty with a will, but receiving from all sides poison juices. And so, though it far exceeded his need for philosophy, the aging man, left in the lurch by his life partner and seeing no grounds for abandoning the rational fashion of his youth, began to sense the profound emptiness of emotional life, its formlessness which is eternally changing its forms, its slow but relentless overturning that pulls everything with it. It was on one such morning, his head occupied with family problems, that Thistle had forgotten to answer his Grace's invitation, and on many subsequent mornings he had to listen to accounts of what was going on in Section Chief Tutsy's wife's circle, which made it appear most regrettable not to have seized such a chance for Gerda to enter the best society. Thistle's conscience was none too clear, since his own general manager and the chief executive of the National Bank attended those gatherings, but as everyone knows, a man will defend himself most violently against reproaches the more strongly he is torn between guilt and innocence. But every time Thistle tried, with all the superiority of a practical man, to make fun of these patriotic goings-on, he was advised that a financier who was abreast of the times, such as Paul Amime, evidently thought otherwise. It was amazing how much C. Clementine, and even Gerda, who normally, of course, took the opposite line from her mothers, had found out about this man, and as the stock exchange, too, was buzzing with all sorts of stories about him, Thistle felt driven onto the defensive, unable to keep up with the more to come out and say about so eminent a businessman that he was not to be taken seriously. But when Thistle was on the defensive he adopted a suitably bearish stance, in this instance keeping up an impenetrable silence in the face of all allusions to the Tutsy household, Amime, the parallel campaign, and his own failure. He tried to find out where and how long Amime was staying in town, and furtively hoped for an event that would at one blow expose the hollow pretense of it all and bring down his family's high rating of those stocks with a crash. 52. Section CUF Tutsy finds a blind spot in the workings of his ministry. After he had decided to find out all about Amime, Section Chief Tutsy soon made the satisfying discovery of a large blind spot in the workings of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and of the Imperial House, which were his special concern. It had not been designed to deal with persons like Amime. Other than memoirs, Tutsy read no literary works but the Bible, Homer, and Rose Egger, priding himself that this saved him from dissipating his mental forces. But that not a single man was to be found in the whole foreign ministry who had read a book of Animes he recognized as an error. Section Chief Tutsy had the right to summon the heads of other departments to his own office, but on the morning after that night, disturbed by tears, he had gone himself to see the chief of the press department, impelled by a feeling that the occasion which led him to seek a discussion did not warrant full official status. The chief of the press department admitted Section Chief Tutsy for knowing so many personal details about Amime, admitted that he, too, had frequently heard the name mentioned, but promptly warded off any intimation that the man could possibly be found in any of his departmental files, since Arnheim had not, as far as he recalled, ever been the object of official consideration, and since the processing of news material could not, of course, be extended to cover the public expressions of private individuals. Tutsy conceded that this was as it should be, but pointed out that these days the borderline between the official and the private status of persons and events was not always clearly definable, which the chief of the press department found a most acute observation, whereupon the two section chiefs agreed that they had before them a most intriguing flaw in the system. It was clearly a morning on which Europe was enjoying a little peace and quiet, because the two officials sent for the head clerk and instructed him to start a file headed Amime, Dr. Paul, though there was as yet nothing in it. To the head clerk came the chief full clerk and the clerk in charge of news clippings, both of whom were able to state on the spot, all aglow with efficiency, that no Amime was to be found in their files. Finally the press secretaries were called in, whose job it was to go through the newspapers every day and lay their clippings before the various chiefs. When asked about Amime they all made serious faces, and testified that he was indeed mentioned often and most favorably in the A-middle papers they read, but that they could not say what his writings were about because his activities, as they could immediately affirm, were not included within the sphere of their official concern with the news. Thus the flawless functile underscore running of the foreign ministry's apparatus was demonstrated whenever one touched a button, and all these officials left the room with the sense of having made the best show of their reliability. "It's exactly as I told you," the chief of the press department said to Tutsy with satisfaction. "Nobody know a thing." The two section chiefs had listened to the reports with smiling dignity, sitting as, if embalmed forever by their surroundings, like flies in amber in luxurious leather armchairs, on the deep pile red carpet, framed by the tall windows draped in dark red in that white and A-middle gold room dating from the time of Maria Theresa, and acknowledged that the blind spot in the system, which they now had at least spotted, would be hard to cure. "In this department," its chief said with satisfaction, "we deal with every public utterance, but a borderline must be drawn somewhere around the term public. I can guarantee that every here shouted by some deputy at one of this year's regional council meetings can be located in our files within 10 minutes, and every such interjection made in the last 10 years, as far as it concerns foreign affairs, within an hour at most. The same applies to every political newspaper article. My men do painstaking work, so that those are tangible, so to speak responsible, utterances, in connection with well-defined conditions, powers, and concepts. However, if I have to decide, from a purely professional point of view, under which heading the clerk who compiles the excerpts or the catalogue is to file some personal effusion by, let's see, whom could we use as an example?" Tutsy helpfully gave him the name of one of the latest writers to frequent Diotima's salon. The chief of the press department glanced up at him uneasily, as if he were hard of hearing. "All right, Tim, let's say, but where do we draw the line between what to note and what to pass over? We've even had political poems. Does this mean that every versifier, or perhaps only authors who write for our Burgtheater?" Both laughed. "How is one to deduce what these people mean, even if they were Schiller and Goethe? Of course there's always a higher meaning in it. But for all practical purposes they contradict themselves with every second word they say." By this time the two men had become aware that they were running the risk of becoming involved in something impossible, a word with the added nuance of something socially ridiculous, to which diplomats are so keenly sensitive. Of course we can't bring a whole staff of literary and drama critics into the ministry, Tutsi said with a smile, but on the other hand, once we've become aware of it, there's no denying that such people are not without influence on world opinion and consequently do affect politics. It isn't done in any foreign office in the world, the press chief said helpfully. Agreed. But drop after drop will hollow out stone. Tutsi found that this proverb sexed nicely to express a certain danger. Shouldn't we try to set up a way of handling this? I don't know. I have qualms, the other section chief said. So do I, of course. Tutsi replied. As the conversation neared its end he felt ill at ease, as if his tongue were coated, uncertain whether he had been talking nonsense or whether it would turn out after all to be another instance of that perspicacity for which he was celebrated. The press chief was equally undecided, and so they ended by assuring each other that they would have another talk on the subject later. The press chief issued instructions to order Arnheim's complete works for the ministry library, by way of concluding the matter, and Tutsi went to a political department, where he requested a detailed report on the man Arnheim from the Austrian embassy in Berlin. This was the only thing left for him to do at the moment, and until the report arrived his only source of information about Arnheim was his wife, a source he now felt strongly disinclined to use. He recalled Voltaire saying that people use words only to hide their thoughts and use thoughts only to justify the wrongs they have done. Certainly, that is what diplomacy had always been. But that a person spoke and wrote as much as Arnheim did, to hide his real intentions behind words, was something new. It made Tutsi uneasy, and he would have to get to the bottom of it. 53. Muusbrugger is moved to another prison. The killer of a prostitute, Christian Muusbrugger, had been forgotten a few days after the newspapers stopped printing the reports of his trial, and the public had turned to other things for excitement. Only a circle of experts still took an interest in him. His lawyer had entered a plea to have the trial line validated, demanded a new psyche, a trick examination, and taken other steps as well. The execution was indefinitely postponed and Muusbrugger moved to another prison. The precautions with which this was done flattered him: loaded guns, many people, arms and legs in irons. They were paying attention to him. They were afraid of him, and Muusbrugger loved it. When he climbed into the prison van, he glanced around for admiration and tried to catch the surprised gaze of the passers-by. Cold wind, blowing down the street, played with his curly hair, the air drained him. 2 seconds, then a guard shoved his behind into the van. Muusbrugger was vain. He did not like to be pushed like that, he was afraid that their guards would punch him, shout or laugh at him. The fettered giant did not dare to look at any of his escorts and slid to the front of the van of his own accord. But he was not afraid of death. Life is full of things that must be endured, and that certainly hurt more than being hanged, and whether a man has a few years more or less to live really doesn't matter. The passive pride of a man who has been locked up for long stretches would not let him fear his punishment, but in any case, he did not cling to life. What was there in life that he should love? Surely not the spring breeze, or the open road, or the sun. They only make a man tired, hot, and dusty. No one loves life who really knows it. If I could say to someone, Muusbrugger thought, yesterday I had some terrific roast pork at the Kummer restaurant. That might be something. But one could do without even that. What would have pleased him was something that could satisfy his ambition, which had always come up against nothing but stupid insults. An uneven jolting ran from the wheels through the bench into his body. Behind the bars in the door the cobblestones were running backward, heavy wagons were left behind, at times, men, women, or children stumbled diagonally across the bars, a distant cab was gaining on them, growing, coming closer, beginning to spray out life as an anvil throws off sparks. The horse's head seemed to be about to push through the door, then the clatter of hooves and the soft sound of rubber-tired wheels ran on past behind the wall of the van. Muusbrugger slowly turned his head back to stare again at the ceiling where it met the van's side in front of him. The noises outside roared, blared, were stretched like a canvas over which now and then flitted the shadow of something happening. Muusbrugger took the ride as a change, without paying much attention to its meaning. Between two dark, inert stretches in prison a quarter of an hour's opaque, white, foaming time was shooting by. This was how he had always experienced his freedom. Not really pretty. That business about the last meal, he thought, the prison chaplain, the hangman, the quarter hour before it's all over, won't be too different. It will bounce along on wheels too. I'll be kept busy all the time like now, trying to keep from sliding off this bench at every jolt, and I won't be seeing or hearing much of anything with all those people hopping around me. It's the best thing that can happen, finally I'll get some peace. A man who has liberated himself from hell wanting to live feels immensely superior. Muusbrugger remembered the superintendent who had been his first interrogator at the police station. A real gent, who spoke in a low voice. Look here, Mr. Muusbrugger, he had said, I beseech you, grant me success. And Muusbrugger had replied, well, if success means that much to you, let's draw up a statement. The judge, later was skeptical, but the superintendent had confirmed it in court. Even if you don't care about relieving your conscience on your own account, please give me the personal satisfaction that you are doing it for my sake. The superintendent had repeated this before the whole court, even the presiding judge had looked pleased, and Muusbrugger had risen to his feet. My deep respect to his honor the superintendent for making this statement. He had loudly proclaimed, then added, with a graceful bow, although the superintendent's last words to me were we will probably never see each other again, it is an honor and a privilege to see you, the superintendent, again today. A smile of self-approval transformed Muusbrugger's face, and he forgot the guards sitting opposite him, flung to and fro like himself by the jolting van. 54. In conversation with Walter and Clarisse, Ulrich turns out to be reactionary. Clarisse said to Ulrich, something must be done for Muusbrugger, this murderer is musical. Ulrich had finally, on a free afternoon, paid them a visit to make up for the one so fatefully prevented by his arrest. Clarisse was clutching at his lapel. Walter stood beside her with a look on his face that was not quite sincere. "What do you mean, musical?" Ulrich asked with a smile. Clarisse looked merrily shamefaced. Unintentionally. As if she had to clap a tight comic grin on her face to hold back the embarrassment oozing from every pore. She let go of his lapel. "Oh, come on, nothing special," she said. "You seem to have become an influential man." It was not always easy to make her out. Walter had already made a start, and then stopped again. Here, outside the city, there was still some snow on the ground, white fields and between them, like dark water, black earth. The sun washed over everything equitably. Clarisse wore an orange jacket and a blue wool cap. The three of them were out for a walk, and Ulrich, in the midst of nature's desolate disarray, had to explain Aimim's writings to her. These dealt with algebraic series, benzol rings, the materialist as well as the universalist philosophy of history, bridge supports, the evolution of music, the essence of the automobile, Harter 606, the theory of relativity, Bohr's atomic theory, autogeneous welding, the flora of the Himalayas, psychoanalysis, individual psychology, experimental psychology, physiological psychology, social psychology, and all the other achievements that prevent a time so greatly enriched by them from turning out good, wholesome, integral human beings. However, Aimim dealt with all these subjects in his writing in the most soothing fashion, assuring his readers that whatever they did not understand represented only an excess of sterile intellect, while the truth was always simplicity itself, like human dignity and that instinct for transcendent realities within reach of everyone who lived simply and was in league with the stars. Plenty of people are saying the kind of thing nowadays, Ulrich explained, but Aimim is the one whom people believe because they see him as a big, rich man who really knows whatever it is he is talking about, who has actually been to the Himalayas, owns automobiles, and can wear as many benzol rings as he likes. Clarisse, prompted by a vague notion of Carlian rings, wanted to know what benzol rings looked like. "You're a dear girl, Clarisse, all the same," Ulrich said. Walter came to her defense. Thank heaven she doesn't have to understand all that chemical gobbledygook. But then he proceeded to defend the works of Aimim, which he had read. He would not claim that Aimim was the best one could imagine, but he was still the best the present age had produced. This was a new spirit. Scientifically sound, yet also capable of going beyond technical knowledge. Thus their walk came to an end. The result for all of them was wet feet, an irritated brain as though the thin, bare branches on the trees, sparkling in the winter sun, had turned to splinters stuck in the retin, a vulgar craving for hot coffee, and the feeling of human forlornness. Steaming snow rose from their shoes. Clarisse enjoyed the mess they were making on the floor, but Walter kept his femininely sensuous lips pursed the whole time, because he was itching to start an argument. Ulrich told them about the parallel campaign. When Aimim's name cropped up again, the argument began. "I'll tell you what I hold against him," Ulrich persisted. "Scientific man is an entirely inescapable thing these days, we can't not want to know. And at no time has the difference between the expert's experience and that of the layman been as great as it is now. Everyone can see this in the ability of a masseur or a pianist. No one would send a horse to the races these days without special preparation. It is only on the problems of being human that everyone feels called upon to pronounce judgment, and there's an ancient prejudice to the effect that one is born and dies a human being. But even if I am know that 5,000 years ago women wrote the same love letters, word for word, that they write today, I can't read such letters any longer without wondering whether it isn't ever going to change." Clarisse seemed inclined to agree. Walter, however, smiled like a fake ear, preparing not to bat an eyelash while someone runs a hatpin through his cheeks. "Meaning only, presumably, that until further notice you refuse to be a human being?" He broke in. "More or less. It has an unpleasant feeling of dilettantism about it. But I'll grant you something quite different," Ulrich went on after some thought. "The experts never finish anything. Not only are they not finished today, but they are incapable of conceiving an end to their activities. Even incapable, perhaps, of wishing for one. Can you imagine that man will still have a soul, for instance, once he has learned to understand it and control it biologically and psychologically? Yet this is precisely the condition we are aiming for. That's the trouble. Knowledge is a mode of conduct, a passion. At bottom, an impermissible mode of conduct, like dipsomania, sex mania, homicidal mania. The compulsion to know forms its own character that is off balance. It is simply not so that the researcher pursues the truth, it pursues him. He suffers it. What is true, and a fact is real, without concerning itself about him. He's the one who has a passion for it, dipsomania for the factual, which marks his character, and he doesn't give a damn whether his findings will lead to something human, perfect, or anything at all. Such a man is full of contradictions and misery, and yet he is a monster of energy." "And?" Walter asked. "What do you mean, and? Surely you're not suggesting that we can leave it at that?" "I would like to leave it at that," Ulrich said calmly. "Our conception of our environment, and also of ourselves, changes every day. We live in a time of passage. It may go on like this until the end of the planet if we don't learn to tackle our deepest problems better than we have so far. Even so, when one is placed in the dark, one should not begin to sing out of fear, like a child. And it is mere singing in the dark to act as though we knew how we're supposed to conduct ourselves down here. You can shout your head off, it's still nothing but terror. All I know for sure is, we're galloping. We're still a long way from our goals. They're not getting any closer. We can't even see them. We're likely to go on taking wrong turns, and we'll have to change horses, but one day, the day after tomorrow, or 2,000 years from now, the horizon will begin to flow and come roaring toward us." Dusk had fallen. "No one can see my face now," Ulrich thought. "I don't even know myself whether I'm lying." He spoke as one does when making an uncertain snap judgment about the results of decades of certainty. It occurred to him that this youthful dream he had just unfurled for Walter had long since turned hollow. He didn't want to go on talking. Meaning, Walter said sharply, that we should give up trying to make any sense of life? Ulrich asked him why he needed to make sense of it. It seemed to be doing nicely without that, it seemed to him. Clarisse giggled. She didn't mean to mock Walter. Ulrich's question had struck her as funny. Walter turned on the light, as he saw no reason why Ulrich should exploit the advantage, with Clarisse, of being the dark man. An irritating glare enveloped the three of them. Ulrich stubbornly expanded on his point. What one needs in life is merely the conviction that one's business is doing better than one's neighbor's. Your pictures, my mathematics, somebody else's wife and children, everything that can assure a person that he is in no way unusual, but that in this way of being in no way unusual he will not so easily fall into his equal. Walter had not yet sat down again. He was full of unrest. Triumph. Do you realize what you're talking about? He shouted. Muddling through. You're simply an Austrian, and you're expounding the Austrian national philosophy of muddling through. That may not be as bad as you think, Ulrich replied. A passionate longing for keenness and precision, or beauty, may very well bring one to prefer muddling through to all those exertions in the modern spirit. I congratulate you on having discovered Austria's world mission. Walter wanted to make some retort. But it turned out that the unrest that had kept him on his feet was not only a sense of triumph but, how to put it, also the need to leave the room. He hesitated between the two impulses, but they were irreconcilable, and his gaze slid away from Ulrich's eyes toward the door. When they were alone, Clarisse said, "This murderer is musical." I mean. She paused, then went on mysteriously, "I can't explain it, but you must do something for him." "But what can I do?" "Set him free." "You must be dreaming. You can't mean all those things you say, TQ Walter?" Clarisse asked, and her eyes seemed to be urging him to an answer whose content he could not guess. "I don't know what you want," he said. Clarisse kept her eyes stubbornly on his lips, then she came back to her point. "You ought to do what I said, anyway, you would be transformed." Ulrich observed her, trying to understand. He must have missed something in the analogy, or some as if that might have given a meaning to what she was saying. It sounded strange to hear her speaking so naturally without making sense, as though referring to some commonplace experience she had had. But Walter was back. "I'm prepared to admit," he began. The interruption had taken the edge off the argument. He perched on his piano stool again and noticed with satisfaction some soil clinging to his shoes. Why is there no dirt on Ulrich's shoes? He thought. It's the last hope of salvation for European man. But Ulrich was looking above Walter's shoes at his legs, sheathed in black cotton, with their unlovely shape of the soft legs of young girls. A man today who still aspires to integrity deserves a lot of credit, Walter said. There's no such thing anymore, Ulrich countered. You only have to look in a newspaper. It's filled with an immeasurable opacity. So many things are being talked about, it would surpass the intellectual capacity of oldness. But we don't even notice, we have changed. There's no longer a whole man confronting a whole world, only a human something moving about in a general culture medium. Quite so, Walter shot back. There is in fact no complete education anymore, in Goethe's sense. Which is why today every idea has its opposite. Every action and its opposite are accompanied by the subtlest arguments, which can be defended or attacked with equal ease. How on earth can you champion such a state of affairs? Ulrich shrugged. One has to withdraw completely, Walter said softly. Or just go along, his friend replied. Perhaps we're on our way to the termite state, or some other unchristian vision of labor. Ulrich thought privately that it would be just as easy to agree as to argue. Contempt showed as clearly through the politeness as a tidbit in aspic. He knew that Walter would again be annoyed with what he had just said, but he was beginning to long for a conversation with someone with whom he could agree completely, for once. There had been a time when he and Walter had such conversations. The words are drawn from the breast by some mysterious power, and not one word misses its mark. But when one talks with antipathy the words rise like fog frole. An icy plain. He looked at Walter without resentment, certain that Walter also felt that the further this conversation went the more it was deforming his inner convictions, but that he was blaming Ulrich for it. Everything we think is either sympathy or antipathy, Ulrich thought. At this moment he was so vividly struck by the truth of this that he felt it as a physical pressure, like the bodily contact of people swaying in unison when they are jammed together. He looked around for Clarisse. But Clarisse seemed to have stopped listening some time ago. At some point she had picked up the newspaper that had lain in front of her on the table and had begun asking herself why she found this so pleasurable. She felt herself looking at the boundless opacity Ulrich had spoken of before, with the paper between her hands. Her hands unfolded the darkness and opened out. Her hands formed two crossbeams with the trunk of her body, with the newspaper hanging between them. That was the pleasure, but the words to describe it were nowhere within her. She knew only that she was looking at the paper without reading it, and that it seemed to her there must be some savage mystery inside Ulrich, a power akin to her own, though she could not pin it down. Her lips had opened as if she were about to smile, but it was unconscious, a loosening of a still frozen tension. Walter continued in a low voice, You're right when you say there's nothing serious, rational, or even intelligible left. But why can't you see that it is precisely this growing rationality, infecting everything like a disease, that is to blame? Everyone's brain is seized with this craving to become more and more rational, to rationalize and compartmentalize life more than ever, but unable to imagine what's to become of us when we know everything and have it all analyzed, classified, mechanized, standardized. It can't go on like this. Well, Ulrich said with composure, when the monks were in charge, a Christian had to be a believer, even though the only heaven he could conceive of, with its clouds and harps, was rather boring, and now we are confronted with the heaven of reason, which reminds us of our school days with its rulers, hard benches, and horrible chalk figures. I have the feeling there will be a reaction of an unbridled excess of fantasy, Walter added thoughtfully. There was a hint of cowardice and cunning in this remark. He was thinking of Clarisse's mysterious irrationality, and as he spoke of reason threatening to drive the irrational to excess he was thinking of Ulrich. The two others did not catch on, which made him feel, in triumphant pain, that they did not understand him. He would have loved to ask Ulrich not to set foot in this house so long as he stayed in town, if only he could have done so without provoking Clarisse to mutiny. The two men watched Clarisse in silence. Clarisse suddenly noticed that they were no longer arguing, rubbed her eyes, and blinked amiably at Ulrich and Walter, who sat in the rays of yellow light against the dusky blue of the window panes like exhibits in a glass case. 55. Soliman and Arnheim. Meanwhile Christian Muusbrugger, the murderer of the young woman, had acquired yet another female admirer. The question of his guilt or his affliction had captured her heart a few weeks before as vividly as it had those of many others, and she had her own view of the case, which diverged somewhat from that of the court. The name Christian Muusbrugger appealed to her, evoking a tall, lonely man sitting by a mill overgrown with moss, listening to the roar of the water. She firmly believed that the accusations against him would be cleared up in some entirely unexpected way. As she sat in the kitchen or the dining room with her needlework, a Muusbrugger who had somehow shaken off his chains would appear beside her and wild fantasies spun themselves out. It was far from impossible that Christian, had he only met Rachel in time, would have given up his career as a killer of girls and revealed himself as a robber chieftain with an immense future. The poor man in his prison never dreamed of the heart that was beating for him as it bent over the ending of Diotima's underwear. It was no great distance from the apartment of Section Chief Tutsi to the court building. From one roof to the other a needle would have needed only a few wing beats, but for the modem soul, which playfully spans oceans and continents, nothing is as impossible as finding its way to ools who live just around the corner. And so the magnetic currents had dissipated again, and for some time Rachel had loved the parallel campaign instead of Muusbrugger. Even if things were not going as well as they might inside the reception rooms, a great deal was going on in the antechambers. Rachel, who had always managed to read the newspapers that passed from her employer's quarters to the kitchen, no longer had the time, since she was standing from dawn to dusk as a small guard post in front of the parallel campaign. She loved Diotima, Section Chief D. Ustsee, his Grace Count Lonsdorff, the nabob, and, once she had noticed that he was beginning to play a role in the household, even Ulrich, as a dog loves his master's friends with a single love, though excitingly varied by their different smells. But Rachel was intelligent. In Ulrich's case, for instance, she was well aware that he was always somewhat at variance with the others, and her imagination started trying to think up some special, unexplained part he must play in the parallel campaign. He always looked at her in a friendly fashion, and little Rachel noticed that he kept on looking at her most particularly when he thought she was not aware of it. She felt sure that he wanted something from her. Well, she had nothing against it. Her little white pelt twitched with expectation, and a tiny golden dart would shoot at him out of her fine black eyes from time to time. Ulrich, without being able to figure it out, sensed the sparks flying from this little person as she flitted around the furniture and the stately visitors, and it offered him some distraction. He owed his place in Rachel's attention not least to certain secret talks in the antechamber, which tended to undermine Aimim's dominant position. That dazzling figure was quite unaware that he had a third enemy, besides Ulrich and Tutsi, in the person of his little page Soliman. This small black fellow was the glittering buckle on the magic belt with which the parallel campaign had engirdled Rachel. A funny little creature, who had followed his master from magic climbs to the street where Rachel worked. He was simply appropriated by her as that part of the fairy tale intended for her, in accordance with the social law that made the nabob the son who belonged to Diotima, while Soliman, an enchanting colourful fragment of stained glass sparkling in that sun, was Rachel's booty. The boy, however, saw things somewhat differently. Although physically small he was 16 going on 17, a creature full of romantic notions, malice, and personal pretension. Aimim had plucked him out of a travelling dance troupe in southern Etui and taken him into his household. The strangely restless little fellow with the mournful monkey's eyes had touched his heart, and the rich man decided to open higher vistas to him. It was a longing for a close, faithful companionship, such as not infrequently overcame the solitary man, a weakness he usually hid behind increased activity. And so Arnheim treated Soliman, until his 14th year, on more or less those same terms of equality as rich families once casually brought up wet nurses' offspring side by side with their own, letting them share the games and fun, until the moment when it appears that the same milk is of a lower grade when it is a mother's milk compared with that of a wet nurse. Soliman used to crouch day and night at his master's desk or at his feet, behind his back or on his knees, during Aimim's long hours of conversation with famous visitors. He had read Scott, Shakespeare, and Dumas when Scott, Shakespeare, and Dumas had happened to be lying grouped on the tables, and had learned to spell from the handbook on the humanities. He ate his master's sweets, and when no one was looking soon took to smoking his cigarettes as well. A private tutor came and gave him low somewhat erratically, because of all the travelling they did in elementary education. It was all terribly boring to Soliman, who loved nothing more than serving as a valet, which he was also allowed to do, and which was serious, grown-up work, satisfying his need for action. But one day not so long ago either his master had called him in and told him, in a friendly way, that he had not quite fulfilled the hopes set on him. Now he was no longer a child, and Arnheim, his master, was responsible for seeing that Soliman, the little sergeant, turned into a decent citizen, which is why he had decided to treat him henceforth as exactly what he would have to be, so that he could learn to get used to it. Many successful men, Arnheim added, had begun as bootblacks and dishwashers. This beginning had indeed been the source of their strength, because the most important thing in life was to do whatever one does with all one's heart. That hour, when he was promoted from the undefined status of a pet kept in luxury to that of a savant with free board and lodging and a small wage, ravaged Soliman's heart to a degree of which Aimim had no notion at all. Arnheim's statements had gone clear over Suleiman's head, but Suleiman's feelings made him guess what they meant, and he had hated his master ever since the change had been imposed on him. Not that he stopped helping himself to books, sweets, and cigarettes, but while he had formerly taken merely what gave him pleasure, he now deliberately stole from Arnheim, with so insatiable a vengefulness that he sometimes simply broke things, or hid them, or threw them away, things Arnheim obscurely thought he remembered, puzzled that they never turned up again. While Suleiman was revenging himself like a goblin, he pulled himself together remarkably in carrying out his duties and presenting a pleasing appearance. He continued to be a sensation with all the cooks, housemaids, hotel staff, and female visitors, was spoiled by their glances and smiles, gaped at by jeering ragamuffins on the street, and generally felt like a fascinating and important personage, even when oppressed. His master, too, occasionally favored him with a pleased or complacent glance, or with a kind, wise word. Everyone praised Suleiman as a handy, obliging boy, and if it happened that such praise came just after he had got something especially awful on his conscience, he grimied obsequiously, enjoying his triumph as if he had swallowed a searingly cold lump of ice. Rachel had won this boy's trust the moment she told him that what was going on in the house might be preparations for war. Ever since, she had been subjected by him to the most scandalous revelations about her idol, Amime. Despite Suleiman's blasé airs, his imagination was like a pincushion bristling with swords and daggers, and the tales he poured into Rachel's ear about Arnheim were full of thundering horses' hooves and swaying torches and rope ladders. He revealed that his name was not really Suleiman, rattling off a long exotic name with such speed that she could never catch it. He later imparted the secret that he was the son of an African prince, kidnapped as a baby from his father, whose warriors, cattle, slaves, and jewels numbered in the thousands. Arnheim had bought him only in order to sell him back to his father for a staggering sum, but Suleiman was going to run away, and would have done it sooner were his father not so far away. Rachel was not fooled by these stories, but she believed them because nothing connected with the parallel campaign could be incredible enough. She would also have liked to forbid Suleiman such talk about Arnheim, but had to stop short of regarding his presumption with horrified mistrust because his assurance that his master was not to be trusted promised, for all her doubts, a tremendous imminent, thrilling complication for the parallel campaign. Such were the storm clouds behind which the tall man brooding by the moss-grown mill race disappeared, and a pallid light gathered in the wrinkled grimaces of Solomon's little monkey face. The parallel campaign committees seethed with activity. Clarisse writes to His Grace proposing an each a year. At about this time Ulrich had to report to His Grace 2 or 3 times a week. A high-ceilinged, shapely room, delightful in its very proportions, had been set aside for him. At the window stood a large Maria Theresa desk. On the wall hung a dark picture, mutely glowing with patches of red, blue, and yellow, of some horsemen or other driving their lances into the bellies of other, fallen horsemen. On the opposite wall hung the portrait of a solitary lady whose vulnerable body was carefully armoured in a gold-embroidered, wasp-waisted corset. There seemed no reason why she had been banished all by herself to this wall, as she was obviously Ullensdorf. Her young, powdered face resembled a liege count's as closely as a footprint in dry snow matches one in wet loam. Ulrich, incidentally, had little opportunity to study Count Ullensdorf's face. Since the last meeting, the parallel campaign had received such a boost that His Grace never found leisure to devote to the great ideas anymore, but had to spend his time reading correspondence, receiving people, discussions, and expeditions. He had already had a consultation with the Prime Minister, a talk with the Archbishop, a conference at the Chamberlain's office, and had more than once sounded out a number of the high aristocracy and the ennobled commoners in the upper house. Ulrich had not been invited to these discussions and gathered only that all sides expected strong political resistance from the opposition, so they all declared they would be able to support the parallel campaign the more vigorously the less their names were linked with it, and for the time being only sent obsequiers to represent them at the committee meetings. The good news was that these committees were making great strides from week to week. As agreed at the inaugural sessions, they had divided up the world according to the major aspects of religion, education, commerce, agriculture, and so on. Every committee already contained a representative of the corresponding ministry, and all committees were already devoting themselves to their task, to wit, that every committee in accord with all the other committees was waiting for the representatives of the respective organizations and sectors of the population to present their wishes, suggestions, and petitions, which would be screened and passed on to the executive committee. In this fashion it was hoped that a steady stream of the country's principal moral forces could be channeled, in an ordered and concentrated way, to the executive committee, an expectation already gratified by the swelling tide of written communications. Very shortly the flood of memoranda from the various committees to the executive committee were able to refer to their own earlier memoranda, previously transmitted to the executive committee, so that they took to beginning with a sentence that gained in importance from one instance to the next and started with the words, with reference to Arnhem. No. So and so, ref. To know. Such and such. Size, no. This and that, all these numbers grew larger with each communication. This in itself was already a sign of healthy growth. In addition, even the embassies began to report through semi-official channels on the impression being made abroad by this vigorous display of Austrian patriotism. The foreign ambassadors were already sending out cautious feelers for information, alerted deputies were asking questions in Parliament, and private enterprise manifested itself by way of inquiries from business firms that took the liberty of making suggestions or seeking a way in which they could link their firms with patriotism. The apparatus was set up, and because it was there it had to function, and once it was functioning, it began to accelerate. Once a car starts rolling in an open field, even if no one is at the wheel, it will always take a definite, even a very impressive and remarkable course of its own. And so a great force had been set in motion, and Count Ullensdorf began to feel it. He put on his pince-nez and read all the incoming mail with great seriousness from beginning to end. It was no longer the proposals and desires of unknown, passionate individuals, such as had inundated him at their outset, before things had been set on a regular course, and even though these applications or inquiries still came from the heart of the people, they were now signed by the chairman of alpine clubs, leagues for free thought, girls' welfare associations, workingmen's organizations, social groups, citizens' clubs, and other such nondescript clusterings that run ahead of the transition from individualism to our collectivism like little heaps of street sweepings before a stiff breeze. And even if His Grace was not in sympathy with everything they asked for, he felt that, all in all, important progress had been made. He took off his pince-nez, handed the communication back to the official who had presented it to him, and nodded his satisfaction without saying a word. He felt that the parallel campaign was in good order and clearly on its way, and in due time would FMD its proper form. The ministry official who took the letter back usually placed it on a pile of other letters, and when the last one of the day lay on top, he read for His Grace's eyes. Then His Grace's mouth would speak, "Excellent, but we can't say yes and we can't say no as long as we have no really firm idea what our central goal is." But this was just what the official had read in His Grace's A's after every previous letter, and it was precisely what he thought himself, and he had his gold-plated pocket pencil ready to write what he had already written at the bottom of every previous letter, the magic formula, FIT. This magic formula, widely used in the Caucasian civil service, stood for filed for later decision, and was a model of that circumspection that loses sight of nothing, and rushes into no g. FIT, for instance, took care of a minor civil servant's application for an emergency grant in aid to pay for his wife's impending confinement by filing it away until the child was grown and old enough to earn a living, simply because the matter might be in the process of being dealt with by pending legislation, and in the meantime the senior official did not have the heart to turn down his subordinate's petition out of hand. The same treatment would also be accorded an application from an influential personage or a government bureau that one could not afford to offend by refusal, even though one knew some other influential quarter was opposed to this application. And basically, everything that came to the department's attention for the first time was kept on file on principle, until a similar case came up to serve as a precedent. But it would be quite wrong to make fun of this administrative custom, since a great deal more is filed for later decision in a world outside government offices. How little it means that monarchs on their accession still take an oath to make war on Turks or other infidels, considering that in all the history of mankind no sentence has ever been completely crossed out or quite completed, which at times gives rise to that bewildering tempo of progress exactly resembling a flying ox. In government offices, at least, a few things get lost. But nothing ever gets lost in the world. Is indeed one of the basic formulas of the structure of our life. When, however, something struck His Grace as a particularly urgent, he had to choose another method. He would then send the proposal to court, to his friend Count Stolberg, with the query whether it might be regarded as tentatively definitive, as he put it. After some time he would receive a reply, always to the effect that His Majesty's wishes on this point could not as of now be conveyed, but in the meantime it seemed desirable to begin by letting public opinion follow its own direction and then to reconsider the proposal in due course, depending on how it had been received and on any other contingencies that might arise in the meantime. This reply caused the proposal to become a duly constituted file, and as such it was passed on to the proper ministerial department, whence it returned with a note that the department did not consider itself authorized to arrive at an independent decision in the matter, and when this happened Count Lunsdorf made a note to propose at one of the next meetings of the executive committee that an interdepartmental subcommittee be set up to study the problem. In only one case was His Grace's mind inexorably made up, that of a letter not signed by the chairman of any society or any officially recognized religious, scientific, or artistic body. Such a letter had come recently from Clarisse, using Ulrich's name as a reference, and proposing the proclamation of an Austrian Nietzsche year, in conjunction with which something would have to be done for the murderer of women, Musil. She wrote that, as a woman, she felt called upon to make this suggestion, and also because of the significant coincidence that Nietzsche had been a mental case and so was Musil. Ulrich barely managed a joke to conceal his annoyance when Count Lunsdorf showed him this letter, which he had already recognized by its oddly mature handwriting crisscrossed with heavy horizontal T-bar strokes and underlinings. Count Lunsdorf, however, sensing his embarrassment, said seriously and kindly, "This is not without interest. One might say that it shows ardor and energy, but I'm afraid we must shelve all such personal suggestions, or we shall never get anywhere. As you know the writer personally, perhaps you would like to pass this letter on to your cousin?" 57. Great upsurge. Diotima discovers the strange ways of great ideas. Ulrich slipped the letter into his pocket to make it disappear, but in any case it would not have been easy to take it up with Diotima. Ever since the newspaper article about the year of Austria had appeared, she had been swept along by a rising tide of incoherent activity. Not only did Ulrich hand over to her, preferably unread, all the files he received from Count Lunsdorf, but every day the mail brought heaps of letters and press clippings, and masses of books on approval came from booksellers. Her house swelled with people as the sea swells when moon and wind tug at it together, and the telephone never stopped ringing. Had little Rachel not taken charge of it with seraphic zeal, and given most of the information herself because she said she could not bother her mistress incessantly, Diotima would have collapsed under the burden. Yet this enforced breakdown that never happened, even as it kept quivering and pulsating in her body, brought Diotima a kind of happiness she had never known before. It was a shudder, a being endlessly showered with significance, a crackling like that of the pressure in the capstone of the world arch, a prickling like the awareness of nothingness when one stands on the summit of the highest mountain peak for hills around. It was, in short, a sense of position that was awakening in this daughter of a modest secondary school teacher and this young wife of a middle-class vice-consul, which she had remained in the freshness of her heart despite her rise in society. Such a sense of position belongs to the unnoticed but essential conditions of life, like not noticing the revolutions of the earth or the part our personality plays in directing our perceptions. Since man is taught not to bear vanity in his heart, he keeps most of it underfoot, in that he walks on the soil of a great fatherland, religion, or income tax bracket, or else, lacking such a vantage point, he makes do with a place anyone can have, on the momentarily highest point reached by the pillar of time as a middle dot it rises out of the void. In other words, we take pride in living in and for the present moment, when all our predecessors have turned to dust and no successors have yet appeared. But if for some reason this vanity, of which we are usually unconscious, suddenly mounts from the feet to the head, it can cause a mild craziness, like that of those virgins who imagine they are pregnant with the globe of the earth itself. Even Section Chief Tutsi now paid Diotima the tribute of inquiring how things are going, sometimes even asking her to oversee one minor matter or another. At such times the smile with which he usually referred to her salon was replaced by a dignified seriousness. It was still not known to what extent the idea of finding himself placed in the forefront of an international pacifist movement would be agreeable to his gracious majesty, but on this point Tutsi repeatedly asked Diotima not to take the slightest step into the field of foreign affairs without first consulting him. He even suggested on their spot that if ever any serious move should be made toward an international peace campaign, every precaution first immediately be taken against any civil political complications that might ensue. Such a noble idea should in no way be rejected, he explained to his wife, not even if there might be some possibility of realizing it, but it was absolutely necessary to keep open one's options for going ahead or retreating from the very beginning. He then laid out for Diotima the differences between disarmament, a peace conference, a summit meeting, and so on, all the way down to the already mentioned foundation for decorating the Peace Palace at The Hague with murals by Austrian artists. He had never before spoken with his wife in this factual manner. Sometimes he would even come back to the bedroom with his briefcase to supplement his remarks, in case he had forgotten to add, for instance, that he personally could regard everything having to do with a global Austria as conceivable only, of course, as part of a pacifist or humanitarian undertaking of some kind. Anything else could only make one look dangerously irresponsible, or some such thing. Diotima answered with a patient smile, I shall do my best to do as you wish, but you should not exaggerate the importance of foreign affairs for us. There is a tremendous upsurge, an inner sense of redemption, coming from the anonymous depths of the people. You can't imagine the floods of petitions and suggestions that overwhelm me every day. She was admirable, for she gave no hint of the enormous difficulties she actually had to contend with. In the deliberations of the Great Central Committee, which was organized under the headings of religion, justice, agriculture, education, and so forth, all idealistic suggestions met with that icy and timorous reserve so familiar to Diotima from her husband in the days before he had become so attentive. There were times when she felt quite discouraged from sheer impatience, when she could not conceal from herself that this inertial resistance of the world would be hard to break. However clearly she herself could see the year of Austria as the year of a global Austria, and the Austrian nations as the model for the nations of the world. All it took was to prove that Austria was the true home of the human spirit everywhere. It was equally clear that for the slow-witted this concept would have to be fleshed out with a particular content and supplemented by some inspired symbol, something less abstract, with more sense appeal, to help them understand. Diotima pored for hours over many books, searching for the right image, and it would have to be a uniquely Austrian symbolic image, of course. But now Diotima was having strange experiences with the nature of great ideas. It appeared that she was living in a great age, since the age was full of great ideas. But one would not believe how hard it was to translate the greatest and most important of them into reality, considering that all the conditions for doing so existed except one, knowing which of them was the greatest and most important. Every time Diotima had almost opted in favor of some idea, she could not help noticing that its opposite was equally great and /L equally worthy of realization. That's the way it is, after all, and she couldn't help it. Ideals have curious properties, and one of them is that they come into their opposites when one tries to live up to them. Take Tolstoy, for instance, and Bertha Suttner, two writers whose ideas were about equally discussed at the time. But how, Diotima thought, can mankind even have roast chicken without violence? And if one should not kill, as these two writers demanded, what was to be done with the soldiers? They would be unemployed, poor devils, and the criminals would see the dawn of a golden age. Such proposals had actually been made, and signatures were said to be in the process of being collected. Diotima could never have imagined a life without eternal verities, but now she found to her amazement that there are two, or more, of every eternal verity. Which is why every reasonable person, Section Chief Tutsi, in this case, who was to that extent vindicated, has a deeply rooted mistrust of eternal verities. Of course he will never deny that they are indispensable, but he is convinced that people who take them literally must be mad. According to his way of thinking, which he helpfully offered to his wife, ideals make excessive demands on human nature, with ruinous consequences, unless one refuses at the outset to take them quite seriously. The best proof of this that Tutsi could offer was that such words as ideal and eternal verity never occur at all in government offices, which deal with serious matters. A civil servant who would think of using such an expression in an official communication would instantly be advised to see a doctor to request a medical leave. But even if Diotima listened to him sadly, she always drew new strength from such moments of weakness, and plunged back into her researches. Even Count Lonsdorff marveled at her mental energy when he finally found the time to come for a consultation with her. His Grace wanted a spontaneous testimonial arising from the midst of the people. He sincerely wanted to find out the will of the people and to refine it by cautiously influencing it from above, for he hoped one day to submit it to His Majesty, not as a ritual offering from a Byzantine monarchy but as a sign of true self-awareness achieved by nations adrift in the vortex of democracy. Diotima knew that His Grace still clung to the Emperor of Peace concept and that of a splendid testimonial demonstration of the true Austria, even though he did not in principle reject the idea of a global Austria, but only so long as it properly expressed the sense of a family of nations gathered around their patriarch. From this political family His Grace covertly and tacitly excluded Prussia, even though he had nothing against Dr. Arnheim personally and even made a point of referring to him as an interesting person. We certainly don't want anything patriotic in the outworn sense of the word, he offered. We must shake up the nation. The world. A year of Austria is a fine idea, it seems to me, and I have in fact already told the fellows from the press myself that the public imagination should be steered in that direction. But once we've agreed on that, what do we do in this Austrian year? Have you thought of that, my dear? That, you see, is the problem. That's what we really need to know. Unless we help things along a little from above, the immature elements will gain the upper hand. And I simply haven't the time to think of anything. Diatom thought His Grace seemed worried, and said vivaciously, the campaign is no good at all unless it culminates in a great symbol. That much is certain. It must seize the heart of the world, but it also needs some influence from above, there is no denying that. An Austrian year is a brilliant suggestion, but in my opinion a world year would be still finer, a world Austrian year, in which Europe could recognize Austria as its true spiritual home. Not so fast, one, not so fast, warned Count Lunsdorf, who had often been startled by his friend's spiritual audacity. Aren't your ideas always perhaps a little excessive, Diotima? This is not the first time you've brought this up, but one can't be too careful. What have you come up with to do in this world year? With this question, however, Count Lunsdorf, led by the bluntness that made his thinking so full of character, had touched Diotima at precisely her most vulnerable point. Count, she said after some hesitation, that is the hardest question in the world to answer. I intend as soon as possible to invite a circle of the most distinguished men, poets and philosophers, and I will wait to hear what this group has to say before I say anything. Good. His Grace exclaimed, instantly won over for a postponement. How right you are. One can never be careful enough. If you only knew what I have to listen to day in and day out. Qualms about the parallel campaign. But in the history of mankind there is no voluntary turning back. On one occasion His Grace also had time to go into it more deeply with Ulrich. I can't say I care too much for this Dr. Arnheim, he said confidentially. A brilliant man, of course, no wonder your cousin is impressed with him. But he is, after all, a Prussian. He has a way of looking on. You know, when I was a little boy, in '65 it was, my sainted father had a shooting party at Gruden Castle and one of the guests had the same way of looking on, and a year later it turned out that no one had the remotest idea who had brought him along and that he was a major on the Prussian General Staff. Not, of course, that I'm suggesting anything, but I don't altogether like this fellow aim I'm knowing all about us. Your Grace, Ulrich said, I'm glad you offer me a chance to speak my mind on the subject. It's time something was done, things are going on that make me wonder and that aren't suitable for a foreign observer to see. After all, the parallel campaign is supposed to raise everyone's spirits, isn't it? Surely that is what your Grace intended. Well, of course, naturally. But the opposite is happening. Ulrich exclaimed. I have the impression it's making all the best people look unusually concerned, even downhearted. His Grace shook his head and twiddled his thumbs, as he always did when his mood darkened. He had, in fact, made similar observations himself. Ever since it got around that I have some connection with the parallel campaign, Ulrich went on, whenever I get into conversation with someone it doesn't take 3 minutes before he says to me, what is it you're really after with this parallel campaign? There's no such thing nowadays as great achievements or great men. Well, themselves accepted, of course, Count Lunsdorf interjected. I know all about that, I hear it all the time too. The big industrialists grumble that the politicians don't give them enough protective tariffs, and the politicians grumble about industry for not coming up with enough money for their election campaigns. Quite so Ulrich proceeded with his exposition. The surgeons clearly believe that surgery has made progress since the days of Bill Roth, but they say that medicine as a whole, and science in general, are doing too little for surgery. I would even go so far, if you will permit me, as to suppose that the theologians believe theology has made advances. Since the time of Christ, Count Lunsdorf raised a hand in mild protest. Excuse me if I said something inappropriate, especially as it was quite unnecessary. My point is a quite general one. The surgeons, as I said, claim that scientific research is not fulfilling its promise, but if you talk to a research scientist about the present, he will complain that, much as he would like to broaden his outlook a bit, the theatre bores him and he can't find a novel that entertains and stimulates him. Talk to a poet, and he'll tell you that there is no faith. Talk to a painter, since I want to leave the theologians out of it, and he'll be pretty sure to tell you that painters can't give their best in a period that has such miserable literature and philosophy. Of course the sequence in which they blame one another is not always the same, but it always reminds one a bit of musical chairs, if you know what I mean, sir, or Puss in the Cummer, and I've no idea what the law or the rule is at the bottom of it. I'm afraid it looks as though each individual may still be satisfied with himself, more or less, but collectively, for some universal reason, mankind seems ill at ease inside its own skin, and the parallel campaign seems destined to bring this condition to light. Good heavens, His Grace said in response to this analysis, without it being quite clear what he meant by it, nothing but ingratitude. I have already, incidentally, Ulrich continued, 2 folders full of general proposals, which I've had no previous opportunity to return to your Grace. One of them I've headed back to. It's amazing how many people tell us that the world was better off in earlier times and want the parallel campaign to take us back there. Without counting the understandable slogan, back to religion, we still have a back to the Baroque, back to Gothic, back to nature, back to Goethe, to ancient Germanic law, to moral purity, and quite a few more. Yes. But perhaps there is a real idea in the somewhere, which it would be a mistake to discourage. Count Lunsdorf offered. That's possible, but how should one deal with it? After careful consideration of your esteemed letter of such and such a date, we regret that we do not regard the present moment as suitable. Or we have read your letter with interest. Please supply details on how restoration of the world as it was in the Baroque, the Gothic, etc., etc., is to be effected. And so on. Ulrich was smiling, but Count Unsdorf felt he was treating the situation with a little too much levity, and twiddled his thumbs with renewed vigor to ward it off. His face, with its handlebar moustache, assumed a hardness reminiscent of the Wallenstein era, and then he came out with the most noteworthy statement. "Dear Doctor," he said, "in the history of mankind there is no voluntary turning back." This statement surprised no one more than Count Unsdorf himself, who had actually intended to say something quite different. As a conservative, he had been annoyed with Ulrich, and had wanted to point out to him that the middle classes had spumed the universal spirit of the Catholic Church and were now suffering the consequences. He was also on the point of praising the times of absolute centralism, when the world was still led by persons aware of their responsibilities in accordance with fixed principles. But while he was still groping for words, it suddenly occurred to him what a nasty surprise it would be to wake up one morning without a hot bath and trains, with an imperial town crier riding through the streets instead of the morning papers. And so Count Unsdorf thought, things can never again be what they were, the way they were, and as he thought this he was quite astonished. For one assumed that if there was indeed no voluntary going back in history, then mankind was like a man driven along by some inexplicable wanderlust, a man who could neither go back nor arrive anywhere, and this was a quite remarkable condition. Now, while his Grace had an extraordinary knack for keeping apart two ideas that might contradict each other, so that they never came together in his consciousness, he should have firmly rejected this particular idea, which was inimical to all his principles. However, he had taken rather a liking to Ulrich, and as far as time permitted, he enjoyed explaining political matters on a strictly logical basis to this intellectually alert young man who had come to him so well recommended, whose only drawback was his middle-class status, which made him something of an outsider when it came to the really great issues. But once one begins with logic, where one idea follows from the immediately preceding one never knows where it may all come out at the end. And so Count Unsdorf did not retract his statement but merely gazed at Ulrich in intense silence. Ulrich picked up a second folder and took advantage of the pause to hand both files to his Grace. "I had to head the second one forward to / he began to explain, but his Grace started to his feet and found that his time was up. He urged Ulrich to leave the continuation of their talk for another time, when there would be or leisure to give it some thought. "By the way," he said, already on his feet, "your cousin is going to have a gathering of our most distinguished thinkers to discuss all these problems. Do go, please BSWE to go. I don't know whether I shall be permitted to be there." Ulrich put back his folders, and Count Unsdorf, in the shadow of the open door, turned round once more. A great experiment naturally makes everyone nervous. But we'll shake them up. His sense of propriety would not let him leave Ulrich behind without some word of comfort. 59. Muusbrugger reflects. Muusbrugger had meanwhile settled down in his new prison as best he could. The gate had hardly shut behind him when he was bellowed at. He had been threatened with a beating when he protested, if he remembered rightly. Lie had been put in solitary. For his walk in the yard he was handcuffed, and the guards' eyes were glued to him. They had shaved his head, even though his sentence was under appeal and not yet legally in force, because, they said, they had to take his measurements. They had lathered him all over with a stinking soft soap, on the pretext of disinfecting him. As an old hand, he knew that all this was against regulations, but behind that iron gate it is not so easy to maintain one's dignity. They did as they pleased with him. He demanded to see the warden, and complained. The warden had to admit that some things were not in accordance with regulations, but it was not a punishment, he said, only a precaution. Muusbrugger complained to the prison chaplain, but the chaplain was a kindly old man whose amiable ministry was anachronistically flawed by his inability to cope with sexual crimes. He abhorred them with the lack of understanding of a body that had never even touched the periphery of such feelings, and was even dismayed that Muusbrugger's honest appearance moved him to the weakness of feeling personally sorry for him. He sent Muusbrugger to the prison doctor, and for his own part, as in all such cases, sent up to the Creator an omnibus prayer that did not go into detail but dealt in such general terms with man's proneness to error that Muusbrugger was included in the amiable moment of prayer along with the free thinkers and atheists. The prison doctor told Muusbrugger that he was making a mountain out of a molehill, gave him a friendly slap on the back, and absolutely refused to pay any attention to his complaints, on the grounds that if Muusbrugger understood him right it was all beside the point as long as the question of whether he was insane or only malingering had not been settled by the medical authorities. Infuriated, Muusbrugger suspected that all these people spoke to suit themselves, and that it was this trick with words that gave them the power to do as they pleased with him. He had the feeling of simple people that the educated ought to have their tongues cut out. He looked at the doctor's face with its dueling scars, at the priest's face, withered from the inside, at the austerely tidy office face of the warden, saw each face looking back at him in its own way, and saw in all of them something beyond his reach that they had in common, which had been his lifelong enemy. The constricting pressure that in the outside world forces every person, with all his self-conceit, to wedge himself with effort among all that other flesh, was somewhat eased despite all the discipline under the roof of the prison, where everything lived for waiting, and the interaction of the inmates, even when it was coarse and violent, was undermined by a shadow of unreality. Muusbrugger reacted with his whole powerful body to the slackening of tension after the trial. He felt like a loose tooth. His skin itched. He felt miserable, as if he had caught an infection. It was a self-pitying, tenderly nervous hypersensitivity that came over him sometimes. The woman who lay underground and who had got him into this mess seemed to him a crude, nasty bitch contrasted with a child, if he compared her to himself. Just BSE, Muusbrugger was not altogether dissatisfied. He could tell in many ways that he was a person of some importance here, and it flattered him. Even the attention given to all convicts gave him satisfaction. The state had to feed them, bathe them, clothe them, and concern itself with their work, their health, their books, and their songs from the moment they had broken the law. It had never done these things before. Muusbrugger enjoyed this attention, even if it was strict, like a child who has succeeded in forcing its mother to notice it with anger. but he did not want it to continue much longer. The idea that his sentence might be commuted to life in prison or in a lunatic asylum sparked in him the resistance we feel when every effort to escape from our circumstances only leads us back to them, time and again. He knew that his lawyer was trying to get the case reopened, that he was to be interrogated all over again, but he made up his mind to oppose that as soon as he could and insist that they kill him. Above all, he had to make a dignified exit, for his life had been a battle for his rights. In solitary, Musil Brugge considered what his rights were. He couldn't say. But they were everything he had been cheated of all his life. The moment he thought of that he swelled with emotion. His tongue arched and started to move like an upper stallion in his zeal to pronounce the word nobly enough. My right, he thought, drawing the word out as long as he could, to realize this concept, and thought, as if he were speaking to someone, if's when you haven't done anything wrong, or something like that, isn't it? Suddenly he had it, right is justice. That was it. His right was his justice. He looked at his wood plank bed in order to sit on it, turned awkwardly around to tug at it in vain, as it was screwed to the floor then slowly sat down. He had been cheated of his justice. He remembered his master's wife, when he was 16. He had dreamed that something cold was blowing on his belly, then it had disappeared inside his body, he had yelled and fallen out of bed, and the next morning felt as if he had been beaten black and blue. Other apprentices had once told him that you could always get a woman by showing her your fist with the thumb sticking out between the middle and the forefinger. He didn't know what to make of it. They all said they had tried it, but when he thought about it the ground gave way under him, or his head seemed to be screwed on wrong. In short, something was going on inside him that separated him by a hairbreadth from the natural order and was not quite steady. Mrs. ESLRLD, TD like to do something nice to you. They were alone. She looked into his eyes and must have seen something there. She said, you just clear out of this kitchen. He then held up his fist with the thumb sticking out. But the magic worked only halfway. Her face turned dark red and she hit him with the wooden ladle in her hand, too fast for him to dodge the blow, right across the face. He realized it only when the blood began to trickle over his lips. But he remembered that instant vividly now, for the blood suddenly turned and flowed upward, up above his eyes, and he threw himself on the strapping woman who had so viciously insulted him. The master came in, and what happened then, until the moment he stood in the street with his legs buckling and his things thrown after him, was like a big red cloth being ripped to shreds. That was how they made a mockery and a shambles of his right, and he took to the road again. Can a man FMD his rights on the road? All the women were already somebody else's right, and so were all the apples and all the beds. And the police and the judges were worse than the dogs. But what it really was that always gave people a hold on him, and why they were always throwing him in jails or madhouses, Musil Brugge could never really figure out. He stared long and hard at the floor, at the comers of his cell. He felt like a man who has dropped a key on the floor. But he couldn't find it. The floor and the comers turned day grey and ordinary again, though just a while ago they had been a dreamscape where a thing or a person springs up at the drop of a word. Musil Brugge mustered all his logic. He could only remember distinctly all the places it began. He could have ticked them off on his fingers and described them. Once, it had been in Linz, another time in Brela. Years had passed between, and the last time it was here in the city. He could see every stone so sharply outlined, as stones usually aren't. He also remembered the rotten feeling that always went with it, as if had poison instead of blood in his veins, or something like that. For instance, he was working outdoors and women passed by. He didn't want to look at them, because they bothered him, but new ones kept constantly passing by, so finally his eyes would follow them with loathing, and that slow turning of his eyes this way and that felt as if his eyes were stirring in tar or in setting cement inside him. Then he noticed that his thoughts were growing heavy. He thought slowly anyway, the words gave him trouble, he never had enough words, and sometimes, when he was talking to someone, the other man would look at him in surprise. He wouldn't understand how much was being said in the one word Musil Brugge was uttering so slowly. He envied all those people who had learned to talk easily when they were young. His own words seemed to stick to his gums to spite him just when he needed them most, and it sometimes took forever to tear out the next syllable so he could go on from there. There was no getting around it, this couldn't be due to natural causes. But when he said in court that it was the Freemasons or the Jesuits or the Socialists who were torturing him this way, nobody understood what he was talking about. Those lawyers and judges could outtalk him, all right, and had all sorts of things to say against him, but none of them had a clue to what was really going on. When this sort of thing had continued for some time, Musil Brugge got frightened. Just try standing in the street with your hands tied, waiting to see what people will do. He knew that his tongue, or something deep inside him, was glued down, and it made him miserably unsure of himself, a feeling he had to struggle for days to hide. But then there came a sharp, one could almost say soundless, boundary. Suddenly a cold breeze was there. Or as a big balloon rose up in the air right in front of him and flew into his chest. At the same instant he felt something in his eyes, his lips, the muscles of his face, everything around him seemed to fade, to turn black, and while the houses lay down on the trees, some cats quickly leapt from the bushes and scurried away. This lasted only for an instant, then it was over. This was the real beginning of the time they all wanted to know about and never stopped talking about. They pestered him with the most pointless questions. Unfortunately, he could remember his experiences only dimly, through what they meant to him. Because these periods were all meaning. They sometimes lasted for minutes, sometimes for days on end, and sometimes they changed into other, similar experiences that could last for months. To begin with the latter, because they are simpler, and in Musil Brugge's opinion even a judge could understand then, Musil Brugge heard voices or music or a wind, or a blowing and humming, a whizzing and rattling, or shots, thunder, laughing, shouts, speaking, or whispering. It came at him from every direction, the sounds were in the walls, in the air, in his clothes, in his body. He had the impression he was carrying it in his body as long as it was silent. Once it was out, it hid somewhere high his surroundings, but never very far from him. When he was working, the voices would speak at him mostly in random words or short phrases, insulting and nagging him, and when he thought of something they came out with it before he could, or spitefully said the opposite of what he meant. It was ridiculous to be declared insane on this account. Musil regarded these voices and visions as mere monkey sheens. It entertained him to hear and see what they did. That was ever so much better than the hard, heavy thoughts he had himself. But of course he got very angry when they really annoyed him. That was only natural. Musil's brother knew, because he always paid close attention to all the expressions that were applied to him, that this was called hallucinating, and he was pleased that he had this knack for hallucination that others lacked. It enabled him to see all sorts of things others didn't, such as lovely landscapes and hellish monsters. But he found that they always made far too much of it, and when the stays in mental hospitals became too unpleasant, he maintained outright that he was only pretending. The know-it-tales would ask him how loud the sounds were, a senseless question, because of course what he heard was sometimes as loud as a thunderclap, and sometimes the merest whisper. Even the physical pains that sometimes plagued him could be unbearable or slight enough to be imaginary. That wasn't the important thing. Often he could not have described exactly what he saw, heard, and felt, but he knew what it was. It could be very blurred, the visions came from outside, but a shimmer of observation told him at the same time that they were really something inside himself. The important thing was that it is not at all important whether something is inside or outside. In his condition, it was like clear water on both sides of a transparent sheet of glass. When he was feeling on top of things, Musil's brother paid no attention at all to his voices and visions but spent his time in thinking. He called it thinking because he had always been impressed with the word. He thought better than other people because he thought both inside and outside. Thinking went on inside him against his will. He said that thoughts were planted in him. He was hypersensitive to the merest trifles, as a woman is when her breasts are tight with milk, but this did not interfere with his slow, manly reflectiveness. At such times his thoughts flowed like a stream running through a lush meadow swelled by hundreds of flipping brooks. Now Musil's brother had let his head drop and was looking down at the wood between his fingers. A squirrel in these parts is called a tree kitten, it occurred to him. But just let somebody try to talk about a tree cat with a straight face. Everyone would prick up their ears as if a real shot had gone off among the farting sound of blanks on maneuvers. In Hesse, on the other hand, it's called a tree fox. Any man who's travelled around knows such things. But oh, how curious the psychiatrists got when they showed him a picture of a squirrel and he said, "That's a fox, I guess, or it could be a hare, or maybe a cat or something." They'd always shoot a question right back at him then, how much is 14 plus 14? And he would say in his deliberate way, "Oh, about 28 to 40. This about gave them trouble, which made Musil's brother grin. It was really so simple. He knew perfectly well that you get 20 when you go on from 14 to another 14, but who says you have to stop there? Musil's brother's gaze would always range a little farther ahead, like that of a man who has reached the top of a ridge outlined against his sky and FMTS that behind it there are other, similar ridges. And if a tree kitten is no cat and no fox, and has teeth like a hare's, and there fox eats the hare, you don't have to be so particular about what you call it, you just know it's somehow sewn together out of all those things and goes scampering over the trees. Musil's brother's experience and conviction were that no thing could be singled out by itself, because things hang together. It had happened that he said to a girl, "Your sweet rose lips," but suddenly the words gave way at their seams and something upsetting happened. Her face went grey, like earth veiled in a mist. There was a rose sticking out of it on a long stem, and the temptation to take a knife and cut it off, or punch it back into the face, was overwhelming. Of course, Musil's brother did not always go for his knife, he only did that when he couldn't get rid of the temptation any other way. Usually he used all his inner strength to hold the world together. In a good mood, he could look a man in the face and see in it his own face, as it might gaze back at him from among the minnows and bright pebbles of a shallow stream. In a bad mood, he could tell by a fleeting glance at a man's face that here was the same man who always gave HLM trouble, everywhere, no matter how differently he disguised himself each time. How can anyone object to this? We all have trouble with the same man almost every time. If we were to investigate who the people are we get so idiotically fixated on, it is bound to come out to be the one with the lock to will less than H we have the key. And in love? How many people look at the same beloved face day in, day out, yet when they shut their eyes can't say what it looks like? Or even aside from love and hate, how incessantly things are subject to change, depending on habit, mood, point of view. How often joy bums out and an indestructible core of sadness emerges. How often a man calmly beats up another, whom he might as easily leave in peace. Life forms a surface that acts as if it will not be otherwise, but under its skin things are pounding and pulsing. Musil's brother always kept his legs solidly planted on real earth, holding them together, sensibly trying to avoid whatever might confuse him. But sometimes a word burst in his mouth, and what a revolution, what a dream of things then welled up out of such a cold, burnt-out double word as tree kitten or rose lips. Sitting on the plank in his cell that was both his bed and his table, he deplored his education, which had not taught him to express himself properly. The little creature with her mouse eyes who was still making so much trouble for him, even though she'd been underground for some time, made him angry. They were all on her side. He lumbered to his feet. He felt fragile, like charred wood. He was hungry again, the prison fare fell far short of satisfying a huge man like him, and he had no money for better. In such a state it was impossible for him to think of everything they wanted till now. One of these changes had come on, for days and weeks, the way March comes, or April, and then this business had happened. He knew nothing more about it than the police already had in their files. He didn't even know how it had got into their files. The reasons, the considerations he could remember, he had already stated in court anyway. But what had really happened seemed to him as if he had suddenly said fluently in a foreign language something that made him feel good but that he could no longer repeat. I just want it over and done with as soon as possible. Mu'uz Brugger thought. Excursion into the realm of logic and morals. Legally, Mu'uz Brugger's case could be summed up in a sentence. He was one of those borderline cases in law and forensic medicine known even to the layman as a case of diminished responsibility. These unfortunates typically suffer not only substandard health but also have a substandard disease. Nature has a peculiar preference for producing such people in droves. Natura non fecit saltus, she makes no jumps but prefers gradual transitions. Even on the grand scale she keeps the world in a transitional state between imbecility and sanity. But the law takes no notice of this. It says, non data tertium sive medium inter duo contradictoria, or in plain language, a person is either capable or not capable of breaking the law. Between two contraries there is no third or middle state. It is this ability to choose that makes a person liable to punishment. His liability to punishment makes him legally a person, and as a person in the legal sense he shares in the suprapersonal benefaction of the law. Anyone who cannot grasp this right away should think of the cavalry. A horse that goes berserk every time someone attempts to mount it is treated with special care, given the softest bandages, the best riders, the choicest fodder, and the most patient handling. But if a cavalryman is guilty of some lapse, he is put in irons, locked in a flea-ridden cage, and deprived of his rations. The reasoning behind this difference is that the horse belongs merely to the empirical animal kingdom, while a dragoon belongs to the logical and moral kingdom. So understood, a person is distinguished from the animals and, one may add, from the insane in that he is capable, according to his intellectual and moral faculties, of acting against the law and of committing a crime. Since a person's liability to punishment is the quality that elevates him to the status of a moral being in the first place, it is understandable that the pillars of the law grimly hang on to it. There is also the unfortunate complication that court psychiatrists, who would be called upon to oppose this situation, are usually far more timid professionally than the jurists. They certify as really insane only those persons they cannot cure, which is a modest exaggeration, since they cannot cure others either. They distinguish between incurable mental diseases, the kind that with God's help will improve after a while of their own accord, and the kind that the doctor cannot cure either but that the patient could have avoided, assuming of course that the right influences and considerations had providentially been brought to bear on him in time. These second and third groups supply those lesser patients whom the angel of medicine treats as sick people when they come to him in his private practice, but whom he shyly leaves to the angel of law when he encounters them in his forensic practice. Such a case was Mu'uz Brugger. In the course of his life, respectable enough except when interrupted by those unaccountable fits of bloodthirstiness, he had as often been confined in mental institutions as he had been let go, and had been variously diagnosed as a paralytic, paranoiac, epileptic, and manic-depressive psychotic, until at his recent trial two particularly conscientious forensic psychiatrists had restored his sanity to him. Of course, there was not a single person in that vast crowded courtroom, the doctors included, who was not convinced that Mu'uz Brugger was insane, one way or another, but it was not a way that corresponded to the conditions of insanity laid down by the law, so this insanity could not be acknowledged by conscientious minds. For if one is partly insane, one is also, juridically, partly sane, and if one is partly sane one is at least partly responsible for one's actions, and if one is partly responsible one is wholly responsible, for responsibility is, as they say, that state in which the individual has the power to devote himself to a specific purpose of his own free will, independently of any compelling necessity, and one cannot simultaneously possess and lack such self-determination. Not that this excludes the existence of persons whose circumstances and predispositions make it hard for them to resist immoral impulses and opt for the good, as the lawyers put it, and Mu'uz Brugger was such a person, in whom circumstances that would have no effect at all on others were enough to trigger the entity to commit an offense. First, however, his powers of reasoning and judgment were sufficiently intact, in the view of the court, so that an effort on his part could just as well have left the crime uncommitted, and there was no reason to exclude him from the moral estate of responsibility. Second, a well-ordered judicial system demands that every culpable act that is wittingly and willingly performed be punished. And third, judicial logic assumes that in all insane persons with the exception of the most unfortunate, who when asked to multiply 7 times 7 stick out their tongue, or answer me when asked to name his imperial and royal majesty, there is still present a minimal power of discrimination and self-control, and that it would only have taken a special effort of intelligence and willpower to recognize the criminal nature of the deed and to resist the criminal impulses. It is surely the least one has a right to expect from such dangerous persons. Law courts resemble wine cellars in which the wisdom of our forefathers lies in bottles. One opens them and could weep at how unpalatable the highest, most effervescent, degree of the human striving for precision can be before it reaches perfection. And yet it seems to intoxicate the insufficiently seasoned mind. It is a well-known phenomenon that the angel of medicine, if he has listened too long to lawyers' arguments, too often forgets his own mission. He then folds his wings with a clatter and conducts himself in court like a reserve angel of law. The deal of the 3 treatises, or the utopia of exact living. This is how Mu'uz Brugger had come by his death sentence. It was only thanks to the influence of Count Ulmsdorf and his graces from Chip for Ulrich that there was now a chance to review Mu'uz Brugger's mental condition one more time. Ulrich actually had no intention of taking any further interest in Mu'uz Brugger's fate, or later. The depressing mixture of brutality and suffering that is the nature of such people was as distasteful to him as the blend of precision and sloppiness that characterized the judgments usually pronounced upon them. He knew precisely what he had to think of Mu'uz Brugger, if he took a sober view of the case, and what measures one might try with such people who belong neither in prison nor in freedom and for whom the mental hospitals were not the answer either. He also realized that thousands of other people knew this, too, and were constantly discussing every such problem from the aspects that each of them was interested in. He also knew that the state would eventually kill Mu'uz Brugger because in the present state of incompleteness this was simply the cleanest, cheapest, and safest solution. It may be callous to resign oneself to this, but then, our speeding traffic claims more victims than all the tigers of India, yet the ruthless, unscrupulous, and casual state of mind in which we put up with it is what also enables us to achieve our undeniable successes. This state of mind, so perceptive in detail and so blind to the total picture, finds its most telling expression in a certain ideal that might be called the ideal of a life's work, and that consists of no more than 3 treatises. There are intellectual activities where it is not the big books but the short monographs or articles that constitute a man's proud achievement. If someone were to discover, for instance, that under hitherto unobserved circumstances stones were able to speak, it would take only a few pages to describe and explain so earth-shattering a phenomenon. On the other hand, one can always write yet another book about positive thinking, and this is far from being of only academic interest, since it involves a method that makes it impossible ever to arrive at clear resolution of life's most important questions. Human activities might be graded by the quantity of words required. The more words, the worse their character. All the bowage that has led our species from wearing animal skins to people flying, complete with proofs, would fill a hand of reference books, but a bookcase the size of the earth would not suffice to hold all the rest, quite apart from the vast discussions that are conducted not with the pen but with the sword and chains. The thought suggests itself that we carry on our human business in a most irrational manner when we do not use those methods by which the exact sciences have forged ahead in such exemplary fashion. Such had in fact been the mood and the tendency of a period, a number of years, hardly of decades, of which Ulrich was just old enough to have learned something. At that time people were thinking. People is a deliberately vague way of putting it, as no one could say who and how many thought that way. Let us say it was in the air that perhaps life could be lived with precision. Today one wonders what they could have meant by that. The answer would possibly be that a life's work can as easily be imagined as consisting of 3 poems or 3 actions as of 3 treatises, in which the individual's capacity for achievement is intensified to its highest degree. It would more or less come down to keeping silent when one has nothing to say, doing only the necessary where one has nothing special to do, and, most important, remaining indifferent unless one has that ineffable sense of spreading one's arms wide, borne aloft on a wave of creation. One will observe that this would be the end of most of our inner life, but that might not be such a painful loss. The thesis that the huge quantities of soap sold testify to our great cleanliness need not apply to the moral life, where the more recent principle seems more accurate, that a strong compulsion to wash suggests a dubious state of inner hygiene. It would be a useful experiment to try to cut down to the minimum the moral expenditure, of whatever kind, that accompanies all our actions, to satisfy ourselves with being moral only in those exceptional cases where it really counts, but otherwise not to think differently from the way we do about standardizing pencils or screws. Perhaps not much good would be done that way, but some things would be done better. There would be no talent left, only genius. The washed-out prints that develop from the pallid resemblance of actions to virtues would disappear from the image of life. In their place we would have these virtues' intoxicating fusion in holiness. In short, from every ton of morality a milligram of an essence would be left over, a millionth part of which is enough to yield an enchanting joy. But the objection will be raised that this is a utopia. Of course it is. Utopias are much the same as possibilities. That a possibility is not a reality means nothing more than that the circumstances in which it is for the moment entangled prevent it from being realized, otherwise it would be only an impossibility. If this possibility is disentangled from its restraints and allowed to develop, a utopia arises. It is like what happens when a scientist observes the change of an element within a compound and draws his conclusions. Utopia is the experiment in which the possible change of an element may be observed, along with the effects of such a change on the compound phenomenon we call life. If the element under observation is precision itself, one isolates it and allows it to develop, considering it as an intellectual habit and way of life, allowed to exert its exemplary influence on everything it touches. The logical outcome of this should be a human being full of the amiable paradoxical interplay of exactitude and indefiniteness. He is incorruptibly, deliberately cold, as required by the temperament of precision, but beyond this quality, everything else in him is indefinite. The stable internal conditions guaranteed by a system of morality have little value for a man whose imagination is geared to change. Ultimately, when the demand for the greatest and most exact fulfillment is transferred from the intellectual realm to that of the passions, it becomes evident, as Alfredi indicated, that the passions disappear and that in their place arises something like a primordial fire of goodness. Such is the utopia of precision. One doesn't know how such a man will spend the day, since he cannot continually be poised in the act of creation and will have sacrificed the domestic half-fire of limited sensations to some imaginary conflagration. But this man of precision exists already. He is the inner man who inhabits not only the scientist but the businessman, the administrator, the sportsman, and the technician, though for the present only during those daytime natures they call not their life but their profession. This man, given to taking everything seriously and without bias, is biased to the point of abhorrence against the idea of taking himself seriously, and there is, alas, no doubt that he would regard the utopia of himself as an immoral experiment on persons engaged in serious business. Which is why Ulrich, in his concern with the question of whether everything else should be subordinated to the most powerful forms of inner achievement, in other words, whether a goal and a meaning can be found for what is happening and has happened to us, had always, all his life, been quite alone. The earth too, but especially Ulrich, pays homage to the utopia of essayism. Precision, as a human attitude, demands precise action and precise being. It makes maximal demands on the doer and on life. But here a distinction must be made. In reality, as we all know, there is not only an imaginary precision, not yet present in reality at all, but also a pedantic kind, the difference being that the imaginary kind sticks to the facts and the pedantic kind to imaginary constructs. The precision, for instance, with which Musil peculiar mentality was fitted into a 2,000-year-old system of legal concepts resembled a madman's pedantic insistence on trying to spear a free-flying bird with a pin. This precision was concerned not at all with the facts but only with the imaginary concept of cumulative law. But with respect to the big question of whether Musil could be legally condemned to death, the psychiatrists were absolutely precise. They did not dare say more than that Musil-Brugger's clinical picture did not exactly correspond to any hitherto observed syndrome, and left any further conclusions entirely to the jurists. The courtroom on that occasion offered an image of life itself, in that all those energetic up-to-the-minute characters who wouldn't dream of driving a car more than 5 years old, or letting a disease be treated by methods that had been the best 10 years ago, and who further give all their time, willy-nilly, to promoting the latest inventions and fervently believe in rationalizing everything in their domain. These people nevertheless abandon questions of beauty, justice, love, and faith, that is, all the questions of humanity as long as their business interests are not involved, preferably to their wives or, where their wives are not quite up to it, to a subspecies of men given to intoning 1,000-year-old phrases about the chalice and sword of life, to whom they listen casually, irritably, and skeptically, without believing any of it but also without considering the possibility that it might be done some other way. Thus there are really two kinds of outlook, which not only conflict with each other but, which is worse, usually coexist side by side in total non-communication except to assure each other that they are both needed, each in its place. The one is satisfied to be precise and stick to the facts, while the other is not, but always looks at the whole picture and derives its insights from so-called great and eternal truths. The first achieves success, the other scope and prestige. Clearly, a pessimist could say that the results in the first case are worth nothing and in the second case are not true. For what use will it be on the day of judgment, when all human achievements are weighed, to offer up 3 articles on formic acid, or even 30? On the other hand, what do we know of the day of judgment if we do not even know what may have become of formic acid by then? It was between these two poles of neither and nor that the pendulum of evolution was swinging when mankind first learned, more than 18 but not quite 20 centuries ago, that there would be such a spiritual court at the end of the world. It corresponds to the experience that a swing in one direction is always followed by a swing in the opposite direction. And while it might be conceivable and desirable for such a revolution to proceed as a spiral, which climbs a middle dot higher with every change of direction, for unknown reasons evolution seldom gains more than it loses through detours and destruction. So Dr. Paul Arnheim was quite right when he told Ulrich that world history never allows the negative to prevail. World history is optimistic, it always decides enthusiastically for the one, and only afterward for its opposite. And so, too, the pioneer dreams of precision were followed by no attempt whatever to realize them but were abandoned to the unwinged uses of engineers and scientists, while everyone else reverted to a more worthy and far-reaching frame of mind. Ulrich could still remember quite well how uncertainty had made its comeback. Complaints were heard in ever greater number from people who followed a somewhat uncertain calling, writers, critics, women, and those practicing the profession of being the new generation, all protesting that pure knowledge tore apart every sublime achievement of mankind without ever being able to put it back together, and they demanded a new humane faith, a return to inner primal values, a spiritual revival, and all sorts of things of that kind. At first Ulrich had naively assumed that the outcries came from hard-riding people who had dismounted, limping, screaming to have their sores rubbed with soul, but he gradually realized that these repetitive calls for a new dispensation, which had struck him as so comical at first, were being echoed far and wide. Science had begun to be outdated, and the unfocused type of person that dominates the present had begun to assert itself. Ulrich had refused to take this seriously and went on developing his intellectual bent in his own way. From the earliest youthful stirrings of self-confidence, which are often so touching, even moving, to look back upon in later years, all sorts of once cherished notions lingered in his memory even now, among them the expression living hypothetically. It still expressed the courage and the inescapable ignorance of life that makes every step an act of daring without experience. It showed the desire for grand connections and the aura of revocability a young man feels as he hesitantly ventures into life. Ulrich felt that none of this really needed to be taken back. A thrilling sense of having been chosen for something is the best and the only certain thing in one whose glance surveys the world for the first time. If he monitors his feelings, he finds nothing he can accept without reservation. He seeks a possible beloved but can't tell whether it's the right one. He is capable of killing without being sure that he will have to. The drive of his own nature to keep developing prevents him from believing that anything is final and complete, yet everything he encounters behaves as though it were final and complete. He suspects that the given order or sense of things is not as solid as it pretends to be. No thing, no self, no form, no principle, is safe. Everything is undergoing an invisible but ceaseless transformation. The unsettled holds more of the future than the settled, and the present is nothing but a hypothesis that has not yet been surmounted. What better can he do than hold himself apart from the world, in the good sense exemplified by the scientist's guarded attitude toward facts that might be tempting him to premature conclusions? Hence he hesitates in trying to make something of himself. A character, a profession, a fixed mode of being, are for him concepts that already shadow forth the outlines of the skeleton, which is all that will be left of him in the end. He seeks to understand himself differently, as someone inclined and open to everything that may enrich him inwardly, even if it should be morally or intellectually taboo. He feels like a stride, free to move in any direction, from equilibrium to equilibrium, but always forward. And when he sometimes thinks he has found the right idea, he perceives that a drop of indescribable incandescence has fallen into the world, with a glow that makes the whole earth look different. Later, when Ulrich's intellectual capacity was more highly developed, this became an idea no longer connected with the vague word hypothesis but with a concept he oddly termed, for certain reasons, essay. It was more or less in the way an essay, in the sequence of its paragraphs, explores a thing from many sides without wholly encompassing it, for a thing wholly encompassed suddenly loses its scope and melts down to a concept that he believed he could most rightly survey and handle the world and his own life. The value of an action or a quality, and indeed its meaning and nature, seemed to him to depend on its surrounding circumstances, on the aims it served, in short, on the whole constituted now one way, now anchor to which it belonged. This is only a simple description of the fact that a murder can appear to us as a crime or a heroic act, and making love as a feather that has fallen from the wing of an angel or that of a goose. But Ulrich generalized this, All moral events take place in a field of energy whose constellation charges them with meaning. They contain good and evil the way an atom contains the possibilities of certain chemical combinations. They are what they will become, so to speak, and just as the word hard denotes four entirely different essences, depending on whether it is connected with love, brutality, zeal, or discipline, the significance of all moral events seemed to him to be the function of other events on which they depended. In this way an open-ended system of relationships arises, in which independent meanings, such as are ascribed to actions and qualities by way of a rough first approximation in ordinary life, no longer exist at all. What is seemingly solid in this system becomes a porous pretext for many possible meanings. The event occurring becomes a symbol of something that perhaps may not be happening but makes itself felt through the symbol, and man as the quintessence of his possibilities, potential man. The unwritten poem of his existence, confronts man as recorded fact, as reality, as character. Accordingly, Ulrich felt that he was basically capable of every virtue and every baseness. The fact that in a balanced social order virtues as well as vices are tacitly regarded as equally burdensome attested for him to what happens in nature generally, that every play of forces tends in time toward an average value and average condition, toward compromise and inertia. Ulrich regarded morality as it is commonly understood, as nothing more than the senile form of a system of energies that cannot be confused with what it originally was without losing ethical force. It is possible that these views also reflected some uncertainty about life, but uncertainty is sometimes nothing more than mistrust of the usual certainties, and anyway, it is good to remember that even so experienced a person as mankind itself seems to act on quite similar principles. In the long run it revokes everything it has done, to replace it with something else. What it used to regard as a crime it regards as a virtue, and vice versa. It builds up impressive frameworks of meaningful connections among events, only to allow them to collapse after a few generations. However, all this happens in succession instead of as a single, homogeneous experience, and the chain of mankind's experiments shows no upward trend. By contrast, a conscious human essayism would face the task of transforming the world's haphazard awareness into a will. And many individual lines of development indicate that this could indeed happen soon. The hospital aide clothed in lily white, who, with the help of acids, thins out a patient's stool in a white china dish in order to obtain a purple smear, rubbing it until the right hue rewards her attention, is already living, whether she knows it or not, in a world more open to change than is the young lady who shudders at the sight of the same stuff in the street. The criminal, caught up in the moral magnetic field of his act, can only move like a swimmer who has to go with the current that sweeps him along, as every mother knows whose child has ever suffered this fate, though no one would believe her, because there was no place for such a belief. Psychiatry calls great elation a hypomanic disturbance, which is like calling it hilarious distress, and regards all heightened states, whether of chastity or sensuality, scrupulosity or carelessness, cruelty or compassion, as pathologically suspect. How little would a healthy life mean if its only goal were a middle condition between two extremes? How drab it would be if its ideal were really no more than a denial of the exaggeration of its ideals. To recognize this is to see the underscore moral norm no longer as a set of rigid commandments but rather as a mobile equilibrium that at every moment requires continual efforts at renewal. We are beginning to regard as too limiting the tendency to ascribe involuntarily acquired habits of repetitiveness to a man as his character, and then to make his character responsible for the repetitions. We are learning to recognize the interplay between inner and outer, and it is precisely our understanding of the impersonal elements in man that has given us new clues to the personal ones, to certain simple patterns of behavior, to an ego-building instinct that, like the nest-building instinct of birds, uses a few techniques to build an ego out of many various materials. We are already so close to knowing how to use certain influences to contain all sorts of pathological conditions, as we can a wild mountain stream, and it will soon be a mere lapse of social responsibility or a lingering clumsiness if we fail to transform criminals into arch-inject at the right time. And there is so much more one could add, scattered manifestations of GS that have not yet coalesced to act together, the general effect of which is to make us tired of the crude approximations of simpler times, gradually to make us experience the necessity of altering the basic forms and foundations of a moral order that over 2,000 years has adjusted only piecemeal to evolving tastes and exchanging it for a new morality capable of fitting more closely the mobility of facts. Ulrich was convinced that the only thing missing was the right formula, the expression that the goal of a movement must find in some happy moment before it is achieved, in order that the last lap can be accomplished. Such an expression is always risky, not yet justified by the prevailing state of affairs, a combination of exact and inexact, of precision and passion. But it was in just those years that should have spurred him on that something peculiar happened to Ulrich. He was no philosopher. Philosophers are despots who have no armies to command, so they subject the world to their tyranny by locking it up in a system of thought. This apparently also accounts for the presence of great philosophers in times of great tyrants, while epochs of progressive civilization and democracy failed to bring forth a convincing philosophy, at least to judge by the disappointment one hears so widely expressed on the subject. Hence today we have a terrifying amount of philosophizing in brief bursts, so that shops are the only places where one can still get something without wealth and scoring, while philosophy in large chunks is viewed with decided mistrust. It is simply regarded as impossible, and even Ulrich was by no means innocent of this prejudice. Indeed, in the light of his scientific background, he took a somewhat ironic view of philosophy. This put him in a position where he was always being provoked to think about what he was observing, and yet at the same time was burdened with a certain shyness about thinking too hard. But what finally determined his attitude was still another factor. There was something in Ulrich's nature that in a haphazard, paralyzing, disarming way resisted all logical systematizing, the single-minded will, the specifically directed drives of ambition. It was also connected with his chosen term, essayism, even though it contained the very elements he had gradually and with unconscious care eliminated from that concept. The accepted translation of essay as attempt contains only vaguely the essential allusion to the literary model, for an essay is not a provisional or incidental expression of a conviction capable of being elevated to a truth under more favorable circumstances or of being exposed as an error. The only ones of that kind are those articles or treatises, chips from the scholar's workbench, with which the learned entertain their special public. An essay is rather the unique and unalterable form assumed by a man's inner life in a decisive thought. Nothing is more foreign to it than the irresponsible and half-baked quality of thought known as subjectivism. Terms like true and false, wise and unwise, are equally inapplicable, and yet the essay is subject to laws that are no less strict for appearing to be delicate and ineffable. There have been more than a few such essayists, masters of the inner hovering life. But there would be no point in naming them. Their domain lies between religion and knowledge, between example and doctrine, between aim or intellectuous and poetry. They are saints with and without religion, and sometimes they are also simply men on an advay middle who have gone astray. Nothing is more revealing, by the way, than one's involuntary experience of fleeing and sensible efforts to interpret such essayists, to turn their living wisdom into knowledge to live by and thus extract some content from the motion of those who were moved. But about as much remains of this as of the delicately opalescent body of a jellyfish when one lifts it out of the water and lays it on the sand. The rationality of the uninspired will make the teachings of the inspired crumble into dust, contradiction, and nonsense, and yet one has no right to call them frail and unviable unless one would also call an elephant too frail to survive in an airless environment unsuited to its needs. It would be regrettable if these descriptions were to evoke an impression of mystery, or of a kind of music in which harp notes and sighing glissandi predominate. Opposite is the case. Indeed the underlying problem presented itself to Ulrich not at all intuitively but quite soberly, in the following form: a man who wants the truth becomes a scholar, a man who wants to give free play to his subjectivity may become a writer, but what should a man do who wants something in between? Examples of what lies in between can be found in every moral precept, such as the well-known /fien and simple, thou shalt not kill. One sees right off that it is neither a fact nor a subjective experience. We know that we adhere to it strictly in some respects, while allowing for a great many, if sharply defined, exceptions, but in a very large number of cases of a third kind, involving imagination, desires, drama, or the enjoyment of a new story, we vacillate erratically between aversion and attraction. What we cannot classify as either a fact or a subjective experience we sometimes call an imperative. We have attached such imperatives to the dogmas of religion and the law and thereby give them the status of deduced truth. But the novelists tell us about the exceptions, from Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac to the most recent beauty who shot her lover, and dissolve it again into something subjective. We can cling to one of these poles or let ourselves be swept back and forth between them by the tide, but with what feelings? The feeling of most people for this precept is a mixture of wooden obedience, including that of the wholesome type that flinches from even thinking of such a thing but, only slightly disoriented by alcohol or passion, promptly does it, and a mindless paddling about in a W of possibilities. Is there really no other approach to this precept? Ulrich felt that as things stood, a man longing to do something with all his heart does not know whether he should do it or leave it undone. And yet he suspected that it could be done, or not done, wholeheartedly. In themselves, an impulse to act and a taboo were equally meaningless to him. Linking them to a law from above or within aroused his critical intelligence. More than that, the need to ennoble a self-sufficient moment by giving it a noble pedigree diminished its value. All this left his heart silent, while only his head spoke, but he felt that there might be another way to make his choice coincide with his happiness. He might be happy because he didn't kill, or happy because he killed, but he could never be the indifferent fulfiller of an imperative demanded of him. What he felt at this moment was not a commandment, it was a region he had entered. Here, he realized, everything was already decided, and soothed the mind like mother's milk. But what gave him this insight was no longer thinking, nor was it feeling in the usual incoherent way. It was a total insight and yet again only a message carried to him from far away by the wind, and it seemed to him neither true nor false, neither rational nor irrational. It seized him like a faint, blissful hyperbole dropped into his heart. And as little as one can make a truth out of the genuine elements of an essay can one gain a conviction from such a condition, at least not without abandoning the corredition, as a lover has to abandon love in order to describe it. The boundless emotion that sometimes stirred Ulrich without activating him contradicted his urge to act, which insisted on limits and forms. Now, it may be only right and natural to want to know before letting his feelings speak. He involuntarily imagined that what he wanted to find and someday would, even if it should not be truth, would be no less firm than truth. But in his special case, this made him rather like a man busily getting equipment together while losing interest in what it is meant for. If someone had asked him at any point while he was writing treatises on mathematical problems or mathematical logic, or engaged in some scientific project, what it was he hoped to achieve, he would have answered that there was only one question worth thinking about: the question of the right way to live. But if one holds up an imperative for a long time without anything happening, the brain goes to sleep, just as the arm does that has held something up for too long. Our thoughts cannot be expected to stand at attention indefinitely any more than soldiers own ascents parade in summer. Standing too long, they will simply fall down in a faint. As Ulrich had settled on his view of life around his 26th year, it no longer seemed quite genuine in his 32nd. He had not elaborated his ideas any further, and apart from a vague, tense feeling such as one has when waiting for something with one's eyes closed, there was not much sign of personal emotion in him, since the days of his tremulous earliest revelations had gone. Yet it was probably an underground movement of this kind that gradually slowed him down in his scientific work and kept him from giving it all he had. This generated a curious conflict in him. One must not forget that basically the scientific cast of mind is more God-oriented than the aesthetic mind, ready to submit to him the moment he deigns to show himself under the conditions it prescribes for recognizing him, while our aesthetes, confronted with his manifestation, would find only that his talent was not original and that his view of the world was not sufficiently intelligible to rank him with really God-given talents. Ulrich could not abandon himself to vague intimations as readily as anyone of that species could, but neither could he conceal from himself that in all those years of scientific scrupulosity he had merely been living against his grain. He wished something unforeseen would happen to him, for when he took what he somewhat dryly called his holiday from life he had nothing, in one direction or the other, that gave him peace. Perhaps one could say on his behalf that at a certain age life begins to run away with incredible speed. But the day when one must begin to live out one's final will, before leaving the rest behind, lies far ahead and cannot be postponed. This had become menacingly clear to him now that almost 6 months had gone by and nothing had changed. He was waiting, all the time, he was letting himself be pushed this way and that in the insignificant and silly activity he had taken on, talking. Gladly talking too much, living with the desperate tenacity of a fisherman casting his nets into an empty river, while he was doing nothing that had anything to do with the person he after all signified, deliberately doing nothing. He was waiting. He waited hiding behind his person, insofar as this word characterizes the part of a human being formed by the world and the course of life, and his quiet desperation, dammed up behind that fight, rose higher every day. He felt himself to be in the worst crisis of his life and despised himself for what he had left undone. Are great ordeals the privilege of great human beings? He would underscore have liked to believe it, but it isn't so, since even the dullest neurotics have their crises. So all he really had left in the midst of his deep perturbation was that residue of imperturbability possessed by all heroes and criminals. It isn't courage, willpower, or confidence, but simply a furious tenacity, as hard to drive out as it is to drive life out of a cat even after it has been completely mangled by dogs. If one wants to imagine how such a man lives when he is alone, the most that can be said is that at night his lighted windows afford a view of his room, where his used thoughts sit around like clients in a waiting room of a lawyer with whom they are dissatisfied. Or one could perhaps say that Ulrich once, on such a night, opened the window and looked out at the snake-smooth trunks of the trees, so black and sleekly twisted between the blankets of snow covering their tops and the ground, and suddenly felt an urge to go down into the garden just as he was, in his pajamas. He wanted to feel the cold in his hair. Downstairs he turned out the light, so as not to stand framed in the lighted doorway, a canopy of light projected into the shadow only from his study. A path led to the iron gate fronting the street, a second crossed it, darkly outlined. Ulrich walked slowly toward it. And then the dullness towering up between the treetops suddenly, fantastically, reminded him of the huge form of Mu's brother, and the naked trees looked strangely corporeal, ugly and wet like worms and yet somehow inviting him to embrace them and sink down with them in tears. But he didn't do it. The sentimentality of the impulse revolted him at the very moment it touched him. Just then some late passers-by walked through the milky foam of the mist outside the garden railing, and he may have looked like a lunatic to them, as his figure in red pajamas between black tree trunks now detached itself from the trees. But he stepped firmly onto the path and went back into his house fairly content, feeling that whatever was in store for him would have to be something quite different. Benadia has a vision. When Ulrich got up on the morning following this night, late and feeling as if he had been badly beaten up, he was told that Benadia had come to call. It was the FLRST time since their quarrel that they would see each other. During the period of their separation, Benadia had shed many tears. She often felt in this time that she had been ill-treated. She had often resounded like a muffled drum. She had had many adventures and many disappointments. At it although the memory of Ulrich sank into a deep well with every adventure, after every disappointment it emerged again, helpless and reproachful as the desolate pain in a child's face. In her heart, Benadia had already asked her friend 100 times to forgive her jealousy, castigating her wicked pride, as she put it, until at last she decided to sue for peace. She sat before him, charming, melancholy, and beautiful, and feeling sick to her stomach. He stood in front of her like a youth. His skin polished like marble from the great events and high diplomacy she believed him engaged in. She had never before noticed how strong and determined his face looked. She would gladly have surrendered herself to him entirely, but she dared not go so far, and he showed no disposition to encourage her. This coldness saddened her beyond words, but had the grandeur of a statue. Unexpectedly, Benadia seized his dangling hand and kissed it. Ulrich stroked her hair pensively. Her legs turned to water in the most feminine way in the world, and she was about to fall to her knees. But Ulrich gently pushed her back in her chair, brought whiskey and soda, and lit a cigarette. A lady does not drink whiskey in the morning. Benadia protested. For an instant she regained enough energy to be offended, and her heart rose to her head with a suspicion that the matter-of-fact offer of such a strong and, as she thought, licentious drink contained a heartless implication. But Ulrich said kindly, "It will do you good. All the women who have played a major role in politics have drunk whiskey." For in order to justify her visit, Benadia had said how impressed she was with the great patriotic campaign, and that she would like to lend a hand in it. That was her plan. She always believed several things at the same time, and half-truths made it easier for her to lie. The whiskey was pale gold and warming like the sun in May. Benadia felt like a 70-year-old woman sitting on a garden bench outside her house. She was getting old. Her children were growing up. The eldest was already 12. It was certainly disgraceful to follow a man one didn't even know very well into his house, just because he had eyes that looked at one like a man behind a window. One notices, she thought, little details about this man one doesn't like, and that could be a warning. One could, in fact, if only there was something to hold one back at such times, break it off, flushed with shame and perhaps even flaming with anger. But because this doesn't happen, this man grows more and more passionately into his role. And one feels oneself very clearly like a stage set in the glare of artificial light. What one has before one is stage eyes, a stage moustache, the buttons of a costume being unbuttoned, and the whole scene from the first entrance into the room to the first horrible moment of being sober again all takes place inside a consciousness that has stepped outside one's head and papered the walls with pure hallucination. Benadia did not use precisely these words. Her thought was only partly verbal anyway, but even as she was trying to visualize it she felt herself at the mercy of this change in consciousness. Whoever could describe it would be a great artist, no, a pornographer. She thought, looking at Ulrich. She never for an instant lost her good intentions, her determination to hold on to decency, even in this condition. Only then they stood outside and waited, but had absolutely nothing to say in a world transformed by desire. When Benadia's reason returned, this was her worst anguish. The change of consciousness during sexual arousal, which people pass over as something natural, was in her so overpowering in the depth and suddenness not only of her ecstasy but less than also of her remorse that it frightened her in retrospect as soon as she had returned to the peace of her family circle. She thought she must be going mad. She hardly dared look at her children, for fear of banning them with her corrupt glance. And she winced whenever her husband looked at her with more than his usual warmth, but was afraid of freedom from constraint in being alone. All this led her, in the weeks of separation, to plan that henceforth she would have no other lover beside Ulrich. He would be her mainstay and would save her from excesses with strangers. How could I have allowed myself to find fault with him? She now thought as she sat facing him for the first time in so long. He is so much more complete than I am. She gave him credit for her having been a much improved person during their embraces, and was probably also thinking that he would have to introduce her to his new social circle at the next charity affair. Benadia inwardly swore an oath of allegiance, and tears of emotion came to her eyes as she turned all this over in her mind. Ulrich meanwhile was finishing his whiskey with the deliberateness of a man who has to act on a hard decision. For the time being, he told her, it was not yet possible to introduce her to Diotima. Benadia naturally wanted to know exactly why it was not possible, and then she wanted to know exactly when it would be possible. Ulrich had to point out to her that she was not a person of prominence in the arts, nor in the sciences, nor in organized charity, so that it would take a very long time before he could convince Diotima of the need for Benadia's assistance. Benadia had in the meantime been filled with curious feelings toward Diotima. She had heard enough about Diotima's virtues not to be jealous. Rather, she envied and admired this woman, who could hold the interest of Benadia's beloved without making improper concessions to him. She ascribed the statuesque serenity she thought she saw in Ulrich to this influence. Her term for herself was passionate, by which she understood both her dishonorable state and an honorable excuse for it. But she admired cool women with much the same feeling with which unfortunate owners of perpetually damp hands put their hands in a hand that is particularly dry and lovely. It is her doing, she thought. It is she who has changed Ulrich so much. A hard drill in her heart, a sweet drill in her knees. These two drills whirring simultaneously and in opposite directions made Benadia feel almost ready to faint as she came up against Ulrich's resistance. So she played her trump card, Musil. She had realized on agonizing reflection that Ulrich must have a strange liking for this horrible character. She herself simply felt revolted by the brutal sensuality, as she saw it, expressed in Musil's acts of violence. In this respect her feeling was much the same, though of course she did not know this as that of the prostitutes who quite single-mindedly, untainted by bourgeois romanticism, see in the sex murderer simply a hazard of their profession. But what she needed, including her unavoidable lapses, was a tidy and credible world, and Musil would help her to restore it. Since Ulrich had a weakness for him, and she had a husband who was a judge and could supply useful information, the thought had ripened of its own accord in her forlorn state that she might link her weakness to Ulrich's weakness by way of her husband. This yearning image had the comforting power of sensuality sanctioned by a feeling of justice. But when she approached her spouse on the subject, he was astounded at her juridical fervor, although he knew how easily she got carried away by everything great and good in human nature. But since he was not only a judge but a hunter too, he put her off good-humoredly by saying that the only way to deal with such vermin was to exterminate them wherever one came across them without a lot of sentimental fuss, and he did not respond to further inquiries. On her second try, some time later, all Benadia could get out of him was the supplementary opinion that childbearing was a woman's affair while killing was a job for men, and as she did not want to stir up any suspicions by being overzealous on this dangerous subject she was debarred, for the time being, from the path of the law. This left mercy as the only way of pleasing Ulrich by doing something for Musil, and this way led her one could hardly call this a surprise, more a kind of attraction to Diotima. In her mind she could see herself as Diotima's friend, and she granted herself her own wish to be forced to make her admired rival's acquaintance for the sake of the cause, which brooked no delay, although of course she was too proud to seek it for herself. She was going to win Diotima over to Musil's cause, something Ulrich had clearly not succeeded in doing, as she had instantly guessed and her imagination painted the situation in beautiful scenes. The tall, marmoreal Diotima would put her arm around Benadia's warm shoulders, bowed down by sins, and Benadia expected that her own role would more or less be to anoint that divinely untouched heart with a drop of mortal fallibility. This was the stratagem she proposed to her lost friend. But today Ulrich was impervious to any suggestion of saving Musil. He knew Benadia's noble sentiments and knew how easily the flaring up of a single worthy impulse could come into a raging fire consuming her whole body. He made it clear that he did not have the slightest intention of meddling in the Musil case. Benadia looked up at him with hurt, beautiful eyes in which the water rose above the ice like the borderline between winter and spring. Ulrich had never entirely lost a certain gratitude for the childlike beauty of their first meeting. That night he lay senseless on the pavement with Benadia crouching by his head, and the wavering, romantic vagueness of the world, of youth, of emotion, came trickling into his returning consciousness from this young woman's eyes. So he tried to soften his offending refusal, to dissipate it in talk. Imagine yourself walking across a big park at night, he suggested, and two ruffians come at you. Would your first thought be to feel pity for them and that their brutality is society's fault? But I never walk through a middle park at night, Benadia promptly parried. But suppose a policeman came along, wouldn't you ask him to arrest them? I would ask him to protect me. Which means that he would arrest them. I don't know what he would do with them. Anyway, Musil is not a ruffian. All right, then, let's assume he is working as a carpenter in your house. You're alone with him in a place, and his eyes start to slither from side to side. Benadia protested, what an awful thing you're making me do. Of course, Ulrich said, but I'm only trying to show you how extremely unpleasant the kind of people are who lose their balance so easily. One can only indulge in an impartial attitude toward them when someone else takes the beating. In that case, I grant you, as the victims of society or fate they bring out our tenderest feelings. You must admit that no one can be blamed for his faults, as seen through his own eyes. From his point of view they are, at worst, mistakes or bad qualities in a whole person who is no less good because of them, and of course he's perfectly right. Bernadette had to adjust her stocking and felt compelled as she did so to look up at Ulrich with her head slightly tilted back, so that unguarded by her eye a richly contrasting life of lacy frills, smooth stocking, tensed fingers, and the gentle pearly gleam of skin emerged around her knee. Ulrich hastily lit a cigarette and went on, man is not good, but he is always good, that's a tremendous difference, don't you see? We find a sophistry of self-love amusing, but we ought to less than why conclude from it that a human being can really do no wrong. What is wrong can only be an effect of something he does. This insight could be the right starting point for a social morality. With a sigh, Bernadette smoothed her skirt back in place, straightened, and sought to calm herself with a sip of the pale golden fire. And now let me explain to you, Ulrich went on with a smile, why it is possible to have all sorts of feeling for Musil but not to do anything for him. Basically, these cases are like the loose end of a thread. If you pull at it, the whole fabric of society starts to unravel. I can illustrate this, for a start, by some purely rational problems. Somehow or other, Bernadette lost a shoe. Ulrich bent down for it, and the foot with its warm toes came up to meet the shoe in his hand like a small child. Don't bother, don't, I'll do it myself, Bernadette said, holding out her foot to him. There are, to begin with, the psychiatric juridical questions, Ulrich continued relentlessly, even as the whiff of diminished responsibility rose FRQM her leg to his nostrils. We know that medicine has already practically reached the point of being able to prevent most such crimes if only we were prepared to spend the necessary amount of money. So now it's only a social question. DH please, not that again. Bernadette pleaded, now that he had said social for the second time. When they get started on that at home, I leave the room, it bores me to death. All right, Ulrich conceded, I meant to say that just as we already have the technology to make useful things out of corpses, sewage, scrap, and toxins, we almost have the psychological techniques too. But the world is taking its time in solving these questions. The government squanders money on every kind of foolishness but hasn't a penny to spare for solving the most pressing moral problems. That's in its nature, since the state is the stupidest and most malicious person there is. He spoke with conviction. But Bernadette tried to lead him back to the heart of the matter. Dearest, she said longingly, isn't it the best thing for Musil that he's not responsible? Ulrich fought her off, it would probably be more important to execute several responsible people than to save one irresponsible person from execution. He was now pacing the floor in front of her. Bernadette found him revolutionary and inflaming. Sk managed to catch his hand, and laid it on her bosom. Fine, he said. I shall now explain to you the emotional questions. Bernadette opened his fingers and spread his hand over her breast. The accompanying glance would have melted a heart of stone. For the next few moments Ulrich felt as if he had two hearts in his breast, like the confusion of clocks ticking in a watchmaker's shop. Mustering all his willpower, he restored order in his breast and said gently, no, Bernadette. Bernadette was now on the brink of tears, and Ulrich spoke to her, isn't it contradictory that you get yourself worked up about this one affair just because I happened to tell you about it, whereas you don't even notice the millions of equally unjust things that happen every day? What difference does that make? Bernadette protested. The point is, I do happen to know about this one, and I would be a bad person if I stayed calm. Ulrich said that one had to keep calm, absolutely, passionately calm, he added. He had repossessed his hand and sat down, on distance from Bernadette. Nowadays everything is done meanwhile and for the time being, he observed. It can't be helped. We are driven by the scrupulousness of our reason into an atrocious unscrupulousness of our hearts. He poured another whiskey for himself, too, and put his feet up on the sofa. He was beginning to feel tired. Everyone starts out wanting to understand life as a whole, he said, but the more accurately one thinks about it, the more it narrows down. When he's mature, a person knows more about one particular square millimeter than all but at most 24 other people in the world. He knows what nonsense people talk who know less about it, but he doesn't dare move because if he shifts even a micromillimeter from his spot he will be talking nonsense too. His weariness was now the same transparent gold as his drink on the table. I've been talking nonsense for the last half hour too, he thought. But this diminished state was comfortable enough. The only thing he feared was that it might occur to Bernadette to come and sit down next to him. There was only one way to forestall this, keep talking. He had propped up his head on his hands and lay stretched at full length like the effigies on the tombs in the Medici chapel. He suddenly became aware of this, and as he assumed his pose he actually felt a certain grandeur flowing through his body, a hovering in their serenity, and he felt more powerful than he was. For the first time he thought he distantly understood these works of art, which he had previously only looked at as foreign objects. Instead of saying anything, he fell silent. Even Bernadette felt something. It was a moment, as one calls it, that defies characterization. Some dramatic exaltation united the two of them, and left them mute. What is left of me? Ulrich thought bitterly. Possibly someone who has courage and is not for sale, and likes to think that for the sake of his inner freedom he respects only a few external laws. But this inner freedom consists of being able to think whatever one likes. It means knowing, in every human situation, why one doesn't need to be bound by it, but never knowing what one wants to be bound by. In this far from happy moment, when the curious little wave of feeling that had held him for an instant ebbed away again, he would have been ready to add that he had nothing but an ability to see two sides to everything, that moral ambivalence that marked almost all his contemporaries and was the disposition of his generation, or perhaps their fate. His connections to the world had become pale, shadowy, and negative. What right did he have to treat Benadia badly? It was always the same frustrating talk they had, over and over again. It arose from the inner acoustics of emptiness, where a shot resounds twice as loudly and echoes on and on. It burdened him that he could no longer speak to her except like this. For the spial misery this caused them both. He came up with an almost witty, appealing name, Baroque of the Void. He sat up to say something nice to her. It just struck me, he said to Benadia, who had kept her seat and dignified position. It's a funny thing. A remarkable difference. A person able to be responsible for what he does can always do something different, but a person who isn't never can. Benadia responded with something quite profound. Oh, Ulrich, she said. That was the only interruption, and silence closed around them once more. When Ulrich spoke in generalities in her presence, she did not like it at all. She felt quite rightly that despite her many lapses, she lived surrounded by people like herself, and she had a sound instinct for the unsociable, eccentric, and solipsistic way he had of treating her with ideas instead of feelings. Still, crime, love, and sadness had linked themselves in her mind, a highly dangerous mixture. Ulrich now seemed to her not nearly as intimidating, as much of a paragon, as he had at the beginning of their meeting. By way of compensation she now saw in him a boyish quality that aroused her idealism, the air of a child not daring to run past some obstacle in order to throw itself into its mother's arms. She had felt for the longest time a free-floating, almost uncontrollable tenderness for him. But after Ulrich had checked her first hint of this, she ed herself with great effort to hold back. The memory of how she had lain undressed and powerless on his sofa on her previous visit still rankled, and she was resolved to sit, if she had to, on that chair in her hat and veil to the very end in order to teach him that he had before him a person who knew how to control herself as much as her rival, Diotima. Benadia always missed the great idea that was supposed to go along with the great excitement she felt through the nearness of a lover. Unfortunately, this can, of course, be aid of life itself, which contains lot of excitement and little sense, but Benadia did not know this, and she tried to express some great idea. Ulrich's thoughts lacked the dignity she needed, to her way of thinking, and she was probably searching for something finer, more deeply felt. But refined hesitancy and vulgar attraction and a terrible dread of being attracted prematurely, all became part of the stimulus of the silence in which the suppressed actions twitched, and mingled, too, with the memory of the great peace that had so united her with her lover for a second. It was, in the end, like when rain hangs in the air but cannot fall, a numbness that spread over her whole skin and terrified her with the idea that she might lose her self-control without noticing it. Suddenly a physical illusion sprang from Al-1 a flea. Benadia could not tell whether it was reality or imagination. She felt a shudder in her brain, a dubious impression as if an idea had detached itself from the shadowy bondage of all the rest but was still only a fantasy, and at the same time she felt an undeniable, quite realistic shudder on her skin. She held her breath. When one hears something coming, pit-a-pat, up the stairs, knowing there is no one but quite distinctly hearing pit-a-pat, that's how it is. Benadia realized in a flash that this was an involuntary continuation of the lost shoe. A desperate expedient for a lady. But just as she was trying to banish the spook, she felt a sharp sting. She gave a little shriek, her cheeks flushed a bright red, and she called upon Ulrich to help her look for it. A flea favors the same regions as a lover. Her stocking was searched down to the shoe, her blouse had to be unbuttoned in front. Benadia declared that she must have picked it up in the streetcar or from Ulrich. But it was not to be found, and had left no traces behind. I can't imagine what it could have been, Benadia said. Ulrich smiled with unexpected friendliness. Benadia burst into tears, like a little girl who has misbehaved. General Sturm von Board visits Diotima. General Sturm von Board had paid his first call on Diotima. He was the army officer sent by the War Ministry as their observer to the great inaugural meeting, where he made an impressive speech, which, however, could not prevent the War Ministry from being passed over for obvious reasons when the committees for the Great Peace Campaign were set up, one for each ministry. He was a not very imposing general, with his little paunch and a little toothbrush on his upper lip in place of a real mu5 His face was round and expressed something of the family man with no money beyond the funds for the statutory bond required when an officer wanted to marry. He said to Diotima that a soldier could expect to play only a modest role in the council chamber. Besides, it went without saying that for political reasons the Ministry of War could not be included in the roster of committees. Nevertheless, he dared maintain that the proposed campaign should have an effect abroad, and what had an influence abroad was the might of the people. He repeated the celebrated philosopher Trich's observation that the state is the power to survive in the struggle of nations. Power displayed in peace kept war at bay, or at least shortened its cruelty. He went on like this for another quarter of an hour, slipping in classical quotations he fondly remembered from his school days, maintained that those years of humanistic studies had been the happiest of his life, tried to make Diotima feel that he admired her and was delighted with the way she had conducted the great conference, wanted only to repeat once again that, rightly understood, the building up of the armed forces that lagged far behind those of the other great powers could be the most impressive demonstration of peaceful intentions, and for the rest declared his confident expectation that a widespread popular concern for the country's military problems was bound to arise of its own accord. This amiable general gave Diotima the fright of her life. Their amiable were in those days in Campania families whose houses were frequented socially by army officers because their daughters married army officers, and then there were families whose daughters did not marry army officers, either because there was no money for the mandatory security bond or on principle, so they did not receive army officers socially. Diotima's family had belonged to the second sort for both reasons, with the consequence that this conscientiously beautiful woman had gone out into life with a concept of the military that was something like an image of death decked out in motley. She replied that there was so much that was great and good in the world that the choice was not easy. It was a great privilege to be allowed to give. A great sign in the midst of the world's materialistic bustle, but also a grave responsibility. And the demonstration was meant, after all, to arise spontaneously from the midst of the people themselves, for which reason she had to keep her own wishes a little in the background. She placed her words with care, as though stitching them together with threads in the national colours, and burned the mild incense of high bureaucratic phraseology upon her lips. But when the general had left, the sublime woman suffered in a breakdown. Had she been capable of so vulgar a sentiment as hatred, she would have hated the pudgy little man with his waggling eyes and the gold buttons on his belly, but since this was impossible she felt vaguely insulted but could not say why. Despite the wintry cold she opened the windows and paced the room several times, her silks rustling. When she shut the windows again there were tears in her eyes. She was quite amazed. This was now the second time she was weeping without reason. She remembered the night when, in bed at her husband's side, she had shed tears without being able to explain them. This time the purely nervous character of the process, unrelated to any tangible cause, was even more evident. This fat general caused tears to gush from her eyes like an onion, without any sensible feeling being involved. She had good cause to be worried. A shadowy fear told her that a wolf was prowling round her flocks and that it was high time to exorcise it by the power of the idea. This is how it happened that after the general's visit Diotima made up her mind to organize with the greatest speed the planned gathering of great minds who would help her define the proper content of the patriotic campaign. From the conversations between Arnheim and Diotima, it greatly eased Diotima's heart that Arnheim had just returned from a trip and was at her disposal. "Your cousin and I were talking about generals just a few days ago," he instantly responded, with the air of a man alluding to a suspicious coincidence without wanting to be specific. Diotima received the impression that her contradictory cousin, with his unenthusiastic view of the great campaign, also favored the vague menaces emanating from the general. "I wouldn't like to expose this to ridicule in the presence of your cousin," Arnheim went on, changing the subject, "but I would like to be able to make you feel something you would hardly come upon by yourself, far away as you are from such things, the connection between business and poetry. Of course, I mean business in the largest sense, the world's business, such as I have been fated to conduct by the position to which I was born. It is related to poetry, it has irrational, even mystical aspects. I might even say that business is quite particularly endowed with those aspects. You see, money is an extraordinarily intolerant power. There is probably a certain intolerance in everything people stake their lives on," Diotima said hesitantly, her mind still on the unfinished first part of the conversation. "Especially with money," Arnheim quickly said. "Foolish people imagine it's a pleasure to have money. It is in fact a terrible responsibility. I won't speak of the countless lives dependent on me, for whom I represent a sort of fate. Let me just mention that my grandfather started by picking up garbage in a middle-sized town in the Rhineland." At these words Diotima actually felt a sudden shiver of what she thought was economic imperialism, but this was an error, since she was not quite without the prejudice of her social circle. She associated garbage removal with what was called in her regional dialect the dungman, and so her friend's courageous confession made her blush. With this refining process for waste, he continued his confession, "My grandfather laid the groundwork for the influence of the Arnheims. But even my father was a self-made man, if you consider that it was he who in 40 years expanded the firm into a worldwide concern. 2 years at a trade school was all he had, but he can see through the most tangled world affairs at a glance, and knows everything he needs to know before anyone else does. I myself studied economics and every conceivable branch of science, all quite beyond his ken, and no one has any idea how he does it, but he never misses a detail. That is the mystery of a vigorous, simple, great, and healthy life." Arnheim's voice, as he spoke of his father, took on a special, reverential tone, as though its magisterial calm had a small crack somewhere. It struck Diotima all the more because Ulrich had told her that old Arnheim was supposed to be a short, broad-shouldered fellow with a bony face and a button nose, who always wore a gaping swallowtail coat and handled his investments with the dogged circumspection of a chess player moving his pawns. Without waiting for her response, Arnheim continued after a brief pause, Once a business has expanded to the degree reached only by the very few I speak of, there is hardly anything in life it is not somehow involved with. It is a little cosmos. You would be amazed if you knew what seemingly quite uncommercial problems artistic, moral, political, sometimes have to bring up in conferring with my managing director. But the firm is no longer mushrooming the way it did in its early days, which I'd like to call its heroic days. No matter how prosperous a business firm may be, there is a mysterious limit to its growth, as there is with everything organic. Have you ever asked yourself why no animal in our time grows bigger than an elephant? You'll find the same mystery in the history of art and in the strange relationships of the life of peoples, cultures, and epochs. Diotima was now ashamed of herself for having shrunk from the refining process for waste disposal, and felt confused. Life is full of such mysteries. There is something that defies all reason. My father is in league with it. But a man like Yuri Arnheim said, an activist with HD full of ideas how things could be done differently and better, has no feeling for it. Diotima responded to this second reference to Ulrich with a smile suggesting that a man like her cousin had no claim to exert any influence on her. Arnheim's even, somewhat sallow skin, which in his face was as smooth as a pear, had flushed over the cheekbones. He had succumbed to a curious urge Diotima had been arousing in him for some time now to let down his guard and confide in her totally, down to the last hidden detail. Now he locked himself up again, picked up a book from the table, read its title without taking it in, impatiently laid it down again, and said in his usual voice it moved Diotima as deeply this moment as the gesture of a man who, in gathering up his clothes, reveals that he has been naked. Have wandered from the point. What I have to say to you about the general is that you could do nothing better than to realize your plan as quickly as possible and raise the level of our campaign with the help of humanistic ideas and their recognized representatives. But there's no need to tom the general away on principle. Personally he may be a man of goodwill, and you know my principle of not missing any opportunity to bring the life of the spirit into a sphere of mere power. Diotima seized his hand and summed up the conversation in her goodbye. Thank you for being so frank with me. Aim irresolutely let that gentle hand rest in his own for a moment, staring down at it thoughtfully as though there were something he had forgotten to say. All is not well between Ulrich and Arnheim. Her cousin often took pleasure, at that time, in reporting to Diotima his experiences as his Grace's aide-de-camp, and always made a special point of showing her the files with all the proposals that kept pouring into Count Lonsdorff's office. Almighty cousin, he reported, with a fat folder in his hand, I can no longer handle this alone. The whole world seems to expect improvements from us. Half of them begin with the words no more of. And the other half with Fotwood too. Here is a batch of demands starting with no more Rome. And going all the way to Fotwood to kitchen gardens. What would you want to choose? It was not easy to sort out all the petitions the world was addressing to Count Lonsdorff, but two kinds surpassed all the rest in volume. One blamed the troubles of the times on one particular detail and demanded its abolition. Such details were nothing less than the Jews or the Church of Rome, socialism or capitalism, mechanistic thinking or the neglect of technical possibilities, miscegenation or segregation, big landed estates or big cities, overemphasis on intellect or inadequate popular education. The second group, on the other hand, pointed to a goal just ahead that, when reached, would suffice to take care of everything. These desirable goals of the second persuasion differed from the specific evils denounced by the first mostly by nothing more than emotional plus or minus signs attached, obviously because the world is made up of both critical and affirming temperaments. So there were letters of the second category that joyfully took the negative line that it was high time to break with the ridiculous cult of the arts, because life was a far greater poet than all the scribblers. These letters demanded courtroom reports and travel books for general use, while letters on the same subject from the first category would be joyfully positive in maintaining that the mountaineer's ecstasy upon reaching the summit outdid all the sublimities of art, philosophy, and religion, so instead of these one should support mountain climbing clubs. In this double-jointed fashion the public demanded a slowing down of the tempo of the times just as much as a competition for the best short essay, because life was unbearably, exquisitely short, and there was a desperate need for the liberation of mankind from, by-garden apartments, the emancipation of women, dancing, sports, interior decoration, and from any number of other burdens by any number of other panaceas. Ulrich closed his folder and spoke privately. Mighty cousin, he said, it is amazing that half of them seek salvation in the future and the other half in the past. I don't know what we are to make of that. His Grace would say that the present is without salvation. Is His Grace thinking in terms of the Church? Diotima asked. He has only just come up with the discovery that in the history of mankind there is no turning back voluntarily. What makes it difficult is that going forward is riot much use either. Permit me to say that we're in a very peculiar situation, unable to move either forward or backward, till the present moment is felt to be unbearable too. When Ulrich talked like this Diotima barricaded herself in her tall body as in a tower marked with 3 stars and Baedeker. Do you believe, dear lady, that anyone fighting for or against a cause today, Ulrich asked, who tomorrow by some miracle were to become the all-powerful ruler of the world, would instantly do what he had been clamoring for all his life? I am convinced he would grant himself a few days' delay. Ulrich paused. Diotima suddenly turned to him without responding and asked him sternly, why did you encourage the general about our campaign? What general? General von Stumm. Do you mean that round little general from the first big meeting? Me? I haven't even seen him since, let alone encouraged him. Ulrich's astonishment was convincing and called for an explanation on her part. Since it was impossible that a man like Arnheim should be guilty of a falsehood, there had to be a misunderstanding somewhere, and Diotima gave him the reason for her assumption. So I am supposed to have spoken with Arnheim about General von Stumm? I never did that either, Ulrich assured her. I did talk with Arnheim just a moment. He searched his memory, then broke into a laugh. It would be very flattering if Aim attached so much importance to every word I say. We have had several discussions lately if that's the word for our differences, and I did once say something about a general, but not any particular one, only incidentally to illustrate a point. I maintain that a general who for strategic reasons sends his battalions to certain doom is a murderer, if you think of them as thousands of mothers' sons, but that he immediately becomes something else seen from some other perspective, such as, for example, the necessity of sacrifice, or the insignificance of life's short span. I used a lot of other examples. But here you must allow me to digress. For quite obvious reasons, every generation treats the life into which it is born as firmly established, except for those few things it is interested in changing. This is practical, but it's wrong. The world can be changed in all directions at any moment, or at least in any direction it chooses. It's in the world's nature. Wouldn't it be more original to try to live, not as a definite person in a definite world where only a few buttons need adjusting, what we call evolution, but rather to behave from the start as someone born to change, surrounded by a world created to change, roughly like a drop of water inside a cloud? Are you annoyed with me for being so obscure again? I'm not annoyed with you, but I can't understand you. Diotima commanded. Do tell me the whole conversation. Well, Arnheim started it. He stopped me and formally challenged me to a conversation, Ulrich began. We businessmen, he said to me with a rather puckish smile, quite in contrast to his usual quiet pose, but still very majestic, we businessmen are not as calculating as you might think. Actually, I mean the leading men, of course. The small fry may spend all their time calculating. We come to regard our really successful ideas as something that defies all calculation, like the personal success of a politician, and, in the last analysis, like the artists too. Then he asked me to judge what he was going to say next with the indulgence we grant the irrational. From the first day he saw me, he confided, he'd had certain ideas about me, and it seems, gracious cousin, that you also told him many things about me, which he assured me he had not needed to hear to form his opinion, which was that strangely enough I had made a mistake in choosing a purely abstract, conceptual profession, because no matter how gifted I was in that direction, I was basically a scientist, and no matter how surprised I might be to hear it, my real talent lay in the field of action and personal effectiveness. Oh really? Diotima said. I quite agree with you, Ulrich hastened to say. There is nothing I am less fit for than being myself. You are always making fun of things instead of devoting yourself to life, Diotima said, still annoyed with him over the files. Aimai maintains the opposite. I am under a compulsion to think my way to excessively thorough conclusions about life, he says. You're always sardonic and negative, always leaping into the impossible and avoiding every real decision, Diotima maintained. It is simply my conviction, Ulrich replied, that thinking is a world of its own, and real life is another. The difference between their respective levels of development at the present time is too great. Our brain is some thousands of years old, but if it had worked out only half of everything and forgotten the other half, its true image would be our reality. All one can do is refuse intellectual participation in it. Aren't you making things much too easy for yourself? Diotima asked, without any offensive intention, rather like a mountain looking down on a little brook at its foot. Aimai enjoys theorizing too, but I think he lets hardly anything pass without examining all its aspects. Don't you feel that the point of thinking is to be a concentrated capacity for applying? No, Ulrich said. I'd like to hear what answer Aimai gave you. He told me that the intellect today is the helpless spectator of real developments because it is dodging the great tasks of life. He asked me to look at what subjects the art street, at what trivia the churches concern themselves with, at how narrow even the perspective of the scholars is, and I should consider that all the while, the earth is being literally carved up. Then he said that this was precisely what he wanted to talk with me about. And what was your answer? Diotima asked eagerly, supposing that Aimai had been trying to appeal to her cousin's conscience about his indifferent attitude to the problems of the parallel campaign. I told him that realizing a potential always attracts me less than the unrealized, and I mean not only the future but also the past and missed opportunities. It seems to me our history has been that every time we have fulfilled some small part of an idea, we are so pleased that we leave the much greater remainder unfinished. Magnificent institutions are usually the bungled drafts of their ideas, so, incidentally, are magnificent personalities. That's what I answered. A difference in the angle of perspective, so to speak. How argumentative of you, said Diotima, with a sense of injury. He retaliated by telling me his impression of me when I resist the active life because of some unfulfilled intellectual element in the general scheme. Would you like to hear it? Like a man who lies down on the ground beside a bed that has been prepared for him. A squandering of energy, something physically immoral, is what he called it, to make sure I didn't miss the point. He kept at me to make me see that great goals can be reached only by using the existing economic, political, and, not least, intellectual structure of power. For his own part, he considers it more ethical to make use of it than to neglect it. He really hammered away at me. He called me a man of action in a defensive stance, a cramped defensive stance. I think he has some sinister reason for wanting to gain my respect. He wants to be helpful. Diotima cried out in reproof. Oh no, Ulrich said. I may be only a little pebble, and he is a splendid, puffed-out glass ball. But I have the impression he's afraid of me. Diotima made no answer. What Ulrich had said might be presumptuous, but it had occurred to her that the conversation he had just recounted was not at all what it should have been according to the impression she had got from Arnheim. It even worried her a bit. Although she thought Aimai quite incapable of intrigue, Ulrich was gaining her confidence, and so she asked him what she should do about the case of General Sturm. Keep him off, was Ulrich's answer, and Diotima could not spare herself the reproach that she was well pleased with it. Diotima's relationship to Ulrich had much improved, now that they had formed the habit of getting together regularly. They often had to drive out together to call on people, and he came to see her several times a week, often unannounced and at unconventional hours. In the circumstances, their being related was convenient for a domestic relaxation of the strict social code. Nyla did not always receive him in the drawing-room armored in full panoply from chignon to skirt hem, but sometimes in slight domestic disarray, even if only a very cautious disarray. A kind of fellowship had grown up between them that lay mainly in the form of their association, but forms of their inward effects, and the emotions that create them can also be awakened by them. Ulrich sometimes felt with great intensity that Diotima was very beautiful. On these occasions he saw her as a young, tall, plump heifer of good stock, sure-footed and studying with a deep gaze the dry grasses she was feeding on. In other words, even then he did not look on her without the malice and irony that revenged themselves on her spiritual nobility by drawing on images from the animal king Dominant that arose from a deep annoyance less against this foolish paragon than against the school where her performances were a success. How likable she could be, he thought, if she were uneducated and careless and as good-natured as a big warm female body always is when it doesn't flatter itself that it has any special ideas. The celebrated wife of the much whispered about section chief Tutsi evaporated from her body, leaving it behind like a dream that, together with pillows, bed, and dreamer, turned into a white cloud all alone in the world with its tenderness. But when Ulrich came back to earth from such a flight of the imagination, what he found before him was an ambitious middle-class mind eager to associate with aristocratic ideas. Physical kinship together with a strong difference in temperament, incidentally, is disturbing. Sometimes the mere idea of kinship is enough. The consciousness of self. Siblings often cannot bear each other in a way that goes far beyond anything that might be justified. It derives merely from the existence of the one throwing into doubt the existence of the other, from the slightly distorted mirror image they have of each other. Sometimes Diatoma's being about the same height as Ulrich was enough to remind him that they were related and made him feel repugnance for her body. He had transferred to her, with some differences, a function usually reserved for his boyhood friend Walter, that of humbling and irritating his pride, much as seeing ourselves again in certain unpleasant old photographs as the power a middle dot to humiliate us and at the same time challenge our pride. It followed that even in the mistrust Ulrich felt for Diatoma there had to be something of a bond and a drawing together, in short a touch of genuine affection, just as his old warm allegiance with Walter still survived in the form of mistrust. But since he did not like Diatoma, this baffled him for a long time without his being able to get to the bottom of it. They sometimes set off on little expeditions together. With Tutsy's encouragement they took advantage of the fine weather. Despite the unfavorable time of year, to show Aimime the lovely sights around Vienna, Diatoma never used any other expression but this cliché, and Ulrich always felt that he was being taken along in the role of an elderly female relation serving as chaperone because section chief Tutsy less than would not spare the time. Later it happened that Ulrich also drove out alone with Diatoma when Aimime was out of town. For such expeditions, as well as for the immediate purposes of the campaign, Aimime had made available as many automobiles as might be needed, since his Grace's carriage, ornate with its coat of arms, was too well known about town and too conspicuous. These cars, incidentally, were not necessarily Aimime's own. The rich always can find others who are only too pleased to oblige. Such excursions served not merely for diversion but also served the purpose of winning support for the campaign from influential or wealthy persons, so they took place more often within the city limits than in the countryside. The cousins saw many beautiful things together: Maria Theresa furniture, baroque palaces, people stillborn through life on the hands of their many servants, modem houses with great suites of rooms, palatial banks, and the blend of Spanish austerity and middle-class domestic habits in the homes of high-ranking civil servants. All in all, it was, for the aristocracy, what was left of the grand manor with no running water, repeated in paler imitation in the houses and conference rooms of the wealthy middle class with improved hygiene and, on the whole, better taste. A Rallic caste always remains slightly barbaric. In the castles of the nobility, cinders and leftovers not burned away by the slow smouldering of time were still lying where they had fallen. Close beside magnificent staircases one stepped on boards of soft wood, and hideous new furniture stood carelessly alongside magnificent old pieces. The new rich, on the other hand, in love with the imposing and grandiose moments of their predecessors, had instinctively made a fastidious and refined selection. Wherever a castle had passed into middle-class hands, was it not merely seen to be provided with modem comfort, like our heirloom chandelier through which electric wiring had been threaded, but the inferior furnishings had also been cleared out and valuable pieces brought in, chosen either by the owner or according to the unassailable recommendation of experts. It was not, incidentally, in the castles where this refinement showed itself most impressively but in the townhouses that, in keeping with the times, had been furnished with all the impersonal luxury of an ocean liner and yet had presived, in this country of subtly refined social ambition, through some ineffable breath, some hardly perceptible widening of the space between the pieces of furniture or the dominant position of a painting on a wall, the tender, clear echo of a great sound that had faded away. Diatoma was enchanted by so much culture. She had always known that her native country harbored such treasures, but even she was amazed at their abundance. They would be invited together to visit in the country, and Ulrich noticed, among other things, that the fruit here was not infrequently picked up in the fingers and eaten unpeeled, whereas in the houses of the upper bourgeoisie the ceremonial of knife and fork was strictly observed. The same could also be said about conversation, which tended to be flawlessly distinguished only in the middle-class homes, while among the nobility the well-known, relaxed idiom reminiscent of cab drivers prevailed. Diatoma presented her cousin with an enthusiastic defense of all this. She conceded that the bourgeois estates had better plumbing and showed more intelligence in their appointments, while at the nobility's council seats one froze in winter. There were often narrow, worn stairs, stuffy, low-ceilinged bedrooms were the behind-the-scenes counterpart of magnificent public rooms, and there were no dumb waiters or bathrooms for the servants. But that was just what made it all, in a sense, more heroic, this feeling for tradition and this splendid nonchalance. She wound up ecstatically. Ulrich used these excursions to examine the feeling that bound him to Diatoma. But there were so many digressions along the way that it is necessary to follow them a while before coming to the point. At that time, women were encased in clothes from cloak to ankle. Men's clothes today are like what they were then, but they used to be more appropriate because they still represented an organic outward sign of the flawless cohesion and strict reserve that marked a man of the world. In those days, even a person of few prejudices, unhampered by shame in appreciating the undraped human body, would have regarded a display of nudity as a relapse into the animal state, not because of the nakedness but because of the loss of the civilized aphrodisiac of clothing. Actually, it would then have been considered below the animal state, for a 3-year-old thoroughbred and a playing greyhound are far more expressive in their nakedness than a human body can ever be. But animals can't wear clothes, they have O'Reilly the one skin, while human beings in those days had many skins. In full dress, with frills, puffs, bell skirts, cascading draperies, laces, and gathered pleats, they had created a surface 5 times the size of the original one, forming a many-petal chalice heavy with an erotic charge, difficult of access, and hiding at its core the slim white animal that had to be searched out and that made itself terribly desirable. It was the prescribed process nature herself uses when she bids her creatures fluff out their plumage or spray out clouds of ink, so that desire and terror raised to a degree of unearthly frenzy will mask the matter-of-fact proceedings that are the heart of the matter. For the first time in her life Diatoma felt herself more than a !! Officially affected by this game, though in the most decorous way. Coquetry was not wholly unknown to her, since it was one of the social accomplishments a lady had to master. Nor had she ever failed to notice when a young man looked at her with a glance that expressed something besides respect. In fact, she rather liked it, because it made her feel the gentle power of feminine reproof when she forced the eyes of a man, intent on her like the horns of a bull, to turn away by uttering high-minded sentiments. But Ulrich, in the security of their kinship and his selfless services to the parallel campaign, and protected, too, by the codicil established in his favor, permitted himself liberties that pierced straight through the tangled weavings of her idealism. On one occasion, for instance, as they were driving through the countryside, they passed some delightful valleys where hillsides covered with dark pine wood sloped down toward the road, and Diotima pointed to them with the lines, "Who planted you, zero lovely woods, so high up there above?" She of course quoted these lines as poetry, without any hint of the A middle dot tune that went along with them. She would have considered the told Tatton inane. Ulrich was quick to answer. "The land bank of Lower Austria. Don't you know, cousin, that all the forests hereabouts belong to the land bank? The master you are about to praise in the next line is a forester on the bank's payroll. Nature in these parts is a planned product of the forestry industry, a storehouse of serranks of cellulose for the manufacturers, as you can see at a glance." His answers were quite often like that. When she spoke of beauty, he spoke of the fatty tissue supporting the epidermis. When she mentioned love, he responded with the statistical curve that indicates the automatic rise and fall in the annual birth rate. When she spoke of the great figures in art, he traced the chain of borrowings that links these figures to one another. Somehow it always began with Diotima talking as if on the sixth day of creation God had placed man as a pearl in the shell of the world, whereupon Ulrich reminded her that mankind was a tiny pile of dots on the outermost crust of a dwarf globe. She was not quite sure what Ulrich was up to, though it was obviously an attack on that sphere of greatness with which Diotima felt allied, and most of all she felt that he was rudely showing off. She found it hard to take that her cousin, whom she registered as an intellectual enfant terrible, imagined he knew more than she did, and his materialistic arguments, which meant nothing to her, drawn as they were from the lower culture of facts and figures, annoyed her mightily. Thank heaven, she once came back at him sharply, there are still people capable of believing in simple things, no matter how great their experience. Your husband, for instance, Ulrich said. I've been meaning to tell you for a long time that I much prefer him to Arnheim. They had got into the habit of exchanging ideas by speaking about Arnheim. For like all people in love, Diotima derived pleasure from talking about the object of her love without, at least so she believed, betraying herself, and since Ulrich found this insufferable, as does any man who has no ulterior motive in yielding the stage to another, it often happened on such occasions that he lashed out against Arnheim. Between Arnheim and himself a relationship of a peculiar kind had developed. When Arnheim was not travelling, they met almost every day. Ulrich knew that Section Chief Tutsi regarded the Prussian with suspicion, as he did himself from observing Arnheim's effect on Diotima since the very beginning. Not that there was yet anything improper between them, so far as could be judged by a third party who was confirmed in this judgment by the revolting excess of propriety between these lovers, who were evidently emulating the loftiest examples of a platonic union of souls. Yet Arnheim showed a striking inclination to draw his friend's cousin, or was she his lover after all? Ulrich wondered, but considered it most probably something like lover plus friend divided by 2, into this intimate relationship. He often addressed Ulrich in the manner of an older friend, a tone made permissible by the difference in age between them but that became unpleasantly tainted with condescension because of the difference in their position. Ulrich's response was almost always standoffish in a rather challenging way. He made a point of not seeming in the least impressed by speaking with a man who might just as easily have been speaking with kings and chancellors instead. Annoyed with himself because of his lack of propriety, he contradicted Arnheim with impolite frequency and unseemly irony, as a substitute for which he would have done better to enjoy himself as a silent observer. He was astonished that Arnheim irritated him so violently. Ulrich saw in him, fattened by favorable circumstances, the model example of an intellectual development he hated. For this celebrated writer was shrewd enough to grasp the questionable situation man had got himself into ever since he ceased looking for his image in the mirror of a stream, and sought it instead in the sharp, broken surfaces of his intelligence. But this writing iron magnate blamed the predicament on intelligence itself and not on its imperfections. There was a con game in this union between the soul and the price of coal, a union that at the same time purposefully set to keep apart what Arnheim did with his eyes wide open and what he said and wrote in his cloud of intuition. Added to this, to exacerbate Ulrich's uneasiness, was something new to him, the combination of intellect and wealth. When Arnheim talked about some particular subject almost like a specialist and then suddenly, with a casual wave of his hand, made all the details disappear in the light of a great thought, he might be acting on some not unjustified need of his own, but at the same time this manner of freely disposing of things in 2 directions at once was too suggestive of the rich man who can afford the best and most expensive of everything. He had a wealth of ideas that was always slightly reminiscent of the ways of real wealth. But perhaps it was not even this that most provoked Ulrich into creating difficulties for the celebrated man, perhaps it was rather the inclination of Arnheim's mind toward a dignified mode of holding court and keeping house that of itself led to an association with the best brands of the traditional as well as of the unusual. For in the mirror of this Epicurean connoisseurship Ulrich saw the affected grimace that is the face of the times. If one subtracts the few really strong lines of passion and thought in it, all this left him with hardly a chance to reach a better understanding of the M. who could probably be credited with all sorts of merits as well. You was, of course, an utterly senseless battle he was waging, in an environment predisposed in Arnheim's favor, and in a cause that had no importance at all. The most that could be said for it was that this senselessness gave the sense of the total expenditure of his own energies. It was also a quite hopeless struggle, for if Ulrich actually once managed to wound his opponent, he had to recognize that he had hit the wrong Arnheim. If Arnheim the thinker lay defeated on the ground, Arnheim the master of reality rose like a winged being with an indulgent smile, and hastened from the idle games of such conversations to Baghdad or Madrid. This invulnerability made it possible for him to counter the younger man's bad manners with that amiable camaraderie the source of which Ulrich could never quite pinpoint. Besides, Ulrich was himself concerned not to go too far in tearing Arnheim down, because he was determined not to slip again into one of those half-baked and demeaning adventures in which his past had been far too rich, and the progress he observed between Arnheim and Diotima served as an effective insurance against weakening. so he generally directed the points of his attacks like the points of a foil, which yield on impact and are shielded with a friendly little rubber button to soften the blow. It was Diotima who had come up with this comparison. She found herself mystified by this cousin of hers. His candid face with the clear brow, his quietly breathing chest, the ease in all his movements, all clearly indicated to her that no malicious, spiteful, sadistic libidinous impulses could dwell in such a body. Nor was she quite without pride. So personable a member of her family, she had made up her mind from the beginning of their acquaintance to take him under her wing. Had he had black hair, a crooked shoulder, a muddy skin, or a low forehead, she would have said that his views accorded with his looks. But as it was, she was struck by a certain discrepancy between his looks and his ideas that made itself felt as an inexplicable uneasiness. The antennae of her famed intuition groped in vain for the cause, but she enjoyed the groping at the other end of the antennae. In a sense, though not of course seriously, she sometimes even preferred Ulrich's company to Arnheim's. Her need to feel superior was more gratified by him, she felt more sure of herself, and to regard him as frivolous, eccentric or immature gave her a certain satisfaction that balanced the idealism, becoming increasingly dangerous from day to day, that she saw taking on incalculable dimensions in her feelings for a mime. Soul is a terribly grave affair, and materialism by interest is light-hearted. The conduct of her relationship with Amime was sometimes as much of a strain as her salon, and her contempt for Ulrich made her life easier. She did not understand herself, but she noticed this effect, and this enabled her whenever she was annoyed with her cousin over one of his remarks to give him a sideways look that was only a tiny smile in the corner of her eye, while the eye itself, idealistically untouched and indeed even slightly disdainful, gazed straight ahead. Anyway, whatever their reasons may have been, Diotima and Amime behaved toward Ulrich like two fighters clinging to a third person whom in their alternating fear they shoved back and forth between themselves, a situation not without its dangers for Ulrich, for through Diotima the question arose, must people be in accord with their bodies or not? A digression, must people be in accord with their bodies? Independently of what their faces were talking about, the motion of the car on those long drives rocked the two cousins so that their clothes touched, overlapped a middle dot bit, and moved apart again. One could only see this from their shoulders, because the rest of them was enveloped by a shed blanket, but the bodies felt this contact, muffled by their clothing, as delicately indistinct as things seen moonlight. Ulrich was not unreceptive to this kind of flirting, without taking it too seriously. The over-refined transmission of desire from the body to the clothes, from the embrace to the obstacles, or, in short, from the goal to the approach, answered to his nature, whose sensuality drove him toward the woman, but its critical faculties held him back from the alien, uncongenial person it suddenly, with relentless lucidity, perceived her to be, and this made for a lively tug-of-war between inclination and aversion. But this meant that the body's sublime beauty, its human beauty, the moment when the spirit's song rises from nature's instrument, or that other moment when the body is like a goblet filling up with a mystic potion, was something he had never known, leaving aside those dreams of the major's wife that had for the longest time put an end to such inclinations in him. All his relationships with women, since then, had somehow not been right. With a certain amount of goodwill on both sides that happens, unfortunately, all too easily. From the moment they first began to think about it, a man and a woman find a ready-made matrix of feelings, acts, and complications waiting to take them in charge, and beneath this matrix the process takes its course in reverse, the stream no longer flows from the spring. The last things to happen push their way to the front of consciousness, the pure pleasure two people have in each other, this simplest and deepest of all feelings in love, and a natural source of all the rest, disappears completely in this psychic reversal. So on his trips with Diotima, Ulrich not infrequently remembered their leave-taking after his first visit. He had taken her mild hand, and a middle dot artfully and nobly perfected weightless hand, in his own as they gazed into each other's eyes. They both undoubtedly felt some aversion, and yet it occurred to them that they might nevertheless fuse to the point of extinction. Something of this vision had remained between them. Thus two heads above cast a horrible chill on each other while the bodies below helplessly melt together at white heat. There is in this something nastily mythical, as in a two-headed god or the devil's cloven hoof, and it had often led Ulrich astray in his youth, when he had experienced it fairly often, but with the years it had proved to be no more than a very bourgeois aphrodisiac, in exactly the same way that the unclothed body substitutes for the nude. Nothing.rg so inflames the middle-class lover as the flattering discovery of the power to drive another person into an ecstasy so wild that to be the cause of such changes by any other means one would have to become a murderer. And truly, that there can be such changes in civilized people, that we actually can produce such effects, isn't this the question and the amazement in the bold, glazed eyes of all those who dock at the lonely island of lust, where they are murderer, destiny, and God, and experience the maximum irrationality and adventurousness in the greatest comfort. The repugnance he came to acquire with time against this kind of love eventually extended to his own body too, which had always encouraged these misbegotten affairs by giving women the illusion of reliable virility, for which Ulrich was too cerebral and too conflicted. At times he was as downright jealous of his own appearance as if it were a rival using cheap tricks against him. In which a contradiction emerged that is also present in others who are not aware of it. For he was the one who kept his body trim by exercising it, giving it the shape, expression, and readiness for action that influence the minds no less than a never-smiling or a never-solemn face can. Oddly enough, the majority of people have either a neglected body, formed and deformed by chance circumstances, which seems to have almost no relation at all to their mind and character, or else a body disguised by masker sports, giving it the look of those hours when it is on vacation from itself. Those are the hours when a person spins out the daydream of his appearance, casually picked up from the magazines of the smart, great world. All those bronzed and muscular tennis players, horsemen, and race car drivers, who look like world record holders though usually they are merely competent, those ladies all dressed up or all undressed, they are all daydreamers, differing from common daydreamers only in that their dream doesn't stay in their brain but comes out into the open air as a projection of the mass soul physically, dramatically, and, as one might say in the idiom of more than dubious occult phenomena, ideoplastically. But in common with the usual spinners of fantasies they have a certain shallowness of the dream, both as to its content and its nearness to the waking state. The problem of the integral physiognomy still eludes us, even though we have learned to draw conclusions about man's nature, sometimes even amazingly correct conclusions, from his handwriting, voice, sleeping position, and God knows what else, yet for the body as a whole we have only the fashionable models on which it forms itself, or at most a kind of nature-cure philosophy. But is this the body of our mind, our ideas, intimations, plans? Or the pretty ones included the body of our follies? That Ulrich had loved those follies and still to so an extent had them could not prevent him from feeling not at home in the body they had created. And it was above all Diotima who confirmed in a new way his sense that the surface and depths of his person were not one and the same. This came through clearly for him on these trips with her, which sometimes felt like drives through moonlight, when the young woman's beauty detached itself from her person altogether and momentarily veiled his eyes like gossamer spun by a dream. He knew, of course, that Diotima compared everything he said with the conventional wisdom on the subject, the higher conventional wisdom, to be sure, and was pleased that she found it immature, so that he constantly sat there as if he were before the wrong end of a telescope trained on him. He became smaller and smaller, and believed when he spoke with her, or at least was not far from believing, in his role of devil's advocate and materialist, that he could hear in his own words conversations from his last terms at school, when he and his classmates had idolized all the villains and monsters of world history because the teachers had presented them in tones of idealistic abhorrence. And when Diotima looked at him indignantly he grew smaller still, regressing from the morality of heroism and the drive for expansion to the defiant lies, callousness, and wavering excesses of adolescence only quite figuratively, of course, as one can detect in a gesture or a word some distant middle-dot similarity with gestures and words one has long since discarded, or only dreamed, or seen and disliked in others. In any event, this all resonated in his delight and shocking Diotima. The mind of this woman, who would have been so beautiful without a mind, aroused an inhuman feeling in him, perhaps a fear of mind itself, an aversion for all great things, a feeling that was quite faint, hardly detectable, and perhaps feeling was a much too pretentious expression for something that was but a mere breath. But if one magnified it into words, they would have gone something like this. At times he saw not only this woman's idealism but all the idealism in the world, in all its extent and ramifications, appear bodily in the form of an image hovering just above that Grecian head, it only just missed being the horns of the devil. Then Ulrich grew even smaller still and again, figuratively speaking, regressed to the first hotly moral state of childhood, in whose eyes temptation and terror lie as in the stare of a gazelle. The tender emotions of that age can in a single moment of yielding cause the whole, still tiny world to burst into flames, since they have neither a name nor the ability to make anything happen, but are a completely boundless fire. It was quite unlike him, and yet in Diotima's company Ulrich ended up longing for these childhood feelings, though he could barely imagine them because they have so little in common with the conditions under which an adult lives. At one point he very nearly confessed it to her. On one of their trips they had left the car to walk into a small valley that was like a river delta of meadows with steep forested banks and that formed a crooked triangle with a winding brook in its center stilled by a light frost. The slopes had been partly cleared of timber, with a few trees left standing like feather dusters stuck in the bare hillsides and hilltops. This scene had tempted them to take a walk. It was one of those wistful, snowless days that seem in the middle of winter like a faded, no longer fashionable summer gown. Diotima abruptly asked her cousin, "Why does Amine call you an activist? He says that you're always full of ideas how to do things differently and better." She had suddenly remembered that her talk with Arnheim about Ulrich and the general had ended inconclusively. "I don't understand," she went on. "It always seems to me that you hardly ever mean anything seriously. But I must ask you, because we are involved together in such a responsible task. Do you remember our last conversation? There was something you said. You maintained that nobody, if he had a necessary power, would do what he wants to do. Now I would like to know what you meant by that. Wasn't it a horrible idea?" Ulrich did not reply at once. And during this silence, after she had spoken as impudently as possible, she realized how much she had been preoccupied with the forbidden question of whether Amine and she would do what each of them secretly wanted. She suddenly thought she had given herself away to Ulrich. She blushed, tried to stop herself, blushed even more, and did her best to gaze out over the valley, away from him, with the most unconcerned expression she could muster. Ulrich had observed the process. "I'm very much afraid that the only reason Arnheim, as you say, calls me an activist is that he overestimates my influence with the Tutsi family," he answered. "You know yourself how little attention you pay to what I say. But now that you have asked me, I realize what my influence on you ought to be. May I tell you without your instantly criticizing me again?" Diotima nodded silently as a sign of assent and tried to pull herself together behind an appearance of absent-mindedness. "So I said," Ulrich began, "that nobody would turn his dreams into realities even if he could. You remember our file folders full of suggestions? And now I ask you, is there anyone who would not be embarrassed if something he had passionately demanded all his life were suddenly to come true? If, for instance, the kingdom of God were suddenly to burst on the Catholics, or the classless society of the future on the socialists? But perhaps this doesn't prove anything. We get used to demanding things and aren't quite ready to have our wishes realized. It's fondly natural, many people would say. Let me go on. Music must be the most important thing in the world to a musician, and painting to a painter, and probably even the building of cement houses to a cement specialist. Do you think that this will induce him to imagine God as a specialist in reinforced concrete and that the others will prefer a painted world, or a world blown on the bugle, to the real one? You'll call it a silly question, but what makes it serious is that we are expected to insist on just this kind of silliness. Now please don't think, he said, turning to her in all seriousness, that all I mean by this is that everyone wants what is hard to get, and despises the attainable. What I mean is this: within reality there is a senseless craving for unreality. He had inconsiderately led Diotima a long way into the little valley. The snow trickling down the slopes was perhaps what made the ground wetter the higher they went, and they had to hop from one small clump of grass to the next, which punctuated their talk and forced Ulrich to go on with it by fits and starts. There were, as a result, so many obvious objections to what he was saying that Diotima did not know where to begin. She had got her feet wet and stood still on a grassy mound, led astray and anxious, clutching at her skirts. Ulrich turned back and laughed. You've started something exceedingly dangerous, great cousin. People are vastly relieved to be left in a position where they can't put their ideas into practice. And what would you do, Diotima asked irritably, if you could rule the world for a day? I suppose I would have no choice but to abolish reality. I'd love to know how you'd go about it. I don't know either. I hardly know what I mean by it. We wildly overestimate the present, the sense of the present, the here and now, like you and me being here in this valley, as if we'd been put in a basket and the lid of the present had fallen on it. We make too much of it. We'll remember it. Even a year from now we may be able to describe how we were standing here. But what really moves us, me anyway, is always putting it cautiously. I don't want to look for an explanation or a name for it opposed in a sense to this way of experiencing things. It is displaced by so much here and now, so much present. So it can't become the present in its tum. In the narrow valley Ulrich's words sounded loud and confused. Diotima suddenly felt uneasy and moved to get back to the car. But Ulrich made her stay and look at the landscape. Some thousands of years ago this was a glacier, he explained. Even the earth isn't altogether what it's pretending to be for the moment. This well-rounded character is a hysteric. Today it is acting the good middle-class mother feeding her children. Back then the world was frigid and icy, like a spiteful girl. Several thousand years before that it luxuriated in hot fern forests, sultry swamps, and demonic beasts. We can't say that it has evolved toward perfection, nor what its true condition is. And the same goes for its daughter, mankind. Imagine the clothes in which people have stood here through the ages, right where we're standing now. Expressed in terms of the madhouse, it suggests long-standing obsessions with suddenly erupting manic ideas. After these run their course, a new concept of life is there. So you see, reality does away with itself. There's something else I'd like to tell you. Ulrich made a fresh start after a while. That sense of having firm ground underfoot and a firm skin all around, which appears so natural to most people, is not very strongly developed in me. LLNK back to how you were as a child, all gentle glow. And then a teenager, lips burning with longing. Something in me rebels against the idea that so-called mature adulthood is the peak of such development. In a sense it is, and in a sense it isn't. If I were a mammalian the ant predator that resembles a dragonfly, I'd be horrified to think that the year before I had been the squat grey mammalian. The antlion, running backward and living at the edge of the forest, dug in at the bottom of a funnel-shaped hole in the sand, catching ants by the waist with invisible pincers after first exhausting them by somehow bombarding them with grains of sand. There are times when the thought of my youth horrifies me in quite the same way, even though I may have been a dragonfly then and maybe a monster now. He did not really know what he was aiming at. With his mammalian and mimlian he had only been aping Arnheim's cultured omniscience a little. But he had it on the tip of his tongue to say, please, won't you make love to me, just to be nice? We are kindred, not wholly separate, certainly not one, in any case, the polar opposite of a dignified and formal relationship. But Ulrich was mistaken. Diotima was the kind of person who is satisfied with herself and therefore regards each age she passes through as a step on a stairway leading upward from below. She had no way of understanding what Ulrich was talking about, especially as she did not know what he had left unsaid. But they had meanwhile returned to the car, so she felt serene again, taking in what he was saying as his usual kind of chatter, somewhere between amusing and irritating, commanding no more of her attention than at most the camera of an eye. At this moment he really had no influence whatsoever on her except that of bringing her down to earth. The FME cloud of shyness, risen from some hidden corner of her heart, had dissipated in a dry void. For the first time, perhaps, she had a hard, clear glimpse of the fact that her relations with Arnheim would force her, sooner or later, to make a choice that could change her whole life. One could not say that she was happy about this just now, but it had the weighty presence of a real mountain range. A weak moment had passed. That not to do what one wants to do had for an instant an absurd glow she no longer understood. Mime is altogether the opposite of me. He is always overestimating the happiness with which time and space rendezvous with him to form the present moment. Ulrich sighed with a smile, moved to bring what he had been saying to an orderly conclusion. But he said nothing further about childhood, so it never came to the point where Diotima would have found out that he had a tender side.